Chapter 1, thought it was a leave note, turns out to be a marriage application. Classmate Mu Yuting. I sat at my desk, watching the tall, beautiful, and fashionably dressed girl standing before me as she respectfully handed me a sheet of paper. In a serious tone, she said, "I've told you many times already, I am your teacher. Do you realize your behavior amounts to outright betrayal of a mentor? Besides, using the trick of lying about getting married to the teacher, you've pulled that one too many times already. I won't fall for it. I serve as the counselor for 4 classes across the business administration and marketing majors at the Zhanghai University School of Business. Though counselors are only considered half-teachers with relatively light workloads, for me, it's anything but easy. This young lady is genuinely beautiful, naturally stunning. Last month, at the university-wide student singer performance, she captivated many students with her melodious voice, delicate features, and well-proportioned figure. She has countless pursuers, whether she's the campus belle or not, I wouldn't know. But teacher, this is just a simple leave request form, not a marriage application, right? Mu Yuting looked at me with a blank, innocent expression. I smiled faintly. If I could be fooled so easily, then I'd truly be incompetent. Isn't this the equivalent of number 300 taels of silver buried here? Besides, teacher, I said, I'd become completely immune by now. I casually rubbed the leave slip she handed me between my fingers. Having been a teacher for several months now, I know exactly how thick standard A4 paper should be, and normal A4 paper is never this thick. With just a touch of my finger, I knew this was layered paper. Young lady, your forgery skills still need practice. Hollow out the surface layer to expose the gap in the middle. If I sign here, it might look like I'm signing an absentee note, but in reality, I'd be signing some unknown document underneath. Trying to slip this past me, aren't you? I fixed her with a sharp, knowing gaze. Mu Yuting tensed up immediately. An unnatural smile crossed her face as her eyes darted around in thought. She quickly stepped closer, a pleasant fragrance wafting toward me. In a coquettish tone, she pleaded, "Oh, teacher, I'm a good student. How could I ever do something like that? Teacher, I just genuinely want to request leave to go home. I promise, this is absolutely nothing more than a simple leave slip." As she spoke, she bent over and batted her eyelashes. Classmate Mu Yuting, please straighten up. Also, adjust your collar. I remained unmoved. The weather was getting warmer, and her loose clothing revealed everything when she bent over. But I can withstand such temptations. Your problem is very serious. Seeing me unaffected, Mu Yuting straightened up with gritted teeth and stubbornly insisted, "Teacher, it's really just a simple leave slip, that's all." I looked sternly at her. Just a leave request note? I didn't want to say much more. I'd seen her tricks too many times and had become numb like that girl stuck in the amusement park crawl tube from cartoons, fighting until she ran out of steam. I placed the leave request on the table and vigorously crumpled its edges. True enough, the layers quickly began to peel apart. Using my fingernail, I lifted the top layer of the leave request. There, clearly printed underneath, was a marriage application form. "Tell me, what is this?" I slapped the marriage application onto the desk and reprimanded her sternly. "Student Mu Yuting, think for yourself, how many times is this just this month? You've been sneaking things into my files when I'm busy with work, pressing my fingers onto red ink stamps during my lunch breaks, taking my papers, threatening to withhold toilet paper until I sign while I'm in the bathroom, even sending others to do it. And now you've even learned to trick me with hidden layers in documents. Tell me yourself, how many times is this now?" Mu Yuting showed not a shred of remorse. She sighed breezily as I listed her crimes, even muttering under her breath, "If you just signed earlier, none of this would have happened." What did you say? Coming back to her senses and seeing me glare, she quickly shook her head. Nothing at all. Then continued, "Professor, since you already know how troublesome this is, why not just give in to me? My qualifications aren't bad, pretty face, great figure, outgoing and lively personality, so you'll never be bored. I'm also well versed in all kinds of films and studied theoretical knowledge that needs practical application with a partner. Professor, just say yes to me." As she spoke, she pulled a card from her pocket and placed it on the table. When I took a closer look, it read, "Coastal Hotel," and my face darkened further. "I've already prepared the room, teacher. Marry me," she declared without hesitation, her eyes gleaming with determination. I could already feel a headache coming on. Ever since I became a student advisor, I've encountered this issue every few days. Thankfully, it always happened in private, otherwise, I'd be infamous by now. No means no, and I've said it many times. Student Mu Yuting, I really don't understand, what exactly do you find appealing about an ordinary guy like me? She immediately leaned in, scrutinizing me carefully. It's simple. Teacher, you have a tall nose bridge, double eyelids, sharp facial features, great skin, and even though you try hard to look average, with your self-cut hair giving off a wild charm and your plain outfits, there's no hiding how handsome you are. Trying to look ugly doesn't work for someone this good-looking. I sighed deeply and said, "Mu Yuting, I've told you many times, you shouldn't judge people only by their appearance. What truly matters is their heart and soul. Judging only by appearances makes you easy to deceive. Then take off your clothes and let me see, she said without hesitation, even licking her lips. I was utterly speechless. Mu Yuding, I'm serious, this can't happen between us. And you call me teacher? Student-teacher relationships are impossible and unacceptable. She retorted defiantly, who says you're a teacher? A counselor isn't a teacher. Your position is a public institution role, and you're even a contract-based external counselor. What's stopping us? Those words were too heartbreaking. I felt truly crushed emotionally, with everything I wanted to say getting stuck in my throat. The label contract freelancer hit too hard, filling me with a desperate, bleak disappointment. Facing her sharp-tongued remarks, I really didn't know what to say. Fine, forget it. Mu Yuding, I don't want to argue with you anymore. I'm exhausted, that's all. No means no. Leave now, or don't blame me for punishing you. I tried sounding fierce to intimidate her, but the moment she heard punish, she perked up eagerly and leaned in. Teacher, is it the kind of punishment I'm thinking of? The kind of physical discipline I imagined? I held my forehead, feeling utterly helpless. Mu Yuding had come to confess her feelings to me again, even saying she was craving my body. I'd rejected her a full 66 times now, telling her it just wasn't happening, but she wouldn't take no for an answer, even threatening to resort to forceful measures. Thankfully, the sudden sound of approaching footsteps made her admit she was just teasing me, though not before vowing she'd eventually conquer me. With that, she left, taking her so-called evidence of crime with her. I couldn't help but sigh deeply. Is it really this hard to be an ordinary educator? No sooner had Mu Yuding stepped outside than she bumped into Bai Ji. Dressed in a white blouse and silver-framed glasses with a stack of documents in her arms, the loose coffee-colored fringe trousers accentuated her elegant demeanor. Her carefully applied makeup gave her an innocent yet alluring charm, so beautiful it felt almost dangerous. Mu Yuding claimed she'd come to get a leave form signed by me. Bai Ji nodded, while Mu Yuding subtly hid the marriage application in her hand before walking away. Bai Ji walked into the office just as I was covering my face. Suddenly, a transparent frame appeared above my head. Though I couldn't see it, Bai Ji could. Suddenly, she could see panel data hovering above people's heads, as if she'd simply woken up with this ability. She later realized that the data above everyone's heads had different attributes, levels, and special effects. For instance, school administrators, varying in status, displayed differently colored panels. Their attributes mostly consisted of wisdom, power, status, and wealth. Progressing through the strategies could grant attribute bonuses, but there were also side effects, such as stamina, mental state, and health. The strategy is to grind the affection progress bar. Once you hit 100%, you unlock all attributes. With this ability, Bai Ji smoothly became a university counselor, an official state-employed position at that. She initially thought the highest the panel could reach was Red Rank A, until she met me. Seeing the dazzling SSS rank panel above my head, with its top-tier, luck attribute, free of any side effects, she was determined to win me over. But after a few months together, she found conquering me extremely difficult. Being too eager would lower her favorability, while holding back wouldn't advance the progress bar. Plus, I had quite a few beautiful girls around me, like Mu Yuding. Bai Ji even suspected Mu Yuding could see the panel above my head. Bai Ji asked if work was tiring me and offered to treat me to coffee. When I opened my eyes and saw it was her, I said there was just something minor bothering me. She pulled up a chair and sat facing me, saying it's normal for student work to be challenging. She even invited me to a farewell dinner this Friday before the holiday to shake off the office vibes, and mentioned she could share her experience from the National College Student Agricultural Marketing Competition with me. My interest was immediately piqued. This was a national-level competition. For the two majors I oversee, Business Administration and Marketing, each with 2 classes, fielding at least one team was mandatory. The competition had strict benchmarks, divided into preliminary rounds, elimination rounds, semifinals, and finals. The preliminary and elimination rounds tested the completeness of marketing proposals, while the semifinals offered seed funding. Typically, only 2 teams from a university would advance to the semifinals. In this stage, the actual value generated by the marketing proposals determined whether they could progress to the finals. Reaching the finals meant securing more funding and the opportunity to engage in serious agricultural product marketing. Whichever team has the best proposal and the highest sales will be the ultimate champion. Aside from the prize money, this national-level award counts toward school credits and attracts corporate attention. But that's all in the future. As their advisor, my job is just to help students form a team and provide some guidance. The key is, I lack experience in this, so if Bai Ji is willing to assist me, that's fantastic. After all, if the students perform well even just advancing past the preliminary round, I'll deserve some credit. That matters a lot for converting my contract position into a permanent one. It's fine, it's just a small thing, Bai Ji said. But having you help for nothing makes me feel bad. How about I treat you to dinner Friday night? I replied with mutual courtesy, especially since Bai Ji had her own targets to meet. Bai Ji smiled slightly and said, "No need, let's go Dutch, that'd be just right." Just as she finished speaking, I saw a notification pop up on my panel. Jiang Yung's favorability +1. Progress at 30%. SSS tier luck bonus increased to 30%. Current strategy level, friendship tier. At the same time, I received another notification from the Lie Down Victory panel. Lie Down Victory task completion +1 obtain 30% luck bonus new entry unlocked health. Completed another Lie Down Victory task? I still don't understand the purpose of this Lie Down Victory panel. I can't control anything about it, and the notifications pop up unpredictably like I'm just supposed to lie back and reap the rewards. Looking at the panels displays 30% luck bonus 10% wisdom bonus 0% health bonus. Each Lie Down Victory refreshes a new entry, but again, I have no control over any of it. Forget it, winning effortlessly is pretty good, who cares who gets MVP? Right now I'm really curious about what benefits this 30% luck bonus brings, but Bai Ji was staring at me, so I snapped out of it and replied, fine, it's a deal. After Mu Yuting left, she was filled with regret. She'd almost succeeded in tricking me into marrying her. Her current conquest progress was only at 28%. If I'd married her, the progress would have jumped to at least 50%. Leaning on the 10% intelligence boost from my SSS level wisdom overhead, she already thinks she's pretty smart. If the bonus were any higher, she'd probably fancy herself a genius. She also suspected that Bai Ji could see the entries above my head and thought she needed to speed things up, murmuring, "Teacher, you must be mine alone. Just got a 30% luck bonus buff today," and while I was thinking there wasn't any way to test how this increased luck would play out at work, someone immediately had mentioned me in a work chat. I clicked open the message and saw it was from the Dean of the Academic Affairs Office, asking me to come over for something important. I hurriedly got up and headed there. At the Academic Affairs Office, only Director Liang was there, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. "Director Liang, you asked to see me?" She smiled slightly and gestured for me to close the door and sit down. "Good news." "Good news?" She nodded and said, "You're working here under a contract with the school. Previously, the school staff quota was tight, and many outstanding employees couldn't get formal positions. You've only been here a few months, you're lucky. This year, the college happened to have one vacant position become available, and currently, you're the only contract worker in the department. I've already submitted your name for the position. The exam is in 2 weeks, so make the most of your time." Hearing this, I was overjoyed. Only you as a contract worker, only one permanent position opening. This must be the legendary tailored recruitment I'd heard about. This is incredibly lucky. Previously, when I wanted to take the civil service exam, my own university didn't have any openings, let alone within my faculty. I had to apply elsewhere. And now suddenly there's a customized position like this. The difference between contract work and a permanent institutional position is massive. What an enormous surprise. I kept thanking him profusely, while Director Liang smiled and told me to prepare well for the exam. After thanking them, I excitedly returned to the office. Bai Ji noticed my beaming expression and asked curiously, "What's up? Teacher Jiang, something good must have happened? You look so happy." "There might be something good, but it's not settled yet. I'll share when it's finalized," I replied. She let out a no and didn't press further, turning instead to the lottery tickets she had just bought, eager to scratch them off. "Teacher Bai, you bought lottery tickets?" I asked curiously, not recalling this hobby of hers. She nodded. "Super 7, this scratch-off lottery can win you a jackpot of up to 1 million at once. If I win over 5,000 yuan, I'll treat you to dinner this Friday." "Sure," I casually agreed. With this kind of scratch-off, there was a 99.99% chance you wouldn't even win 1,000 yuan. I figured even if it felt like a trap, I still had to study hard and score well, otherwise, I'd easily be criticized. I was just about to grab my book to study when Bai Ji excitedly started scratching off her first lottery ticket. 50, this one only has 100 bucks. This ticket cost 50 yuan, and she won 100 on the first try. Not half bad luck. But Bai Ji thought her 30% luck boost should at least land her a 5,000 yuan prize. She considered the $1 million jackpot just a gimmick. Even with her 30% boost, she'd never win that. She scratched off the second ticket, 1,000 yuan. 1,000, she muttered, somewhat skeptical. "Won 1,000 bucks? Teacher Bai, you've got some great luck," I said. She responded with a vague sound, frowning as she slowly scratched off the last ticket. Looking beneath each number revealing substantial prize amounts, she read, 1 million yuan prize, number 53. How could this possibly win? She glanced at it without much thought. "What's my winning number?" 53. 53. I sat across from Bai Ji, completely unaware of what was happening, when suddenly her excited cheers startled me. At first, Bai Ji's mind couldn't quite process it. She instinctively assumed grand prizes had nothing to do with her. After a dazed moment, sudden realization struck. "Impossible," she gasped, sensing something gravely amiss. "Winning number 53. The million yuan jackpot number is also number 53. In an instant, overwhelming elation slammed into her. Her eyes locked onto the lottery numbers, scrutinizing them meticulously again and again, counting each digit in the prize amount's string of zeros, terrified of miscounting. 1 million, it's really 1 million. Uncontrollable euphoria burst from her as she jumped for joy. I won. I hit the jackpot. Jiang Yang, I won. I looked up to see Bai Ji's face flushed with excitement. How much did you win? I asked. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, 1 million. I won 1 million yuan. That much? I gasped in surprise. She nodded repeatedly, her face glowing with excitement, practically dancing with joy. 1 million yuan. Professor Jiang. I began to congratulate her, but before I could react, she flung her arms around me in a tight hug. A pleasant fragrance instantly filled my nostrils, and her body felt wonderfully soft against mine. 1 million, 1 million. Professor Bai, calm down, calm down. I was completely immobilized by her embrace, with several excited kisses landing on my face and even near my mouth. I tried to resist, but it was utterly useless. Bai Ji, after work today, would you? A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Both of us snapped to attention instantly, only to see a strikingly handsome man standing there, looking at us with an expression of disbelief. The box he had been holding had already dropped to the floor. I knew him, Professor Zhao Zijian from the Finance and Management Department, who taught advertising and marketing. Though he looked young, he was already a full associate professor, a true rising star and an elite gentleman. I'd seen him many times before. He and Bai Ji had always been in that classic dynamic, the pursuer and the pursued. Oh no! My heart skipped a beat as I watched Zhao Zijian's face visibly redden at an alarming rate. I quickly spoke up, well, Professor Zhao, I think I can explain. Actually, the relationship between Professor Bai and me is completely pure. Would you believe it? Zhao Zijian was furious beyond words, looking at the lipstick marks covering my face, even my mouth, while Bai Ji's face remained flushed crimson like she'd done something wrong. Unable to contain his rage, he stormed forward and confronted Bai Ji. What exactly were you two doing? What's your relationship with him? Bai Ji hadn't expected Zhao Zijian to show up at this moment either. After a slight hesitation, probably recalling how even after all those kisses earlier, the affection meter remained stuck at 30%, she muttered under her breath. So this kind of situation really just gets dismissed as a momentary impulse? She eyed Zhao Zijian calmly and took a step forward, shielding me behind her. Nothing happened. Zhao Zijian's brow furrowed tightly, his fists clenched. Nothing happened? What do you mean nothing happened? Weren't you asking what we were doing in the office? I told you nothing happened. It requires a wired connection anyway. We're just regular friends. Utterly baffled, Zhao Zijian couldn't process this at all, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Pointing at me angrily, he spat out, regular friends? What kind of ordinary friendship is this? You call this ordinary friends? Just look at yourself, his face is covered with your lipstick marks. Still think this is ordinary? Do you take me for a fool? I wondered why you've been so distant with me. So it's because of him, isn't it? On the side, I wiped the lipstick marks off my face with a wet wipe and chimed in. Professor Bai is right, we really are just ordinary friends. She just got a little too excited earlier. Zhao Zijian nearly laughed in anger at this. Staring at my lipstick-covered face, he seethed. Bai Ji was the undisputed goddess of the entire business school, graceful, sophisticated, and effortlessly charming. And here she was, behaving like this with another man in the office. Do you think I'm stupid? Too excited? What on earth could be worth getting that excited about? Your lipstick. It's completely kissed off. Angelica let out a scoffing laugh. I'd love to use my lips without lipstick for kissing, honestly. Zhao Zijian didn't get it, and neither did I. Zhao Zijian looked visibly displeased as he shouted at me. What kind of background do you have? What abilities do you possess? I'm already an associate professor, while you're just a contract worker. I had nothing to say and could only repeat, we really are just ordinary friends. Zhao Zijian obviously didn't believe it. Bai Ji, who had been standing nearby, calmly put away the lottery ticket and said, whether I'm excited or not is none of your business. Anyway, Teacher Jiang and I really are just ordinary friends. Teacher Jiang, didn't you just say you had something to attend to? You go ahead. I'll handle things here. I quickly nodded in agreement. Alright. No, you can't leave. Zhao Zijian tried to block the way, but Bai Ji stepped in front of him first. I said this has nothing to do with Teacher Jiang. Let him go. Zhao Zijian listened to Bai Ji's commanding tone, his chest rising and falling rapidly a few times before his body obediently made way, allowing me to smoothly exit the office. How terrifying. Women really become quite emotional when they're excited, don't they? The lipstick mark on my face hadn't even faded yet, but I could understand, after all, she'd unexpectedly won 1 million yuan. If I'd won 1 million, I'd probably go crazy with excitement too. That's enough to buy an apartment. How many years of hard work would that save? Teacher Bai is a good teacher. I thought about how Bai Ji had just blocked Zhao Zijian to let me leave. As long as there's no trouble, it's fine. It's just that Zhao Zijian seems a bit off somehow. I carefully cleaned the lipstick marks from my face in the bathroom, made sure nothing was missed, then stepped out only to bump straight into someone. Ms. Advisor. I focused my eyes. This wasn't one of my class students, but Wei, the class monitor from Marketing 1. Wei, What's got you in such a frantic hurry? Panting heavily, clearly exhausted, Hiwei gasped out, Ms. Advisor, something's happened. Tong Shangling, we don't know what's wrong, has been sitting on the big rock by Yen Lake for almost a whole day now, and no matter how we try to persuade her, she won't come down. She won't respond no matter what we ask, and even her roommate's attempts to console her didn't work. I messaged and called you, but you didn't answer. Hearing this, I nearly split apart with anxiety. My phone was still back at the office. I urgently asked, is there any danger? Any sign she might jump into the lake or harm herself? I don't know, but it looks like she might be heading that way. Take me there, quickly. I shouted urgently, for the students' sake and my own, then took the lead and ran ahead. Yen Lake is the largest scenic artificial lake on campus, boasting beautiful views. A huge rock extends into the lake, where students often take photos in normal times. At this moment, a slender figure sat with knees hugged to her chest and head bowed low on that rock. The wind sweeping across the lake carried a distinct chill, fluttering the girl's skirt and accentuating her fragility. A large crowd had gathered by Yen Lake's shore. Though the rock was massive, its steep incline meant it could barely hold a few people, leaving the crowd stranded on the bank, shouting appeals. What's going on? Why did you suddenly lose hope? Could it be a broken heart? A crowd had gathered by the shore to watch the spectacle. Among them were classmates and roommates whom Tong Shangling recognized, all trying to persuade her to climb down from the rock first. The crowd grew larger and larger. By the time I arrived, panting from the run, the lakeside was already swarmed with onlookers. My scalp prickled with dread. I hurriedly shouted, let me in, make way, let me go in first, I'm the counselor, let me in, quickly squeezing into the crowd. The students in the class saw me and immediately called out, Counselor/Professor Jiang. I nodded and asked Tong Shangling's 3 roommates, what's going on here? Wasn't Shangling just in my office the day before yesterday asking for leave to go out for something? How did this happen today? Her roommates were equally confused and said, we don't know either. Shangling went to the hospital the evening before yesterday, and when she came back the next night, she was completely out of it. We asked her what was wrong, but she wouldn't say. We woke up early and didn't see anyone, thinking there were no classes today. We assumed she had gone out. It was classmates who told us Shangling was here, but when we spoke to her she didn't respond. We wanted to get her down, but the rock could barely hold 1 or 2 people. Without her cooperation, there was simply no way to bring her down. I nodded, quickly organizing my thoughts. After just 1 hospital visit she became like this. What could possibly have happened to make a young girl behave this way? Being sick? If you're sick, you should get treatment, and family would take you away immediately. Heartbreak, or an unplanned pregnancy you dare not tell your family about? That's not impossible either. I asked again, do any of you know if Tong Shangling was in a relationship? The roommates thought for a moment and shook their heads. Not that we know of, they said. Shangling had many admirers, but we never heard she was dating anyone. Okay, I understand. You guys go grab the lifebuoys nearby. I'll go up and talk her down. If you see us fall in the water, throw the lifebuoy immediately. I can't swim. Got it, Professor Jiang. Be careful. I nodded, gazing at the figure on the boulder and the profound lake surface, then resolutely climbed up, thinking of the little girl's future and my own prospects. The massive boulder extending into the lake had a smooth surface, leaving just enough space for the little girl to perch precariously on its edge, barely finding steady footing. Teacher, be careful. A group of people shouted anxiously as they watched me climb up. Moving cautiously, I slowly crouched down on the spatially cramped giant boulder. I was quite familiar with this young girl. Beautiful students always leave a deeper impression. Previously, my impression of her had been superficial. I simply thought she was good-looking, had a pleasant personality, excelled academically, basically a model student in every way. I took off my coat and draped it over her, saying, Shangling, do you feel a little warmer now? I know you must be feeling awful right now. Teacher isn't very good at comforting people, but we're only 4 or 5 years apart in age. The generation gap can't be that big. If something's weighing on your heart, you can talk to teacher. I'm very good at keeping secrets, but if you'd rather not speak, that's fine too. I'll just sit here with you for a while. Actually, sitting here isn't very dangerous. I know you're not having suicidal thoughts, you just want some quiet time alone, right? I do this when I'm feeling down too. But right now there are too many people around. Having this many eyes on you would just make it weird, right? I know, it's crowded here. If you're embarrassed, you could close your eyes and pretend to faint. Then I could take you to the school infirmary to lie down for a while. Would that work? When she stayed silent, I took it as agreement. I added, classmate, please don't struggle when I carry you, or you might fall into the water. Just so you know, teacher can't swim. Just as I was about to move, I heard a quiet sob. Teacher. The girl who'd been keeping her head lowered finally looked up. I stopped immediately, my heart wrenching at the sight of her pale face, her swollen red-rimmed eyes filled with despair. It's okay, teacher is here. What's the matter? Before she could finish her sentence, tears started falling like raindrops. I quickly reassured her, it's alright. Whatever it is, you can tell me. I promise with the rest of my life that no one else will ever know what you tell me, okay? Her strained nerves seemed to snap suddenly as she collapsed into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Teacher, I steadied myself and comforted her. It's alright. Whatever's troubling you, just say it. It'll feel much better to let it out. Teacher, I'm going to die. Tong Shangling sobbed. At first, I didn't fully grasp her words, but she repeated, Teacher, I'm going to die. Doubting my hearing, yet remembering her hospital visit the previous day, I tentatively asked, is it because of yesterday's hospital visit? Tong Shangling nodded through her tears, haltingly recounting yesterday's events between sobs. I went to the hospital because my nosebleed wouldn't stop. After the examination, the doctor told me it's cancer, already terminal with no cure possible. I have at most 6 months left to live. Teacher, I don't want to die, but I really am going to die soon. Teacher, I don't want to die. She cried uncontrollably, saying she couldn't bear to tell her parents, didn't want to make them suffer, and had no idea what to do. I fell silent, realizing all my prepared words of comfort would sound hollow. Telling a young girl to accept death calmly, even I couldn't stomach that notion. Shangling, actually there's always the possibility of misdiagnosis in such cases. Why don't we get second opinions from a few more hospitals? Tong Shangling replied with reddened eyes, it's no use, it's already too late. I've already checked at 2 hospitals, and both gave the same result. I'm really going to die, teacher. Then, she sobbed softly and whispered, Teacher, you know what? I'm actually not a good girl at all. I'm really a bad girl. Chapter 5. What do you mean? I don't have to die? This teacher can understand. Everyone has their own little secrets, right? That's perfectly normal. Classmate Shangling, could you tell your teacher why you describe yourself as a bad girl? Because I'm not at all like the quiet, well-behaved, pure, and sensible person others say I am. In truth, I never wanted to be like that. Because when I'm alone, I secretly peek at some naughty stuff too. Zhang Yang wondered what the big deal was. Oh, this is actually completely normal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang quickly affirmed, this is absolutely normal. It's not some heinous crime. I can guarantee that 99.99% of adults in this world have definitely seen it. And you can't even call this unhealthy. Just looking at a little bit can be very good for your health. Even though he's a counselor, does he not understand what's healthy or not? When ordinary people solve problems, it's called guidance. A counselor is simply a guidance instructor. Only the foremost among mentors can become a qualified counselor. He understands this is very healthy. Tong Shangling raised her head to look at him upon hearing this. Really? But I didn't just watch it, I downloaded it too. 3 parts. It's perfectly normal, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Trust me, teacher, it's perfectly healthy. Zhang Yang said, I've only just started reading them, downloaded 3 books at most. If that makes me bad. Some people wouldn't atone for their sins even after eating purple eggs for 2 hours. Then, have you also seen it, teacher? Downloaded it too? Tong Shangling asked him while looking at him. Zhang Yang hesitated for 0.001 seconds before nodding in agreement. Of course, this is an inevitable part of growing up. But teacher, I really don't want to be the well-behaved girl or lady that others expect me to be. Perhaps knowing she would truly die soon, she completely opened her heart now, sharing secrets she never wanted others to know before. Because it's really embarrassing. Often, I actually understand what my roommate and others are saying, but I can only pretend not to. There are so many things I want to try, but others might think they don't suit my personality, so I never attempt them at all. But now, teacher, I'm already completely out of time. The naive young girl wanted to experience more novel things in this world, which Zhang Yang understood very well, but what could be done about it now? Well, classmate Shangling, since many things can no longer be changed, why not cherish the days to come? How about doing things you've never considered before? Zhang Yang asked. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light seemed to flicker in Tong Shangling's dull eyes. Then, teacher, can you help me? Zhang Yang nodded. A flight dispatcher's job was to coordinate aircraft takeoffs and landings, but she understood the DJ's work too. But he was an academic counselor. Serious. Of course, though I'm not sure what I can do, I'll do my best to help, alright? Tong Shangling nodded. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Yang gently patted her head. You've been sitting here for quite some time now. How about we move somewhere else? It's not good staying here with people watching us. Tong Shangling nodded weakly, then asked in a faint voice. Teacher, I think I can't move anymore. Can't move? Zhang Yang thought about it and realized it made sense. For a young girl to maintain the same posture here, sitting motionless for hours on end, and with the temperature in this place being rather low besides, with blood circulation impaired, stiff limbs were only to be expected. Then how about this, I'll carry you on my back, and we can slowly make our way over there, okay? Zhang Yang glanced back at the road behind her. Falling into the water would obviously cause secondary harm, but if you carry them on your back while supporting them with one hand, Bending over and shuffling forward like a gorilla was no problem at all, just a bit undignified, but worrying about appearances now was utterly unnecessary. Okay, that's fine, thank you, teacher. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. After all, this was for his own future. Without hesitation, he turned around and crouched down. Feeling his soft body press against his back, he hooked an arm behind to support the person, then slowly straightened up and began climbing back. Teacher Jiang, be careful, someone on the shore shouted. Jiang Yang nodded. Fortunately, it was even simpler than she'd imagined. The spot where the little girl was stranded would only present rescue difficulties if she resisted help. As long as she cooperated, the rescue would be quite straightforward. Watching Jiang Yang carry Tong Shangling down from the massive rock, using both hands and feet, the crowd on the shore let out a sigh of relief, especially the school administrators. Student issues can be handled, but at school, trouble must be absolutely avoided. Seeing Jiang Yang bringing the person down, the school administrators relaxed. Alright, Jiang Yang, this is one of your students, isn't it? Jiang Yang nodded. Yes, sir. What's going on with this little classmate here? Jiang Yang pondered for a moment before replying. She's just got something on her mind. Nothing extreme, just wanted to clear her thoughts here. And because she wasn't feeling well physically, it led to a misunderstanding, that's all. Oh, that's good, that's good. The hospital leadership nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Director Na, I'll take her to the infirmary first. Alright, you go first. Director Zhang agreed that as long as it wasn't a matter of life and death, everything else was absolutely no big deal. Jiang Yang carried Tong Shangling all the way to the infirmary. Because he noticed the little girl had already closed her eyes, whether from genuine exhaustion or simply shutting them out of embarrassment. That much remained unclear. Fortunately, this place wasn't too far from the school infirmary. Teacher, you looked so cool when you went upstairs to get Shangling just now. At the infirmary entrance, Jiang Yang chatted with a few classmates while Tong Shangling rested inside. About her actual physical condition, he said nothing. That was Tong Shangling's own private business. He didn't want to interfere either. Hearing the student's words, Jiang Yang responded with surprise. Handsome? How can you tell? I don't think I was trying to look cool at all. I was doing what was necessary for safety. Wasn't I crawling over like an ape? Not at all, teacher. How is this about whether the movements look cool or not? As long as you're handsome, everything you do looks cool, said the student. Jiang Yang understood. Looks matter, huh? Teacher. Jiang Yang was still contemplating Tong Shangling's situation when a shout came from outside the school infirmary. After 2 calls, it abruptly stopped, and then Jiang Yang saw Mu Yuting poking her head in cautiously. Her eyes lit up the moment she spotted Jiang Yang, and she came trotting over with quick, light steps. Isn't that someone from class 2? Mu Yuting was quite well known. Some of the public lectures were attended by several classes together, and pretty girls always got preferential treatment. Among the 4 classes he taught business administration and marketing, there had always been a higher proportion of female students. In college, students experience a quantum leap in their fashion compared to their high school days. There are quite a few pretty girls around, but there's always a gap between artificial grooming and natural beauty. Mu Yuting was good-looking, had a great figure, and an outgoing personality. She had many secret admirers and quite a few pursuers. Ms. Mu Yuting, weren't you in class this afternoon? Jiang Yang asked. Mu Yuting jogged over in quick steps. Yes, but only 2 sessions. They just finished. I heard teacher acted bravely for justice, so I was concerned and came specially to see. Hello, everyone. I've seen you before, and I even know your names. Mu Yuting greeted the students from class 1. Watching the class monitor He Wei and the league branch secretary look both flattered and startled, especially after being called by name. Their eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise, mixed with a hint of shyness. Jiang Yang sighed softly in her heart. It seemed her class monitor and league secretary were about to be completely manipulated by the second class's monitor. Xiangling should be fine, right? Mu Yuting asked with concern, peering inside the infirmary. Jiang Yang said he wasn't clear yet. Classmate Mu Yuting, is there something you need? If not, you should go attend to your own matters first. At this moment, Jiang Yang still had Tong Shangling's affairs to deal with. As for Mu Yuting, he didn't need to guess to know. Wicked thoughts. Yes, I'm here to report on the progress of the agricultural marketing competition. I've already assembled a great team. Everything's ready except for the final push. When Jiang Yang heard this, he thought to himself, it's okay, it's serious business. Alright then, classmate Mu Yuting, you all prepare well. Feel free to come to me if you have any questions. Jiang Yang strategy progress plus 1%. Current guide progress, 30%, friend level. Current special attribute, wisdom, plus 30%. As a message surfaced in her mind, Mu Yuting immediately felt a refreshing clarity wash over her brain, soothing beyond words. Great! Finally managed to progress the teacher conquest route to 30%. As expected, the good student trait works best on teachers. Feeling that 30% intelligence boost, Mu Yuting really wanted to test exactly how much this enhancement would actually improve her wisdom. She hastily agreed, then decisively walked away. This surprised Zhang Yang quite a bit. There was actually no trouble brewing. Nice! Free win count +1. Wisdom bonus +30%. New entry unlocked, management. Another one refreshed. Management? Manage what? Zhang Yang didn't know, but he wasn't in the mood to think right now. After pausing briefly outside, he entered the infirmary. At this moment, as their teacher, he still couldn't leave. Looking at the little girl sitting blankly on the hospital bed with dazed eyes, Zhang Yang felt a faint sense of regret in her heart. Silently, she found a chair and sat down beside her. Tong Shangling was indeed bewildered at the moment because strange things had suddenly appeared before her eyes. There was a blue box hovering above the school doctor's head. Name, Li Chang. Special attribute, basic healing, class C. Attribute description, achieves 100% basic healing effect when fully mastered. Mastery progress, 1%, novice level. Special attribute side effect. Name, Ran Pingan. What is this? Tong Shangling looked bewildered, staring inexplicably at the frame hovering above the school doctor's head. How could such a thing exist? Xiangling, are you feeling better now? Her roommate and classmates came in from outside, each also with a frame above their heads, and all of them were green D-rank frames, though now there was an additional symbol beside them. Can it be upgraded? What do you mean? Before Tong Shangling could understand what was happening, she suddenly felt her vision overwhelmed by an intense golden light so concentrated it turned the entire room gold. Blinding. So much so that the green and blue colors on everyone else's heads seemed to turn ashen gray. Name, Zhang Yang. Special attribute, health, SSS tier. Attribute description, when fully developed, grants the impervious to illness health effect, making you immune to all diseases and providing a 100% health bonus. Side effects, none. Current strategy progress, 9%, novice level. What does this mean? Can I not die now? Chapter 6, The Joy of Surviving Disaster. I am a teacher. Teacher, there seems to be something on your head. Tong Shangling tentatively spoke up. Is there something on my head? Zhang Yang, upon hearing this, absent-mindedly touched the top of her head and checked. There seemed to be nothing but air, right? Her classmates and roommates beside her also looked up at Zhang Yang's head in confusion. Is there something? Teacher, there doesn't seem to be anything on your head at all? Xiangling, what did you see? Is it teacher's handsome looks? So no one could see it, not even the teacher himself. Tong Shangling really wanted to say that above the teacher's head, and indeed above everyone else's, there was a panel of varying colors. Moreover, the panels displayed a vast amount of data, especially above teacher Jiang. As soon as he entered, the entire room was bathed in a golden glow, so intense that even the walls and furniture were nearly tinged with gold. The SSS grade special attribute shone so brightly in the crowd that even with closed eyes, its radiance seemed to pierce through one's eyelids and imprint itself directly on the mind. It's nothing. I must have seen wrong. Zhang Yang nodded, thinking the young girl might be experiencing some hallucinations. After all, cancer, especially a terminal stage with tumors in the brain. You all can head back first. I'll look after Tong Shangling here. If she needs to ask for leave or anything, I'll make the arrangements. Zhang Yang said to the group. Upon hearing this, her roommates and classmates nodded in agreement. All right, teacher. We'll take our leave now. Xiangling, if anything comes up, feel free to text us anytime. I understand. Tong Shangling nodded as she watched her roommate and classmates leave. There were still 2 school doctors nearby, but they weren't doing anything at the moment. They just let Tong Shangling rest there for a while to observe her condition. Xiangling, what do you plan to do next? Do you need to take a leave of absence from school? Zhang Yang asked. After something like this happened, going to school must be the least important thing now, right? Tong Shangling shook her head. To be honest, she still didn't understand what that dazzling, side effect-free panel above the teacher's head meant. Health attribute? Could it really make her immune to all diseases? Tong Shangling gazed at the progress prompt for the strategy. To reach the highest level of completion while curing her illness, she would likely need both a special needle and special medicine. And it was injected in a special way, right? The teacher's miracle cure? I haven't made my decision yet, but teacher, please rest assured, no matter how things turn out in the end, I will strive to keep living my life. Even though I already know it's impossible. But, at least in my final moments, I will do everything in my power to leave behind beautiful memories, not painful ones. Listening to this, Zhang Yang looked at the extraordinarily sensible young girl and couldn't help but sigh at the whims of fate. Still, it was extremely good that she could think this way. He had no idea what was going on in that little girl's head. Zhang Yang's favorability progress plus 5%. Current favorability progress, 14%, normal level. Special attribute, health, plus 10%. As a series of notifications appeared in her mind, Tong Shangling personally witnessed the data panel above Zhang Yan flicker, followed by his body reacting as if he had eaten a mint. A sudden wave of cool refreshment washed over him. But truly, his entire body felt incredibly comfortable, especially his brain, though the sensation didn't quite match what she had imagined. No? Could it really work? If the outrageously overpowered health special attribute on the teacher's head panel reaches full completion progress by injecting this miracle drug, wouldn't that make me immune to all ailments? Can cancer really be cured? At that moment, Tong Shangling couldn't contain her joy and longing for life. Extremely excited, she looked at Zhang Yang and asked, "Teacher, do you have time to accompany me to the hospital today?" Though Zhang Yang didn't understand why the girl suddenly became so excited, considering her health condition, he agreed nonetheless. "Okay, shall we go now?" "Aha!" Tong Shangling nodded earnestly. Zhang Yang took out his phone and sent a message to Director Liang to inform him, then also sent a message to Bai Ji, asking her to help notify someone if they were looking for him. Bai Ji looked at the message Zhang Yang had sent. She replied with a voice message. "Don't worry, Teacher Jiang, just reach out anytime if you need anything, no matter what it is." Bai Ji replied with a voice message to Zhang Yang, her tone sounding calm yet laced with a touch of sweetness. Zhang Yang favorability progress plus 1%, current 36%. Bai Ji was quite pleased, but Zhao Zijian was absolutely furious. After Zhang Yang left, he just stood there waiting, but Bai Ji treated him as air, completely ignoring him without any explanation. Bai Ji was in high spirits, winning a million naturally brought joy, but more importantly, her strategy to win over Zhang Yang had finally achieved a phased victory. The office wasn't just the two of them anymore either. Even if Zhao Zijian was angry, he didn't dare to make a scene. "Were you talking to Zhang Yang?" Zhao Zijian's heart ached sourly as he listened to Bai Ji replying with an affectionate tone in her message. Bai Ji hadn't even spared him a friendly glance before, let alone using such a tone with him. "Isn't it obvious? What exactly is your relationship with him? Is he pursuing you?" Zhao Zijian lowered his voice but appeared visibly anxious as he asked. "No," Angelica said calmly. Zhao Zijian breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Since he's not the one pursuing you, then what's your relationship? Just friends? Do you really think you can fool me? Of course he didn't pursue me. Why can't I be the one pursuing him? Are you chasing after him?" "No. Are you chasing after him? Why would he deserve that?" But Bai Ji remained indifferent to his inquiry, not even wanting to explain. Zhao Zijian felt stifled, rising silently as he prepared to leave. "Wait a moment." Bai Ji suddenly called out to him from behind. Zhao Zijian's heart leaped with joy, thinking Bai Ji had something to say to him, only to have her point at the cake on the table. "Take your things with you." Zhao Zijian had no choice but to walk away dejectedly, still holding the cake. "Just a contracted employee, what's so great about that? Millions can't compare to one position within the system. Stinking outsider, how dare you compete with me?" Inside the hospital, Zhang Yang sat in the corridor and sneezed twice in succession. Tong Shangling, who had just finished her examination, was sitting beside him waiting for the results to come out. "Teacher, are you cold?" Xiangling asked. Zhang Yao shook her head. "No, it's just that my nose is a bit itchy." "Professor Jiang." Zhang Yang turned to look at Tong Shangling sitting beside her. The young girl was gazing at her with a very curious expression as she asked, "Professor Jiang, are you dating Professor Bai?" Zhang Yang froze for a moment. "Not at all. What makes you think that? Professor Bai and I are just ordinary friends." Tong Shangling gave an understanding "oh" and said nothing more. Teacher Bai is indeed beautiful, with a great figure and a wonderful personality, a perfect teacher in every way. It's natural to have a good impression of her, but Zhang Yang never really thought about it beyond that. Although Zhang Yang denied it, Tong Shangling played the voice message Teacher Bai had just sent. Not ordinary. The two of them were lost in thought. The door to the adjacent doctor's office opened. "The results are out. Both of you, come in." The doctor spoke with a somewhat heavy tone. Glancing at the CT scans hanging nearby, he looked at Tong Shangling before continuing. "Little girl, based on the scan results, this isn't good news, so I hope you're prepared." Tong Shangling nodded repeatedly to show she understood. The doctor couldn't help but find Tong Shangling's reaction somewhat unusual. Bad news? Why is there still such evident anticipation in her eyes? "Doctor, go ahead and speak." Zhang Yang was also concerned about the outcome. The physician began to speak. "Based on the CT scan and other test results, this shaded area in the brain is most likely a tumor, and judging by its current progression, it may have already advanced to stage 2 or even stage 3, meaning mid to late stage." So, before the doctor could finish, Tong Shangling anxiously interrupted, asking, "Doctor, how much longer do I have to live? I mean, if I don't receive any treatment?" The doctor found the little girl's urgency rather puzzling. Judging by the progression, about a year at most. A year? Zhang Yang frowned at this. While it was shorter than the less than half-year period Tong Shangling had initially mentioned, this was hardly news worth celebrating. "Then doctor, what are the chances of completely curing this illness?" The physician sighed with knitted brows. It's hard, really hard. The phrase "it's hard" inherently implies a success rate infinitely close to zero. Zhang Yang fell silent. Beside him, Tong Xiangling didn't speak, not because she was shocked by this setback, but because she couldn't contain the overwhelming joy in her heart, that intense, post-calamity kind of relief. Compared to yesterday's examination, the doctor told her with the same decisive tone, stage 3 cancer, incurable, with 3 to 6 months left at most. Now the doctor tells her it's mid to late stage, 1 year. Just one character difference between late stage and mid to late stage. But what a world of difference it makes. She really didn't have to die. This roller coaster of emotions was too much for her to contain, especially while seeing the golden glowing panel above Jiang Yang's head. With a loud wah, she threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Jiang Yang didn't overthink it at that moment. All he could offer the distraught girl was a reassuring embrace. His passive layback Anwen system had chosen today of all days to chime in. Health boost 10%. If only this could be transferred to the little girl. Unfortunately, the system was completely beyond his control. Tong Xiangling wept out all the joy of surviving a disaster and the anxious despair she had felt since yesterday's terrible news. The teacher's warm embrace made her feel so comfortable. She knew she was saved. The heavy stone in her heart was gone. Now her stomach should be growling with hunger. She then raised her head and looked at Jiang Yang, saying, "Teacher, I'm hungry." Jiang Yang patted her head. "Let's go. What do you want to eat?" "My treat. Barbecue. All-you-can-eat barbecue." Tong Xiangling shouted, and Jiang Yang agreed without hesitation. "Deal. The teacher will treat you to barbecue." Whether it was good for health no longer mattered. In the 198 yen per person all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant, the meat sizzled on the grill. Jiang Yang watched the little girl sitting across from him, who was carefully tasting the freshly grilled meat bite by bite, her face radiant with delight. I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a strong young woman. If he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness just recently, he definitely wouldn't have the mood to eat anything right now, let alone be this cheerful. Jiang Yang favorability progress plus 5%. Current progress 19%. Tong Xiangling, who was engrossed in eating meat, noticed the progress bar rising. Is Teacher John's favorability so easy to increase? Quickly picked up a barbecued meat skewer with her chopsticks, blew on it gently before eating. "Teacher, the meat is ready." Open wide. Faced with the grilled meat offered by the adorable girl before him, Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment. Xiangling, just put it in my bowl." "It's okay, teacher, have one." "Say fine then." Jiang Yang took a bite with her mouth open. Jiang Yang's favorability plus 1%, current progress 20%. Tong Xiangling's eyes sparkled even brighter. Was it really this easy? "Come on, teacher, have another piece." No, you eat it yourself, Xiangling." There always seems to be some awkwardness between teachers and students, even though this is already university. But I am a teacher. Being too intimate isn't really good. Just as Jiang Yang was refusing, a voice suddenly came from beside them. Xiangling, what are you doing here?" Chapter 7, The Persevering Athlete. What a strong kid. Jiang Yang turned around to see a tall, muscular boy with a crew cut approaching, followed by several other boys with unfriendly expressions. Jiang Yang had a feeling this was definitely one of the little girl's suitors. Jiang Yang suddenly felt a headache coming on. He didn't see anything just now, right? Wasn't there supposed to be a 30% luck boost? Where did it go? "Who are you?" the boy asked. Tong Xiangling frowned upon hearing his words and said, "None of your business. This has nothing to do with you. Go away." The young man clearly felt his pride wounded. He hadn't even said anything substantial yet was already being shown the door. Suppressing his displeasure, he asked Tong Xiangling, "So what's your relationship? Are you dating?" Tong Xiangling glanced at Jiang Yang across from her, about to say they were just ordinary friends, when Jiang Yang spoke first. "I'm her teacher." "Teacher?" The boy and the people behind him all showed surprised expressions upon hearing this, and the boy in particular frowned deeply. "You're his teacher? This didn't seem likely at all. How can you prove you're Xiangling's teacher?" "What? You're not from our school?" Tong Xiangling continued from across the way. "Teacher, they're from the sports school next door." "Oh, from the school next door." The boy, hearing Tong Xiangling calling him teacher repeatedly, wore an expression of obvious dissatisfaction. "Teacher, since you're Xiangling's teacher, do you think it's appropriate to go out for a meal alone with a student? What's inappropriate about it? What's between me and the teacher is none of your business. So what? Since when do students need to be spoon-fed by their teachers? What's the big deal? There's no rule against it, is there?" The boy muttered under his breath. "Is this something appropriate for a proper teacher-student relationship? So what? We're not minors anymore." Tong Xiangling retorted with a frown, then whispered to Jiang Yang, "Teacher, he's a sports student from the neighboring athletic school. I've barely met him a few times, but he insists on waiting for me outside our school periodically. What's all this nonsense about me being his predetermined match? Just a presumptuous, arrogant fool. Running into him here is the worst luck imaginable. With that, the little girl puckered her lips. Hearing those words, Zhang Yang could visibly see the guy's face turn red with anger. As a sports student with dark skin, he'd always believed that someone like him, a tough, sun-kissed athlete, was the perfect match for those fair-skinned, delicate, fragile little girls. While strolling through the commercial district earlier, I happened to spot Tong Shangling. Her delicate, willow-like demeanor and sweetly charming features instantly left me utterly spellbound. Heard it was from the college next door. Relying on his dark-skinned athlete look, a sprinter no less, that sense of superiority was overwhelming. Who could possibly compete with him? So this is your reason for having a private dinner with your professor? See, I'm not worse than anyone else. Countless people pursued me but I ignored them all, then put in so much effort chasing you yet you show no appreciation. Do you have any idea what you've missed? So you've got a thing for teachers, huh? Hey, teacher, do you really think this is appropriate? The boy lowered his head to look at Zhang Yang as he asked. Zhang Yang said nonchalantly, "What's inappropriate about it? It's just a meal. Don't you eat? Didn't you hear what classmate Shangling just said? She doesn't like your presence." The young man scoffed at these words. He reached into his pocket, took something out, and slammed it onto the table. See what this is? Zhang Yang glanced at it. A disability certificate? Being disabled isn't an excuse for being self-righteous. The boy's face flushed red with anger. What disability certificate? This is fucking a sports excellence certificate. A national second-level athlete certification. Do you even understand how prestigious that is? Dare to race me in a 100-meter sprint? Watch me leave you in the dust. Zhang Yang heard these words and took in the boy's ferocious expression, momentarily making him genuinely wonder if this guy's brain had been entirely replaced by muscle. I don't understand your level of credibility. I don't want to race you in a 100-meter dash either. If you think you're that fast, try running in front of a truck, you might shave a few seconds off your time. But, as soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Tong Shangling across from her couldn't help but burst into laughter. The boy and his gang of accomplices turned pale with shock. It was clear these jocks had short tempers and were about to lose it. Back off, or I'll report you for provocation and disorderly conduct. Want to get expelled and kicked off the team? Zhang Yang asked them pointedly. You don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you're a teacher. We athletes in training can become so formidable it'll scare you. Hurling threats, several angry students even left without eating their meals here. Zhang Yang figured they hadn't yet reached that level of arrogance where they think they could challenge the school and police to a 100-meter dash. But this tough talk was just too cringeworthy. Teacher, we're really sorry about this. Running into them here was just terrible luck. Tong Shangling apologized. Zhang Yang shook her head to indicate it was all right. As a teacher, protecting students is my duty. Let's eat. Tong Shangling nodded and concentrated on her meal in response. Seeing that the little girl wasn't affected by the earlier incident, Zhang Yang felt much more at ease. Teacher, may I take 2 days off? I'd like to go home and discuss with my family. If possible, I still want to continue my studies at school. After finishing the meal, Tong Shangling made this request to Zhang Yang. She had already made up her mind she would keep this matter from her family without telling them, since she now had a way to cure herself. That way, she wouldn't have to worry about upsetting her family or making them grieve. This also meant she could keep up with teacher Zhang's lessons at school as usual, and taking 2 days off could simply be passed off as going home to rest. Zhang Yang agreed without a second thought. Sure, there are leave slips in my office. Come fill one out, and I'll approve it. You can go home tonight. Thank you, teacher. You're the best, teacher. The little girl said sweetly, looking very happy. Zhang Yang didn't know what to say as she watched Tong Shangling's genuinely joyful smile that didn't seem feigned. It seems she's truly come to terms with it. What nerves of steel. What a strong girl. Zhang Yang conquest progress plus 5%. Current progress 25%. Normal difficulty. Has it gone up again? Tong Shangling looked at the smile on Zhang Yang's face, which appeared particularly gentle under the warm glow of the streetlights. Of course, the golden panel above her head shone like the sun in the night. Along the way from school to the shopping street, she observed every passerby, either green or blue. Occasionally, there's purple representing B-grade attributes. As for the higher A grade, not a single one could be seen. Not to mention S grade, or even SS grade. The teacher is an extraordinarily formidable SSS rank figure. Professor Jiang, you're back? Zhang Yang returned to the office where colleagues greeted her. Baiji noticed too, but upon seeing Tong Shangling following behind Zhang Yang, everyone fell silent. After preparing the leave form and having Tong Shangling fill it out, Zhang Yang signed and approved it. Alright, you can go home now. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Thank you, teacher. Goodbye. Tong Shangling nodded obediently and left with the leave permit. Everyone in the office finally raised their eyebrows and asked curiously, Professor Jiang, What's going on with your student? Today's act of bravery, Dean, he just praised you for handling it well. Just some personal matters with the student. As their advisor, it's just part of my job. I'm just grateful nothing serious happened. Everyone nodded. That was true. Only Baiji across from him seemed to be in a rather bad mood. She tentatively asked, Professor Jiang, are you in the mood for a drink tonight? Jiang Yang initially wanted to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. Sure thing. Chapter 8. The hunter left? No, the prey ran away. Sitting at the small table in the izakaya, Jiang Yang felt entirely lost at this moment, gazing at Baiji who had already slumped over the table, her long hair covering her face, seemingly fast asleep. Jiang Yang glanced at the drink in his hand. In a small Japanese-style izakaya like this, drinking alone was naturally no issue. Baiji had invited him here, saying the private space would be more convenient. The wine here also has a relatively light taste, and the flavor is quite palatable, with a faint fruity hint. Jiang Yang clearly remembered how Baiji had confidently boasted before coming to drink that she could hold her liquor like a champion. And now, she's already drunk after just a few sips? Teacher Bai? Teacher Bai? Jiang Yang tentatively tried to wake Baiji, whose face was flushed crimson, her normally intellectual features now radiating a pure yet seductive charm. I'm not drunk yet, I can still drink. Baiji murmured drowsily. Is this the legendary iron liver that never gets drunk? Jiang Yang called over the owner of the place. The izakaya here was genuinely run by an authentic Japanese person. When the owner arrived, Jiang Yang asked, how strong is your alcohol here? The alcohol? It's not very strong, only 22% alcohol content. 22? Low alcohol wine? Didn't you say you could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk? The proprietor glanced at Jiang Yan, then looked at the already intoxicated guest before stepping forward and whispering, Sir, do you need a room? We do have accommodations available here. Room? The boss nodded with an enigmatic smile. Of course, and all our rooms here are themed. The boss took out a tablet as he spoke. Look, we offer various themed rooms here, bus/subway themes, office themes, ordinary family settings, and our recently very popular adulterous wife themed room. Of course, considering your particular situation, sir, we'd recommend either the stairwell theme or the bathroom theme for you. Additionally, we can provide even more thrilling services, like having your room separated from other guests by just a thin wooden door. Colleague, we also have professional actors. So, sir, would you like to use the room now? Jiang Yang looked at the content on the boss's tablet. Well, those Japs sure live up to their reputation. This is exactly like those themed rooms I saw online, isn't it? What? You actually offer this kind of service here? Oh sir, now what kind of talk is that? If we didn't provide this service here, why would we have so many customers? But don't worry, sir. We're role-playing here. Nothing illegal involved. No? What kind of place is this actually? Isn't this just the simplest possible drinking spot? No thanks, check please. Jiang Yang firmly refused, though the offer sounded utterly tempting. Taking advantage of others' misfortune was far too risky. In that instant, countless visions of the future flashed through Jiang Yang's mind. The beginning was forgotten, the middle forbidden to describe, and in the end, contemplation of life began. Finally, with the resounding clang of the judge's gavel striking in court, the defendant, Jiang Yang, with irrefutable evidence, is sentenced to 7 years and 2 months in prison. All thoughts instantly vanished into thin air. After paying and looking at Baiji who remained unconscious despite his efforts, Jiang Yang felt a headache coming on. No matter how he tried, he couldn't wake her. Professor Bai, I didn't mean to go through your bag or look at your phone, I just wanted to find out where you live. Jiang Yang glanced at Baiji's phone. Password. Great, it won't open. Peeked into the bag. Charger, some cosmetics, ID card. The ID card clearly shows an address, but it's obviously not from around here. Though truth be told, good-looking people remain photogenic even in official ID photos. With no other options as Baiji remained unconscious, Jiang Yang had no choice but to carry her on his back and find somewhere near the school to stay for the night. Drunk? Impossible. Tonight marks a crucial operation in our conquest strategy. It's been almost 4 months now. The conquest progress is only at 31%, way too slow. To be honest, Baiji is quite satisfied with her own conditions. For tonight's big operation, she specially reserved a Japanese-style themed izakaya in advance. She's already coordinated with the shop owner. Role-playing in this kind of themed venue requires mutual consent from both parties. She believes any ordinary man would absolutely be unable to resist such temptation. Role-playing, and considering she's not bad-looking either, right? Even if Jiang Yang could restrain himself, then he would definitely go through her bag. What does it mean when a girl goes out alone with a guy, bringing her charger and makeup essentials? What's more, she deliberately drank chilled sake tonight. The hints are off the charts. Even if all this wasn't enough, when trying to check into a hotel, they'll definitely refuse. The reason is simple, she's in a drunk state. so Jiang Yang had no choice but to take her back to his house. There was still plenty of time ahead for her to do whatever she pleased. No problem, it's in the bag. But it seemed she had miscalculated somewhat. Being carried into the hotel late at night by Jiang Yang, pressed against his back, it was warm and gave her a profound sense of security. The intense male scent emanating from him was strangely comforting. There's a delightful sensation of being about to turn into a kitten. Let me ask you something. Given my circumstances, would I be able to get a room? Of course, I won't be staying. After I open the room, it'll take at most half an hour to arrange everything, then I'll come back down. Jiang Yang felt his words lacked conviction. Bai Ji nearly burst out laughing hearing this. Idiot, half an hour is more than enough time to get plenty done. The hotel receptionist had teased him while covering her mouth to hide her laughter. Jiang Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. Come to think of it, what hadn't hotel receptionists seen before? A slight smile curled at the corner of Bai Ji's lips. That's right, great, just like this. Reject him harshly. But then she immediately heard the hotel receptionist say, however, handsome, if you simply want to let this lady rest at our hotel, I can help wait while you get her settled, and then you can leave, okay? Jiang Yang's eyes lit up as he eagerly agreed. Sure, absolutely. Listening to the conversation from his back, Bai Ji was so furious that he could barely restrain himself from sinking his teeth into Jiang Yang's neck right then and there. And then there was this damned hotel. You never make exceptions, not early nor late, yet you choose to break the rules at this exact moment, huh? Carrying Angelica to the hotel room, Jiang Yang opened the door and laid her on the bed before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Angelica's cheeks were flushed red, resembling a sleeping beauty. The top two buttons of her white shirt had somehow come undone without him noticing. Sir, would you like me to help adjust the lady's attire? The front desk clerk who had followed them asked. Jiang Yang nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much. Then I'll step out for a moment. The receptionist heard the room door close and was genuinely quite surprised that this handsome guy actually had no ill intentions. She turned around, preparing to help the very beautiful lady adjust her clothes. Turning around, I was startled to find that the previously unconscious woman had awakened on her own and was now sitting by the bed, casually smoothing her hair. The receptionist froze, her mouth agape. Ma'am, you? Bai Ji sat on the edge of the bed, looking calmly at the receptionist as she spoke. You ruined my plans. The receptionist glanced outside, then back at her, a wave of intense mental gymnastics swirling in her mind. Wait, wasn't the handsome guy supposed to be the hunter in this scenario? So this is how it works, hunters approach their prey by pretending to be prey themselves, huh? Sorry, ma'am, I didn't realize you were. Angelica waved her hand. Forget it. I'll pack my own clothes. Just don't mention you woke up later. Very well, ma'am. The receptionist nodded repeatedly as she watched Bai Ji adjust her clothes. Even though she was also a woman, observing Bai Ji right before her, that intellectual beauty aura paired with flawless physical proportions still made her feel utterly inferior. A woman adored even by other women, turned out to be a high-end hunter. Jiang Yang waited outside the door for a few minutes before it opened. The hotel front desk staff informed him that everything had been arranged. Jiang Yang stepped inside and saw Bai Ji lying peacefully under the covers, her face still flushed but serene in sleep, with her neatly folded clothes placed beside her. He breathed a sigh of relief. Take out your phone to record yourself, and have the hotel front desk appear on camera to prove that the receptionist helped change your clothes. Thank you, I appreciate your help. Jiang Yang thanked the receptionist. The receptionist gave him a strange look before saying, no problem, then watched as Jiang Yang walked out of the hotel with visible relief. Has the hunter really left? Another receptionist stared in surprise at Jiang Yang's retreating figure as he hailed a taxi. It's not that the hunter left, but that the prey escaped. Lying on the hotel bed, Bai Ji was reviewing the gains and losses of the evening, frowning as she pondered where she had fallen short. Next time, maybe I should just put something more direct in my bag? Or should we get him drunk? That wouldn't be good. Might mess up the strategy progress. Bai Ji glanced at her phone. Bringing this thing along had been a miscalculation. Maybe I shouldn't have set a password? Not setting a password, I'm not worried about Jiang Yang seeing it, but it wouldn't be good if someone else saw. How about changing the screensaver to Jiang Yang's photo? Bai Ji pondered, but unfortunately such plans wouldn't work in the future like today. Still thinking. My phone suddenly received a message from Jiang Yang along with a video. It was footage he'd just recorded as his alibi. What a world we live in these days. Men really need to be careful when they're out and about. Getting scammed out of money or seduced is one thing, but if you get thrown in jail? Now that would be a true case of the cure being worse than the disease. He hasn't even secured his cushy position yet. Watching the video Jiang Yang sent along with some explanatory words, Angelica couldn't help but feel amused seeing how seriously he was explaining things in the video. An SSS class challenge is indeed hard to conquer. But, this guy is really adorable. Bai Ji realized that her thoughts weren't entirely driven by the utilitarian goal of conquering Jiang Yang anymore. Chapter 9 Scandal? Professor Jiang, What's going on between you and your student? Incredible, incredible, incredible. That 30% intelligence boost is absolutely game-changing. It feels divinely aided. The sky brightened completely. Jiang Yang had just finished a round of examination questions. As everyone knows, the civil service exam questions are notoriously chaotic. Normally speaking, if you're an ordinary person, you might still manage a passable score by taking the exam directly. But if you deliberately study civil service exam preparation courses before taking the test, you'll discover you can't even compare to regular test takers. Preparing for civil service exams and public institution exams are quite similar. The question types are complex, and finding answers to many problems is practically like playing spot the difference games. Understanding the patterns of these question types is incredibly challenging. After returning last night, Jiang Yang decided to make the most of these 15 days by utilizing every moment effectively. Then, with a 30% boost in intelligence, previously difficult to comprehend sections like the administrative aptitude test and comprehensive ability test became more manageable. That was no longer a problem at all. This test paper scored over 90%, but of course, a test paper is just a test paper. The official exam still has the interview hurdle to clear. Perhaps due to the plus 10% health buff, he still felt full of energy despite studying throughout the entire night. Then early in the morning, he received a message from Angelica de Hurica. Sorry, Teacher Jiang, last night I originally just wanted to drink for fun, but I ended up getting drunk. I really caused you trouble, so sorry. Teacher Jiang, shall I repay you with another drink this Friday? Jiang Yang decisively replied. Alright, though this repay character, was it probably a typo? After packing up some things, I headed off to school. The place I'm renting now isn't far from campus, so a small bicycle is more than enough for getting around. The weather was lovely, and thinking about the upcoming exam that was practically in the bag put me in an even better mood. As I rode along, Jiang Yang suddenly stopped, gazing thoughtfully at a lottery shop by the roadside. Baishi winning 100W from a scratch-off ticket was someone else's business. Though envious, hadn't he also landed himself a cushy position? Trading 100W for a university sinecure would be an absolute steal. But considering that extra 30% boost in luck stats, I felt suddenly tempted to give it a try. Maybe I'll win the lottery? Boss, how much for a scratch-off ticket? Jiang Yang asked. We have 10 yuan, 20 yuan, and 50 yuan ones. Give me a 50 yuan one. Over here, help yourself. The shopkeeper said casually while cracking sunflower seeds. Jiang Yang nodded, took one, but didn't rush to scratch it off immediately. Instead, she pushed the cart and leisurely scratched the lottery ticket while walking. This was different from Baiji's Super 7 from yesterday. This is Super 8. The maximum jackpot is 1 million yuan. The rules are simple. If the number 8 appears, the amount written below is what you win. Jiang Yang scraped the lottery ticket slowly with his fingernail. Seeing that the first number revealed was actually 8, his eyebrows twitched, and then he proceeded to scratch off the amount below. 10,000 yuan. Jiang Yang froze for a moment, counting the zeros. Exactly 10,000 yuan. Wait, is this real? Did I actually win? This 30% luck boost was no joke. Though far from matching Angelica's 1 million, Jiang Yang was satisfied enough to keep scratching away at the numbers with her fingers. Another 8 appeared, followed immediately by the amount below, 10,000 yen. Wait a minute, something seemed off. Jiang Yang stopped, then focused intently on scratching out the lottery numbers. One 8 after another emerged, a full 30 sets of numbers in total. Each one below says 10,000 yen. Jiang Yang felt both elated and dazed. 300,000? Luck plus 30% exchanged for a university-assigned cushy job and a 300,000 yen lottery win? Feeling much better now. After carefully storing the lottery ticket in his wallet, Jiang Yang rode his bicycle all the way to school. Strictly speaking, it wasn't particularly late for work yet, not even 8:30, but Jiang Yang had a vague sense that something wasn't quite right. As soon as he reached his office, Bai Ji hadn't arrived yet, but several colleagues were already there. Seeing him, they quickly stood up and asked, Mr. Jiang, how's that female classmate you bravely helped yesterday doing now? Female classmate? Tong Xiangling? I already signed her leave slip yesterday afternoon to let her go home and adjust her mental state. Is there any problem? The group exchanged glances, paused for a moment, then spoke. Professor Jiang, you're still young and quite popular with students on campus. These students are all proper adults now. Of course, certain matters sound appropriate no matter how you phrase them, but different people might ultimately find such discussions somewhat inappropriate when hearing them. Did you have any special relationship with that female classmate from yesterday? Hearing her colleague's question, Jiang Yang slightly furrowed her brows, vaguely recalling the incident with those dark-skinned jocks yesterday, but she replied nonetheless. Of course not. Any problems? Jiang Yang asked. They nodded in agreement. Someone posted about you on the school's WeChat moments last night and even took your photo. Where? Let me see? Jiang Yang quickly responded, as her colleague handed over the phone. It was quite common for universities to have accounts on various social platforms, serving a purpose similar to confession walls. Normally, people within the school would communicate with each other, while also allowing outsiders to gain insight into the university, serving a role somewhat like an introductory brochure for admissions. Jiang Yang didn't pay attention to this. Looking at a post on the school forum, XX University School of Business Administration counselor Jiang Yang secretly meets female student late at night, to enjoy sweet meal together, accompanied by photos. The photo captured him and Tong Shangling eating barbecue together. Though taken from a distance, it was clear enough to see Tong Shangling enthusiastically placing grilled meat onto his plate. It was obvious both were in high spirits. Not spotting that particular photo where Tong Shangling insisted on feeding him barbecue, Jiang Yang secretly sighed in relief even though their relationship was completely innocent. But ambiguity always breeds suspicion. Moreover, this connected the incident with Tong Shangling's suicide attempt earlier that morning, like why she ignored everyone else's comforting words. Yet when Jiang Yang arrived, she obediently came down. Putting these clues together, it's practically impossible to stay uninvolved. Professor Jiang, surely there's nothing going on between you two, right? Jiang Yang read the content described in the post and couldn't help but say, I had no idea I had this kind of relationship with my student. She had that incident in the morning, so I took her to a proper hospital for a checkup in the afternoon. Then I thought I'd grab a meal outside before coming back. So it ended up like this? Professor Jiang, no offense, but you haven't been at this school long. There are many things you don't understand yet. It's best to keep as much distance as possible from students. Look how you're always attracting those young girls during regular days. Then you had to go and be alone with them. See what happened now? Even though no one's cursing you out in the comments, and there's just some lively gossip going on, this definitely isn't good for your reputation at school. A colleague offered advice with the air of someone who'd been through it all before. Jiang Yang surely realized this too, but still ended up suffering the consequences. The dean will definitely have to be informed about this. Then we'll contact the person in charge of the school's social media to have this post taken down. Jiang Yang nodded, he could explain later. But, nobody scolded me? What does eating melons and watching the show mean? Why don't you take a look for yourself? Jiang Yang took out his phone and opened an app he had virtually never used before. He found the top post on the school's forum and glanced at it. Originally, it had been an ordinary post, but now the comments section had exploded with hundreds of messages. With just one click, Jiang Yang finally understood what it meant to be a spectator enjoying the drama. So nice, no wonder Professor Jiang managed to coax them down so easily. He seemed so boyfriend material, but it turns out he was already taken. What a shame. In the entire school, there's only one professor as handsome as Jiang Yang. I approve this marriage. Jiang Yang felt speechless. Footsteps immediately sounded at the door, and moments later, an annoyed Bai Ji appeared at the entrance with Zhao Zijian shamelessly trailing behind her. Zhao Zijian remained silent. He just stood there like a proud rooster, his eyes brimming with a touch of disdain. Professor Jiang. Bai Ji completely ignored Zhao Zijian. Upon entering and spotting Jiang Yang, her face lit up with a sweet smile as she called out his name. She walked over, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Then, with a hint of shyness in her expression, she spoke. I'm sorry, Professor Jiang, you were simply too skilled last night. I couldn't compete with you, but thank you, I slept very comfortably. The entire office fell into awkward silence. What the hell is going on here? Ha, Teacher Bai, do you realize what you're saying? Though he was perfectly aware that Bai Ji was expressing gratitude for what happened last night. But why does this sound so odd? Everyone in the office exchanged glances, looking from Jiang Yang to Bai Ji. 2 scandals in one day? Bai Ji's unusual attitude towards Jiang Yang was something everyone could clearly see. Well, what Teacher Bai means is that we had some drinks together last night, then she got drunk, and I helped her get back to rest. You two were drinking together? And you got drunk? Listening nearby, Zhao Zijian widened his eyes, feeling as if his heart was somehow breaking into pieces. Is there a problem? It's only with Teacher Jiang that I feel safe getting drunk, Bai Ji said calmly. Jiang Yang felt puzzled. Was this some unconventional form of trust? But Zhao Zijian had a different take. He gritted his teeth and muttered sarcastically. Right, ordinary people might take advantage of the situation. After all, Professor Jiang clearly has her own preferences. Bai Ji had, of course, also learned about that post from Zhao Zijian. But recalling how thoroughly she had acted yesterday and Jiang Yan remained unmoved. Bai Ji definitely trusted Jiang Yan. Facing Zhao Zijian's sarcasm, Bai Ji spoke calmly. I actually wish Professor Jiang would make advances toward me. After all, he's outstanding in every aspect. I wouldn't be losing out at all. As for that post, it's definitely a misunderstanding. I can vouch for Professor Jiang. Moreover, Professor Zhao, this isn't your office. Shouldn't you head back to your own territory? You're here, disturbing our work. Jiang Yang favorability progress plus 3%, current progress 39%. Jiang Yang was still quite grateful for Bai Ji's support, even though what she said sounded a bit odd. But he didn't intend to be polite to Zhao Zijian either. Professor Zhao, if there's nothing important, you shouldn't come over uninvited. It's rather unprofessional. My mistake, I'll explain it to the department head. If you're so eager to help out here, why don't you lend a hand by taking out that garbage over there? Zhao Zijian gave a disdainful snort at these words, clearly irritated. Blaring, he turned on his heel and started to leave. Professor Zhao, didn't you hear what Professor Jiang said? If you're feeling helpful, why not take the trash out? Angelica added one more sentence. Zhao Zijian stood by the door. The others in the office pretended not to hear, but their eyes kept darting sideways towards him. Zhao Zijian found himself caught between a rock and a hard place. Finally, gritting his teeth, he picked up the trash from the bin and carried it out. It's alright, teacher bye. Just let me know if you need anything. With that, he purposefully walked out with an air of nonchalance if one ignored the clenched jaw muscles. Jiang Yang affection meter plus 1%, current progress, 40%. Chapter 10 Facing Expulsion from the Academy? Revised edition. Don't worry, Professor Jiang, I believe in you. There won't be any problem at all. Bai Ji stood firmly by Jiang Yang's side without hesitation, while others in the office observed the stark contrast between her attitude toward Jiang Yang and her treatment of Zhao Zijian. Still envious. Angelica is not only capable but also first-rate in her own right, especially working within the system. As they say, pretty girls in the system are always reserved in advance. Such excellent credentials Zhao Zijian has. Barely in his 30s and already an associate professor. This university is genuinely part of the digital Ivy League, never mind if it's at the bottom tier. The fact remains that within digital academia, achieving associate professor status at such a young age is remarkable. Top-tier excellence, right? Though Bai Ji also hasn't been at this institution for long, she earned her place through pure academic merit. In terms of qualifications, she and Zhao Zijian could be considered well-matched. Before Jiang Yang arrived, Zhao Zijian relentlessly pursued Bai Ji, and with no one else competing for her attention, everyone assumed they'd end up together until Jiang Yang arrived. To everyone's surprise, Bai Ji showed unmistakable and overwhelming favor towards Jiang Yang in every possible way. This left Zhao Zijian utterly green with envy. If we're purely judging who's more likable, then Jiang Yang undoubtedly takes the crown. Good-looking people get special treatment. Of course, Zhao Zijian's existence wasn't completely meaningless. At the very least, he provided plenty of material for their jokes. As for whether Jiang Yang or Zhao Zijian was better, they weren't about to take sides lightly. Declaring allegiance carelessly would be a serious mistake. Professor Jiang, Dean Su wants to see you. Jiang Yang received a message from Director Liang on her phone the next moment. Dean Su? Jiang Yang was somewhat surprised. Bai Ji heard it and asked with equal surprise. Dean Su? Jiang Yang looked up, noticing everyone around them had pricked up their ears. Yes, Dean Su wants me to see him. Jiang Yang didn't conceal it either. At this point, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Was this really such a big deal? He'd just been photographed having a meal alone with a student, and there wasn't anything inappropriate in the pictures. Normally, at most, Director Liang would have called him in for a talk, so why was it now Dean Su? Dean Su wants to see you about this? Is the situation really that serious? Bai Ji asked anxiously. Dean Su is very difficult to deal with. Jiang Yang didn't know either. I don't know. I'll go to the dean's office first. Alright. Bai Ji nodded and watched Jiang Yang stand up to leave, unable to suppress a flicker of concern. Could something really have gone wrong? Unsure of the situation herself, Jiang Yang made her way to the dean's office and knocked on the door. Come in. A woman's calm voice sounded from inside. Jiang Yang pushed the door open and entered. Su Yuan, seated at the desk, was handling documents. Speaking frankly, Jiang Yang had a profound impression of this dean. As one of the few female deans in the school, perhaps due to her background or other reasons. In any case, she appeared to be just over 30 years old yet had become a dean. She must be truly remarkable. That went without saying. 36 or 37 is already quite an advanced age. Jiang Yang always felt that Director Su's aura somewhat resembled an upgraded version of Bai Ji. Both wore glasses, but Su's frames were black. Loose white shirt paired with long pants. She looked undeniably feminine. It's a different sensation compared to Bai Ji's delicate beauty. A small dark mole by her lips only accentuated her mature and graceful charm, like a peony in full radiant bloom. It's natural to steal a few more glances at a beautiful woman. After all, Dean Su had been a stunner in her youth. She still is. What left a deeper impression was Dean Su's long-standing reputation for his decisive and swift actions at the institute. Before Jiang Yang could speak, Su Yuan adjusted her glasses, raised her eyes to glance at him briefly, then immediately spoke up. Professor Jiang, your dinner with your student last night might have some serious implications. Serious implications? Dean, how do you explain this? Jiang Yang thought to herself that she was just a contract worker now. Whether she got fired or not was entirely up to the school's whims. Su Yuen held considerable goodwill toward Jiang Yang, something entirely unsurprising. People with attractive appearances inevitably receive more favorable treatment. She paused briefly, interlacing her slender fingers, then spoke deliberately and unhurriedly. Originally it was just a minor issue. For schools, relationships between students and teachers are relatively common. Moreover, I'm quite familiar with your usual behavior. It's inevitable that you'd be particularly popular among students. After all, you're quite handsome. It's only natural that some girls would want a special relationship with you. Su Yuen said nonchalantly. It might sound unpleasant, but usually nothing serious happens as long as there are no fundamental mistakes. Just a meal, that's all. But now it's different. Jiang Yang, do you know what background that student comes from? Jiang Yang shook his head. How would he know? He was just an ordinary counselor without any particular background. I don't know, he said. Su Yuen gave a slight nod, twirling a fountain pen on the table with her fingers before continuing. You should understand that the reason I called you here wasn't my own idea. Normally, something like this would just be handled by Director Liang with a minor warning. But it's the principal calling me now, asking me to handle this. The principal? Jiang Yang grew even more bewildered. He'd only met the principal a handful of times, and even then, it was always from a distance. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to Jiang Yang. Principal? The principal isn't surnamed Tong either, is he? Of course, the principal isn't surnamed Tong, but if he's personally calling to intervene, how much lower do you think he ranks compared to him? Su Yuen asked. In any case, this time, the problem has grown bigger. I heard about the scene yesterday where you rescued that student. As a teacher caring for students, there's nothing wrong with that, but you shouldn't be alone with your student in your capacity as a teacher. And someone even took photos and posted them online. Now I ask you, do you and that student have any relationship beyond the teacher-student dynamic? Su Yuen asked. To be honest, she was quite surprised when she received the principal's call. Jiang Yang was still young, it was normal for girls to like him. Even if she weren't a young girl, wouldn't she also take extra glances at a good-looking man? However, once the principal made that call, the situation became entirely different. No, she wasn't feeling well, so she asked me to take her to the hospital for a checkup. That's all that happened. Just taking care of dinner while I'm at it. Jiang Yang's reply was naturally firm and decisive, though his furrowed brows betrayed his confusion about what had transpired in between. He was well aware of Tong Shangling's physical condition. Yesterday, when Tong Shangling left, she had mentioned going home to explain her health situation to her family. No matter what you say, as a teacher, I've undoubtedly fulfilled my responsibilities. Now the question arises, what exactly did Tong Shangling tell her family? Or might she not have told them at all? Can you take responsibility for what you're saying? Of course, my relationship with the students, every student in my class can vouch for me, and I believe Tong Shangling can testify to that as well. Su Yuen nodded. Jiang Yang's words indicated he most likely had a clear conscience. But, Jiang Yang, you need to understand this isn't just a simple matter of right and wrong anymore. The posts online, I've already had them taken down. But the issue has already surfaced. Rumors spread faster than truth can catch up, and this has already cast a shadow over your reputation at our school. What's worse, the higher-ups have taken notice. They've instructed me to deal with you directly, so, before Su Yuen could finish her sentence, Jiang Yang had already guessed what the dean was about to say. Expulsion, isn't it? Su Yuen nodded. It's quite troublesome to dismiss someone within the established personnel system, but dealing with contractual workers is ridiculously simple. Having contractual workers take the fall is standard procedure, that's what they're implying. But this puts you at a serious disadvantage. Can you still get in touch with that student from yesterday? Su Yuen asked. Jiang Yang shook her head. We can't reach her at the moment. The messages I sent to Tong Shangling yesterday all showed as unread. Su Yuen slightly frowned. If you can't reach that student, then you're in danger. Jiang Yang also fell silent upon hearing this. Expulsion is the most likely outcome. You'd better be able to contact that classmate. I'll do everything I can to secure you an opportunity with the school. I trust your character, but whoever tied the knot must untie it themselves. Understand? Su Yuen said earnestly while looking straight at him. Jiang Yang nodded slightly, feeling somewhat grateful. Tong Shangling's family was undoubtedly extraordinary, otherwise, the principal wouldn't have been involved. Moreover, he worried whether something might be wrong with Tong Shangling's health at the moment. At the thought of that young girl, Jiang Yang sighed inwardly. Su Yuen observed Jiang Yang before her. Though she found this young man with his refined demeanor quite agreeable, the current situation was truly beyond her control. Silence lingered between them. A voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Jiang Yang affinity plus 1%, current 3%, stranger level. Ha, what's going on? Su Yuen froze, suddenly feeling her vision become blindingly bright, so dazzling it actually stung her eyes. Then, what is this? Su Yuen looked at Jiang Yang's bewildered expression, then back at the eye-searing rectangular frame hovering above his head. Name, Jiang Yang. Special attribute, Management, SSS tier. Management, with full bonus from this special attribute, earn the title Master of Time Management with up to 100% management capability enhancement. Side effects, none. Current trust level, 1%, Stranger tier. What's this, a time management master? Su Yuan stared in surprise at the sudden appearance above Jiang Yang's head. Dean Su, is there a problem? Su Yuan adjusted her glasses, puzzled by the SSS level, management, attribute above Jiang Yang's head. She couldn't comprehend what it meant. It had appeared out of nowhere. A supernatural phenomenon? Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before asking. Jiang Yang, do you feel anything unusual right now? Jiang Yang showed slight confusion. Is this some kind of hint? Su Yuan sought his blank expression, completely clueless about what had happened. She responded with an amused smile. Nothing at all, she said. Jiang Yang, you should go back first, concerning this matter. The Academy will conduct a comprehensive investigation and ultimately give you a reasonable response. That is, before any wrongdoing has occurred. Any hasty answer could lead the situation toward an unfortunate conclusion. If there are any problems, I'll figure out a way for you. Trust progress plus 1%. Current progress, 4%. Jiang Yang knew that since this matter involved the school principal, it definitely wasn't something the dean could resolve so easily. Thank you, Dean. Should I head back first then? Good. Go now. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Watching Jiang Yang rise to leave, the blinding golden light in the room moved with her. So what exactly does this frame mean? Su Yuan was extremely intrigued by the SSS level panel above Jiang Yang's head, though she still didn't fully understand what administrator truly signified. But it's predictable. This doesn't seem simple at all. Jiang Yang, Su Yuan suddenly called out. Jiang Yang turned back with a questioning look. Su Yuan rested her chin on one hand, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she looked at him. Don't worry, I'll help you figure something out. Eat well. Ah, okay, I will. Jiang Yang didn't understand what was going on, hesitated for a moment, nodded, then left. Watching Jiang Yang leave, Su Yuan smiled slightly. What an adorable little fellow. Jiang Yang favorability progress plus 1%, currently at 5%. It's gone up again? What an amusing little man. Su Yuan was deep in thought when the office door suddenly knocked again. Hastily gathering her scattered thoughts, she watched as faint blue light seeped through the door crack. He called out faintly, "Come in." The next moment, Zhao Zijian actually squeezed his way in. "Professor Zhao, is there something you need from me?" Spotting Zhao Zijian, Su Yuan asked with neither warmth nor hostility in her tone. Zhao Zijian had obviously come to gather information. "Dean, Professor Zhang's situation shouldn't be too serious, right? Why would you care about that?" Su Yuan asked with a slight frown, but her gaze was fixed on a blue frame hovering above Zhao Zijian's head. Name, Zhao Zijian. Special attribute, political career, Class C. Political career, with maximum trust level, gains 20% career boost. Side effects, lifespan minus 10%, health minus 10%, energy minus 10%, gains negative effect, bogged down by trivial matters. Looking at the pile of side effects floating above Zhao Zijian's head, just a glance was enough to make one's scalp tingle. In comparison, Jiang Yang's side effects had simply displayed none earlier. And that was SSS tier, no less. Why is this only C tier? Su Yuan listened for a while to Zhao Zijian's various inquiries about Jiang Yang, all voiced under the pretext of concern, but she still knew exactly what was going through Zhao Zijian's mind. Why do you care about this? Zhao Zijian chuckled, then tentatively asked. Dean, Jiang Yang won't be expelled, right? What's it to you? Mind your own business, this doesn't concern you. Su Yuan replied coldly. Zhao Zijian knew he wouldn't get anything out of the dean, but he could still make an educated guess. Could Jiang Yang actually be expelled? Zhao Zijian felt a trace of pride in his heart. Contract workers will always be just contract workers. Without proper permanent status, won't this still fail in the end? Jiang Yan walked back to the office and had already sent another message to Tong Shangling along the way, asking what was going on, but that young girl still hadn't replied to his message yet. Professor Jiang, what did the dean call you over for? It shouldn't be anything serious, right? As soon as Jiang Yang returned to the office, her colleagues immediately expressed their concern, with Bai Ji casting an especially worried glance her way. I dunno, shouldn't be a big deal. If Tong Shangling just gave an explanation, wouldn't this matter be easily resolved? Then again, perhaps not, who knows what that young girl's family is thinking. Surely they wouldn't try to eliminate me completely just because I had a meal alone with their daughter? Since coming to this school, I've encountered all kinds of temptations time and again. But it's still impossible to guard against them all. Really? Bai Ji pressed further with a question. It shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Yang replied, but the familiar, irritating sound immediately came from outside. Teacher Jiang, the situation doesn't look good. Dean Su said there's a high probability you'll be expelled from the college? Zhao Zijian had already appeared at the doorway. He wouldn't let slip any opportunity to strike at his rival in love. In his view, Jiang Yang merely had the advantage of good looks, nothing more. Couldn't even compare to a fraction of him. Expelled? Hearing this, the crowd frowned slightly, but upon reflection, it didn't seem surprising. After all, Jiang Yang was merely a contract worker, the institution's official positions had long been snatched up by others. Can I wait for him? Professor Jiang? The dean said that? Bai Ji quickly asked. Before Jiang Yang could respond, Zhao Zijian interjected from the side. After all, this is highly inappropriate. Teachers should maintain a certain demeanor, and what's worse, this incident was posted online to protect the school's reputation. We can't keep tolerating such incidents happening repeatedly, can we? Besides, Teacher Jiang is informally employed by the system after all, that's already putting her at a great disadvantage. Teacher Zhao, if you don't speak, no one will mistake you for mute. Bai Shi retorted without hesitation, looking at Jiang Yang as she asked. Professor Jiang, did the dean really say that? Jiang Yang shook her head. No, the dean only said this matter needs further investigation before reaching any conclusions. What's the point of drawing conclusions? What's the point when you can't even understand the meaning behind such words? That means it's highly likely you're fired. Professor Bai, tenure is hard to come by. Zhao Zijian's undisguised scolding of Bai Ji and blatant favoritism towards Jiang Yang had gone beyond subtle jabs, he was now outright attacking. It's alright, Teacher Jiang. If you get fired, that just means there's something wrong with this school, then I'll quit too. At worst, we'll just find another place to take the exams again. Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 5%, current progress 45%. Bai Ji's unconditional support genuinely moved Jiang Yang. Of course, he was confident he could pass the recruitment exams elsewhere through his own abilities, but it absolutely cannot be the reason of being fired. Jiang Yang stood up, walking towards Zhao Zijian standing at the door, said calmly, Teacher Zhao, as a contract worker, I'm fully aware my job isn't as stable as yours, and it's normal for me to easily become the scapegoat. But by the same token, being a contract worker means I don't have as many constraints either. Professor Zhao, surely you're not some saint who never makes mistakes, nor an Iron Man who never gets hurt or sick? Of course, I don't mean anything by it, just showing concern for you. Take care of your health and safety. Especially when traveling, be careful not to lose more than you gain, alright? Jiang Yang said with a smile. In Zhao Zijian's eyes, though he wanted to speak harsh words, his heart was uneasy. Despite Jiang Yang's youthful appearance, his robust physique and muscles were faintly discernible. A contract worker with no restrictions whatsoever. Zhao Zijian didn't dare to take the gamble. After all, his sunk costs were much greater. Professor Zhao, hurry to your class. Zhao Zijian was seething with resentment, utterly perplexed that Bai Ji could actually mention resigning for Jiang Yang's sake, and that Jiang Yang fellow too. Daring to threaten him? Way to be fired. With a parting threat, Zhao Zijian walked away, though his so-called threat carried neither sting nor weight. Thank you, Professor Bai, but I think there shouldn't be much of a problem. Angelica nodded. She didn't really care where they went, as long as Jiang Yang was with her. But Jiang Yang seemed to be in a bad mood. Should she comfort him a little, maybe give him some perks? Bai Ji looked down at the buttons on her blouse, considering the idea. Chapter 11, Simple? A simple relationship? At this moment, Su Yuan was most focused on figuring out what the frame above this person's head could possibly signify. As a perfectly ordinary individual, she had heard and witnessed plenty of bizarre and unusual stories over the years, but this was truly the first time she'd encountered something like this. She kept thinking about that golden frame above Jiang Yang's head. I couldn't help but feel tempted to investigate further. As soon as Zhao Zijian left, I rushed out the door to look. Everyone had a floating frame above their heads, and at first glance, all I saw was a sea of green, pale green, light green, dark green, all labeled D, D-, D+, and so on. Moreover, the D-grade colors vary in depth and shade. Su Yuan believes that some people's frames actually couldn't even reach the D-grade level, but since the frame's lowest setting is D-grade, that's what gets displayed. So at a glance, she sees a verdant sea of green. Even blue is pitifully rare. She did notice a few, all without exception being upper echelons from the academy, familiar faces. Yet what hovered above their heads was merely blue. C rank. This indicated it would hardly be of help to her while carrying numerous side effects. To ascertain the true meaning behind these ratings, Su Yuan believed it necessary to observe those conventionally regarded as higher status individuals, to see how they fared. She happened to have a social engagement to attend, though not with people from the university, but with chairpersons of major corporations. It was quite normal for the school to have connections with some local companies. In the past, she had always detested these kinds of gatherings, but now, the circumstances were different. When she arrived with entirely different intentions and mingled with those billionaires, even multi-billion-dollar company chairpersons, Seeing the purple, even red panels floating above their heads, she couldn't help feeling waves of astonishment. Purple represents B grade, red represents A grade. The special attributes are basically wealth, fame, status, honor. But the side effects are also blaringly obvious, each practically like an 800-word mini-essay. The data of a billionaire group CEO is actually only A grade, and with such obvious side effects. Thinking about John Yang's SSS level side effect-free panel. Special attribute, management. Though the description only reads time management master, making it sound like just an efficiency booster. But, it's an SSS level thing. Could it really be just about improving efficiency? Su Yuan didn't see it that way. From this perspective, that lovely little fellow Jiang Yang seemed even more interesting. Could he have some powerful background? Su Yuan pondered thoughtfully, should she call him over for another chat? Professor Jiang, what's your relationship with that Tong Shangling? Jiang Yang was still wondering why that girl Tong Shangling hadn't replied to his message for so long. Was it due to her health condition? He couldn't figure out if she had developed some health issues after returning home yesterday, which might be why she couldn't reply to his message now. But as a counselor, one must still fulfill one's duties. Hold class meetings, communicate various documents, encourage students to participate in competitions, then handle students' trivial matters. The agricultural marketing competition was an important task. Mu Yuding formed a team of 6 people herself, representing marketing class 2 in the competition. Having one team from the 2 marketing classes was sufficient. As for business administration, there were various competitions like the analysis competition, data competition, and finance competition, mostly organized by enterprises and schools. Apart from substantial funding, there are also employment and internship opportunities, which explains why students there are much more enthusiastic about participating in competitions. However, from his perspective, the employment rates for graduates of these 2 majors aren't very promising. The thought struck him, these employment rates would ultimately affect his performance as a student counselor too. He sighed slightly. What's more, some students seem to have ulterior motives. Just take the current situation for example. Mu Yuding stood with her hands on her hips, speaking in a low voice while pouting with obvious concern. Everyone at the academy is spreading rumors about you and that girl named Tong Shangling having an unusual relationship. Teacher, hurry up and tell me, those are just rumors, right? Student Mu Yuding, you're absolutely right, those are all just rumors. It's all just hearsay. We're simply teacher and student, nothing more. Mu Yuding frowned slightly upon hearing this. Simply a teacher-student relationship? How naive. We're just being innocent here. Jiang Yang said. Mu Yuding narrowed her eyes at these words. That means it's anything but innocent. Mu Yuding, how many times must I tell you? Put your mind on the right path of studying, not on these crooked shortcuts. Teacher, because of these rumors, I'm now facing expulsion from school. Do you understand? If you're still entertaining these groundless thoughts, that would mean hurting me, your teacher. Jiang Yang said solemnly. Mu Yuding was quite surprised to hear this. Really? Are you going to be fired, teacher? Jiang Yang nodded. It's pretty serious, isn't it? Mu Yuding shook her head. Not really. I was just thinking if you get fired as a teacher, then you wouldn't be a teacher anymore, right? Couldn't we be together openly then? Teacher, marry me. Without a word, Mu Yuding pulled out a sheet of paper from who knows where. Jiang Yang took a closer look and, damn, it was still those same few words. Marriage application. Jiang Yang was somewhat speechless. Miss Mu Yuding, could you please listen to me for a moment? I've made it clear, we are teacher and student, and that's the only relationship we can have. Yeah, I also want to have that kind of intimate relationship with you, teacher. No problem at all. Mu Yuding replied with equal seriousness. But in parsing the words too closely, Jiang Yang felt they weren't quite discussing the same thing. Calming down, he patiently explained to her. Student Mu Yuding, it's perfectly normal to date in college. Who you choose to date is entirely your freedom. But that doesn't include your teacher here, understand? Mu Yuding blinked. Teacher, you say you're the teacher here. Then what about your establishment quota? Teacher, what about your big establishment quota? Can you show it to me? I want to see your big establishment quota, teacher. Mu Yuding shouted these words, yet Jiang Yang couldn't shake the feeling that what this young girl meant and what he understood seemed completely different. It sounded somewhat abnormal, yet somehow perfectly normal. Civil service positions, I'm already trying to take the exams. But classmate Mu Yuding, civil service positions are like golden hoops tightening around your head. They provide job security while taking away much of your freedom. Though landing a stable job these days is no easy feat. As a teacher, this is how it must be done. Understand? Hearing this, Mu Yuding nodded thoughtfully, appearing to comprehend. I've reviewed the proposal, it's well conceived and meticulously planned. Let's proceed with this draft of yours. Jiang Yang expressed approval for her team's marketing proposal. I might not have understood before, because every profession has its own expertise, but things are different now, with a 30% boost in wisdom. Mu Yuting nodded and asked one last question before leaving. Teacher, you want to be the great sage equal to heaven, not the heaven-poking Sun Wukong, right? Jiang Yang pondered. Well, that's more or less the gist of it. Those who haven't ascended to heaven are merely mountain spirits and demons, incomparable to the stable employed great sage equal of heaven. But teacher, wasn't the great sage equal to heaven just a horsekeeper? Celestial steeds. Those were celestial steeds, not ordinary mortal horses. But, still a horsekeeper. Jiang Yang fell into speechless silence. Alright, you're right, he was just a horsekeeper, but I really need a stable job like that. Does it matter if the golden cudgel gets rusty? Jiang Yang didn't know where this little girl got all these strange questions from, but still answered very patiently. That's correct. It doesn't matter. What a pity. That's such a waste. Mu Yuting sighed as she spoke. Jiang Yang covered her forehead, having nothing left to say. Little girl, can you now go back and focus on preparing for the agricultural marketing competition? Mu Yuting nodded her head. Jiang Yang felt relieved seeing that she finally seemed willing to drop the subject. As he watched her preparing to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something. She returned and walked up to him. Then she lifted her head. Shilu Lu. Initially, Tong Shangling had thought her plan was flawless, keeping her family in the dark about her health condition until she had nearly won over Professor Jiang. Then, she could simply pretend her illness had never happened in the first place. However, she still overlooked one issue. A 10% health bonus only alleviates the symptoms, but doesn't mean the problem is solved. Then she happily went back home, only to realize she hadn't even begun contemplating the Operation Capture Heart plan. Then suddenly I felt dizzy. When I woke up, I was already in the hospital being revived. Looking at her mother with red-rimmed eyes by the bedside and her father trying to stay composed, Tong Shangling understood. They hadn't managed to keep it hidden, her parents definitely knew. Sure enough, as her mother couldn't hold back her tears but still comforted her that everything was fine, her father also approached gently, saying the doctor advised she would need to rest well in the hospital for some time. Don't worry about the other things, but it's nothing serious. Tong Shangling didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness. On the contrary, she very naturally said to her parents, Mom, Dad, I actually already know about my cancer diagnosis. Mid to late stage, with at most a year left, right? Their daughter spoke these words with remarkable calm, as if having cancer was something utterly unimportant. Both parents stared at her in astonishment. Sweetie, how did you? I found out yesterday while getting a checkup at the hospital. Since the secret was out anyway, to advance her grand plan, Tong Shangling decided to come clean about yesterday's events with her parents. But there's no way she could mention being able to see the SSS tier special attribute above the teacher's head, because the prompt clearly warned against disclosure, otherwise she'd lose the ability to see it altogether. So she could only persuade her parents with emotional appeals and logical arguments to let her return to school, framing it as wanting to spend what might be life's final moments in more meaningful ways. Hearing their daughter speak so effortlessly and naturally about her future life plans, both parents were already in tears. Tong Shangling knew her parents were worried about her, but since she understood she had a chance to survive, she didn't feel sad in her heart. She simply comforted them by saying, It's okay, Dad, Mom, maybe a miracle will happen? I've heard that one's state of mind greatly influences illness, but of course, I'll keep taking my medicine. But I hope to continue going back to school just like before. Mother hadn't said anything yet. Father asked from the side. Shangling, what's your relationship with that teacher from your school? Teacher? Which teacher? You mean Teacher Jiang? Yes, it's him. What's your relationship with him? Tong Shangling was a bit confused. Dad, how did he know about Teacher Jiang? But she answered anyway. Teacher Jiang is a super wonderful teacher. Yesterday, he was the one who accompanied me to the hospital for my checkup. Chapter 12 Teacher. This strategy relies too heavily on modeling. Is there a problem? Tong Shangling asked. Father Tong remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Tong Shangling couldn't shake off this lingering sense of oddness. Mom, where's my phone? Upon hearing this, Mother Tong initially thought about not letting her daughter use the phone. Such devices could potentially harm her health in her current condition. But then she reconsidered, her daughter was already in this state after all, and handed over the phone. Though still somewhat lightheaded, the girl managed to unlock her own device. She opened the school's workgroup chat application. The first thing she saw was Jiang Yang's message at the very top of the screen. Tong Shangling frowned as she read the message on her phone. Then she glanced at her father, who was also slightly frowning beside her. Dad, what did you do? What happened to Teacher Jiang? Professor Jiang is an incredibly wonderful teacher. Did you do anything strange? Father Tong hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but ultimately shook his head. Don't worry, Shangling, it's nothing serious. Really? Tong Shangling didn't believe it. Her father was definitely hiding something from her. But Father Tong remained silent, only hesitating slightly before asking in turn. Shangling, what's your relationship with this Teacher Jiang? Shangling didn't hesitate at all before replying outright. Professor Jiang is such a kind person, isn't he? I really like him. Considering that she would have to find a way to win over Teacher Jiang in the future, now that her parents asked her, she decided to be straightforward and confirm it first. After all, Teacher Jiang is genuinely wonderful. He's incredibly handsome, with a strong physique and a great personality to boot. What's more, she'd already confessed to Jiang Yang that she wasn't the good girl she appeared to be. If she couldn't get him to keep it quiet, wouldn't she have to bury her head in shame every time she saw Jiang Yang from now on? As for how to keep his mouth shut, well, that would depend on Professor Zhang's skills, facing her daughter's blunt words without reservation. Originally, father and daughter still cared about matching social status, but thinking about his daughter's health condition, sorrow inevitably welled up in his heart. At that moment, whether she dated or not seemed unimportant by comparison. As long as she could be happy, that was enough. Any problem with that? Tong Shangling asked. Father Tong shook his head. It's nothing, as long as you're happy. So you agree then? Tong Shangling widened her eyes and asked eagerly, their consent is really important. Tong's parents exchanged glances. What else could they say in this situation? Seeing her parents nod, Tong Shangling said joyfully, don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'll definitely live well. And what's more, I truly believe in miracles. Initially, the couple had been deeply worried that their daughter might not be able to handle the news of her illness once she learned about it. Such is the nature of sickness. Often, upon learning of their condition, many people deteriorate physically much faster than anyone could have anticipated. Perhaps expecting a year, but in reality, it might all be over in just a few months. They couldn't fathom how their daughter managed to remain so optimistic. Moreover, she wasn't the least bit discouraged by it, but they believed so. This probably had something to do with that teacher Jiang she mentioned, right? Even though Jiang Yang knew he was completely innocent. But things took an unexpected turn. The news of his impending expulsion from school spread like wildfire across the college. Jiang Yang didn't even need to think to know exactly who was behind the rumors. Jiang Yang frowned. He thought to himself how difficult it had truly been to secure this major position. It was like Sun Wukong begging the Dragon King of the East Sea for a weapon. The golden-hooked rod brings all desires true, as everyone knows. No matter how deep the sea, it can stir up whirlpools, but one must possess the strength to wield such power. Just as he wondered why Tong Shangling hadn't replied to his message, his phone immediately received a long voice note from her. The girl's voice still sounded faint and weak. She fainted as soon as she got home, and then there was no message from him. She had already explained the misunderstanding to his father, and now everything was fine. Sorry, Teacher Jiang, for causing you trouble. What a strong girl, Jiang Yang thought to herself. Although she nearly caused a professional crisis for herself, it was an innocent mistake by the young girl, and it actually proved one thing. That is, being too close to a beautiful young girl indeed brings trouble. Professor Jiang, going to the cafeteria for lunch? Eating out was an exception. The cafeteria was the everyday norm. She stood up and asked Jiang Yang. With the matter resolved, her heart felt lighter. Nodding, she stood up and agreed. Sounds good. Wait a moment, let me gather my things. Angelica suddenly seemed to remember something and bent over to organize something on her computer. Jiang Yang swore she didn't mean to look, though the view was indeed quite good. A breathtaking view. The mountaintop where the divine needle stabilizes the sea stood. But now she found herself unsure whether she should remind her. However, before 10 seconds had passed, Angelica straightened up again. Alright, let's go. Time to eat. Jiang Yang nodded. Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 1%. Current progress, 46%. Jiang Yang had originally intended to remind Baiji, but seeing how Baiji naturally buttoned up, she sighed in relief. No awkwardness, even better this way. Noticing the 1% increase in the strategy progress bar above Jiang Yang's head, Baiji curled the corners of her lips into a faint smile. It seems my strengths can still prove valuable after all. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Jiang. But before she could reach the door, a voice came calling. Jiang Yang recognized it immediately, and sure enough, Mu Yuding came bouncing over with light, skipping steps. Hello, Teacher Bai. Angelica nodded slightly, looking at Mu Yuding before her. There were some things she didn't know how to express, but it was pure intuition. Mu Yuding was definitely not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Professor Jiang, I have a question I'd like to ask you, Mu Yuding said to Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang thought this young girl's intentions might not be entirely pure, but then again, perhaps they were completely innocent after all. Classmate Mu Yuding, Professor Jiang and I were just heading to the cafeteria. Unless it's urgent, maybe you could come back with your question later? Bai Ji was the first to respond. Mu Yuding felt a little regretful upon hearing this, but then said, Professor Jiang, Professor Bai, may I join you for lunch? That way, after we eat, I can have my questions answered by the teachers. Wouldn't that work out nicely? Angelica had every reason to believe this is her true intention. Is this okay? Mu Yuding blinked and asked. Right now she was like the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea waiting for Sun Wukong to arrive, anticipating how he would turn the Dragon Palace completely upside down. Without a doubt, she thought that Teacher Bai undoubtedly had the same intention as her. But the magic needle *1, Monkey King *1, can't let it go. Seeing Jian Yang about to refuse, Mu Yuding quickly put on a pitiful expression. Teacher. Jian Yang simply couldn't take it anymore. Alright. It was just a meal after all. Mu Yuding beamed with joy, and Bai Ji had no objections either. Before fully understanding the background of this young girl, making rash moves would be a very unwise approach. In the office, Jian Yang was accompanied by two beauties, one on either side, a stunning beauty and a charming young lady, with rumors swirling about yet another. Even though Jian Yang was just a contract worker, his lifestyle was enviably good, making his colleagues green with envy. Professor Jiang, you're truly blessed. Yeah, this strategy really relies too much on modeling. Teacher, tell me, isn't there any other way besides suffering through modeling like this? Yes, there is. There is indeed. It just takes a bit of skill to handle. Operational techniques? What operational techniques? Literal meaning. Action. Technique. As the current talk of the campus at the academy, Jian Yang is quietly becoming one of the school's rising stars. The amount of attention she attracts while walking around is still a bit too high. The school has more than one department and more than one cafeteria. Students from different departments typically eat at whichever dining hall is closest after class. With two beautiful girls on either side already drawing plenty of eyes, having Jian Yang, the center of attention, sandwiched between them, she'd become famous indeed. But it seems not to be a good reputation. Isn't this the counselor from the business school? So impressive? Didn't she just get involved in a scandal? It doesn't look like it affected her at all. Look at her perfect modeling credentials. In my opinion, it's not just about modeling, there must be some behind-the-scenes maneuvering too. It seems I've become somewhat famous. Do you two mind giving me some space? Jian Yang asked. Bai Ji and Mu Yuding said in unison. No. Because she acted too decisively, the two exchanged a glance before hastily looking away. They would never leave in their eyes at that moment. Jian Yang was entirely enveloped in a golden glow, especially the radiance above her head, which practically shone as bright as the sun. And when they glanced at others around them, a lush green expanse. How can any CD compare to SSS? Jian Yang's favorability plus 3%. Current conquest progress 33%/49%. Both girls simultaneously received notifications about the progress increase in their Jian Yang romance route. Mu Yuding could also sense that Bai Ji was behaving unusually. One of them secretly wondered, I wonder how far along her romance route has progressed. Could her intelligence bonus be higher than mine? If we're talking about cunning, since I'm not as smart as her, wouldn't I lose then? The other was thinking, could her luck stat be higher than mine? Luck is such a mystical thing, even the smartest people can't withstand its power when it swings against them. Even Zhuge Liang couldn't do it. But then it occurred to me, SSS rank Jian Yang. It shouldn't be that easy to conquer, right? Upon reaching the cafeteria, Mu Yuding's eyes rolled mischievously as she asked first, Teacher, what would you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. Jian Yang refused without hesitation. No need, everyone should buy their own food. Bai Ji smiled faintly at Mu Yuding. Classmate Mu, why don't you sit here and save our seats for us? What would you like to eat? Teacher Jiang and I can buy it and bring it over for you? Mu Yuding similarly refused without even thinking about it. It's alright, teacher, I'll get my own food. What about the seats then? It's fine, there are so many seats here, we'll never fill them all. Teacher, if there aren't any seats left, you can just sit on my lap. I'll hold you, or you can hold me, just don't let me get cramped, that's all. Jian Yang pretended not to hear, rubbing his nose. I'm going to get food. Chapter 13, Teacher, Experience is the best teacher. Revised version. You're quite skilled at conversation, aren't you, young lady? Bai Ji hadn't expected this. So this is how Mu Yuding normally chats with Jian Yang? It seems my own conversation style is comparatively more reserved. Pretending not to have heard anything, Jian Yang found an empty seat and sat down after ordering. The cafeteria was crowded at the moment, but fortunately, there were still enough seats available. Fame comes with its own troubles. Normally, time would fade everything, but Jian Yang believed his reputation wouldn't vanish with time. With two girls flanking his left and right, it was nearly impossible not to be noticed. Having such stunning looks might not actually be such a great thing after all. Teacher, I have a question for you. Mu Yuding sat beside her, fiddling with her phone when she abruptly asked, What is it? Look, which of these colors do you prefer, the black one or the white one? Jiang Yang took a closer look. The glaring image on her phone was none other than the shopping cart in the shopping app, and the items added were unmistakably stocking sets. Though it was midsummer, girls embracing a little more freedom in their wardrobe choices was hardly unusual. Note, strictly followed the rules, retained the original paragraph count and avoided explanations. The casual flow and informal tone of the original were preserved, including the abrupt discovery of leggings in the cart. But why ask him this question? I don't know. I'm not interested in these things. Oh, so teacher, you prefer the original leather. Then I won't buy it. Mu Yuting murmured thoughtfully to herself. What kind of interpretation is this? Jiang Yang wondered. In that case, I'll need to take even better care of my legs, and always apply sunscreen before going out. Otherwise, they'll tan very easily. Teacher, which scented sunscreen do you prefer? Does this scent smell fresher, or more intense? Jiang Yang listened to Mu Yuting's words, afraid that others around might hear. Classmate Mu Yuting, this is your own matter. Could you not discuss these things with me? Teacher Bai is right here, why don't you talk to her instead? And what's the deal with sunscreen needing to have a scent? Mu Yuting looked at him puzzled and asked. Teacher, aren't you going to eat it? Who on earth would eat sunscreen? Jiang Yang sighed helplessly and asked in a low voice. I didn't say to eat sunscreen. I'm talking about legs. Aren't you gonna eat any? Still not eating that either. Jiang Yang said with even more certainty, feeling that his decision to allow Mu Yuting to have dinner with him was undoubtedly the worst mistake he could have made. Professor Jiang, are you really not interested in legs? Bai Ji suddenly asked from the side. Hearing this, Jiang Yang froze, looking at Bai Ji, who was brimming with curiosity beside him. Professor Jiang, I don't mean anything else by it. What I'm saying is, if you're not interested in legs, what would you prefer instead? Face, waist, or something else? For example, Bai Ji hadn't finished speaking, but Jiang Yang could already anticipate that whatever came next would be shocking nonsense. Fortunately, the moment was interrupted. Order number 26. My food's ready. Jiang Yang immediately stood up and went to the counter to retrieve the meal, leaving the two girls staring at each other in silence. Mu Yuting looked at Bai Ji beside her, and Bai Ji returned her gaze. Mu Yuting knew that Bai Ji must also be aware of what she was thinking at this moment. Both of them shared the same objective, but now there was a question, could mutual repulsion arise when their goals aligned? You can see it too, right? Bai Ji suddenly asked. Mu Yuting deliberately replied. See what? I don't understand what you're saying, teacher. What could I possibly see? Teacher, do you have X-ray vision? Just from this exchange, Bai Ji could be certain that Mu Yuting could definitely see. Classmate Mu Yuting, Professor Jiang isn't someone who can be easily won over. If it were that simple, such top-tier data wouldn't be worthy of him either. Just going straight at it head-on is useless. That would only slow down progress, nothing more. Mu Yuting certainly understood what Bai Ji was implying. She said nonchalantly. Who says so? I think the teacher likes me just fine this way. Besides, I've always been like this, and nothing has gone wrong yet. As long as I persevere, one day I'll achieve my wish. Where there's a will, there's a way. Mu Yuting said earnestly. Of course. Effort and iron rod represent two different people. She's kung fu. In my opinion, what teacher Jian wants most right now is a permanent position. Once she actually gets that permanent position, won't it become even harder? Teacher Jiang still cares a lot about having a stable job. Is that even a problem? If we can win over Professor Jiang, what's a mere official position worth? She knew perfectly well which was more important. Bai Ji didn't respond, the reasoning was sound. If they could conquer Jiang Yan, what significance did a trivial bureaucratic position hold? The meal couldn't be described as uneventful, it was more like navigating stormy seas. After Su Yuan gained a rough understanding of the weight behind Jiang Yang's SSS level special attribute, she quickly returned to school. Trying to increase that little guy's affection meter, huh? Playing with a fountain pen in her fingers, Su Yuan felt somewhat at a loss about how to proceed. That little guy is quite adorable, but how do I increase his affection level? Su Yuan leaned back in her chair, pondering slowly. This sort of thing wasn't her strong suit at all. Yet she was dying to know what that SSS grade special attribute actually did. This is a paranormal incident. A promotion and raise? It's possible, but it would be too blatant, and we'd have to go through the proper procedures. Upon careful consideration, she realized that aside from getting a promotion and raise, she didn't seem to have any other usefulness, and moreover, within the system, using power for personal gain easily drags both parties down. Otherwise, there seemed to be only one solution left. Well, putting aside other considerations, she had always been quite satisfied with how well she maintained her figure. But after all, age is catching up with me here. Turning into an old auntie now. Just as Su Yuan was thinking this, a knocking sound came from outside the office. It was Blue. Come in. The next moment, Zhao Zijian walked in with a shameless grin on his face. Director Su. Su Yuan noticed it was Zhao Zijian, and the matter she had been pondering suddenly became clear. Her eyes flickered slightly. Ask, got a minute? Zhao Zijian quickly stepped inside. Facing the elegant yet stern gaze of Dean Su Yuan, he immediately lowered his head and asked quietly, Dean, I came to ask, has the decision on Professor John's case been finalized? Su Yuan gracefully crossed her legs. Her red lips pursed slightly. You seem quite concerned about this? She knew Jiang Yang's situation well and would do her best to protect him regardless of whether she'd noticed the SSS level attribute above his head or not. Moreover, she had received confirmation that the investigation into Jiang Yang's matter had been concluded. Jiang Yang is completely innocent. Seeing Zhao Zijian's keen interest in inquiring about Jiang Yang's situation, she wasn't oblivious to what he was thinking. It was nothing more than stirring up trouble, hoping to get Jiang Yang fired. What's the point of it? No matter how hard you try, no one is popular. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijian couldn't wait to add fuel to the fire. Dean, our faculty has never encountered such a situation before. Although Professor Zhang's recent work hasn't shown any problems, but Professor Jiang is currently only under contract with the college, yet he's already entangled in ambiguous relationships with both students and faculty. This has damaged the reputation of both the college and the university. What if he becomes an official university employee later? Wouldn't that be like letting a wolf into the house? Zhao Zijian was fanning the flames. He genuinely wanted to kick Jiang Yang out of the college. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Zijian's incessant accusations with a faint smile playing on her lips. Just as she was feeling drowsy, a pillow appeared. She had been wondering how to win over that little fellow. Hearing this, she only needed a brief moment of contemplation before forming a plan. Deliberately furrowing her brow, she nodded and said, Professor Zhao, you do have a point. Professor Jiang has indeed become somewhat excessively popular among students and young faculty members at the institute. Originally, this wouldn't be an issue, but a school is a place for teaching and nurturing. Work is work, and personal life is personal life. Professor Jiang clearly fails to separate work from personal life. Such unhealthy tendencies truly shouldn't be allowed to spread within the school. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Zijian, his heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly replied, Indeed, Dean, this is for the sake of the institute's reputation. Moreover, Professor Zhang's issue this time is truly quite serious, and it's already widely discussed within the school. Therefore, Dean, we must nip this unhealthy trend in the bud. Su Yuan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, as if approving of his suggestion. What's the school's stance on this? They're also considering handling this matter seriously, and if the allegations are confirmed, they'll deal with it severely. So there's a high probability teacher Jiang will be fired. Is that what you're saying? Zhao Zijian couldn't wait to ask. Su Yuan watched as Zhao Zijian slowly fell into the trap. There's no definitive conclusion yet, but it's currently under discussion. A comprehensive assessment will be made later before deciding whether to dismiss or not. But I certainly don't want to see this unhealthy trend spread further. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijian grew even more excited. Wonderful. If that's the case, then it's truly excellent. Rest assured, Dean. As a teacher, leading by example goes without saying. Naturally, I despise this kind of unhealthy trend the most. Then Dean, I'll take my leave now? Very well. Off you go, Professor Zhao. Su Yuan nodded slightly, watching Zhao Zijian depart with a faint smile. Zhao Zijian had gotten an 80% answer from Su Yuan and couldn't wait to share this good news with Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang had just finished dinner when he realized Mu Yuding's so-called asking questions was all just joking around. Her goal had never been to ask questions in the first place. Teacher, do you really not like black stockings? Or white ones? Or could it be that you actually prefer other non-standard types? Student Mu Yuding, I am your teacher. Jiang Yang said with great helplessness. You're a counselor. A counselor is essentially a life advisor, existing to solve students' problems. Doesn't my current issue deserve your help, teacher? Mu Yuding asked. Jiang Yang didn't know what to say either. The more he refused, the more determined this young girl became. If you really want to know what type I like, you'd better demonstrate it through actions. Practice brings true knowledge. Jiang Yang said directly, thinking this might make the young girl back down. Mu Yuding squinted her eyes and agreed without hesitation. Alright, teacher, it's settled then. I'll keep wearing it until you're satisfied. Let's go, teacher. Bye-bye. Mu Yuding said cheerfully, bouncing away. Such endless energy in that little girl. Yet Jiang Yang couldn't help pondering. I probably haven't opened some Pandora's box that can't be closed again, have I? Professor Jiang, has Mu Yuding left yet? Bai Shi, coming out of the bathroom and not seeing Mu Yuding, asked. Jiang Yang nodded. Yes, she's gone. Professor Jiang, any plans after work today? Nothing special, just packing up and heading home. After all, he still had that unclaimed 300,000 yuan lottery ticket, and Bai Shi hadn't made any new plans. You can't rush the strategy, it needs to be gradual. Besides, she'd won 1 million yuan in the lottery. She still needed to figure out how to handle this sudden windfall of 1 million. Should she spend it all on Zhang Yang? But without a proper reason, he probably wouldn't accept it. Angelica was deep in thought. Jiang Yang packed up his belongings, said his goodbyes at school, and eagerly rode his bike to the nearest lottery center. The prize of 300,000 is already quite sizable. He had already prepared everything necessary for claiming the prize. After being warmly received at the lottery center, the tax deduction and bank cashing process went smoothly, all completed within 2 hours. Nearly 240,000 yuan in hand. As a contract worker, this was close to what he could barely save in 3 years. Combined with his existing savings, he now had over 400,000 yuan at his disposal. It won't be long before I secure the school's permanent position. Then I'll truly be free from worries about food and clothing. Chapter 14. After your breakdown, how disgusting. With grain in the sack, no fear in my heart. With 400,000 in savings, Jiang Yang felt a newfound confidence. The moment she arrived at school, she sensed something was off. Spotting Zhao Zijian by the office door, Jiang Yang wasn't the least bit surprised. Leaning against the doorway with a half-smile, she watched him calmly. You must have eaten shit, laughing so smugly. In the past, Zhao Zijian would have been furious, but now he could hold it in. Jiang Yang, you're about to get fired, you know that? Jiang Yang responded with a hum and a nod. I understand, and I appreciate all your hard work gathering all sorts of information for me every day. It must be quite troublesome for you. Zhao Zijian was quite displeased with Jiang Yang's indifference. Jiang Yang, don't think that just because a few students admire you, you can stay at this school. The school already knows everything about your situation. Your questionable behavior is now known throughout the entire school. After causing such a big scandal, how can you still expect to remain here? Other than wishful thinking, I can't imagine what other thoughts you might have. You're right, absolutely right. But being too popular is something I can't help. I don't actually want to be this popular, but these things aren't up to me. Oh, I forgot. Professor Zhao, you seem eager to be popular, but what's the point? Has anyone actually welcomed you? Jiang Yang asked with a light laugh. He settled into his office chair on his own. Being a student counselor wasn't as free as being a specialized teacher. There were always plenty of trivial student matters to attend to every day. Jiang Yang, don't think Baiji's favoritism toward you gives you any right to act cocky in front of me. Without an official position, everything you say is just hot air. You're fired. That means you'll never have anything to do with Baiji again. Zhao Zijian hissed through gritted teeth in a low, menacing voice. Understood. Jiang Yang's response remained casual and indifferent, showing not the slightest concern about the matter. He had already discussed it with Tong Shangling yesterday. The girl's family indeed held significant influence and power. Come to think of it, it made sense. Tong Shangling was exceptionally beautiful, with an elegant demeanor. Could such qualities truly be nurtured in an ordinary family? The girl had explicitly stated that she had explained everything to her father and received his assurance. He won't have a problem. Now whatever Zhao Zijian says in his ear, he'll just dismiss it as a dog's bark. Zhao Zijian interpreted Jiang Yang's indifference as putting on a brave face. See if he won't panic when he really loses this job. Professor Jiang. The voice of Baiji came from the doorway. Baiji walked in carrying a blue lunchbox, her long hair simply tied into a ponytail that revealed her delicate face. She wore a neatly pressed striped shirt paired with long pants and low-heeled shoes. Her features are as delicate as a painting. She called out with a laugh. Bye, teacher, bye. Zhao Zijian gazed at the approaching Baiji with intoxicated eyes. Her elegant beauty and strong intellectual aura made her utterly mesmerizing. Teacher, bye. Jiang Yang nodded. Professor Jiang, I made some breakfast this morning that turned out quite delicious. I packed it in a thermal container. Would you like to share some with me? Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. Sure. Baiji dragged her chair over and sat directly at Jiang Yang's workstation, completely ignoring Zhao Zijian as if he weren't there. She casually opened the lunchbox in her hands, then placed it on the desk. The meal revealed was a feast for both eyes and palate. Beautifully sliced eggs with vibrant colors, crispy fried chicken cutlets and tempura perfectly seasoned and still steaming, neatly arranged in compartments. Fresh cherry tomatoes and a small portion of salad made with crisp lettuce accompanied rice balls. There was even a steaming hot bowl of beef and radish soup. It was evident that careful preparations had been made. For breakfast, such a lavish spread was still somewhat extravagant. Does it look quite tasty, doesn't it? Baiji asked. Central Plains Conquest progress plus 1%. Current progress 50%. Jiang Yang nodded repeatedly. It truly looked delicious. Here, chopsticks and bowls, one set for each of us. Let's eat, Baiji said. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Yang was indeed getting hungry from watching. The steaming hot food burst with aroma in his mouth, boasting an utterly tender texture. Delicious, isn't it? Delicious. Help yourself if you like it. Try this too. Jiang Yang and Baiji enjoyed their sweet breakfast without a care for anyone around, treating Zhao Zijian by their side as if he were thin air. Watching the affectionate interaction between the two, Baiji even used her own chopsticks, the one she'd been eating with, to pick up a bite of food and bring it to Jiang Yang's lips. The feeling of being cuckolded right in front of your eyes. His heart twisted with spasms of pain. Professor Zhao, do you intend to keep observing here at your place? At last Baiji lifted her head to ask. No matter how desperately Zhao Zijian had been trying to ingratiate himself earlier, he now stormed off in a fury that made his chest feel ready to explode. Professor Bai, provoking him like this might have negative consequences for you, no? It's fine. I don't care about him at all. I'm fed up with him too, this is just perfect. That's good. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. Bai Ji wasn't about to lose sight of the big picture for minor gains guarding this tremendous treasure trove. Every aspect of her life had been remarkably smooth sailing since the 30% luck boost kicked in. The feeling was simply indescribably wonderful. Right now she could barely restrain herself from gobbling up Jiang Yang all at once, though of course she probably couldn't swallow him whole. She'd need to take careful, repeated bites, slowly savoring him piece by piece. As for Zhao Zijin, useless, isn't he? Not really. With a contrasting antagonist around, winning Jiang Yang's favor became much easier for her. After breakfast, Jiang Yang quickly began preparing for the exam, seizing every moment. The world of knowledge was vast beyond measure, making time flow like water within it. With a 30% intelligence boost, all knowledge swiftly coalesced into seamless comprehension within my mind, until the phone buzzed with vibration. Jiang Yang picked it up, and her brows immediately furrowed. An expression Bai Ji across from her quickly noticed. Professor Jiang, what's wrong? There's something going on with the students. I need to rush over right away. Now, shouldn't they be in a general class right now? The 4 classes Bai Ji taught and the 4 classes Jiang Yang taught occasionally had overlapping specialized general courses. Let me check, the current class is World Economic History, and the lecturer is. Bai Ji saw a familiar name on the class schedule. Zhao Zijin. World Economic History was a mandatory general course, not particularly specialized, but it would be included in the final exams. Seeing Zhao Zijin's name, combined with Jiang Yang's reaction, she had already vaguely guessed what had happened. Professor Jiang, I'll go with you. Okay. Jiang Yang quickly agreed, and immediately the two of them went downstairs. There was some distance between the office building and the teaching building where classes were held. Jiang Yang ran ahead first. They climbed the stairs until they reached the lecture hall. Beyond the wide-open door, the room was unusually silent. As Jiang Yang stepped inside, the gazes of over 100 students from 4 different classes turned toward them in unison. Those not from his class watched with expressions of admiration at a group of students nearby, his own pupils, where an aura of tension lingered in the air even without words exchanged. His students were all standing, with Mu Yuding at the forefront, eyes wide and cheeks puffed in anger. Meanwhile, Zhao Zijian, standing in the aisle, wore a face ashen with fury. Professor Jiang. Seeing Jiang Yang arrive, the students in the class, as if finding their pillar of support, immediately called out to him. Hearing Jiang Yang's arrival, Zhao Zijian turned around and shouted angrily at him. Jiang Yang. These are the students in your class? What model students indeed, daring to talk back to a professor? What kind of student management work are you doing as their counselor? Teacher. Seeing Jiang Yang arrive, Mu Yuding quickly ran over and whispered angrily in her ear. Teacher Jiang, he must have taken the wrong medicine today. Right at the start of class, instead of teaching, he started badmouthing you, saying you've disgraced teacher ethics, aren't fit to be a counselor here, and even claimed you'll soon be fired by the faculty. I couldn't swallow my anger. Then I stood up and argued with him for a bit, and he ended up like this. Mu Yuding kept whispering in her ear, and Jiang Yang basically understood. It seemed the incident this morning had dealt Zhao Zijian quite a severe psychological blow. Now I get it. Zhao Zijian, if you're really feeling that much pressure, why don't you go to the bathroom and take care of yourself before coming back out? I used to think highly of you, but from what I can see now, you're like trying to pave a dirt road with asphalt. What do you mean? Zhao Zijian frowned at him. Jiang Yang smiled faintly. No pebbles at all. Zhao Zijian finally grasped the meaning this time. Upon hearing Jiang Yang implying he lacked capability, he instantly exploded with anger. I lack capability? Me? Don't I have qualifications? I'm an associate professor, and you're saying I'm unqualified? You're just a contract worker, how dare you question my qualifications? Ha! Are you kidding me? Did you hear that? A contract worker dares to say an associate professor like me is unqualified. You're just a contract worker about to be fired, and you have the nerve to say I'm unqualified. Zhao Zijian widened his eyes and shouted angrily at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang gave a faint smile. If you've got what it takes, why are you falling apart? Falling apart? Am I falling apart? Zhao Zijian trembled with anger as he shouted. If you weren't triggered, why are you so worked up? Was I worked up? Am I in a hurry? Am I in a hurry? Zhao Zijian shouted at the surrounding crowd in exasperation. Any of the hundreds of students present could clearly see, with eyes wide open, that he was indeed in a hurry, desperately so. Bai Ji, who had arrived later, had already learned the entire sequence of events from her own class's students, even down to having watched the video footage. Zhao Zijian, utterly defenseless, lashed out at Jiang Yang during the public lecture, accusing her of lacking professional ethics as a contracted employee corrupting the academy's atmosphere, and declared that Jiang Yang would soon be expelled from the institution. He was then fiercely countered by the enraged students of Class 1 and 2, especially Mu Yuding, who spared him no face, mocking him for being rejected by Bai Ji, the object of his affection. Hence his furious outburst. And indeed, that was the case. This sent Zhao Zijin into a fit of rage, screaming threats about deducting participation grades in failing students, along with promises of disciplinary actions. Useless is useless. Bai Ji completely understood. Watching Zhao Zijin getting triggered and defensive from just a few words from Jiang Yang, Bai Ji walked over to Jiang Yang's side and frowned at Zhao Zijin, saying, "Zhao Zijin, it's not your fault for not measuring up to Professor Jiang, but your behavior after being triggered. Utterly revolting." Chapter 15 Suyu Yuan, I've decided to make a dramatic entrance, revised version. Zhao Zijin was already on the verge of losing control when he saw Bai Ji arrive. Though he tried desperately to regain his composure, Bai Ji's single sentence shattered what little restraint he had left. "Me? This is all his fault. I don't understand. Why do you always assume I can't measure up to him whenever this topic comes up?" Zhao Zijin pointed at Jiang Yang and asked, "What of me can't compare to him? If you're purely talking about looks, fine, I can concede that I indeed can't compare in that aspect. But can a pretty face put food on the table? Other than that face of his, what else? I'm 27 and already an associate professor. You could say I'm youthful and accomplished, right? Income, family background, personal capability. In these substantial aspects that truly matter, he doesn't come close to measuring up to me. Am I right?" Bai Ji didn't raise any questions and simply nodded in agreement. "You're right, but in my opinion, these things aren't important because I have them too." "You have one too? You having one is your business. What does that have to do with him? Isn't this quite easy to understand? Didn't he?" Bai Ji retorted. "Of course she has, and Jiang Yang will have it too." With so many people around watching and enjoying the show, each one thoroughly engrossed, as a counselor, Jiang Yang appeared straightforward and uncomplicated to the students. Having a young counselor isn't easy. How could they possibly break his heart so casually? Of course, they couldn't see the dazzling SSS level attribute shining above Jiang Yang's head, but Bai Ji and Mu Yuding could clearly see it. They guarded it like dogs protecting their food. Jiang Yang felt that Bai Ji's defense of him sounded a bit odd. Zhao Zijin didn't want to say much more at this moment. I don't understand why you're so partial to him. Or maybe he's fed you some kind of potion, but Bai Ji, you need to understand, he's definitely not a good person. Haven't you heard about the rumors between him and that student in his class? And her?" Zhao Zijin pointed his finger at Mu Yuding standing next to Jiang Yang. "And him, Jiang Yang, he's nothing but a disgrace to the teaching profession, a fraud." Zhao Zijin pointed angrily at Jiang Yang and shouted. Facing Zhao Zijin's accusation, Jiang Yang not only didn't feel angry, but even felt somewhat amused. "Hey, who said I'm ruining teacher ethics? So what if I did? Where's the proof? Evidence? Everyone in this academy who knows about your affairs is evidence now. That's good. Can you find even one person who agrees with you that I've violated professional ethics?" Jiang Yang asked directly. "How could there not be? I could easily find them if I wanted." Without thinking, Zhao Zijin turned and asked the students nearby, "Tell me, has Jiang Yang violated professional ethics or not? Speak up, isn't that right?" Faced with Zhao Zijin's emotional outburst, the students all pretended not to hear or see anything, lowering their heads one after another. The current situation was painfully obvious. The emotionally shattered Zhao Zijin was desperately trying to salvage his dignity from other avenues. But, the students are all adults now. As long as Jiang Yang's matters aren't tainted with dark undertones of coercion or manipulation, it's all about mutual consent. Nothing can be done if you can't win against it. Modeling truly can't compare. Not a single person stepped forward to speak up for him. Jiang Yang asked calmly, "Did anyone stand up for you?" No one spoke for him, nor did anyone take his side. The student's attitude made everything clear. With no one defending him, Zhao Zijin actually burst out laughing, appearing somewhat deranged. "No one speaks up for me, because they haven't seen your true colors yet. But, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, you'll be fired soon." This is what I heard directly from the dean's mouth. "You've only got yourself to blame. The school made an absolutely correct decision. You can't hide the fact that you've tarnished professional ethics by having an affair with a student. All I hope now is that when you receive the academy's dismissal notice, you can still maintain the same composure as you do now." Hearing Zhao Zijin's confident claim that Jiang Yang would soon be expelled from the school, all the students immediately turned their gazes toward him, their faces filled with shock. Was Jiang Yang really going to be expelled? While it's common knowledge that contract workers often take the fall, there's a world of difference between bearing blame and being fired with solid evidence. "Are you so certain the academy will definitely expel me?" Jiang Yang retorted. "You're just a contract worker after all. If they don't fire you, who else can they fire?" Zhao Zijin recalled the dean's words to him, suddenly feeling that all his previous breakdowns and anger appeared insignificant at this moment, utterly insignificant. Within the formal establishment, who would bother to argue with a contract worker? Then what if I'm not expelled? Jiang Yang remained calm as she asked. Zhao Zijian let out a mocking laugh. Stop daydreaming. If you don't get expelled, then someone must be blind. Unless the entire faculty is full of idiots who know you contribute nothing but trouble yet still refuse to expel you, then they're truly brainless. If you stay enrolled, then I'm the fool. Zhang Yang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What a completely meaningless threat. Whether I get fired or not, you're still an idiot. Zhao Zijian, who had just regained some composure, found his emotions spiraling out of control again. Then I'm still better than you who's about to get expelled. Zhao Zijian wouldn't let go of the expulsion matter. After all, this was news he'd heard directly from the dean's mouth. Although the dean had said it was highly probable, based on the college's usual way of handling things, highly probable meant absolute certainty. Zhang Yang's dismissal is a done deal. Who said Teacher Jiang is getting fired? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Suyu Yuan had gone to great lengths to choose the perfect moment to make her entrance, ever since Director Liang informed her about the conflict between Zhao Zijian and Zhang Yang. Suyu Yuan began to look forward to it, could only let Zhao Zijian down. But a C-grade attribute is indeed far inferior to an SSS grade 1. Besides, he was truly being somewhat excessive. It was still in the context of public courses. She had thought Zhao Zijian would provoke Zhang Yang privately instead. I never expected him to resort to such childish methods as informing on students to teachers. This left her deeply dissatisfied. The whole journey was a race against time. Just as Zhao Zijian finally uttered that central statement she'd been waiting for, her turn came. Walking into the classroom with a frosty expression. Dean, department head? Most students didn't quite recognize the dean and department head, but some did. The dean and department head both came? The students looked at Suyu Yuan with great surprise. Is this the dean? The dean is actually a mature beauty? The students were astonished. Suyu Yuan's appearance was simple yet elegant. Her slightly wavy long hair, glasses, white shirt, trousers, and flat shoes formed a plain and understated outfit. But the curves of her figure couldn't be completely concealed. Her elegant attire made her appear tall and slender, and she exuded an exceptionally distinguished air. With mature charm, slightly narrow phoenix eyes, and a strikingly seductive beauty mark beside her red lips. Compared to young girls, to young men, that kind of charm was a crushing blow from an entirely different league. So enchanting. It was so captivating that it completely stole the spotlight from the ongoing conflict. Dean, you've arrived at the right moment. Has the academy already reached a conclusion regarding Zhang Yang's matter? Suyu Yuan glanced at him and responded with a cold, indifferent hum. Her gaze looked ice cold. But in reality, she was staring at the panel above Zhang Yang's head. That golden data was blinding. The SSS tier stats were utterly mesmerizing. How did the school arrange this? Has the decision been made to expel the person who disgraced the teaching profession from the school? Zhao Zijian quickly asked. Suyu Yuan didn't speak, just strode toward Zhang Yang. The closer she got, the more she could feel the terrifying brilliance of Zhang Yang's SSS level attribute shining above his head. Dean. Suyu Yuan nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and revealing the silver stud embedded in her earlobe. She began to speak slowly. Professor Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the trouble this matter has caused you. As I mentioned previously, this concerns your situation. I wouldn't make such a decision lightly. This stems from our commitment to rigorous standards, but I never expected Professor Zhao to lose all reason and spread such groundless rumors, and then cause trouble for you. As the dean, I take responsibility for this and sincerely apologize. Suyu Yuan offered her apology. Zhang Yang's trust level plus 3%, current trust level 8%, stranger tier. Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised by the dean's attitude and hurriedly replied. It's alright, Dean. Honestly, it hasn't caused me much trouble. But I am genuinely curious about the Academy's investigation into my situation. Has there been any progress so far? Sensing Zhang Yang's increasing trust, Suyu Yuan smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, the school has thoroughly investigated, and it indeed has nothing to do with you, Teacher Jiang. With that, Suyu Yuan turned to address the students in the classroom. Classmates. These past few days, there have been online rumors about an improper relationship between Teacher Jiang and a certain student. The school has already conducted a thorough investigation. First, those photos circulating online were deliberately posted by a pursuer of that student from another school. This happened because when they were pursuing that student, even after being told the student wanted no relationship with them, they persistently refused to back down. So Teacher Jiang stopped them with words, which led to retaliatory behavior. Teacher Jiang had a meal with that student. It was because that student had some health issues and was in a bad mood, so Teacher Jiang dined with her to comfort her. According to statements from the student herself and other classmates, Teacher Jiang and that student definitely do not have the kind of relationship that's been rumored online. The claim about expelling Teacher Jiang is completely false. It's nothing but a baseless rumor. The conflict between Teacher Zhao and Teacher Jiang was their own private matter, which the school originally had no business interfering with. But Teacher Zhao, you brought your personal grievances into the classroom and openly spread rumors at the top of your voice, repeatedly accusing Teacher Jiang of lacking professional ethics. Now tell me, where has your own teacher's ethics gone? Su Yuan turned around with a solemn interrogation. For Zhao Zijian, this was absolutely an unexpected outcome. The students likewise looked at the dean in astonishment. Indeed, Teacher Jiang was innocent. What now? Zhao Zijian is really just an idiot, isn't he? Director, me? Zhao Zijian's pupils dilated as he stared at the director, whose gaze was chillingly fixed on him. He couldn't understand why the director now appeared completely different from the person he'd met before. Not a single word of explanation could be uttered from his mouth. Su Yuan began to sternly criticize him. Chapter 16 Side Effects? These are some serious side effects. Revised edition. Look at what you've become. As a professor of this institute, when you should be teaching, instead of imparting knowledge to students, you're running around spreading your personal matters. Let me tell you, those affairs you're airing disgrace your own reputation. No matter what you say, those are your private matters which I have no jurisdiction over. But if you dare spread rumors indiscriminately within this institute, damaging reputations beyond just your own, it affects the reputation of this institute or this university. Then as the dean, I cannot stand idly by. Where is your dignity as a professor? Let me ask you, when did I ever tell you to fire Professor Jiang? How many times have I said that any matter concerning Professor Jiang must undergo careful investigation by the university? Only then can we arrive at the final resolution, yet here you are, shamelessly spreading rumors and slandering colleagues. As far as students are concerned, your behavior today is what truly violates professional ethics. As for your colleagues, is your rumor-mongering and malicious slander appropriate? I initially had no intention of discussing your personal matters, but in this regard, your conduct has been utterly reprehensible. What a complete mess. Have you ever stopped to wonder why you can't measure up to Teacher Jiang? Su Yuan's scathing remarks sent Zhang Zijian's pride crashing into the abyss. Being berated like this before so many students, without the slightest hint of mercy, was utterly humiliating. The way Zhao Zijian's face alternated between sickly green and ashen pale spoke volumes. This came as a surprise to Zhang Yang. Logically speaking, in such institutional matters, it's rare to see someone being berated to the point of utter worthlessness, especially in front of so many people. But it has to be said, was it satisfying? This feels absolutely amazing. Zhang Yang's trustworthiness plus 3%, current trustworthiness 12%. Such reprimanding might have been a bit harsh, but she truly was somewhat angry Zhao Zijian actually dared to bring this matter up openly. What an absolute idiot. Zhao Zijian's shifting expression spoke volumes, his humiliation after the reprimand laid bare as he faced Su Yuan's questioning. Zhao Zijian pointed at himself and shouted, "Can't compare? What exactly can't compare to him? There's nothing I can't compare to him. Even without being fired, he's just a contract worker. My only problem is that I simply don't have a handsome face like he does." Zhao Zijian's chest heaved rapidly, fury exploding within him, yet he forcibly suppressed his voice into a deep growl. "You're wrong. Zhao Zijian, all those things you mentioned are merely externalities. Even Teacher Zhang's face, though of course that's not to say Mr. Jiang isn't handsome. I mean, Teacher Jiang has other, more important things, far more captivating ones." "What?" Zhao Zijian asked. Hearing this, Zhang Yang also looked at Bai Ji with confusion. What did she mean? Were there even more important things? Did he already know about this? "What is it?" Zhao Zijian inquired. "Do you know? Teacher Jiang is 22. 22? Zhang Yang was also puzzled. 22, what did that signify? Age? But wasn't he 24? Age? Zhang Zijian furrowed his brows. "I'm 27. While I am indeed a few years older than you, I don't think age should be an issue. Besides, is Zhang Yang really only 22? Bai Ji smiled faintly. "Do you think I'm talking about age?" "Ha, not age?" Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, slightly puzzled. What else about him could possibly involve the number 22? How come he didn't know? And what does this have to do with what Bai Ji said? What could possibly become one's core advantage? Beside them, Mu Yuding was also puzzled by Bai Ji's mention of the number 22, as were the other curious students. If 22 doesn't represent age, then what else could it possibly mean? Shoulder width? Arm length? But surely those can't be more important than having a handsome face, right? Everyone looked somewhat puzzled, but suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Number 22? Is this referring to? Mu Yuding suddenly caught on. It was such an embarrassing, heart-thumping number. But she'd never actually seen it before. Could this be real? Mu Yuding couldn't help covering her mouth as she looked at Zhang Yang beside her, though her gaze was slightly off direction. Compared to Su Yuan and Director Liang, they still didn't quite understand what Bai Ji meant by the data. The young students, after a brief moment of confusion, quickly grasped the meaning. This problem seemed impossible to solve through conventional thinking. The men and women who had reacted turned their gazes to Bai Ji, then glanced at Zhang Yang beside her. No? Then what if that's the case? Then what about Teacher Bai? Isn't that just perfect? Astounding. That's amazing, isn't it? No wonder Teacher Jiang always prefers wearing loose pants, now it all makes sense. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. So that's how it is. You're amazing. I feel like I'm only half as good as you, teacher. Then you must be really weak, huh? This core competitiveness is truly core. Teacher Bai is right, things like job titles and salaries are just external factors. With both hard work and luck, they're all achievable. Some things truly can't be cultivated through acquired efforts. What formidable core competitiveness! Although Jiang Yang didn't quite grasp it at first, as the student's gazes gradually turned peculiar, she suddenly understood. Wait, no. He quickly spoke up. Classmates, don't get the wrong idea, it's not what you're thinking. But as soon as he said it, things seemed to take a turn for the worse, as if his words only confirmed their suspicions. The classmates' meaning was crystal clear. In matters like this, it would probably carry more weight if Teacher Bai were the one to explain. After all, buyer reviews carry much more credibility than seller displays. Zhao Zijian didn't get it at first, but he soon understood. He stared at Jiang Yang with sheer disbelief. While the earlier revelations and reprimands had only made him feel dejected and angry, now, hearing the number 22, it would only drive him to despair. He knew it. It was a height he could never reach. No, a depth. The depths of a person. Even standing up wouldn't help. And once a person reaches such depths, they can never go back. Not even if they were to win her heart. He couldn't have her either. Now he was truly disheartened, his heart growing cold and numb. Su Yuan didn't understand at first, but now it dawned on her. She gave Jiang Yang a surprised glance. What an adorable little thing. Why is there such an unlovable little thing here? Jiang Yang certainly noticed Director Su's gaze too. In that momentary eye contact, he seemed to detect a tantalizing glint in Director Su's phoenix-shaped eyes. He cleared his throat softly and averted his eyes. Zhao Zijian said nothing. He left with a gloomy expression. Teacher Zhao. Director Liang shouted, but it was no use. I'll go have a talk with Teacher Zhao. Director Liang immediately spoke up and then followed along. Given the current situation, Su Yuan promptly dismissed the students and made preparations for the next class. Those who don't have class should go back to their own tasks. Today's delayed lesson will be rescheduled and made up at a later time. The students had left, but Jiang Yang felt the situation had gotten even worse. Damn it, this was worse than rumors of an affair. Professor Bai, what exactly did you just say? Are you trying to throw me into the lion's den? Bai Ji looked at him with an innocent expression. What's the problem? This is absolutely serious trouble. What do you mean by that 22-foot? I don't think you should know about this, Professor Bai, right? The 22 I mentioned is your birthday. February 2nd. Dragon raises its head. I heard people born on this day are destined for good fortune. I saw it in your records. I've always had a natural fondness for the words good fortune. So, got a problem with that? Bai Ji blinked her eyes and asked. Jiang Yang couldn't bring herself to smile. Is it a birthday? No problem, not the slightest problem at all. Then she turned her head to glance at Mu Yuding, who was sneakily eyeing her with a mischievous look. Classmate Mu Yuding, class is over. Mu Yuding let out an "oh," withdrew her gaze, and noticing Jiang Yang staring at her, stuck out her tongue playfully. Then I'll be off, teacher. Bye-bye. Then she hurriedly left. Watching Mu Yuding's retreating figure, while the little girl might usually have more than her fair share of tricks, today's matter alone should be considered. Quite good indeed. Jiang Yang affection progress plus 5%, current progress 38%. Seeing the favorability reminder, Mu Yuding giggled. She knew Jiang Yang was just being tsundere, secretly quite pleased deep down. But when the teacher just heard Professor Bai mention that number, their first reaction wasn't disbelief, it was more like the shock of having a secret exposed. Could it be, the teacher actually does have it? If that's really the case. Mu Yuding suddenly remembered a terrifying possibility. The SSS attribute on Jiang Yang's head might not be completely without side effects after all. It simply hadn't manifested itself before. If she wanted to successfully achieve full affection points with the teacher, it would inevitably accompany her own transformation process. What if Teacher Zhang really was 22? Isn't this side effect far too severe? This side effect could be lethal. Immersive translation. Professor Jiang, you don't need to worry about these matters anymore. Just focus on your own work. The school has already investigated most of the online situation thoroughly. Such matters have indeed affected your reputation. However, we've already identified the student from the neighboring school who is spreading these rumors online. The school will ensure they issue the formal apology you deserve. Rest assured about that. Just wait patiently for the results. Su Yuan spoke to Jiang Yang alone. Alright, Dean, sorry to trouble you. Jiang Yang expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Su Yuan said with a smile. Enough of that, enough of that. As a teacher at the school and the dean, I still have a responsibility to protect and maintain. Jiang Yang's trust level plus 2%. Current progress 14%, ordinary level. Management attribute bonus plus 10%. The mirth in Su Yun's eyes grew even more pronounced. With arms crossed, he gave Jiang Yang a thorough once-over. Then, I'll head off first, little one? Alright, director, take care on your way. Jiang Yang nodded, feeling that the dean's parting words, little one, were loaded with profound meaning. Immersive translate. Chapter 17, a bento box? Isn't that unhealthy? Tap to urge for updates, sweeties. With a 10% bonus to management. Su Yun felt an inexplicable sensation spreading upwards from her core. It was more exhilarating than achieving smooth success in one's official career, like savoring the sweetness of a chilled mountain spring on a scorching summer day. In an instant, the jumble of thoughts in my mind became like a congested intersection suddenly guided by traffic signals, each chaotic matter. Things already done, not yet done, planned to do, hesitating over, or unworthy of doing were all neatly categorized. Everything fell into perfect order. The mind became exceptionally clear. A task not yet begun merely conceives its starting point, while all possible outcomes stretching outward, along with time expenditures, have been roughly estimated. Personal matters, work affairs, no matter how chaotic, now flow with unexpected smoothness, as if thoughts have merged onto an expressway. Su Yun's eyes sparkled. This sensation of everything flowing effortlessly felt utterly satisfying. No wonder they're called time management masters. And this is just the beginning, truly living up to that SSS tier attribute. What wealth, fame, and status are merely external things, but this directly affects her very being. She foresees that with the SSS grade, management, bonus, she'll undoubtedly navigate all matters with effortless ease. Thinking of that adorable little creature, Su Yun licked her lips, emitting soft hums through her nostrils. With one hand propping her chin, the other drew circles on the table. Little one, you naughty little one. Lie down. Victory 1, gained plus 10% management attribute. Jiang Yang strategy progress plus 1%. Current progress 51%. Two prompts simultaneously appeared in Jiang Yang and Baiji's minds. Jiang Yang couldn't tell whether this incident would prove to be a blessing or a curse for his school life. Another effortless victory? But before he could experience the effects of management, someone knocked on the office door. Teacher Jiang? Jiang Yang looked up. There stood a little girl at the office doorway, wearing a lovely wide-brimmed sun hat, dressed in a white striped sundress that revealed her fair and delicate calves, with a pair of black round-toe sneakers on her feet. Just standing at the doorway, the girl's delicate and fresh demeanor gave her an especially pitiable charm. Classmate Xiangling? Upon seeing Jiang Yang, Tong Xiangling couldn't conceal a lovely smile blooming on her face as she hurried over and called out, Teacher Jiang, Teacher Bai. Baiji nodded and looked Tong Xiangling up and down, this rumored girlfriend of his. The young girl was quite pretty, with a delicate and pitiable air about her. Baiji nodded. The other colleagues in the office also looked over curiously. The young girl was quite pretty. Modeling sure makes a difference, but come to think of it, all the students in Professor John's class are so good-looking? The students in our class. The unspoken words that followed were the utmost form of tact. Who can we blame for that? Birds of a feather flocked together. Another colleague chimed in nearby. You're saying my model is ugly? No, I didn't mean that at all. Look, I actually think there's something not entirely innocent going on between this student and Professor Jiang. Angelica also thought so. A woman's intuition is always remarkably accurate. Classmate Xiangling, why have you come back? Have a seat. Did you tell your family about your situation? Tong Xiangling nodded. I've already talked to my family about it. So has your family come to handle the suspension procedures? No, teacher. I'm back to continue my classes. I've had a thorough discussion with my family, even though the circumstances are special right now. But teacher, being melancholy about the changing seasons is pointless now, so I've decided to live each coming day to the fullest. Of course, I believe that as long as I love life, miracles might just happen, don't you think so? Looking at the young girl's optimistic expression, Jiang Yang nodded, deeply moved. To maintain such positivity despite such a heavy blow was no ordinary accomplishment. I'm relieved to hear you think this way, the teacher said. What a strong old girl she is. Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 5%, current progress, 30%, friendship level, plus 30% health attribute bonus? Watching the stats panel above Jiang Yang's head skyrocket upwards, the walkthrough progress suddenly reached 30%, and the health bonus increased from 10% to 30%, making the physical sense of relaxation even more comfortable. Tong Xiangling thought to herself that her current condition should only be at the midterm stage. After all, she genuinely felt much lighter in body. Professor Jiang is really too easy to conquer. The young girl smiled like a flower, took off her hat to reveal two tied-up pigtails beneath it, and leaned in to whisper softly to Jiang Yang. Professor Jiang, do you remember what I said last time by the rock at Yin Lake? Jiang Yang certainly remembered. But, Miss Xiangling, what do you mean? I decided, from now on, I don't want to be the good girl anymore. I want to be free. Tong Xiangling said in a low voice. A free person? What do you mean? It's simple, it means doing whatever you want. First, I've decided to brush up on health knowledge. Back in the dorm, they used to study secretly and would avoid me when chatting together. This time, I've decided to join them. Study together, communicate together, and make progress together. Zhang Yang fell slightly silent upon hearing this. Student Shangling, this is your personal matter. Honestly, you're completely entitled to make your own decision. Actually, no, teacher. This isn't a personal matter. If you put it that way? For people sharing one dorm room, yeah, that really isn't a private matter anymore. All my roommates in the dorm have boyfriends. Every weekend or when there's no class, they'd go traveling or eat out with their boyfriends, go shopping together. I always found it so fun. And, teacher, I secretly tell you, sometimes they even stay out with their boyfriends and don't come back. Then in the evening, we'd exchange experiences, competing over whose partner was more. Alright, Xianling, there's really no need to go into these matters. Dating is perfectly normal for college students like you. The debate over whether college life is better than high school life. Of course, college life is better. Mainly because most college students are already adults, they're well-traveled and worldly. High school students, on the other hand, are still somewhat inexperienced and less mature. And relationships in college? It's already very common, dating several people at once isn't even surprising anymore. So college life is definitely superior. Zhang Yang still supports it after all. There are some experiences everyone should go through. Tong Shangling nodded slightly upon hearing this, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. I also want to fall in love and try out the wholesome experiences mentioned in the health knowledge. So, teacher, will you go out with me? Tong Shangling asked in a whisper. At first, Zhang Yang could still respond with absent-minded hums and occasional nods, though the young girl's thoughts seemed to hover in a healthy superposition state, somewhere between unhealthy and wholesome. But hearing this last sentence immediately made me lose my composure. Me, fall in love? The young girl nodded eagerly, her eyes full of hope. Is it okay? Zhang Yang didn't hesitate for a second before firmly rejecting. No, absolutely, completely, definitely not. Why? Tong Shangling frowned in confusion as she asked. Teacher, is it because I'm not pretty enough? Or is it because my figure isn't good enough? That's not the reason, Xiangling. You need to understand, I'm your teacher. Zhang Yang was somewhat baffled. Did he not look like a teacher at all? Otherwise, how could he explain why these young girls kept trying to pursue relationships with him? His permanent civil service position hadn't even been secured yet. To ensure stable income for the second half of his life, he absolutely had to obtain this government appointment. At this critical moment, not a single issue can be allowed to go wrong. Tong Shangling tilted her head in thought for a moment. Teacher, is it not allowed? Of course not. This is a matter concerning character and moral integrity. No means no. But I think student-teacher relationships are perfectly normal. There are so many movies and TV shows about it, and hasn't this happened in our school too? Why can't we? Besides, teacher, wouldn't it be more interesting to recreate those healthy videos we watched if we had this kind of relationship, right? Tong Shangling looked at him with those big, delicate eyes and asked very sincerely. Wait, they actually conduct simulation drills? Then does this supposedly healthy video remain wholesome anymore? Zhang Yang suddenly felt she needed to seriously reconsider what the word healthy truly meant. Though this young girl had most likely only watched a few clips, not many at all, her situation appeared far more concerning than many who'd consumed far more content. Ordinary viewers would just entertain certain thoughts, then when their flights took off and landed, that would be the end of it. This girl hadn't watched much, but wow, she turned out to be a complete action-oriented type, didn't she? Teacher, considering I'm sick, this simple request, just to experience an ordinary romance like everyone else has. Can't any of you help me? But teacher, last time you left, you said if I needed anything, I could tell you and you'd do your best to help. Teacher, you liar. Tong Shangling pouted like a little kitten, looking at him with aggrieved eyes as she spoke. But your romance is anything but ordinary. Zhang Yang hastily interjected. Is this truly a small, simple favor? This is a huge favor, alright? Don't you think this matter is really important, young lady? It was important, but that was in the past. Tong Shangling said. Zhang Yang remained silent. Alright, given your current situation, it's true that your circumstances take precedence, but that doesn't mean this matter is unimportant. You should carefully consider how to use the time you have left. Then find someone who reciprocates your feelings before doing this, understand? Zhang Yang said. Tong Shangling looked at him, speaking in a tiny yet utterly confident voice. But I think, you're quite good as a teacher. Besides, this is something many people have acknowledged. Many people have acknowledged it? Who? Zhang Yang unconsciously pressed further with her question. There are many, like my roommate, and lots of classmates. Roommates and many classmates, their phones are usually filled with photos and videos of you, mostly taken during class meetings or other activities. Especially when you sometimes jog in the morning at school, wearing just shorts and a t-shirt. Save it for the evening. They all say you must be amazing, talking about how strong you are and how you can run for long periods, which means great endurance too. You'd make a great boyfriend. And you must be really good at cooking too. Cooking? Me? How did this even come up? John Yang was utterly confused. What did this bento mean? Sure, he had some cooking skills, but just barely, and he'd never shown them off in front of anyone. Did his students know about this? Tong Shangling nodded. Yes, they mentioned making some kind of bento, but I can't remember the specifics now. What kind of lunchbox was it? A high-speed rail lunchbox? I think the high-speed rail lunchboxes are quite delicious. So teacher, can you make bento boxes? Tong Shangling asked innocently. John Yang's mind was utterly, completely chaotic at this moment, because he suddenly realized he couldn't look at his adorable students the same way anymore. He wondered why he frequently ran into students from his class. Had he, as their teacher, failed to impart even the slightest bit of positive energy to them? Honestly, so unhealthy. Tong Shangling asked curiously, is eating boxed meals on high-speed trains unhealthy? Chapter 18. If this is the sun, then what is that? Alright, Shangling, let's not talk about this lunchbox business anymore. The most important thing for you right now is to take good care of your health. Although I know you're a very strong girl, some things simply can't be controlled by mere thoughts and determination. The help a teacher can give you has its limits. To be frank with you, I'm currently working hard to secure a permanent teaching position. A student-teacher romance would be devastating for my future prospects. So it's impossible for me to be in a relationship with you, understand? Is that so? Tong Shangling was lost in thought, while John Yang nodded very firmly. This was a crucial question, and there was absolutely no room for carelessness in handling it. So, teach, does this mean we can't date, right? Of course, absolutely. John Yang was very certain. Absolutely sure? Absolutely. Is it really absolutely impossible? Absolutely, absolutely not. No means no. Seeing John Yang reject the idea so resolutely, Tong Shangling could only heave a helpless sigh. Fine then. John Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the young girl was about to give up, but no sooner had this thought crossed his mind than Tong Shangling added, then let's skip dating altogether and get straight to practical operations. I've heard from many girls that there are actually lots of things we can do without needing formal commitment, right? Tong Shangling said with unmistakable anticipation. John Yang was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this, falling into a long silence before finally speaking. Classmate Shangling, I apologize. When you told me earlier you didn't want to be a goody two-shoes anymore, I failed to take your words seriously enough. I offer my most sincere apology. But remember this, Shangling, as a teacher, everything I do ultimately has to answer to those two words, teacher. Can you understand this? Otherwise, how about this, Shangling? Take 3 months to try and find someone you feel comfortable with. If you still haven't found anyone after 3 months. So teacher, does that mean you'll substitute then? As soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, Tong Shangling couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Yan wanted to respond, but truly hadn't figured out a solution yet, so she can only say, in short, take 3 months to give it a proper try. If by then you still have no clue, teacher will use my own methods to help you. Your own methods? What methods? Don't worry about this, just listen to me and follow my advice, understand? Tong Shangling could tell this was the teacher's stalling tactic, but she didn't care anymore. Anyway, she had time now, just wait 3 months to see what teacher Jiang would say then. Alright, then let's wait 3 months. Seeing Tong Shangling agree, Jiang Yang barely managed to relax a little. Then you go back first. If you have any questions, you can always talk to me. Of course, remember, I'm referring specifically to health-related issues. Jiang Yang emphasized. So teacher, can counselors not help students deal with psychological troubles? That's also possible. But I hope it's a healthy psychological issue. Healthy psychology? How can that be problematic? I'm talking about positive psychological challenges, ones I can resolve. Alright, Shangling, do you have any other questions? If not, you may leave first. Jiang Yang was thoroughly exasperated. Tong Shangling nodded, but she suddenly remembered something as soon as she stood up. Is there anything else? Tong Shangling leaned close to his ear and whispered, teacher, could you send me some healthy learning videos? Jiang Yang looked at Tong Shangling with great confusion. The innocent young girl stared at him with big, inquisitive eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Covering his forehead and taking a deep breath, Jiang Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. I'll send you a URL later. Just log in and choose whatever you want to watch. Remember, whatever you do, don't click on the ads up there, got it? Understood. Understood. Tong Shangling quickly agreed, her determined little expression looking utterly adorable if one ignored the topic they were discussing. Goodbye, teacher. Tong Shangling picked up her hat, waved goodbye, and then turned to leave. As soon as Tong Shangling left, Bai Ji couldn't wait to lean over and ask, Teacher Jiang, what were you two whispering about just now? Nothing, just some very wholesome activities. Wholesome activities? Bai Ji sounded doubtful. That's right, perfectly wholesome activities. Very healthy. Jiang Yang was certain this wasn't just about convincing Bai Ji, it was equally about convincing herself. The conversation they just had was perfectly healthy. Yes, utterly, unquestionably healthy. Immersive translate. Times you've won without lifting a finger +1. Gained a 30% health bonus. New trait unlocked, athletic potential. Only after returning home could Jiang Yang finally relax and examine what free benefits she had gained through sheer luck today. A 30% health boost, not bad. Jiang Yang lay in bed, his thoughts drifting uncontrollably. If only this health plus 30% could be applied to Tong Shangling. The girl seemed healthy now, yet somehow not quite robust. It would be truly regrettable if such a lovely girl were to meet an untimely end. But thinking about it, Jiang Yang recalled the website link he'd just sent her. I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing. In reality, at this very moment, beneath the quilt in the dormitory, shielded by bed curtains, the young girl is undergoing a baptism of health. For someone whose academic progress was nearly non-existent, suddenly acquiring so much study material, the sensation of having stumbled upon a whole new world made her flush with excitement. How bizarre. No. Is this really okay? The young girl had learned so much, her only problem being that her brain's capacity seemed insufficient, almost as if it were about to burn out from overload. Hey, how likely do you think that number Professor Bai mentioned about Professor Jiang is accurate? Can it really go all the way down in one step? It's hard to say for sure, mainly because no one has verified it before. But if it's true, then I think it shouldn't be bad at all. Wow, if that's true, then Professor Jiang would be too perfect, right? Amazing physique and such strong core competitiveness I can't even imagine. Gosh, just thinking about it gets me all excited. Professor Jiang? Hearing her roommates discussing something about Professor Jiang, what was it? Straight to the point? In the past, Tong Shangling would never have asked, but now, she had decided to abandon her former good girl image. So she mustered her courage and asked, are you guys talking about something regarding Professor Jiang? What's this about getting it done in one go? Can you tell me about it? The other roommates suddenly fell silent. Well, Shangling, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's just that this topic isn't very, not exactly wholesome. It's just that talking about this probably wouldn't be good for you, right? It's fine. I want to hear unhealthy stuff right now. I can handle it, Tong Shangling said without hesitation. Her roommates were all surprised. If this had happened before, Tong Shangling would have definitely chosen to give up after hearing them say that. But today wasn't like that. The three roommates huddled on one bed pulled open their curtain upon hearing this, staring at Tong Shangling on the opposite bunk, who wore an expression of certainty. The trio exchanged glances. Shangling, since when have you become so concerned about Teacher John's affairs? Could it be you have a crush on Teacher Jiang? Tong Shangling's face flushed red, but fortunately the dim lighting hid it as she shot back with a counter question. Is that not allowed? I just want to feel more included in the group. Is that okay? Wait, you guys just said Teacher Jiang is 22? 22 years old? What does that mean? The three of them chuckled softly upon hearing this, eyeing Tong Shangling up and down as they teased her with amused smiles. Shangling, are you really sure you want to know? If you found out what it is, you'd definitely be scared out of your wits. Especially for someone like you, Shangling. Why was I startled? Tong Shangling asked in confusion. Her roommates looked at the 165 cm tall Tong Shangling, though not particularly short for a girl, she appeared frail and delicate, the very picture of someone easy to bully. Actually, there was no need to overthink it. But when Tong Shangling said that, they struggled to control their imaginations of what it would be like if she got together with Jiang Yang. Ugh, that's too brutal. Alright, we'll say it then, but we agreed beforehand that you can't get mad, Shangling. I definitely won't get mad. Tong Shangling agreed earnestly. Early in the morning, Jiang Yang followed his usual routine of running 5 kilometers before heading to school. Normally, he would run on the school track, but ever since Tong Shangling had talked to him about some health matters the day before, he couldn't bear to look directly at his students anymore. But upon reflection, he realized he'd been too stereotypical in his thinking. After all, these were university students, not young children in elementary school. Besides, even young children aren't necessarily innocent and adorable. Yesterday he unlocked a new, athletic potential, entry, but he didn't pay it much attention since there was nothing he could do about it. However, with the 30% health boost, he genuinely felt his condition had improved significantly. About time. Checking his watch, Jiang Yang decided to jog back and then head to school, several hundred meters behind where Jiang Yang had departed. A girl wearing a sports bra and shorts, her wheat-colored skin glistening with fine beads of sweat, gradually came to a stop, her ponytail swaying gently. Rubbing her eyes in confusion, she looked around at the passers-by. Then she turned her gaze towards the golden glow radiating in the distance. What's going on? Did the sun rise from the west? What is that? The girl stared bewildered at a crimson sun slowly emerging on the distant horizon. Chapter 19, Becoming an Outstanding Long-Distance Runner. Old Ginger Baldy. Good morning, Teacher Jiang. As a counselor, holding class meetings for relatively unimportant matters based on certain document requirements from the school was crucially important. Hundreds of students from 4 classes had been notified and were arriving one after another in quick succession. Jiang Yang waited at the entrance as clusters of female classmates came over cheerfully to greet him. Because she had received some rather unhealthy news from Tong Shangling yesterday, Jiang Yang consciously chose to lower her approachability. On the surface, she appeared more serious, but just one greeting made her lose her composure. What the heck? Big Jianba? What is Big Jianba? Jiang Yang frowned, and the girl suddenly realized she might have slipped up. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth. Nothing, I misspoke, that's all. Just a slip of the tongue, nothing important. About DJI, that's the drone brand that can fly, nothing much. Teacher, I'm heading over first. The girls hastily explained and then quickly fled to find their seats. Crap, I slipped up just now. Will Teacher John notice something? Who told you to spill the beans? Got water in your brain or what? Don't let your stupidity ruin everyone's chance to see the counseling assistant. I know I messed up. I didn't mean to. I just haven't adjusted from seeing the counselor in that special role yet. Her roommate traveling with them scolded her in a hushed but stern voice, while the girl who had just slipped up looked utterly miserable as she tried to justify herself. Do you think it's useful? In my opinion, Teacher Jiang is already on alert. Haven't you noticed how much more serious Teacher Jiang was today compared to before? If this continues, we might not get to see any more perks from our teacher in the future. That's not right. But it's part of my duty as a counselor to help students solve various life or physical problems, ensuring their healthy development. If we lose these little perks, it would be seriously detrimental to our comprehensive health development, don't you think? What's the point of whispering it secretly to me? Go say these things to the counselor, see if he'll support you in becoming a modern-day well-digger. Jiang Yang frowned, deep in thought. De Jiang? That drone that can fly, why does it sound a bit odd? Professor Jiang, everyone in our class is here. This is the attendance sheet. Class monitor He Wei approached with a form in hand and said. Jiang Yang glanced at it, nodded, and signed his name at the bottom of the attendance sheet. Alright, got it. Thanks for your trouble. You can go back to your seat now. Sure, but teacher, speaking of which, when you were going head-to-head with that Zhao Go yesterday, you were absolutely impressive, especially at the end when the dean showed up. That was the ultimate knockout move. And what's more, the dean is actually a stunning beauty. He Wei said with great admiration. Matters between men could be both simple and complicated enough. Zhao the dog was their private, disdainful nickname for Zhao Zijin. Before this, Zhao Zijin had ducked plenty of their regular scores and even made students fail their finals. For He Wei, to earn a man's genuine admiration, one must possess true, absolute hard skills. Otherwise, winning respect from others is simply impossible. But now the situation is just right, especially for Jiang Yang as a counselor. These hard skills fit perfectly, whether as a commander in the airport terminal, or as the leader of a well-digging team that contributes the source of life. Everything seems just right to him. Teacher, I'll tell you secretly, you're quite famous throughout the entire academy now, He Wei said. Jiang Yang retorted. Is it a good reputation? Absolutely, an extremely good one, He Wei affirmed confidently. With so many female students in the academy dreaming about him day and night, how could it not be a good reputation? As for the male students, they simply wanted to learn methods for improving their modeling skills and core competitiveness. Jiang Yang believed it, not a chance. Teacher, please sign the attendance sheet. A voice came from beside her. Jiang Yang was pondering issues related to her reputation and was about to sign the attendance sheet when she suddenly sensed something wasn't quite right with her hand. The thickness of this paper feels so familiar. Looking down, I see it's the attendance sheet for Market Class 1, and to think who the person handing me this sheet might be. Jiang Yang's gaze fell on Mu Yuding, who was hiding in the crowd and deliberately had someone else bring up the attendance sheet, catching her under his watchful eye. The little girl knew she had definitely been discovered. She stuck out her tongue, trying to play it off casually. Jiang Yang was all too accustomed to Mu Yuding's attempts to slip through unnoticed. He shot her a warning glance and collected the attendance sheet. Then Jiang Yang saw a seemingly delicate and fragile young girl walk in. Though her demeanor appeared as tender as ever, Jiang Yang could sense it. Those innocent eyes had already changed. They were even slightly swollen. How long did this girl stay up reading last night? Given her physical condition, I shouldn't ask for too much. Being happy is enough. But staying up late to learn about health tips, that's actually really unhealthy. Noticing Jiang Yang's gaze, Tong Shangling seemed to have thought of something, her eyes revealing an instinctive look. Then her face flushed red as she hurried to sit with her roommate. What kind of reaction was that? Jiang Yang was puzzled. With nearly all 123 students from 4 classes present, Jiang Yang closed the classroom door, clapped her hands, and pulled up the presentation slides. Alright, students, now we'll begin the meeting. On the school's track field, the heat wave rolled in relentlessly. Come on, quickly, pick up the pace. What are you all doing running so slowly one after another? Sprint, last lap now. The coach holding a stopwatch shouted loudly at the female athletes undergoing full marathon training on the track. The 42 kilometers marathon is an event that tests endurance and willpower. The extreme difficulty of the training is beyond dispute. Although it wasn't a specialized sports academy, this doesn't mean the school lacked its own athletic department. Push harder. The coach's shouts seemed to echo right beside her ears, but after hours of marathon training, the searing burn in her lungs and the intense muscle soreness had completely overwhelmed her ability to think. Gao Longyan. Faster, go faster. Seeing the finish line right ahead, even though her entire body was already sore and stiff beyond measure, she forced herself to squeeze out the last ounce of energy from her exhausted frame, and completed the final dash across the line. Panting heavily after a quick jog followed closely behind. Gao Longyan, 2 hours 43 minutes and 16 seconds. Watching Gao Longyan stretching to cool down, the coach came over and told her the timed result. Running a full marathon in under 2 hours and 43 minutes is already a remarkable achievement for high-level female marathon runners in this region. However, this achievement could only be considered decent for the region. There's improvement from last time, nearly 2 minutes faster. Gao Longyan said nothing at first, continuing her stretching exercises silently. Only after a brief pause did she calmly reply to her coach. This isn't a full marathon. If it were a full marathon, I would probably need more time than this. Of course the coach knew it wasn't a true marathon, it was merely continuous laps around the track, marathon training sessions from a former female marathon runner's perspective. The coach looked at Gao Longyan's defiant expression and inwardly sighed before speaking. Longyan, it's not that I, as your coach, look down on you, but as someone who's been through it all, I have to tell you, if you're not a long-distance runner, your physique just isn't cut out for it. It would be perfect, but unfortunately, you're not just a long-distance runner, you're a marathoner. Your physical condition really holds you back. Judging from your current performance, perhaps with more rigorous training, I could break the 2-hour, 39-minute mark and become an elite athlete, but reaching international-level elite status would be extremely challenging. You're already at level 1, practically hitting your limit. The coach spoke harshly, but competitive sports are ruthless like this. Results are the only things that prove ability. Gao Longyan's constitution determines her limits lie here. As the saying goes, sprinters are built like bulls, while long-distance runners become thin as monkeys. As a marathon runner, having curves in all the right places just doesn't suit long-distance running. Gao Longyan knew the coach was telling the truth. Without saying anything, she just raised her head and declared firmly to the coach, "Coach, I will definitely become an outstanding long-distance runner." Hearing this, the coach shook his head but remained silent. There's a regional-level full marathon competition next week. Although it's just regional, because of the substantial prize money, even national-class runners and professional marathoners will participate. Give it a try and you'll see for yourself. With that, the coach walked away. Gao Longyan watched the coach's retreating figure, the fire in her eyes never dimming. She knew perfectly well her potential was right here, yet her gaze now held something else, something unnecessary. Name, Jiang Yan. Special attribute, ultimate breathing, grade B. Attribute description, when affection reaches 100%, receives ultimate breathing enhancement, improving body's oxygen-carbon balance efficiency by 100%. Side effects, joint lifespan -15%, disease resistance -15%, disability risk +15%. Current favorability, 60%, trust level. Special attribute bonus, 60%. The purple panel above the coach's head demonstrated the gold standard credibility of a former international class marathon champion. She hadn't expected to suddenly see this thing above people's heads. At first, she didn't understand its meaning or value, but now she fully comprehends it. The art of perfect breathing, this special technique had been demonstrated by the coach many times before, but grasping it through self-study alone proved exceedingly difficult. She studied for a long time but still didn't fully grasp it. But now, simply by raising the teacher's favorability, one could directly master the breathing techniques of an international-level athlete. That would be much easier than experiencing it firsthand. Otherwise, how could her training performance today have improved so much compared to before? Being able to see this thing gave her the confidence to become an outstanding athlete. But, what exactly was that golden thing I saw this morning? Gao Longyan still couldn't understand the dense golden radiance, bright as the blazing sun, that she had encountered during her morning run. A pungent glare. Will I meet them on my morning run tomorrow? Chapter 20, Discussion, Procreation, Revised Plot Edition. After finishing conveying the school's content, the students went back to their own business. Out of concern for the little girl's physical condition and the principle of maintaining both physical and mental well-being, Jiang Yang felt it necessary to have a private conversation with her. Teacher. Tong Shangling stood before Jiang Yang, her delicate hands clasped demurely in front of her as she called out softly with a fragile timbre. Jiang Yang didn't know how to begin, but still managed to ask. Classmate Shangling, you should have already read the materials I sent you yesterday, right? Tong Shangling nodded with reddened cheeks, replying meekly. Shangling, I must remind you that healthy videos should be watched in a healthy way to maintain a healthy lifestyle. So, make sure to take breaks, okay? Jiang Yang always felt it was awkward to say such things to a girl. Tong Shangling's face turned red as she nodded with a soft Seeing the little girl so well behaved, Jiang Yang was still quite pleased. Even if this obedient demeanor might just be a facade, it didn't really matter anymore. Then you should go back. Jiang Yang also didn't know what more to say. With matters like these, a slight reminder would suffice. Delving too deep would only make things awkward. Too deep. It hurts. Tong Shangling nodded. She turned to leave, but after taking just one step, she suddenly stopped. Summoning her courage, she turned back to look at Jiang Yang and spoke. Teacher, I understand now why you had to refuse a teacher-student relationship yesterday. I realize you were doing it for my own good. I just didn't understand yesterday, but now I do. I think the 3-month period we talked about yesterday, it won't be necessary anymore. The little girl's sudden words brought Jiang Yang great comfort. How wonderful that she could understand his conscientious efforts as a teacher. Jiang Yang favorability plus 3%. Current walkthrough progress 33%. I'm glad you understand, Shangling. As long as you grasp it, this teacher can rest easy. Actually, Tong Shangling was too embarrassed to tell Jiang Yang that she hadn't lost sleep from watching too many health videos the previous night. At first, seeing all those things was quite exciting, but ever since I learned the secret of 22, looking at them suddenly felt rather dull. Think about myself, then think about the teacher. Using her palm, she made a slight gesture over her own stomach. The teacher truly had her best interests at heart. This really can't be rushed. We must take time to properly adapt, otherwise it would be quite terrifying. Teacher. Mu Yuding's boisterous voice rang out. Oh, Shangling, you're here too? Mu Yuding acted as if she was surprised to see Tong Shangling there. Did Jiang Yang have any idea what was really going through her mind? Mu Yuding. Tong Shangling nodded and answered, looking at Mu Yuding and Jiang Yang as she called out. Teacher, could you give us some guidance on our group work? Hearing this, Tong Shangling quickly said. Well then, teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Okay. Jiang Yang replied. Mu Yuding watched Tong Shangling leave, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes as if deep in thought before saying, Teacher, I think it's really weird. Classmate Tong Shangling's gaze towards you isn't entirely innocent, though I do believe she previously had very little interaction with you, teacher. But a woman's heart is ever-changing. Past is past, present is present. You can't treat the past as present. Perhaps after several interactions with you, Professor, she's developed some uncontrollable and not-so-innocent thoughts. Professor, you'd better be careful. Those who appear pure and docile on the surface might hide starkly contrasting personalities. The innocent demeanor is merely a hunter's disguise, for hunters always appear as prey. So teacher, you must stay alert, otherwise you're very likely to get snatched away to become an illegal well-digger. No sooner had Mu Yuding finished speaking than she received a smack on the head. Ouch! Jiang Yang looked at her expressionlessly and said, I am the teacher. Then where's your grand scheme, teacher? I'll have it soon enough. No need, teacher. You already have one, we just don't know it yet. Mu Yuding said. Jiang Yang was slightly puzzled. Oh, so you also know about the school giving me a permanent faculty position? Mu Yuding blinked her eyes. I don't know. I'm talking about what's inside your pants. Professor Jiang, have you eaten? Would you like to grab a meal together? Back in the office, Baiji asked him with a glance. Sure, Jiang Yang replied. By the way, Professor Jiang, the school is about to organize a sports meet for all faculty and students. Would you be interested in participating? During the meal, Baiji brought up a topic. I've signed up for the faculty badminton competition. School sports meet? Is there prize money? Jiang Yang asked. There's none for the student group, but the total prize money for the teacher group seems to be 200,000 yuan. Jiang Yang pondered for a moment. Then I'll try 1200 meters. 1,200 meters, huh? Angelica nodded thoughtfully, imagining Jiang Yang sweating profusely in shorts and a t-shirt, feeling inexplicably excited. By the way, teacher do you think if I got a crew cut, I'd look a little less, less conspicuous? Buzz cut? Baiji looked at Jiang Yang. To avoid standing out too much, Jiang Yang had never gotten a proper haircut, just trimmed his own hair. To play ugly? Something like that, just keep it ordinary. Baiji looked at Jiang Yang, struggling to picture him with a buzz cut. But since his 3D model was already quite handsome, maybe a buzz cut wouldn't look too bad? Sure thing, give it a try, it might work. Zhang Yang nodded, thinking that after going back today, she'd just cut her hair into a buzz cut. That way, it probably wouldn't stand out so much anymore. Then the phone vibrated. Whose message is this? The dean said I should go see him later. Zhang Yang slightly furrowed his brow. Why would the dean want to see him now? The dean? Bai Ji also seemed puzzled. Could it be about the official position? Someone retired from the college, and that leaves a vacancy. When someone retires, there's always someone to fill the spot. You're the only contract worker in the college, could this be your chance for a permanent position? Angelica immediately recalled the matter. Zhang Yang nodded. Director Liang had already spoken to him about this earlier. Possibly. But hadn't Director Liang already discussed this with him? Did the same matter really need repeating? Unless something had gone wrong. I'll go ask the dean after lunch. Okay. Bai Ji had just finished speaking when Zhang Yang quickly wolfed down his meal and hurried to the dean's office. Su Yuan didn't wait for Zhang Yang to knock. Golden light was already pouring copiously through the window cracks and beneath the door. She steadied her nerves. Come in. Zhang Yan had some doubts as he pushed the door open and entered. There, he saw Su Yuan sitting in an office chair, propping her chin with one hand while gazing at him with eyes full of charm and allure. Sit. Zhang Yan nodded and took a seat. Su Yuan remained silent, simply watching him with her piercing eyes, her fingers circling idly on the desk. What would you like to drink? Would you like some tea? I've got some good ones here. Oh, I'm fine with anything, no need to trouble yourself, Dean. Zhang Yang hastily replied. Su Yuan smiled faintly. It's alright, have a little drink. Su Yuan said as she stood up, took a wooden box from the drawer along with 2 cups, pinched a few tea leaves, and dropped them inside. She poured boiling water to rinse them briefly, then refilled the cups with fresh water. Zhang Yang quickly reached out to catch it. Director, is there something urgent? Were you looking for me? Su Yuan nodded slightly. It's because of the staffing quota issue. Zhang Yang had known it all along. Has something changed? Zhang Yang asked. If this school doesn't offer establishment positions, with his current abilities, he believed he could pass the exams for other establishment positions. It's just that after working here for some time, he'd developed an emotional attachment, so naturally it would have higher priority. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. To put it simply, there's a matter currently that makes me feel quite uncomfortable. Professor Jiang, as you know, career civil service positions have always been highly sought after. The institute has one quota for such a position. Assigning it to you would be appropriate by both reason and sentiment. This was settled after my approval, which is why Director Liang spoke to you about it. She has a good appearance and excellent demeanor, plus she's been working here for several months now and is deeply loved by the students. I won't specify in what way she's loved. In short, your promotion to permanent status is only natural, but now, someone has pulled strings to have these positions directly assigned to him instead. To be honest, I'm not happy, because I feel that Professor Jiang still makes people feel very comfortable to be around, but I find dealing with this kind of matter somewhat troublesome. So, I need your help. Su Yuan spoke to Zhang Yang, her phoenix eyes gazing at him while her every movement exuded a strong, mature charm. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and asked, what kind of help? Very simple, score well on the test. Su Yuan said straightforwardly, as long as you can score sufficiently well, I'll have every justification to get you into the school and wipe those smug looks off their faces. Zhang Yang heard this, but said nothing in response. Instead, he questioned back, what if I can't do it? Su Yuan smiled softly as she looked at him. Holding her teacup, her red lips blew gently across the steam rising from the surface before taking a delicate sip. The tea moistened her crimson lips even more. I applied for a student advisor position at the school, but the approval process will take some time. It might be delayed until the second half of the year. In short, I guarantee you'll be promoted to full-time within this year. The difference lies only in the timing. So, Teacher Jiang, what's your choice? At this point, Zhang Yang understood that Dean Su had already done so much for him. The promise of promotion within the year was more than generous enough. But, Dean, if I score high marks, does that mean this position will definitely be mine? Of course, I guarantee it. Su Yuan smiled at him. Zhang Yang nodded, then answered firmly. No problem, just getting a high score is all. I can do it. Zhang Yang's confidence deepened the smile in Su Yuan's eyes. A soft hummed from her nose. What a good child, truly a man who stands firm between heaven and earth. I wonder how many girls will be so fortunate in the future. Ha! Zhang Yang looked at Su Yuan's charming smile, feeling somewhat bewildered. Alright, it's nothing. With your answer, I feel relieved. But don't put too much psychological pressure on yourself either. Don't push yourself too hard. Alright, enough talk. Drink your tea in peace. Once you finish, you can go back. Su Yuan said. Zhang Yang looked at the teacup in his hand, nodded, and sat drinking his tea with peace of mind. Su Yuan thought Zhang Yang was quite interesting, sitting honestly across from her, leisurely sipping his tea. One might assume such a scene would feel slightly pressuring to him, yet he didn't seem nervous at all, just like a matter of routine. Su Yuen took a sip of tea, scrutinized the little fellow for a moment, then suddenly spoke up and asked, Professor Jiang, when do you and Professor Bai plan to have children? Have you thought about it yet? Chapter 21, The Great Dormitory Operation, Revised Edition. Having a baby? Zhang Yang wondered if he had misheard when this topic came up. Dean, why are you suddenly asking about this? Su Yuen blinked at him and asked with some puzzlement instead. I see your relationship with Professor Bai must be quite close now? Like yesterday, didn't Professor Bai mention the biggest difference between you and Professor Zhao? A world of difference. Well, I never would have guessed, Professor Jiang. You've got some impressive skills, no wonder Professor Bai brushes off all those admirers. Looking back now, I can still understand it. After all, monkey demons wielding sticks are common, but Sun Wukongs are rare indeed. Right? Faced with Su Yuen's teasing, Zhang Yang fell silent for 2 seconds. Dean, if I told you it was actually a misunderstanding, that when Teacher Bai mentioned 22 foot yesterday, she was actually referring to my birthday, February 2nd. Would you believe me? Oh really? Su Yuen drawled her question, watching Jian Yang nod in affirmation. She hastened to explain. Aha! So that's what Teacher Bai meant. I thought she was implying something else entirely. It seems I was completely wrong. I knew Teacher Bai wouldn't openly talk about such things outright. Oh, so 22 refers to a birthday. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. There was just a slight issue with how things were expressed yesterday. Su Yuen's cheeks flushed slightly pink. Zhang Yang gave an awkward chuckle when Su Yuen suddenly fixed her gaze on him and spoke. That's really quite a pity. Yeah. Zhang Yang answered reflexively, then immediately realized something was off. Seeing him looking a bit dazed and slow to react, Su Yuen couldn't help but burst into laughter, covering her mouth. He. Alright, don't overthink it. Not overthinking it, are you? Su Yuen propped her chin on her hand as she asked, her cheeks still faintly flushed. Her eyes lingered on him while her red lips curved into a teasing smile. Alright. Zhang Yang had to admit the more mature a woman was, the more effortlessly she wielded her charm. Often, even when consciously holding back, that allure still seeped through. But the charm of maturity is something ordinary people simply can't comprehend. Absolutely not, Zhang Yang said with certainty. That's good then. Alright, Professor Jiang, you can go back first. I trust you won't let me down. Su Yuen blinked at him behind her glasses. Zhang Yang let out a relieved sigh. This was for the best. Resisting the flirtations of a sophisticated woman still proved somewhat too challenging for him. But he couldn't figure it out. Was he some kind of particularly improper person? How come everyone around him seemed to be not quite decent either? But upon closer reflection, he began to feel that perhaps it wasn't anyone else's problem at all. It's his problem. After all, that's how the theory goes. If you find that no matter where you go, the people around you only bring you negative emotions, then don't hesitate. Don't doubt it. You yourself are the source of negativity. Of course, he certainly isn't the source of negativity, that's for sure, because his roots, quite noticeable. Zhang Yang favorability progress +3, current 17%. After returning from Su Yuen's place, with a clear goal in sight, Zhang Yang naturally threw herself wholeheartedly into the matter, especially when she saw the number of applicants on the registration website skyrocket from fewer than 20 at the beginning to 647 just 1 hour before the deadline. Over 600 people vying for a single slot, even with a 30% intelligence bonus. It's still best to put in some effort to avoid an embarrassing failure. Notice regarding high-power electrical appliance inspection in dormitories. Comprehensive mental health assessment for college students in July. Announcement for the 10th Design Cup competition. As a counselor, Zhang Yang dealt with all sorts of miscellaneous tasks every day, relaying messages, guiding students' ideological development, and handling student affairs. It's not easy to make sense of all this mess, especially when there's so much that's easy to forget. But now the situation is different. With the 10% management bonus, handling various matters felt effortless. Looking through student information across 4 class group chats, Zhang Yang's gaze lingered on one student's name. They'd been absent without reason several times now. No response had come from the messages sent either. Zhang Yang messaged the student's roommate to inquire about the situation. The answer turned out to be heartbreak causing a bad mood, so they'd been moping around the dorm for several days. Zhang Yang could pretty much guess it was likely this issue. Young college students have plenty of complicated problems. But when you get down to it, it all boils down to just 2 words. One is money, the other is love. In his 3+ months as a counselor, he had already dealt with students trapped in online scams, shopping rebate fraud cases, theft incidents, and love rival brawls. This kind of depression over a breakup is completely normal. Have Hu Shuang come to my office later, Zhang Yang told her roommate. Though summoning someone at this hour might be asking too much, there was no helping it. This is part of the daily routine as a counselor. After a long pause, her roommate sent a message saying, Teacher, Hu Shuang said she doesn't want to come. She's in a really bad state these days, just staying in the dorm without going anywhere, and basically not eating anything. No matter what we say, she has no appetite. We've tried persuading her many times, but nothing works. She often cried secretly alone at night, and said things about wanting to die. We were usually afraid she might do something terrible when left alone in the dorm. Zhang Yang inhaled sharply and hissed, "Good heavens, if you're scared, then I'm terrified as her teacher. Imagine if something really happened in that dormitory. Wouldn't that have been the end of him?" Zhang Yang felt as if a giant danger character had lit up above her head, and she quickly replied, "Then tell Hu Shuang she doesn't need to come. I'll head over soon. Keep an eye on your belongings in the room." "Got it, Professor, at your command. JPG. The reply came swiftly, and looking at that meme, Zhang Yang inexplicably felt the other party seemed somewhat eager. Yet going alone would still be too awkward. This was one of the drawbacks of being a male teacher. "Professor Bai, could you come with me to dormitory 4 later? There's a student issue I need to check on over there," Zhang Yang asked Bai Ji. Bai Ji narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. "Professor Jiang, isn't this another one of those tricks your students played on you? You've been to apartment number 4 7 times in just this past month alone. Did a student get dumped, scammed, or was there some kind of argument? But each time I went, the problem wasn't serious at all. I have reason to suspect this is just a method to harass you." Zhang Yang nodded in complete agreement. Especially after learning certain unsavory details from Tong Shangling, he became even more convinced of this. Hey, there's no helping it in today's society. Being a man is risky too. But what can you do? Better safe than sorry. Student work is tough to handle. Bai Ji pondered for a moment before decisively agreeing. After all, letting Zhang Yang venture alone into the girls' dormitory would be like sending a lamb into a wolf's den. Who knows what might happen? "Sure, let's go together." Immersive translate. In student dormitory number 4. Knowing Zhang Yang was coming, the girls in the class who had gotten the news early had already sprung into action. It's starting. Teacher Jiang is about to arrive. Now begins our prize quiz. Guess which dorm room Teacher Jiang is most likely to glance at when he passes by today. The girls' private group chats had already gone wild with discussions. In reality, Zhang Yang's first visit to dormitory number 4 regarding student matters had been fairly ordinary. But after one dormitory opened their doors and deliberately began showcasing their courtship charms, things spiraled out of control. Obviously, it's gonna be our dorm. We're all ready. When Professor Jiang comes, we'll deliberately wear less clothes to give him a shock. It's a sure thing. Your trick is way too outdated. I don't even need to guess. Besides Teacher Jiang, that Teacher Bai must definitely be involved too. So Teacher Bai will definitely remind him which parts he can read and which parts he can't. Compared to passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative. Using laundry as an excuse, pull off a chance encounter with the swimming gear. Only this way can we guarantee a 100% success rate. Damn. But have you ever considered that Teacher Jiang never even goes to your floor? Unless you're planning to ambush him in the stairwell. Would you dare block the stairway dressed only in swimsuits like that? So you'd better give up on the idea. This feast was destined only for our floor to enjoy. Watching the group chat that had already descended into utter chaos, Mu Yuding stared at the dizzying flood of messages rapidly scrolling across the screen, sensing trouble brewing in her heart. Every time Professor Jiang was about to visit, these little minxes got as excited as cats spotting mice. They've even resorted to blocking the stairwell with this scheme. The thought struck me. No good. If the teacher never comes to my floor, wouldn't outsiders get all the benefits? I've got to protect him. Drive away all those people planning to block the staircase entrance. Mu Yuding decisively got out of bed, her roommate watching her frantic movements with concern. Yuding, where are you going? Going to intercept the teacher? Let's go together, the roommate said with equal excitement. Mu Yuding refused without hesitation. No, I'm not going to annoy the teacher, I'm going to save the teacher. Mu Yuding stood at the door, glancing back at them with an air of righteous determination as she spoke. My roommate still doesn't know her? She practically wants to custom order a Zhangyang-themed multifunctional body pillow online. The only thing stopping her is that the technology isn't there yet. Maybe she really did have it custom made. It's just selfishness, dressed up in pretty words. Who cares what you're really doing? If it's about saving our teacher, we're coming too. Chapter 22 Hiss. What a thorny problem. Classmate Tong Shangling, what are you doing here? Mu Yuding spotted Tong Shangling, who seemed to be waiting for someone in the apartment lobby, along with her roommates. But those people didn't matter. There was only one person in her eyes. Tong Shangling was quite familiar with Mu Yuding. Previously, she had often lingered around the teacher, her intentions as obvious as Sima Zhao's heart, which every passerby could see. After all, she was the newcomer, feeling somewhat embarrassed about the situation. I'm just sitting here for a while. Is there a problem with that? Tong Shangling asked. Mu Yuding could surely tell that her real intention was far from wine. But it doesn't matter anymore, because Zhang Yang and Bai Ji had already arrived. Every time Jiang Yang visited the student dormitory, she felt a mix of emotions, especially when she saw the crowd of girls already gathered at the entrance, some familiar but many more unfamiliar faces, making it seem like some official inspection. He's no official, nor is he inspecting anything. Teacher! Teacher! At the sight of Jiang Yan, a group of girls cooed sweetly as they swarmed around her. Before she could even exchange a few words, she was immediately ushered inside. Amid the cacophony of overlapping voices, Jiang Yan hadn't even gotten a chance to speak when suddenly, someone in the crowd gave a push, and in the next moment, she felt the person who had been standing at a slight distance instantly shoved right in front of her. Hey, who was that? Stop pushing. Oh, I'm so sorry, teacher, someone pushed me. Hey, stop pushing. I'm sorry, teacher, I'm sorry, teacher. I'm sorry. Quick, touch it quick. Jiang Yang was dazzled by the scene before her. All she could hear were the girls repeatedly saying sorry while their hands kept reaching out shamelessly, groping around everywhere. Though Jiang Yang reacted as quickly as she could, she still felt like she was being taken advantage of and hurriedly covered her vital areas with her hands. Sure enough, the back of her hand was scratched several times the very next second. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hurry up and clear the way. Is there no respect for rules anymore? The authoritative shouts of the apartment auntie came from behind, and the previously chaotic scene where none of the girls could stand steadily suddenly stabilized as they all regained their footing. Move aside, everyone out of the way. Bai Ji diligently pushed aside the people surrounding Jiang Yang. Seeing Bai Ji's furious expression, Jiang Yang breathed a sigh of relief, though she could already feel the wrinkles setting into her clothes. The girls' dormitory was far too perilous. She swore to herself that nothing would ever convince her to come back here again. Jiang Yang's conquest progress plus 1%. Current progress 52%. Bai Ji listened to the notification of Jiang Yang's conquest progress, her heart already blooming with joy. Truth be told, she had taken advantage of the chaos to cop 2 feels, one for his abs, and another for something else, though she didn't succeed in touching anything substantial, only managing to brush the back of his hand. What a shame! But on the surface, he still sternly reprimanded the group of girls in front of him with righteous indignation, not carrying himself like a student at all. The girls were now well behaved, nodding meekly. Professor Jiang, I knew it must be you again. This is the 8th time this month, isn't it? Being a counselor must be quite challenging, huh? Students have so many issues these days. The dorm supervisor was already very familiar with Jiang Yang, and Jiang Yang felt quite embarrassed herself. Indeed, student work is tough, but tough or not, it still has to be done. The dorm supervisor nodded. That's true, but isn't your class a bit too enthusiastic? The dorm supervisor looked at the group of female students from Jiang Yang's class and said. Jiang Yang sighed. Life wasn't easy, and there was no way around it. In these difficult times, finding a stable job wasn't simple, even if he knew this might be some student's scheme. But he had no choice but to come. Break it up, break it up. Teacher Jiang has a tough enough job as it is, and all you girls do is make things harder for him here. Hurry up and get back to your rooms. The dorm supervisor scolded. The group of girls each pretended to be obedient, lowering their heads as they quickly left. But Jiang Yang noticed it wasn't long before they couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing one after another. Teacher Jiang is so muscular. Making bento would definitely turn out great. The voices gradually faded into the distance. Jiang Yang couldn't muster a smile as she looked at the 2 girls before her. Aren't you 2 leaving? Mu Yuding glanced at Tong Shangling beside her before hurriedly stepping forward to speak with Jiang Yang. Teacher, I came here for your safety. Let me tell you, once you enter this place, it's like stepping into a spider's lair. If you're not careful, you'll be devoured alive. But here, I'm the only one who can guarantee your safety. Mu Yuding declared with conviction. Jiang Yang chuckled softly. I think I'm in the greatest danger when you're by my side. Don't think I didn't notice you trying to fish in troubled waters during the chaos just now. Caught red-handed. Mu Yuding giggled without a hint of remorse, saying, Wrong. This is what I call fishing for a needle in the ocean. The immovable pillar of the ocean. Alright, I don't need your protection. Go do your own thing. I refuse. Mu Yuding rejected without hesitation, leaving Jiang Yang helpless against this stubborn girl. Classmate Shangling, what about you? I'll go back to the dorm. Tong Shangling replied, still not as unruly as Mu Yuding. Though Mu Yuding was unruly too, she wasn't wrong. It truly felt like stepping into a spider's lair. Every open dormitory door along the way was such an obvious trap, precisely exploiting human curiosity. Most people entering would likely fall into it quickly. Fortunately, his willpower was unwavering. He was exceptionally qualified institutional material. Coupled with the mind-clearing done in advance by 2 girls and a teacher, he smoothly reached his destination. This was the dormitory area for girls majoring in business administration. Seeing Mu Yuding ruin their carefully laid plans, they glared at her with gritted teeth, resentment burning in their eyes. Those out-of-town classes have absolutely no sense of decorum. This isn't their marketing department's territory. Exactly. There are bad apples among the crowd. While entering a spider's lair was dangerous enough, looking at the mental state of her students, Jiang Yang almost wished it were all just some sinister plot instead. He did have some impression of Hu Shuang as a classmate. She used to be quite a bright and cheerful girl, but now she looked emaciated, her eyes lifeless, her whole being like a walking corpse. Teacher, I'm sorry, I missed class. You worried about me, teacher. I promise I'll attend the next sessions. Seeing Jiang Yang arrive, Hu Shuang got down from the bed and called out apologetically. It's alright, please sit. Observing the student's mental state, Jiang Yang said, there's no rush about the class. The important thing is to get your mind in order first. If you're feeling unwell, how about I write you a 2-day sick leave note so you can rest? I'll explain it to your course instructor. Hu Shuang shook her head upon hearing this. No need, thank you, teacher. I'll be fine. A faint smile surfaced on Hu Shuang's face to show she was truly fine. It would have been okay if she hadn't smiled, but this faint smile of Jiang Yang's only made Hu Shuang's mental state seem all the more concerning. Glancing at Bai Ji and Mu Yuding behind her, their expressions grew serious too when they saw Hu Shuang's condition. Hu Shuang, if something's weighing on your mind, it might help to talk about it. I've heard a little about your situation. I believe that your current melancholy only serves to harm yourself and those who care about you. It's no use whatsoever against someone who truly hurts your feelings, right? He hurt you, might as well hurt each other. Being the only one suffering is just too unfair. If it was you who hurt him, then I don't think you have any reason to be this depressed. If you've already been hurting each other, then you should be stuck in that on-again off-again dilemma by now. So, he hurt you, and in a way you absolutely couldn't accept. He's found someone else, and it's someone you'd never expected, right? Jiang Yang asked. Though it was all speculation, judging by the place where she lived, if there really were lingering connections, it wouldn't be possible for there to be absolutely no trace of gifts from guys. Even her roommate had said before, if you claim to know nothing, then surely it's just too embarrassing to talk about. Teacher, you really are experienced. Mu Yuding suddenly said. I am the teacher. Jiang Yan replied solemnly and then said to them, Teacher Bai, why don't you take them outside first? I'd like to have a private chat with Hu Shuang. No need to close the door, just wait for me outside for a moment. Bai Ji nodded. Alright. Bai Ji let everyone out, leaving the door slightly ajar. Jiang Yang looked at the student before her and began to speak. Tell your teacher about it. Though I'm not a professional psychological counselor, keeping secrets happens to be my greatest talent. So much has happened in our class recently, someone getting scammed, or relationship troubles, you name it. The teacher is experienced and good at keeping secrets. Don't worry. Jiang Yang spoke as gently as possible, watching her expression and the tender smile on her face. Hu Shuang finally couldn't hold back the grievance in her heart anymore. She cried out, Teacher, he cheated on me. He really did cheat. Teacher, I can't accept this. Jiang Yang just knew. She didn't directly express sympathy, but merely nodded. If you're heartbroken because he cheated, then it's really not worth it grieving over someone who never truly cared about you. There are plenty more fish in the sea. I know, teacher. I understand. He cheated. While I feel hurt, at most I'm just angry. What I truly can't understand is, why does it even matter if he cheated? Why did it have to be with a man? What teacher? Sobbing, he cheated, with a man. I don't get it, why would he cheat with a man? And it's been going on for months now. The thought that he's cheating, with a man. I feel so sad. Am I really not even as good as a man? And when I think about how all this time, I was unknowingly sharing a man with another man, eating the same food, it makes me so disgusted and miserable I can't stand it. Wah! Watching the student before her cry uncontrollably while pouring out complaints non-stop, Jiang Yang took a deep breath. What a thorny problem this was. Chapter 23, Teacher Me, I'm no psychologist. Indeed, the kind of emotional issue that can make someone behave like this is definitely not the basic version. A situation like this should belong to the hidden variant among emotional problems. Why is it that whenever I work as a counselor, I always encounter these bizarre situations? Teacher, tell me why this is happening. If he were seeing another woman, I might be angry, but why would he go for another man instead? I can't even compare to another man, sobs teacher. But I don't think I ever refused any of his requests, so why would he go find a man? Doesn't he think it's disgusting? Even if he doesn't find it disgusting, just thinking that I actually shared a bed with such a repulsive person, and ate the same food as that man he found. Maybe even worse. They both, anyway, just the thought of that scene. I feel so disgusted it's making me physically ill. Teacher. Listening to the student's tearful account, just hearing her description of that bitter, heart-wrenching pain and resentment gave Jiang Yang goosebumps all over. This is indeed a truly devastating blow. So, right now you just hate him, not because he wronged you, and you're feeling nostalgic about it, right? Hu Shuang said through tears. Nostalgic? He's utterly revolting. I could strangle him right now. Jiang Yang nodded. Normal, completely normal. If a person didn't have some extreme thoughts, they wouldn't be human. This clearly isn't about love anymore, it's the obvious transformation of love into hatred. What are you thinking now? Want to get back at him? Hu Shuang nodded. Of course. He's so disgusting. If I had known he was that kind of person, I would have beaten him until his teeth hit the floor, deceiving my feelings and taking advantage of my body. Hearing this, Zhang Yang roughly understood, once you grasp what a student truly wants, solving the problem becomes much easier. Is that boy from our school? The student shook her head. Zhang Yang nodded. That makes things much simpler. Classmate Hu, I think you should be more concerned about yourself right now rather than others. Hu Shuang sniffled. Concerned about myself? Why? Do you know anything about this group? Hu Shuang shook her head. Not at all, and I don't even want to know. How disgusting. Let's not discuss whether it's disgusting or not for now. The main thing you need to understand is that if you've had frequent contact, the likelihood of falling ill becomes significantly higher. So my advice is, instead of tormenting yourself with worry now, you'd better go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. This could be very dangerous. Hearing this, Hu Shuang's expression immediately turned grave, her face visibly tightening with tension as she asked, Really, teacher? Could it really be this serious? Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. From my understanding as a teacher, this is indeed the case, provided that after going to the hospital for an examination, nothing turns out to be wrong. Then I can only say, this is your true fortune. Compared to this, everything else becomes unimportant. Do you understand? As for that man, he's actually the least important of all. Tell me, do you know the saying about how if you often walk by the river, your shoes are bound to get wet? Being warm-hearted and helpful may be very admirable qualities. But in today's society, kindness that comes knocking at your door may well harbor ill intentions. After all, AI, it might not necessarily spell trouble. Zhang Yang remarked with profound insight. The student understood and couldn't help but nervously say, then, teacher, should I hurry to the hospital for a checkup right now? Zhang Yang nodded. That's right, the sooner the better. If there's no issue, that would be your greatest fortune. Now, I'm granting you 1 day off. Go out and get checked immediately. If everything checks out fine, come back to my office to see me. Understood? Hu Shuang quickly nodded in agreement. I understand, teacher. I'll get ready and head out now. All right. Zhang Yang had already taken out the leave request slip in advance. Once she filled it in and signed it, she could leave the hospital for her examination. Don't worry, I'll keep it secret for you. Just go ahead and leave, no one will know anything. Thank you, teacher. After realizing there were more important things to attend to, those trivial matters of the heart ceased to hold any significance. A crowd waiting at the door watched as it opened, then saw Zhang Yang step out. With an utterly composed expression, they calmly said, It's fine for now. Fine already? That fast? Professor, hasn't it been less than 10 minutes total? Professor, being too quick isn't good. The roommate was clearly astonished. No one understood Hu Shuang's mental state these past few days better than them. After all their persuasion attempts had shown no effect before. Did Zhang Yang really solve the problem in less than 10 minutes? The others couldn't help but feel surprised. Soon after, the door opened. Hu Shuang, having regained her composure, stepped out, much to everyone's astonishment, especially her roommates. Are you okay now? Hu Shuang nodded in response. There's nothing serious anymore. The teacher gave me a day off, and now I need to go out to take care of some urgent matters. The teacher said the sooner, the better, so I'll head out first. If there's anything else, we can talk about it later. Oh, okay. The roommates nodded somewhat confusedly, watching her leave. Teacher, are you a psychology expert? That's incredible. How was the issue resolved so easily? Honestly, we were really worried she might do something impulsive the other day. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. As long as we find the right method, it's quite easy. The professor truly is an expert. Mu Yuding chuckled softly from the side. Indeed yes, no problem can't be solved in professor's hands. Truly a man equipped with noble phantasms against enemies. With the issue resolved, these girls immediately reverted to their mischievous ways. Zhang Yang instantly regained his stern expression and spoke word by word. Alright, since matters are mostly settled now, everyone return to your duties. The school still has plenty of work waiting, especially you, Mu Yuding. The agricultural assistance marketing competition matter. You better hurry up. Though you're college students now, don't forget to study hard. Don't let too many distractions affect your performance, understand? Got it, teacher. The girls answered in soft, weak voices. Zhang Yang hadn't expected them to take in much of what he said either. Alright then, I'm off. As Zhang Yang prepared to leave, a student called out from behind and asked him something. Teacher, does this mean if we have any more psychological issues in the future, we can come directly to you for help? Of course you can. After all, it's my responsibility as your teacher. Having said this, Zhang Yang walked away, while Mu Yuding and the other students watched his retreating figure. The teacher is so handsome. Who doesn't know that already? If you put it that way, the teacher isn't just handsome, he's incredibly strong too. Stepping out of the student dormitory, Jiang Yang let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Bai Ji looked at him and laughed. Professor Jiang, don't you realize that what you just said is going to drag you into even more trivial matters? Once that happens, you might not even get a chance to rest easily. Jiang Yang responded with an acknowledging hum and a nod. I'm aware of that. Why would you say that then? Angelica was puzzled, because he could have simply waited for students to encounter issues, after which they or others would naturally come to him for solutions. Jiang Yang didn't break stride. He merely replied calmly, if solving a practical problem like just now, then being harassed a bit is nothing serious. Bai Ji heard this, only feeling the golden radiance above Jiang Yang's head grow even more intense. Truly a man worthy of the golden cudgel. Boss, give me a crew cut. After finishing work, Jiang Yang resolutely walked into the barber shop and specifically requested a crew cut. Tony, the barber, originally smirked at hearing him ask for a crew cut, thinking he was overestimating himself. But when he turned to look, the smirk disappeared, and he adjusted his glasses. He responded solemnly, no problem, leave it to me. Jiang Yang hadn't thought much about it. The only thing that puzzled him was why a simple buzz cut took over half an hour. Wasn't it just a matter of running the clippers over the head? But seeing the barber's extremely meticulous attitude, Jiang Yang decided not to say anything. Alright, handsome, how do you like the new look? Jiang Yang gazed at his reflection in the mirror. What was once a stylishly disheveled short haircut had now been cropped to mere stubble less than 1 centimeter long. Fortunately, he still had plenty of hair volume. After meticulously refining for over half an hour, each strand of hair attained uniform length, with clearly defined edges along the perimeter. It looks okay. It feels a bit uncomfortable at first, but the coolness is genuinely refreshing. Pretty good. How much? Jiang Yang asked. 128. Jiang Yang realized then that there was no way a simple buzz cut would take over half an hour for no reason, but whatever. He's got money now. Pay up and go home. Thinking that his life would be much quieter after getting a crew cut made the $128 worth it. Besides, a crew cut really keeps you cool. Satisfied, he headed home. The barber watched his departing figure, clicking his tongue in satisfaction. How perfect. This crew cut is simply the most flawless one I've ever shaped. To witness once more the intense hues that had resembled a morning sun the day before, Gao Lingyan couldn't wait for dawn and eagerly set out for her morning jog. There wasn't anyone on the lakeside jogging track at this moment. The person hadn't arrived yet, but the green frame above their head had already appeared in sight first. Thinking back to the extraordinarily bright light I saw yesterday at that particular time and place, it should still be early now. She decided to run a while longer before making any decisions. Though the school's faculty-student sports meet wasn't particularly challenging, Jiang Yang still wanted to push her limits. How fast could she run if she went all out in a 1500 m race? An online search showed that national-level athletes could complete 1500 m in under 3 minutes and 54 seconds. If he could run a non-standard 1200 m school race at this pace, that should be about right, to avoid any dangers when running in large crowds. After jogging lightly for about 2 kilometers, Jiang Yang glanced at his watch. The condition is perfect. Let's begin. Taking a deep breath, I immediately pressed the stopwatch on my wrist and pushed off the ground with all my might, darting forward instantly. The morning air carried a slight chill. The wind hitting my face gives a feeling of exhilarating speed. On the lakeside running track, Gao Lingyan, who was steadily practicing breathing rhythms with detached elegance, suddenly noticed golden light beginning to spread across the ground. Even the pavement tiles, surrounding leaves, and lake surface were gradually tinted with a soft golden hue. Gao Lingyan looked slightly surprised. Daybreak already? So soon? Then, turning her head, she saw an intensely bright light rapidly approaching from behind, transforming everything in its path into golden hues. Gao Lingyan involuntarily slowed her pace. Pupils dilated. It's too bright. What is this? Chapter 24, Want Speed? Learn Hip Flexibility. Name, Jiang Yang. Special Attribute, Athletic Potential, SSS Grade. Attribute Explanation, when progress reaches 100%. Grants 100% physical enhancement. Attributes including explosiveness, stamina, comprehension, recovery, injury resistance, coordination, and muscle control will receive 100% efficiency boost. Side effects, none. Current progress, 0%, novice level. The dazzling golden SSS level data shone so brilliantly at dawn that it might as well have been high noon. Incredible. SSS level athletic potential. What's going on here? My coach, a former international athlete, only reached grade B and with a bunch of side effects too. How is this SSS grade with no side effects and special attributes? A golden light enveloped the figure. It was as if a gust of wind had swept past. The fallen leaves on the ground rustled fiercely in the wind. So fast. Gao Lingyan's eyes burned with fervor as he eagerly followed along. With all his muscles and focus completely devoted to his speed, frankly speaking, after finishing the run, there was a scorching pain in his lungs. His whole body refused to move, leaving him only capable of gasping for air in ragged breaths. Yet one glance at the time on his watch. 3 minutes 52 seconds 43. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, staring at the number with disbelief. Was this the physical transformation brought by a 30% health boost? Of course, his personal timing wasn't accurate, and the current conditions were nearly perfect, but it would definitely be enough for competing in the school sports meet. After running, my lungs were burning and the muscles in my legs were unbearably sore. Pushing myself to run 1,500 meters at full speed was truly unbearable. Hey, handsome. If you keep running like that, you could easily damage your joints, you know. And right now, you must be feeling quite a bit of pain in the soles of your feet too, right? Jiang Yang raised his head in surprise at the sound of the voice, only to see a short-haired girl standing beside him. Wearing sports shorts and a women's athletic tank top, she was squinting her eyes while speaking to him. I'm just an amateur runner, doing it casually, Jiang Yang said. Gao Lingyan had initially called out handsome guy as a courtesy, but when she saw Jiang Yang lift his head that instant, a buzz cut is the ultimate test of whether a man is truly handsome. These eyebrows, these eyes, this nose, these lips. 99% rare find. Paired with this crew cut, say no more, it's seriously handsome. Gao Lingyan, first-class long-distance runner. Take it, Gao Lingyan said, stretching out her hand. A first-class long-distance runner? Jiang Yang was a bit surprised as she looked at the young woman before her. Even the golden hue of her sun-kissed skin couldn't overshadow her rather attractive features. Wearing sportswear all the time, with obvious tan lines. Impressive. All of them are certified first-grade athletes. Jiang Yang. Of course Gao Lingyan knew his name. She shook his hand while casually mentioning her status as a first-class marathon runner. All to smoothly introduce the topic she wanted to discuss next. I just saw you running. Your form might be off, but your endurance and explosive power are quite impressive. Judging by your condition, you must run regularly, right? Your running posture isn't quite right. This can easily wear out your joints and lead to injuries. Also, you won't be able to run fast, and your breathing rhythm is off. That's why you're so exhausted. I think if you find the right way to run, you could go even faster. Run faster? Jiang Yang became interested. He was, of course, an amateur. Though he wasn't overly concerned about wins and losses in competitive sports, proper running form could reduce the likelihood of injury. That 30% health boost didn't mean he couldn't get injured. Here I encountered a first-class long-distance runner. Is this the effect of a 30% luck boost? How can running become easier and safer too? Jiang Yang asked opportunely, while Gao Lingyan's heart leapt with joy. This was exactly what she'd hoped for. It's simple, use your hips. Mastering the hip drive can make your running twice as effective with half the effort. Interested in learning? Gao Lingyan asked. Jiang Yang's favorability plus 1%. Current strategy progress, 1%, novice level. Of course, if it's not too much trouble for you. Gao Lingyan watched the progress bar rise, visibly delighted as she thumped her chest and confidently declared, no problem. It's no trouble at all, leave it to me. First, to learn how to use your hips, you must begin by loosening them. Follow my movements, and I guarantee you'll grasp the sensation of shifting your hips within 3 days. Gao Lingyan declared with confidence. Jiang Yang responded with an acknowledging "oh" and proceeded to mimic her movements. Gao Lingyan was genuinely excited now. She never imagined she'd encounter the golden legend here. SSS tier, huh? Though she didn't quite understand why her luck was this good, and an amateur no less with SSS tier talent. But that didn't matter anymore. Her luck was truly extraordinary. As long as I keep pushing my training progress and become an international level athlete, my goal of standing on the global competition stage will undoubtedly come true. 1-2-1, left knee high, twist to the left. Right knee high, twist to the right. Jiang Yang didn't quite understand the significance of this girl's first-class long-distance runner certification, but to be fair, the movements are indeed quite standard. Gao Lingyan was also carefully observing Jiang Yang's posture, mimicking her movements quite accurately. However, she found something peculiar. Do you have something in your pants pocket? It looks rather heavy. Don't you think it's really affecting your performance? Want me to hold it for you? Jiang Yang subtly reduced the motion of his gestures upon hearing this. No need, I'd rather keep this with me. Why? Is it something inconvenient? A phone? But it doesn't look like one. Jiang Yang didn't say anything, feeling a bit awkward, and stopped moving, simply gesturing to his sports watch. Besides this and the clothes I'm wearing, everything else is original. Gao Lingyan froze for a moment before suddenly realizing what he meant. Only clothes and watches count as external possessions? Wait a moment, she seems to have understood something. Her face instantly flushed red. Well, that's actually quite normal. For athletes like us, awkward moments are inevitable. I'd suggest you try buying that sportswear with elastic and breathable fabric. It's really convenient. Won't interfere with your movements. Got it. Jiang Yang responded with a quick acknowledgement before falling silent, and Gao Lingyan also stopped speaking, not daring to even glance over, merely chanting the marching rhythm, 1, 2, 1. Silence, like tonight's Cambridge Bridge. Well, let's call it a day here. I usually come here for my morning run almost every day. Let's exchange contact info. If you're free, maybe we could work out together sometime. Occasionally participating in some competitions. Oh, sure. Jiang Yang favorability progress plus 3%, current 4%. After half an hour of hip opening exercises, I figured it was about time. Gao Lingyan stopped practicing and then spoke. Jiang Yang had no objections either. They exchanged contact information. Then with a brief greeting, she turned and walked away. Watching Jiang Yang's retreating figure, Gao Lingyan let out a relieved sigh. Glancing at the saved contact details, she quietly clenched her fist in determination. Truly worthy of an SSS rating. Indeed, comprehensively formidable in every aspect. Yet immediately another question occurred to her. If she wanted to maximize the conquest percentage, certain things would be necessary, wouldn't they? Then, what then? How terrifying. It seems there's no other way but to find a way out, is there? Hold on a second. Who's that handsome guy? That must be Teacher Jiang. Yeah, who said buzzcuts are bad? This buzzcut is amazing. It's like something straight out of a movie or a comic. Seriously, it's so cool. It could literally be the cover of our school brochure. We should put this on the official website. You've got a bunch of students who'll come sniffing around in no time. When the students in the academy saw Jiang Yang's new look, they couldn't take their eyes off her. Jiang Yang found it really strange, really strange. Wasn't it supposed to be true that a buzz cut would instantly make someone look ugly? Yet why did Jiang Yang feel like she was attracting even more stares along the way? Could it be because, this buzz cut looks terrible, is it trying too hard to be unconventional? If that's the case, maybe it's for the best. Good morning, Professor. Professor Jiang. Why did you get a buzz cut? His office colleagues looked at his freshly shorn head with astonishment and asked, Oh, I thought getting a buzz cut would make me stand out less. Hearing this, his co-workers exchanged peculiar expressions while staring at him. No? If you buzz your hair this short and it still doesn't stand out, isn't that just rubbing salt in their wounds? Professor Bai? Do you think my buzz cut makes an impact? Jiang Yang asked Bai Ji in front of the office desk. Bai Ji had thought Jiang Yang was joking when she mentioned getting a crew cut yesterday, but it turned out she was serious. Carrying off a neat crew cut can indeed be quite challenging, but for Jiang Yang, it apparently wasn't much of a challenge at all. Professor Jiang, I need to use the restroom. I'll talk to you again when I get back. Oh, sure. Baiji stood up and quickly headed out. Jiang Yang had just settled into his office chair when a familiar figure appeared at the office doorway. Hey, teacher, you really got a crew cut? Wow, teacher, this crew cut suits you perfectly. Mu Yuding heard that Jiang Yang had gotten a buzz cut and couldn't wait to come see for herself, and sure enough, it was true. Teacher, look at the camera, look at the camera. Mu Yuding couldn't wait to take out her phone, eager to snap his picture. Alright, classmate Mu Yuding, what brings you here? Jiang Yang asked. Come and greet your teacher properly. Any problems? Mu Yuding leaned in and whispered to him. Teacher, your buzz cut is way too unfair. I bet lots of people won't be able to sleep well tonight. Chapter 25. As a teacher, he knows everything? What do you mean by, I'll make many people lose sleep? After getting this crew cut, don't I look more ordinary, more natural, and more inconspicuous? Mu Yuding looked at him with evident perplexity after hearing this. Teacher, how could you have such thoughts? Don't you think this crew cut you got is quite striking? You look so handsome. It's absolutely the real deal. Man, actually, quite a few classmates are saying your hairstyle looks absolutely dashing. Teacher Jiang, now I've got material for dreams at night, how could it look ordinary? Jiang Yang took a deep breath and rubbed his chin. For real? Of course it's real. Mu Yuding responded with great seriousness. Miscalculation, such a miscalculation. How could this be so completely different from what he had imagined? Weren't crew cuts supposed to make people look uglier? Why wasn't this situation unfolding as he'd anticipated? Teacher, marry me. As long as you marry me, I guarantee all your current troubles will disappear. It's very simple. Just sign this paper, take a photo with me, and get a certificate. Then all your problems will be completely solved. What do you think? Mu Yuding placed the marriage application form on Jiang Yang's desk, coaxing him with calculated persuasion. Jiang Yang deliberately ignored the marriage application form and responded without hesitation. Impossible, I'm your teacher. Really won't sign? Don't you want to end this endless harassment? I think I'm still doing fine. Jiang Yang replied. Sign or not, I won't give up anyway. Sooner or later, I'll have you in my grasp. You'll be addicted when the time comes. Mu Yuding clenched her fists, snorted determinedly, and spoke with unwavering resolve. I'm off now, don't you dare miss me. I've still got school teams to compete against. Watching Mu Yuding's retreating figure disappear into the distance, Zhang Yang clenched his fists and let out a deep sigh. What a disgrace to our sect. What a disgrace. Why, despite all my efforts, are there still so many rebellious disciples in our sect who dare oppose their master? It truly breaks my heart with profound grief. Knock knock. Is Zhang Yang here? A voice came from the doorway. Looking for me again? Zhang Yang wondered as she glanced toward the entrance, where a strange man stood peering inside. Dressed in a sharp suit, he certainly looked every bit the elite professional. I am Zhang Yang. What do you want from me? Zhang Yang was certain he'd never met this person before. Yet, instinct told him that the stranger's scrutinizing gaze didn't bode well. Could we step outside to talk? The man asked. Zhang Yang slightly furrowed his brows but said nothing, inquiring in the corridor. Is something the matter? The man before him cleared his throat softly. Let me introduce myself. Zhang Yuxian, PhD from University of Columbia Nuremberg, just returned from abroad. Zhang Yang didn't say anything, probably having already guessed something. So, nothing much really. We'll soon be colleagues, so I came to say hello in advance. And by the way, I might have accidentally taken your spot. Of course, it wasn't unintentional. Snatch? What's there to snatch or not snatch? The school only has one opening, but it's open to the public. Anyone can apply. Whoever performs best in the written test and interview gets the spot, isn't that right? Zhang Yuxian gave a faint smile. That's indeed true, but I don't think you're that naive, are you? Zhang Yang shrugged. So what? What's there to be naive about? Have you already secured the spot for yourself? Or are you just unsure whether you can outscore me? So you came to persuade me to give up early? Zhang Yuxian let out a chuckle. Hey, Professor Jiang, you're still too naive. This isn't about passing or failing some exam. And even if it were about exams, no one could surpass me. The key point is I don't need to take any exams. Understand? Zhang Yang hadn't yet replied, their gazes locked in confrontation. Behind them came a more magnetic feminine voice. Who said there's no need for tests? Director Su. Upon seeing the newcomer, both greeted simultaneously. Zheng Yu couldn't help but glance at Su Yuan first, his admiration obvious in his gaze, before quickly averting his eyes. Su Yuan thought her timing was perfect, and she had management to thank for that. Truly a master of time management. Su Yuan looked at Zhang Yang, a faint smile tracing her phoenix eyes. Director. Zhang Yuxian clearly knew Su Yuan. After glancing at Zhang Yang, he turned to Su Yuan with a smile and said, I'm just here to familiarize myself with the academy's environment and daily operations. Su Yuan glanced at him before asking coolly, the academy is running perfectly smoothly. What exactly do you need to familiarize yourself with? If you're officially hired by the school, you'll have plenty of opportunities to familiarize yourself with everything. At this moment, you should be focusing more on reviewing exam materials, instead of idling around here. Do you think this is appropriate? Su Yuan's cold interrogation left Zhang Yuxian, who had approached with a smile hoping to strike up a friendly chat, momentarily stunned. What did she mean? Hadn't everything been arranged for him in advance? Had it not? No, Dean, that's not what I meant. What do you mean then? Did you come here to do dirty deeds with underhanded tactics? Su Yuan demanded. Zhang Yuxian was so thoroughly scolded that he found himself speechless, with Zhang Yang watching nearby. When this person first arrived, he had already guessed his identity more or less. Whether academy spots were pre-assigned still wasn't particularly important, just as it had been from the beginning. He had the qualifications to pass the entrance exams, the only difference lay in whether it would be this institution or another. Su Yuan had previously promised that she would make him a full-time employee this year. That was fine, but by comparison, it was better to openly reclaim what was rightfully his. That's what true pleasure feels like. When it comes to exams, he doesn't fear anyone either. Zhang Yan stood with calm composure. Zhang Yuxian observed his relaxed demeanor, then turned to gaze at Su Yuan standing before them. Though the institute director was a beautiful woman, her presence exerted no less oppressive force on him, especially those penetrating eyes. A smile flashed across Zhang Yuxian's face before he spoke. Dean Su, about my family. Zhang Yuxian hadn't anticipated that Su Yuan would scold him in front of others. This was completely different from what he had initially imagined. Subconsciously making amends, trying to remind Su Yuan. Now, right here, he was the one who should be the center of attention. Su Yuan scoffed inwardly as if she wouldn't know what Zhang Yuxian was thinking. But is it useful? Compared to this little guy next to me who looks pleasing to my eyes, take a look at the blue frame above his head. Can't even compare to a single hair on this little guy. It's just like that joke. A drop in the bucket. What's a few chicken feathers? Can it compare? Not a chance. Your home? Is the school your home? Since you're just idle bystanders, get out of here at once. Su Yuan issued the expulsion order without mercy. Zhang Yuxian couldn't muster a smile, instead casting a resentful glance at Zhang Yang beside him. He nodded stiffly and gave a terse agreement. Fine, I got it. With that, he left, visibly seething with resentment. Watching Zheng Yuxian walk away, Su Yuyuan then turned to Jiang Yang beside her and said, "See that? That's exactly what I mentioned last time. Any piece of meat out there is coveted by countless people." Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. "I see." Su Yuyuan smiled gently. "Don't worry, I won't let you lose out." Without another word, Su Yuyuan blinked at him and walked away, leaving the young boy to his thoughts. "Don't rush into things. Too hasty. He's no good, and neither am I." Jiang Yang's trust level plus 3%. Current progress 20%. Su Yuyuan had her back turned to Jiang Yang when she heard the increase in trust level, and she could hardly suppress a laugh. "This little one. Rise then, rise, the higher the better." But she had just discovered a problem, a conclusion drawn from her meticulous observations. Did he actually give false military intelligence? What Baiji said that day, wasn't that just a rumor after all? Need to figure out a way to confirm this. "Professor Jiang, what's going on? I just saw the dean stopping by earlier." Having spent over 10 minutes in the restroom to take care of business, Baiji had just stepped out when she caught sight of the dean's retreating figure. With a questioning tone, she asked, Let's talk about the exam." "Oh, I see." Angelica nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Afternoon. At the desk. Jiang Yang listened to the excited words of the girl before him. "Teacher, that's wonderful. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor told me there's nothing wrong at all." Hu Shuang's heart finally relaxed. Her entire journey to the hospital had been filled with anxiety, but now everything was fine. The test results reassured her that all was well. Jiang Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Some illnesses, once contracted, could utterly ruin a person's life. "So do you still feel sad about that incident now?" Hu Shuang didn't even think about it, shaking her head without hesitation. "Of course not. I've come to realize now that suffering for such a disgusting person is absolutely not worth it. Being upset over him is simply wasting my time and life. If I'm going to suffer in the future, it should only be for someone who deserves it. Let that disgusting bastard suffer on his own." I've heard their circle is quite complex. Their identities shift as the group dynamics change. People at the poultry farm understand that if a chicken farm is filled only with egg-laying hens, over time, some hens will gradually transform into roosters. This is the hen crowing at dawn. Of course, this illusion applies equally well to them. Stab someone in the back, and you'll get stabbed in the back yourself. It's like how like repels like everything changes in the end. And between you and me, teacher, even if he were a normal man, he definitely wouldn't be half as manly as you. So, thinking he'll also sing Jay Chou's Chrysanthemum Terrace in the future. I don't feel bad at all. Well, while the reasoning makes sense, crude words but sound logic, this is still a bit too crude. Luckily, Jiang Yang's immunity has grown strong enough now. Glad you understand. In short, live your life well now, understand? Hu Shuang nodded. Understood, teacher. Then I'll take my leave. Alright, you can go now. Watching the student leave, Jiang Yang couldn't help but marvel at how early girls matured these days. In contrast, the boys in his class spent their days obsessed with stuff like memes and gaming, when they weren't busy scoffing down meals. They might as well have been from different generations. Over at the student apartments, the dorm mates were astonished to see Hu Shuang return in such high spirits and eagerly asked how she had recovered so quickly. If no one had told them, they wouldn't believe it had only been a single day. She seemed like a completely different person compared to yesterday. What miraculous medicine did Teacher Jiang give you? How did you get better so fast? Are you trying to trick Teacher Jiang into coming here on purpose? If you're going to be like this, then we have no choice but to speak up. You're something else. Treating us roommates like we're pawns in your game. The roommate was quite puzzled. Hu Shuang said, "There's no such thing as a miraculous cure." The roommate replied, "Exactly, you're absolutely right. So what? Why?" Without a second thought, Hu Shuang said directly, "Of course, it's because of the teacher's gentleness and thoughtfulness that moved me. I feel there's something uniquely charming about the teacher. Someone who makes it so easy to open one's heart. And then you end up saying everything. Plus, the teacher understands everything, without discrimination or lecturing, offering only guidance and advice. How nice. Too bad I'm average looking, with an ordinary figure, and not exactly pure-hearted. Otherwise, I'd openly pursue Professor Jiang without hesitation." Hearing this, the roommates scoffed in unison, as if anyone wouldn't want to. "But, do you guys really think Professor Jiang knows everything? I mean, like literally everything?" a roommate suddenly asked. The people around noticed the eager, raring-to-go expression on her face. Understanding her intention at once, they narrowed their eyes and huddled together. "Come on, tell us what you plan to do." The girl grinned like a fox. "Need you even ask? Of course it's." Chapter 26. What's the most thrilling ride at the amusement park? College of Physical Education. Let me announce the list of students who will represent our school in this year's National College Games. This year, our school has a total of 5 spots for the women's long-distance running event. Those whose names are called, make your own preparations. Lu Dan, Su Yanhong, Luo Nini, Xianyu, and also, Li Amy. On the school running track, the coach held a roster in his hand, calling out each name one by one to the dozen or so female players standing before him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The National University Games are a legitimate national-level competition with substantial prestige, even though they're called the University Games. But in fact, calling it the Youth Games wouldn't be wrong either. Every truly talented athlete achieves fame early, often becoming internationally renowned by 17 or 18. So while it appears to be a university sports meet on the surface, in reality, it's a gathering of dragons contending for supremacy. Gao Lingyan dreamed of competing on the top-tier competitive stage, her gaze burning with intensity as she stared at the coach. She waited anxiously for the final list that might include her name. Of course, the coach could feel the heat of her gaze, but when the names were finally announced, Gao Lingyan's name still wasn't among them. Coach? What? No, is my name really not there? Gao Lingyan's expression clearly showed tension, bewilderment, and doubt. In contrast, those players whose names had been called collectively exhaled in relief, especially the last person, their eyes brimming with barely contained joy. Before the coach could speak, one of the female team members directly interjected. Lingyan, the coach must have their own reasons for arranging things this way. After all, competitive sports are like this. Whoever has greater strength will have more opportunities to reach higher competitive stages. So, the coach's arrangement makes perfect sense. Upon hearing this, Gao Lingyan simply looked at her and said, "Of course I know how brutal competitive sports can be, but that's precisely why I find it questionable. Your speed is clearly no match for mine, so why do you get to compete in this event while I don't?" "Nonsense. What do you mean you're faster than me? I'm clearly faster than you right now," Li Aimi immediately retorted indignantly. Gao Lingyan chuckled coldly. "You're faster than me? If that were true, then tell me, who was that person who ran a full marathon 3 whole minutes slower than me? 3 minutes? Do you even know what 3 minutes means? Some top-tier athletes could run 1,500 meters in that time. That means you're at least 1,500 meters slower than me. You're saying you're faster than me? Is that even possible?" Gao Lingyan shouted. Amy Lee said through clenched teeth. "That was before. Now I can run under 2 hours 45 minutes. So what? You're still slower than me. I got 43 points. Amy Lee glowered at Gao Lingyan, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Anyway, it's the coach's arrangement. If you have any issues, go ask the coach." "Of course I'll ask. Coach, why her and not me?" The coach furrowed his brows, clearly having anticipated this situation, and sighed as he spoke. "Li Amy's speed is indeed slower than yours right now, but she's been improving rapidly lately. I believe she'll be able to run faster than you before the sports meet begins." Upon hearing this, Li Amy immediately responded with a touch of pride. "I've recently gained significant insights into the breathing techniques and running posture that my coach taught me, so I'm confident that in 3 days, at the regional full marathon competition, I'll break through to the national athlete level in one go." The coach also spoke up. "That's absolutely true. Amy has made rapid progress during this period. By comparison, you've been stuck at this level for quite some time now. That's precisely why I decided to let Amy compete." Do I make myself clear? Sports competitions are merciless. I'm confident I can reach the master of sports level, so it's only natural that I compete. Li Amy vowed confidently, saying she was in excellent form recently. She'd long found Gao Lingyan irritating as a long-distance runner. Not only did she have an enviable figure, but she also had such a pretty face. Every time her boyfriend came over, it clearly wasn't to see her. Now that she'd snatched Gao's spot, the satisfaction was beyond words. "But coach, I'm confident I can run under 39 minutes too." No, Lingyan, empty words mean nothing. Running fast is what truly matters," Li Amy said. Gao Lingyan looked at her. "So you're faster than me?" Li Amy was speechless. "Anyway, it won't take me long. I'll definitely be faster than you." "Coach." Gao Lingyan tried to make another plea. The coach frowned, then finally spoke after a long pause. "Lingyan, I know you want to compete, but you're well aware of your current condition. Amy is right, her potential far surpasses yours. This is about physical differences." Although the coach was praising Li Amy, she still felt deeply uncomfortable inside. Gazing at Gao Lingyan, tall with long legs, a perfect hourglass figure, and flawless facial features, she ground her teeth so hard they creaked. "Coach, if I can reach the master athlete level in this regional marathon, can you give me the quota for this national college games?" Hearing this, the coach slightly furrowed his brow. Amy Lee said from the side, "Lingyan, you shouldn't push yourself too hard." Gao Lingyan didn't back down. "You're the one who shouldn't push yourself too hard." The coach looked at the two of them. He felt a bit of a headache. After a moment, he said, "Fine, whoever is faster gets to compete." Amy Lee wanted to say something more. "Coach." The coach had already cut her off before she could speak. Competitive sports are brutal, whoever runs fastest, wins. The coach left, and Li Amy looked at the aloof Gao Lengyan beside her and said, swearing won't help. Speed isn't something you can just will yourself to achieve. If you can't grasp the trick to running faster, no amount of words will make a difference. Gao Lengyan didn't say much in response. He simply left a single remark. Talk to me after you can outrun me. All that talk about fortunes changing over 30 years means nothing now. She can literally see a tribute panels floating above people's heads, and what's more important, she stumbled upon an SSS tier super treasure. All she needs to do is raise his favorability meter. She would be the late-blooming genius girl. The world's top sports stage is beckoning to her. Teacher, are you free this weekend? After school at the school gate. Zhang Yang held her phone in one hand while replying to a message from Tong Shangling with the other. Weekends? In essence, counselors rarely have days off. That's the difference between counselors and subject teachers. Teachers don't have classes on weekends, but counselors are on call 24/7. There must be some, right? What's wrong? Over there, Tong Shangling mustered up her courage to send a message saying, I want to go to the amusement park to play. Teacher, could you accompany me there? An amusement park? Sounds like a classic choice, considering the little girl's current condition. Given your current physical state, what about going to an amusement park? You probably shouldn't write anything too thrilling, right? It's alright, teacher. I can play with the non-thrilling ones. For example, playing with you isn't thrilling at all, teacher. Tong Shangling didn't dare to send that message out, but just imagine? Playing with the teacher seems like it would be really exciting. Zhang Yang thought about it and decided it wasn't too unreasonable a request, so she agreed. Alright, got it, teacher. I'll make sure you have a great time later. The little girl eagerly replied in messages. What did she mean by she'll make sure I have a great time? It sounds a bit weird, but Zhang Yang didn't think too much about it. This Friday is the exam time, which is the top priority now. After returning home, he quickly got into study mode. A whole night of studying left his mind crystal clear. Before 6 a.m., as dawn was just breaking, his phone kept ringing incessantly. Zhang Yang changed into elastic sportswear and jogged all the way to the lakeside path. Along the way, she noticed a child walking back, squeezing water out of their clothes. Wherever they stepped, water dripped from their body. Zhang Yang felt puzzled. When she reached the lakeside path, she immediately spotted Gao Lengyan doing warm-up exercises. Her short hair was strikingly noticeable. Gao Lengyan also spotted Zhang Yang. Or rather, it was impossible not to see, like someone walking toward you with the sun balanced on their head. Fortunately, as long as she didn't want to see it, she wouldn't. Looks like you did change into a fresh set of clothes yesterday. No more of that baggy, dangling look. But why do I feel somewhat regretful? Miss Gao, why are you all wet? Zhang Yang looked at Gao Lengyan's soaked clothes and hair with some surprise in his voice. Oh, just now when I arrived, I saw a child walking along when he suddenly fell into the water, so I jumped in and pulled him out. It's nothing serious. Let's start running. We'll feel warmer once we get moving. Zhang Yang gazed at the aloof Yan who casually mentioned saving a child, then thought about that soaking wet kid from earlier. Zhang Yang's favorability progress plus 5%. Current conquest progress, 8%, stranger level. Did the conquest progress increase? Gao Lengyan looked at Zhang Yang with some surprise, but it didn't matter anymore. As long as the conquest progress was increasing, it was a good thing. Shall we continue practicing hip opening? Alright. Zhang Yang agreed. Opening the hips felt strange at first, somewhat uncomfortable during the initial attempt, but Zhang Yang gradually began to grasp the sensation. Besides hip thrusting, the most crucial aspect of running is breathing. Take it slow, don't rush. Especially with your mindset, you can't let it get chaotic. If your mind's in turmoil, your breathing will easily follow suit. I think you've got real potential for running, you know. There's a regional full marathon coming up in a few days. Would you be interested in joining? A full marathon? What's that? Zhang Yang asked the aloof Gao Lengyan beside her. Gao Lengyan smiled faintly. It's a full marathon, just 42 kilometers, no big deal. A full marathon of 42 kilometers? How long to run? Within 3 hours. I mean, for me, you can take it easy. Just finish within 6 hours. 42 kilometers, finished in 3 hours? Even if he were propped up on the 4 horsemen's heads, he couldn't run that fast. 6 hours wouldn't work either. Forget it. I'm not going. I'd rather honestly remain an amateur. Gao Lengyan didn't find it strange either and asked curiously. I see you came from that direction. Do you also attend the school over there? Me? I'm the counselor. Counselor? Gao Lengyan stared at him in astonishment. Really? Of course. Which college are you from? School of Business Administration. I'm from the Sports Academy. In that case, then I ought to call you teacher now. Of course, Gao Lengyan replied with a playful blink. No need, I'm just an advisor anyway, not a real teacher. The aloof Yan gave a casual acknowledging that there was indeed something quite improper going on. Actually, that works out perfectly. I heard there's a school sports meet for teachers and students next week. You're participating, right? I'll come cheer for you then. Sure thing. John Yang didn't say much, just nodded in agreement. John Yang favorability progress plus 2%. Current favorability progress 10%, normal tier. Special attribute athletic potential bonus plus 10%. In an instant, both Jiang Yang and Gao Longyan experienced the same peculiar sensation. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yang spoke to Gao Longyan. Miss Gao, I think I might actually sign up for that marathon you mentioned. Chapter 27 Retreating step by step won't work. The best defense is a good offense. Free win count plus 1. Special attribute, athletic potential, 10% bonus obtained. Athletic potential, under this attribute bonus, explosive power, endurance, recovery ability, injury resistance, comprehension, movement coordination, and muscle control gain a 10% boost. A wonderfully peculiar sensation rapidly spreads through the body, almost inducing a state of euphoria. Every muscle and cell throughout the body seems to be cheering. It feels incredibly pleasurable. Gao Longyan suddenly feels as if her body is brimming with strength, and more importantly, the usual heaviness in her body has lightened considerably in this moment. She feels as if she could fly. She suddenly felt that if she ran a full marathon right now, she could definitely finish within 2 hours and 39 minutes. Even breaking 2 hours and 30 minutes wouldn't be any problem at all. This feels incredible. Is this the power of SSS tier attributes? When Jiang Yang mentioned wanting to try running a regional full marathon, Gao Longyan agreed without hesitation. Absolutely. Anyway, this full marathon doesn't have a limit on participant numbers. Then when you register, we can compete together. Alright. Jiang Yang agreed, and after casually exchanging a few more words, the two parted ways. At that moment, Gao Longyan couldn't wait to find out just how much of an effect this 10% athletic potential boost would bring. Jiang Yang also wanted to know. The same athletic potential bonus. How strange, truly strange. A physical condition derived from the combined effects of health boost 30% and athletic potential boost 10%. It gave him the illusion that even stepping on his own left foot with his right to take off would absolutely not be a problem. And then there's the aspect of muscle control. Seems like it has pretty extensive applications. As for the full 42 kilometers marathon, he'd indeed never experienced it before, but he was genuinely in the mood for it now. Who knows, he might just pull it off. Jiang Yang had just arrived at school when he ran into Bai Ji, who was freshening up from the restroom. As a teacher, Bai Ji's outfit was relatively simple, a white shirt paired with trousers. Neat and pleasing to the eye. Teacher Jiang, someone's waiting for you in the office, you know. Wait for me? Who? Jiang Yang was a little puzzled. Who else could it be but one of your classmates? Angelica looked at him and smiled faintly. Professor Jiang, I've heard rumors around the college that you're something of a master of emotions. They say if anyone has relationship problems, they should come straight to you. Love guru? Me? Jiang Yang glanced toward her office and sure enough, saw 3 girls waiting beside her desk. She saw Jiang Yang. The 3 girls immediately beamed with delight. Professor Jiang. Jiang Yang nodded and walked over to sit at her desk. Bai Ji also took a seat across from her, listening with evident curiosity to the movements on this side. Do you guys need something? Jiang Yang asked. The 3 girls nodded repeatedly. Of course there's a problem, otherwise we wouldn't be here. Actually, teacher, it's mainly that she has some psychological issues. Jiang Yang looked at the girl in the middle. MHM, go ahead. Tell me what the problem is. Your teacher is listening. The girl in the middle sighed and said, it's actually an issue between me and my boyfriend. For some reason lately, I've noticed his attitude has become very distant. If I don't reach out to him first, he can go an entire day, or even several days, without sending me so much as a single message. If I don't contact him, he won't contact me either. I'm wondering if I did something wrong, or maybe he has someone else? But when I reach out to him, he seems genuinely warm and makes me happy. Yet after the happiness passes, he becomes distant again. Teacher, why do you think this is happening? So it really is an emotional issue? Though he couldn't figure out why the student would discuss this kind of emotional problem with him, as if he had any experience in such matters. But, this should be a sign of trust, right? So you haven't discussed this issue with your boyfriend? I think for matters like these, communication is still the most important thing. Generally speaking, if your boyfriend doesn't show any intention to communicate with you about it, or if he appears somewhat impatient about it, that can only mean one thing. What's the issue? The girls hastily inquired. He doesn't care about you, or rather, there are others he cares about more. The girl in the middle replied with a darkened expression. But, if he doesn't even want to talk to me, does it mean he doesn't care about me? Jiang Yang nodded. I think, that's most likely the case. Then, if he doesn't care about me, why didn't he just say it? Why didn't he break up with me? Jiang Yang let out a slight sigh before speaking. Just 2 simple words. Free. Free of charge? The 3 girls didn't immediately grasp the meaning of those 2 words at first, but soon comprehension dawned on them. The girl in the middle instantly turned pale. So that's how it is. So that's why he wouldn't break up with me even though he didn't care about me. Now I understand. Why would he treat me like this? I was so good to him, spending money on him. Even though I know people always looked at our relationship with strange disapproval, I never once rejected it. Even if this love had to remain hidden, unacceptable to others, only able to meet in the dead of night to whisper our feelings and confess our hearts. But I never thought about giving up. How could it treat me so unfairly? Watching the girl cover her face and sob softly with accusations, Zhang Yang didn't think too much. This was a very basic kind of relationship issue. I know you must be feeling terrible right now. But since things have come to this, your pain is invisible to him. Clearly, he stopped caring about you long ago. Is he worth your heartache? The girl raised her head and whispered softly. But teacher, I've given it everything I have. Even though it never speaks, I can still tenderly understand what it's thinking without words. Are you out of strength? When is it time to eat? I will bathe him. Treasure it dearly, never waiting until it's completely out of power to recharge it. We're inseparable. Why is it giving me the silent treatment like this? Zhang Yang initially thought it was just a normal emotional issue, but the more she listened, the stranger it became. Wait a minute, what did you say? Charging? Zhang Yang suddenly felt like his CPU was about to overheat as the girl in front of him nodded. Yeah, charging is definitely necessary. Zhang Yang couldn't muster a smile, but someone else burst into laughter. Bai Ji had been half listening, genuinely thinking it was an emotional issue at first. By the end, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Truly, all the students who came to Zhang Yang were problem cases. Is this reasonable? Is this normal? How ironic that such a dedicated counselor keeps encountering all these bizarre situations. Teacher, is there something wrong with this? Seeing the three girls still pretending to be all innocent while asking him about emotional issues, Zhang Yang managed to suppress the urge to scold them for their disrespectful apprentice behavior. Yet, he couldn't help but think, yield an inch, and they'll take a mile. They did this just to tease him. If I scolded them, wouldn't that mean they achieved their goal? In the future, there will be endless waves of situations just like this rushing toward us. So, surrender is impossible at this point. Zhang Yang steadied her nerves and forced a smile. Nodding in agreement, she replied. Well, although it sounds peculiar, teacher can still understand it's a diverse world after all. Some people take fictional characters as their spouses, while others consider certain objects their wives or husbands. Essentially, they're all about the same. I'd heard before about men choosing wives who couldn't speak. Of course, his was an air source heat pump. You've got the new energy type. The energy is different, but the teacher understands your special needs. Don't worry, I'll absolutely keep this a secret. I get it. Ha, how come this wasn't what they expected? The girls watched Zhang Yang's reaction with confusion. Normally, how should Zhang Yang have responded after hearing what she said? Shouldn't he have reacted with shyness or surprise, and then scolded them harshly? Why did he seem to hesitate briefly before calmly accepting this scenario? Teacher, aren't you astonished at all? Zhang Yang nodded. Well, it was indeed a bit surprising at first, but the teacher respects your personal preferences. After all, this isn't something that harms nature or morality. You're neither hurting others nor yourself. Of course, electric leakage would be another matter. So of course I fully support it. Zhang Yang said very gently and trustingly. Now the middle girl was panicking. Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, she completely believed this fabricated scenario. But this was bad. She wasn't like this at all. Teacher, please listen to me. Actually Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Yang raised his hand to stop her. No need to explain, I understand completely, teacher. As for what you just mentioned about your boyfriend refusing to communicate, lacking warmth, and habitually giving you the silent treatment, my suggestion is this. You could totally upgrade your partner. You know, technology is quite advanced these days. If you're planning a long-term relationship with your partner, I recommend spending a bit more money. You know, technology has become incredibly advanced these days. Don't even talk about simple movements or maintaining warmth. You never know, there might even be models nowadays that can do AI chatting. If you're looking to save money, I think you could try online dating, the kind where you don't have to meet in person. Just chat from time to time. I think this should help solve your problem. It'll be very helpful. What do you think? Seeing Zhang Yang giving them advice with such a solemn face, the girls' hearts sank. Oh no, Teacher Jiang actually believed their story. Teacher, actually I was just joking earlier. I just wanted to say something, and then, the girl in the middle hurriedly explained. If Zhang Yang truly believed it, wouldn't that completely ruin their reputation? Zhang Yang shook her head and said softly, it's alright, no need to be nervous, no explanations necessary. As a teacher, I respect anyone's unique preferences as long as they don't affect others. Alright, do you have any other questions you'd like to ask the teacher? Anything at all? Teacher, I am very skilled at it. Zhang Yang deliberately emphasized those last three words, causing the three girls to respond with woeful expressions. It's alright now, teacher. Thank you for your advice. We really feel much better. They clearly didn't want to say anything more about it. Disgraced and ruined. Alright then, if there's nothing else, you may go now. Should any other issues arise later, you can come find me again. Okay, Professor. The three girls walked away dejectedly. Watching their retreat, Jiang Yang felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, the joy of surviving a disaster. Excellent. Endless concession is futile. Only offense constitutes the best defense. Jiang Yang grasped some techniques for communicating with students and felt a small victory. Teacher Jiang, you're amazing. Bai Ji leaned over with a thumbs up and praised him. You really know a lot. This wasn't my choice. Jiang Yang sighed helplessly. But come to think of it, why don't you have as many problems with your students as I do, Teacher Bai? Need you even ask? I don't have anywhere near the charm of a certain Professor Jiang here. I don't think you're good looking enough, Mr. Bai, am I right? Bai Ji smirked slightly and raised an eyebrow. Oh yes, handsome faces are common, but scarcity determines value, especially for those with specialized skills. Jiang Yang, you know that's just a rumor. Angelica shook her head. I won't believe it unless you show me. Chapter 28, If you fail the exam, I'll. Revised edition. After a day of simple and unadorned routine, Jiang Yang returned home, read books with proficiency, then rested, and woke up early for exercise. The 10% physical potential boost from yesterday was simply irresistible for the aloof Gao Langyan, who hadn't intended to reveal her full capabilities prematurely at school yesterday. For her, strength should be revealed at special moments to maximize its value. This morning I woke up and ran a half marathon. 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 43 seconds. An achievement I never thought possible. With just 2 more minutes of effort, she could have even reached the standard of an international master athlete. Of course, this time would barely make the cut in international competitions, but you can't deny that her level is already very close to the standard of an international master athlete. From the very beginning of her half marathon today, she felt that lightness and joy permeating her body. I knew the results wouldn't be too bad, but I never expected it to be this good. With just a 10% efficiency boost, I'm already running this fast. What if it were a 100% boost? Wouldn't she then become the world's #1 long-distance runner? No, not just long-distance running. For this reason, Gao Lengyan was in an exceptionally good mood. Looking at Jiang Yang, it was as if he were gazing upon a massive golden mountain. No, even more impressive than that. That's enough for today. I still have something important to attend to. What's up? Gao Lengyan asked curiously. The school's personnel recruitment examination. Civil service exam? Gao Lengyan's mind raced, so that meant he wasn't officially appointed staff after all, just a contract worker. Contract worker equals scapegoat equals fired. No way. Don't worry, Teacher Jiang. I'm absolutely certain you'll ace this exam. Nobody in the world could possibly be more qualified for this civil service position than you. Jiang Yang smiled faintly. Then I'll take your kind words as a good omen. Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 1%, current 11%. I'll be going now. Okay. Gao Lengyan nodded, watching Jiang Yang trot away, still feeling somewhat uneasy. She called out loudly again. You must pass the exam. Jiang Yang waved his hand and then disappeared from her sight. The good thing about the school's recruitment exam was that it was held right on campus. A large banner hung at the entrance. Today, he had taken leave. Without lingering much, he headed straight for the exam venue. The exam hall hasn't opened yet, but a sizable crowd has already gathered. While a large turnout was expected, what surprised Jiang Yang was spotting so many students from his own class. Mu Yuting, Tong Shangling, his class monitor, the youth league branch secretary, and even Bai Ji were all there. Upon noticing him, the group immediately swarmed around him. Teacher. Voices clamored in a confused hubbub. What's going on here? Jiang Yang found herself surrounded, completely bewildered. Mu Yuting snorted lightly and explained with a laugh. Teacher, we're all here to cheer you on, and we came voluntarily, knowing you're taking the school's formal recruitment exam today. So teacher, you can't let us down, you absolutely have to pass, understand? Jiang Yang smiled. Don't worry, I'll definitely pass. Mu Yuting patted him on the shoulder. Very spirited. Then she leaned in and whispered. Teacher, you must try your best to pass the exam. If you succeed, I'll let you. He. Having said that, Mu Yuting winked at him. Now that you say it like that, I don't feel like taking the exam anymore. Mu Yuting scoffed at him, clueless about romance. If you don't pass the exam, I'll, ha. Jiang Yang. But he appreciated the sentiment. Jiang Yang's favorability plus 1%, current 39%. Teacher, you can do it. Tong Shangling's words were much simpler. A young girl's words sound pleasant indeed, yet she too came up to whisper in his ear. Don't worry, teacher. If you don't pass the exam, I'll have my dad arrange a job for you. Having connections sure is great. Jiang Yang conquest progress plus 2%, current progress 35%. No need, I will pass. Jiang Yang replied in agreement. Tong Shangling nodded obediently. At any rate, she had already made up her mind if Jiang Yang failed the exam, she would ask her father to arrange a job for him. Compared to the support shown by the two girls, Baiji's support was much simpler and more straightforward. Handed him a cardboard box. Haven't had breakfast yet? I brought you some from the canteen. Have something to eat first, there's still time. Thank you. Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 1%, current progress 53%. Thank you, classmates. I've deeply felt your support. Thank you all. I'll do my best in the exams. Jiang Yang expressed her gratitude to the numerous students. The students responded with enthusiastic shouts in unison. Teacher, you must do your best. We definitely don't want some old man or woman replacing you as our counselor. You're the only counselor we need. That's right, teacher. You're our drilling team captain, teacher. You absolutely must pass the exam. My future evening happiness depends on you now, teacher. The students chattered away, and Jiang Yang understood everything perfectly. At first, everything sounded fine, but then the conversation gradually started taking a strange turn. But that wasn't important anymore. Alright, everyone can go home now. I've already felt your sincere feelings, teacher has. Jiang Yang watched as the students gradually dispersed, feeling a genuine sense of satisfaction. Teacher, you must hang in there. And just so you know, I meant what I said earlier. Before leaving, Mu Yuding emphasized again, flashing him a playful wink. Jiang Yan couldn't bring herself to smile. Well, thank you so much for that. Don't mention it. Pretending not to notice, Mu Yuding walked away with a smile. Go for it. Tong Shangling gave him an encouraging gesture before leaving as well, leaving only Baiji behind, gazing at him as she spoke. Then I'll be off too. Once you pass the exam, I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Yang nodded with a smile. Okay. Devoured breakfast in 3 bites and 2 gulps, now that's what I call winning at life. A whole crowd of anxious exam takers standing nearby witnessed Jiang Yang's grand entrance in its full embarrassing glory. So we're all just cannon fodder then? Who would have thought, Professor Jiang, you're quite popular. But are you really so sure you can pass the exam? A voice sounded beside her. Jiang Yang didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Zhang Yuxian. Last time I came, I had intended to size up the situation. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan didn't give him the slightest bit of face, leaving him both baffled and utterly humiliated. He couldn't understand why, despite the connections his family had already arranged. Su Yuan still refused to show him any respect. Why? Su Yuan explained that superficially, they still needed to maintain fairness and justice. The reasoning was quite sound. Despite this, I couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yuan had ulterior motives. But thinking that his own affairs were already settled, he didn't dwell on it too much. However, after glancing at Jiang Yang before him and recalling the still graceful and stunning Su Yuan, he couldn't help but lean towards a certain conclusion. This irritated him even more. Why was this guy surrounded by beautiful women left and right? I'm doing okay, most likely I'll pass. But I get what you're saying. You're quite confident? Jiang Yang shot back with a question. Zhang Yuxian shrugged. I originally met the criteria for high-quality talent recruitment. Do you think I'd lack confidence? Instead, it seems you're quite confident you can outscore me. Just decent confidence, nothing extraordinary. Zhang Yuxian smiled. How about this? Let's make a bet on who gets the higher score. Bet on what? Zhang Yuxian sized him up from head to toe. I don't suppose you contract workers have much to show for yourselves, so let's just bet 1,000. Jiang Yang glanced at him, held up 4 fingers. 400,000, I won't bet for anything less. Zhang Yuxian frowned upon hearing this, thinking he must be insane. Then he immediately laughed. You want me to back down? 400,000, deal. I'm afraid you'd be reluctant to part with this money. Jiang Yang remained silent. She took out her phone, opened the mobile banking app, and displayed the balance on the screen. Then she retrieved 2 sheets of paper and an ink pad from her bag, swiftly drafted an agreement without a word, and signed it before pressing her fingerprint. Your turn. To be honest, I've got a system that lets me win without lifting a finger. Money was truly no pressure for him. Zhang Yuxian gave him a deep look, observing the duplicate contracts in his hand where the 400,000 figure was by no means a small sum. At the very least, it would definitely sting to fork out that amount. Yet, observing Jiang Yang's utterly indifferent gaze, it was as if 400,000 was just some roadside trash. Zhang Yuxian couldn't quite figure out where his confidence came from, but unable to fathom his background, Zhang Yuxian said nothing. Right then, the sound of security checks for entry began nearby. Gritting his teeth, he let out a cold snort. You'd better keep your money for yourself. Without an official position, you can at least save that money for your own pension insurance. Just say it if you're scared. No one will laugh at you. Fearfulness is not your fault. Jiang Yang responded with a few words of his own, while Zhang Yuxian silently held his tongue. I hope you'll really get in. He immediately stepped forward and entered first. Jiang Yang didn't take it seriously at all. After passing through security, he found his assigned examination hall and spotted Zhang Yuxian waiting at the entrance too. Surprisingly, they were in the same examination room. Zhang Yuxian noticed him as well. Neither spoke. Zhang Yang couldn't be bothered to say anything either. He entered the examination hall, found his seat, and waited for the test papers. There were two subjects, vocational aptitude test and comprehensive application ability, worth 300 points in total, with a combined test duration of 210 minutes. The whole exam could be completed in one morning. There were no breaks. Both test booklets were distributed simultaneously. After the exam papers were distributed, the test officially began. With a quick glance at the questions and the 30% intelligence boost, both the content and techniques for answering came effortlessly, including the subjective questions, none of which were particularly unfamiliar. True or false and multiple choice questions were even simpler. And then I started writing swiftly. The 90-minute vocational aptitude test and 120-minute comprehensive exam were relatively time-pressured. Zhang Yang, undistracted by her surroundings, had already begun swiftly responding to the comprehensive subjective questions while others around her were still anxiously reading through the test. Zhang Yuxian, seated diagonally behind her to the left, frowned as she watched Zhang Yang answering questions with seemingly divine speed and ease, taking a deep breath, deliberately mystifying. Soon after, he also began answering the questions. There's no such thing as early submission for this type of exam. Of course, if you truly intend to give up, you can submit early, your score will simply be invalidated. By the 90-minute mark, Zhang Yang had already completed all the content he considered necessary for the comprehensive exam section. Then he carefully reviewed his answers 3 times, ensuring there were no omissions before moving on to the career aptitude test questions. After finishing, check it over. Just glance at the time. Exactly 190 minutes have passed. Then patiently wait for the exam to end. He put down his pen with nothing more to say, but for the other examinees, his utterly calm demeanor made their brows sweat incessantly. What's going on with this guy? Giving up so quickly without even trying? Could he have already finished writing? Zhang Yuxian frowned deeply and looked at his own paper. The questions were quite complex, requiring careful deliberation even for someone like him. Watching Zhang Yang appearing completely relaxed, even with his eyes closed, Zhang soon relaxed again. What difference did it make? No matter how well one performed in the exam, that position was already predetermined. The written test only determined whether one could advance to the interview stage. The interview is the most important thing. Just like everyone else in this exam hall, I'm merely striving in vain. Nothing more than that. The exam concluded as the bell rang. Hand in your papers and leave the room. You sound pretty confident in what you wrote. So sure of yourself? Not bad, as long as I'm more confident than you are. You. Zhang Yuxian was about to speak again when several feminine voices chimed in nearby. Professor Jiang. Squinting his eyes, Zhang Yuxian saw 3 strikingly beautiful girls of varying ages calling Zhang Yang. We knew your exam would be finishing around now. Let's go eat. Bye, she said. Zhang Yang looked at the 2 young girls, Mu Yuding and Tong Shangling, as Mu Yuding turned to Zhang Yuxian beside her and asked, Teacher, who is he? It doesn't matter. Let's go eat. The teacher's treating. Mu Yuding shouted, while Zhang Yang shrugged. Got it. Tong Shangling glanced back at Zhang Yuxian, who was staring in their direction. Teacher, that person is staring at us, he looks like a dog. Shangling, you've gone astray. Is there any? That's wonderful. Immersive Translate. Chapter 29, Dating Skills? Do I look like I'm good at that? Revised edition. Watching Zhang Yang's receding figure fade into the distance, Zhang Yuxian took a deep breath in disbelief. How could this arrogant bastard have so many beautiful girls accompanying him at school? Didn't the school know about this? Unless they were truly condoning it. In the dean's office, Su Yuan heard someone knocking at the door, and the blue light seeping through the crack told her whether the visitor was important or not. Come in. Zhang Yuxian pushed the door open and entered. He gave Su Yuan a faint smile as he spoke. Dean Su. Su Yuan gave a nonchalant hum, showing not even the slightest interest in these insignificant minions. What is it? Dean Su, I'd like to know about that Zhang Yang in your college. What's her background? Zhang Yuxian tentatively asked. You mean Professor Jiang? Professor Jiang is just an ordinary teacher in the college. Is there a problem? Just an ordinary teacher? Zhang Yuxian said with a furrowed brow. He doesn't seem ordinary to me. Setting aside his attitude issues, I just saw him having ambiguous relationships with several female students and teachers in the school. Is this just an ordinary teacher? Su Yuan heard the words. He lifted his head and replied nonchalantly. Of course I know the answer to this question. Teacher Jiang has brought this up with me several times too, about how he's become a bit too popular at school. I mean, given his natural qualities, is it really an issue if he's somewhat popular? I don't see any problem with it. But he doesn't have even the slightest hidden thought at all. Is that really normal? Zhang Yuxian asked. What's abnormal about that? As long as there are no fundamental mistakes, it's not a problem. Su Yuyuan said nonchalantly. Is it really a problem that some people are naturally more gifted? Zhang Yuxian frowned as he looked at Su Yuyuan's indifferent expression, then nodded slightly. Fine, he did feel somewhat resentful about the preferential treatment Zhang Yang received. Even the dean is so partial. Why? And several of the girls have quite impressive looks as well. Beautiful women in clusters. Is this the teacher? Director Su, I hope you can guarantee my position at your institute. Zhang Yuxian solemnly stated his main objective. Watching Zhang Yan take the exam in the test hall, he felt a faint unease. Whoever dared to bet 400,000 with him surely wasn't simple. Su Yuyuan's crimson lips curled with a hint of mockery upon hearing these words. She calmly countered. Ensure it? How exactly am I supposed to ensure that? This is an exam organized uniformly by public institutions. Whoever scores higher gets the position. The final grading outcome isn't something I can control. What do you think? What can I guarantee? Zhang Yuxian's expression darkened upon hearing this. Director Su, you should know exactly what price I've paid for this position, shouldn't you? Su Yuyuan silently chuckled to herself as if this had anything to do with her. Yet observing Zhang Yuxian's barely contained fury, Su Yuyuan casually remarked. I'm well aware of what you're asking for, and I never said I rejected your request. But you should understand that anything obtained through improper means, even if acquired, will never bring peace of mind. As for your demand, all I can say is I'll handle it, but we'll have to wait until the written test results come out. What if something unexpected happens? Su Yuyuan asked. Only then did Zhang Yuxian's expression gradually soften, though he still appeared quite displeased. Things like staffing allocation involve more complex intricacies. It's not something that can be decided with just a single remark. It's not that we're not making arrangements, they need to be scheduled systematically and methodically. Support staffing comes first, then formal allocation. So, anything else on your mind? But don't worry, everything will fall into place in time. Su Yuyuan said slowly, her crimson lips exuding a bewitching charm as she gently coaxed and reassured Zhang Yuxian's state of mind. She was still counting on him to play some role in boosting likability. Without contrast, how could the importance of that little brother be highlighted? The management attribute is truly utterly fascinating. In the school cafeteria, several girls were having lunch with Zhang Yang. Really, Teacher Jiang? You estimate you'll score around 260 points? 260 points? Is that high? Faced with Zhang Yang's announcement of her estimated written test score, compared to Bai Ji's surprise and delight, the two young girls seemed much more bewildered. Angelica nodded. Of course it's very high. This score could almost guarantee first place in any exam. That impressive? Mu Yuding squinted her eyes, biting her chopsticks as she looked directly at Zhang Yang and said, truly worthy of a man with substantial institutional backing. Right, Professor? Zhang Yang pretended not to catch the sarcasm. Honestly, he estimated the number should exceed 260, but he wasn't certain. Better to give a more conservative figure nonetheless. Teacher, Professor Zhao over there seems to have been watching us the whole time. Tong Shangling sat beside Mu Yuding and whispered, Professor Zhao? Zhang Yang turned her head to look and saw a man resembling a vulture sitting at a partially enclosed dining table some distance away. Zhao Zijian. Come to think of it, Zhao Zijian hasn't bothered him since that day, a rare piece, though it seems there's been a replacement. Don't mind him, I've seen him like this many times before. Anyway, it doesn't affect me, so let him stare if he wants. Angelica said from the side. Muting pondered thoughtfully. I think Professor Zhao's current behavior is a bit odd. Although he doesn't act crazy in class anymore, I just feel there's something unusual about his demeanor. What exactly seems strange? Jiang Yang asked. Mu Yuding tilted her head in thought. I can't put it into words, but it just feels weird, yet not in a malicious way. Speaking of which, Professor, you finished your exams now, let's go to the amusement park this weekend. The new Ratfolk amusement park has officially opened. It's super fun inside. I've been dying to try the Death Spiral ride there forever. Mu Yuding couldn't wait to invite Zhang Yang. Amusement park? Zhang Yang glanced at Tong Shangling beside her. Sure enough, Tong Shangling began fidgeting uncomfortably upon hearing this, her little bottom squirming on the seat, yet she couldn't bring herself to speak. Teacher, let's go play together. Mu Yuding continued inviting. Unfortunately, I already have plans, Zhang Yang said while eating. Mu Yuding narrowed her eyes and instinctively glanced at Bai Ji beside him. Already have plans? Bai Ji gave a faint smile. I certainly didn't make weekend plans with Professor Jiang. Then who was it? Mu Yuding asked. Why yes, it's me. Tong Shangling answered weakly from the side. Hearing this, Mu Yuding looked at Tong Shangling, then turned her gaze to Zhang Yang. Teacher, you're being naughty. Is Shangling better than me? Look how frail Shangling is, she'd probably faint from fright. Could she really handle something thrilling? Besides, Shangling definitely wouldn't be able to keep up with you. Mu Yuding chattered on. Suddenly, inspiration struck. The 30% bonus wisdom seems quite clever. Wait, solo invitation, weak, scared, unconscious, unaware. My mind was racing, then came to a conclusion. Oh, teacher, you like this kind of thing. Mu Yuding. Jiang Yang scowled and shouted, what on earth is going through this little girl's head? Seeing Jiang Yang's stern, dark expression, Mu Yuding wasn't afraid at all. Without a second thought, she hugged Tong Shangling tightly, their cheeks pressed together. I'm going with classmate Shangling. 1 + 1 is greater than 2 when both of us accompany you. You wouldn't possibly refuse our request, would you, teacher? 1 experience, double the satisfaction. Right, Shangling? You don't mind, do you? Though Shangling had some mischievous thoughts in her heart, her voice came out meek as Yuding pressed her flushed cheek against hers. She couldn't help thinking about all those key terms Yuding had just mentioned. Scared to faint, unconscious. Her face suddenly turned a little red, feeling somewhat restless and fidgety. Okay, I don't mind. Mu Yuding giggled, revealing a cute little canine tooth as she triumphantly hugged Tong Shangling like a conquering general, addressing Jiang Yang. Teacher, Shangling agreed. As Jiang Yang ate his meal, watching the mischievous imp like Mu Yuding, he had already considered the impropriety of this arrangement yesterday when Tong Shangling first invited him to the amusement park. A man and a woman alone together. While taking Tong Shangling's health into consideration, it would still be better to bring more people along. Professor Bai, are you going? Jiang Yang asked Bai Ji. Teacher, you're being dishonest. We are already 2, and you still want a 3rd. Shangling, cover her mouth. Tong Shangling obediently carried out the order, covering Mu Yuding's mouth before she could finish speaking. Your mouth is being quite disobedient. Can't even eating keep you quiet? Mu Yuding grinned like a little fox. Eating alone isn't enough. What a sin! Jiang Yang was pained to realize that while listening to Mu Yuding's words just now, his thoughts had indeed wandered into inappropriate territory. That rebellious disciple, what a treacherous student. She almost led her own teacher astray. He quickly took a few deep breaths of oxygen before asking Bai Ji. Professor Bai, don't listen to her nonsense. What I meant was, would you be interested in joining us? Angelica smiled faintly. No need, you go ahead and have fun. I'm a bit scared of those things. Alright then. Jiang Yang nodded. 3 would do just fine. It was only for some fun anyway, not like they were up to any mischief. That's settled then. See you bright and early on the weekend. Mu Yuding declared without hesitation, making it final. Jiang Yang could only hope that Mu Yuding wouldn't pull any tricks by then. That would be achievement enough. Bai Ji looked at the 3 of them, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. She had no interest in such childish games. She had other plans. The lunch dragged on interminably. Watching the 4 figures gradually disappear into the distance, Zhao Zijian, hidden in the shadows, stared at their retreating figures, especially at Jiang Yang and Bai Ji's backs. His gaze carried a strange, peculiar glint. Normally speaking, for civil service exams with relatively few applicants, the results could be released as early as the exam day or the very next day. Jiang Yang didn't think it would be that quick, but it shouldn't take too long either. Before then, he still had to continue his work as a counselor. At the same time, prepare for the regional marathon the day after tomorrow. I checked the registration website. There's actually prize money, with a whopping 200,000 for first place and 50,000 even for third. Of course, this kind of event isn't divided by gender. It's basically a citizen's run. He wasn't planning on winning any prizes. This kind of marathon has professional runners, those who earn a living by running marathons. Forget about competing for superiority. Next week is the teacher-student sports meet. That prize money is the real deal, and he plans to get in the zone after heading back today. The little girl from the sports academy probably wouldn't mind giving him a ride to test it out. After registration ended. For now, I still have to do student work. A group of boys from the class surrounded me, each with a menacing glare in their eyes. Dean, can you teach us some tips on how to be more popular with girls? Dean, your playstyle still relies too heavily on modeling and core competencies. Do you have any other, easier methods to try? Dating techniques? Me, do I look like I'm good at this? Jiang Yang asked doubtfully. Chapter 30, All-Round Excellence. He's great, and so am I. The students were all brimming with anticipation. For boys their age, the hormones of youth are at their peak intensity. Jiang Yang sighed upon hearing this and said, "You'll have to ask your teacher about that question. Even I, your teacher, don't know the answer. Honestly, I'm really not some kind of love guru, students. Teacher, you're being too modest. You can't hide your skills now. Please save these children." Yes, teacher, please share your wisdom with us. Seeing their resolute expressions, what could Jiang Yang possibly say? Fine. Since you're all so eager to know why, let me tell you. First, I'd like to clarify, this is purely my personal experience. I can't guarantee how useful it'll actually be. No problem, teach. Go ahead. A group of boys pricked up their ears to listen. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yang began. The truth is, this problem is actually quite simple. So simple it can be summarized in just one sentence. Improve yourself, shift your focus. Improve myself? Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. Exactly, you must understand one fundamental truth: all resources in this world naturally accumulate upwards. The more capable a person is, the more they possess. Even if they don't seek it, they'll inevitably end up with more. As for those who are weak, because resources never gather around them, they only grow weaker over time. Those who aren't strong enough can't stand firm. Even if they acquire something beyond their rightful share, they'll ultimately fail to hold on to it. Tell the teacher. Do you want a 3.0 grade? The students shook their heads. Do you want to be abandoned with green marks above your heads? Of course I don't want to, teacher. Jiang Yang nodded and snapped his fingers. That's right then. Learn to improve your abilities, participate in more social activities, competitions, and see more of the world outside. Improve yourselves, so that when you're strong enough, you won't have such troubles. Jiang Yang was quite pleased with his own rhetoric. At this moment, he even felt a fleeting illusion and joy of "I'm a proper teacher." A group of students pondered thoughtfully. So, teacher, when you say improving oneself, does it refer to every aspect? Jiang Yang nodded. Of course, but I mean in a positive aspect. Hearing this, a group of students immediately crowded around eagerly, whispering their question. Teacher, could you share some tips on how to become stronger with us? Stronger? Wouldn't regular exercise do the trick? No, teacher, we're not talking about that kind of strength. We mean, that kind of strength. That kind of strength? Jiang Yang didn't quite grasp their meaning at first, but seeing the students' excitement and their eager expressions, he suddenly understood again. The serious teacher hadn't even experienced it for 3 short minutes yet. Could you guys be a bit more positive? On the lakeside running trail in the early dawn, 2 figures were running at a steady yet seemingly rapid pace, one on either side. Ever since learning to engage her hips properly, Jiang Yang genuinely felt running had become much easier. Faced with Jiang Yang's invitation for a 21 km half marathon, Lang Yan gladly accepted the challenge and completed the race. Although his physical fitness had improved significantly, Jiang Yang still found himself panting heavily. Not quite used to it yet. We've reached a good distance by now, haven't we? How long have we been running? Jiang Yang asked, feeling as if her breath was burning hot, yet her body still seemed to have strength remaining. Let me check. Cao Lengyan glanced at the time on her watch and was startled. 1 hour 9 minutes and 54. I made it under 1 hour and 10 minutes. Jiang Yang gasped for breath, noticing Gao Lengyan's look of utter surprise as she asked, is that time considered fast? Gao Lengyan nodded and said, unbelievably fast. It's already at the level of a national class athlete. That fast? Jiang Yang was also startled. No wonder he felt his lungs straining to keep up during the entire run. No wonder he's a SSS special attribute individual. This is his first time running a half marathon as an amateur, and he actually finished under 1 hour and 10 minutes. Unreal. Gao Lengyan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Yang. Although in real competitions, people mostly focus on tactics and mindset, honestly teacher, being able to achieve this timing is truly incredible. Gao Lengyan didn't hold back her praise in the slightest. Jiang Yang had a slight doubt. Tactics? I understand the mentality, but what about the tactics? Gao Lengyan explained it to him. In a real marathon race, participants actually compete as teams, where some team members are responsible for breaking the wind at the front. Some are assigned to hold positions at the rear. They minimize resistance and prevent others from overtaking. The smallest marathon teams consist of at least 3 members, but only one is truly the core runner who crosses the finish line. Amateur competitions are fine. If it's a professional competition, if you're constantly being boxed in and not allowed to overtake, the frustration will make you lose your rhythm. And let me tell you, in marathon races, teams often deliberately use physical contact to disrupt your rhythm or even injure you. So when the official race begins, just follow behind me and I'll break the wind for you. Keep to my pace. I guarantee you'll finish the race smoothly. Gao Lengyan said with absolute certainty. Jiang Yang let out a laugh. Sounds good. Jiang Yang affection progress plus 3%, current progress 14%. Then it's settled. We'll meet the day after tomorrow without fail. So teacher, you must make sure to rest well these days, skip the morning runs, and keep your energy up. Let's win this competition together when the time comes. Gao Lengyan shouted with unwavering confidence. Jiang Yang responded. Got it. See you the day after tomorrow. Bye-bye. Although Jiang Yang wasn't particularly competitive by nature, the mere thought of participating in a full marathon somehow stirred an inexplicable surge of excitement within him. A marathon? Professor Jiang, you signed up to run a marathon? The office colleagues all wore expressions of astonishment upon hearing Jiang Yang and Bai Ji discuss the Saturday marathon event. Isn't that, Professor Jiang, I heard that marathon is a full 42 kilometers marathon. 42 kilometers, all run on foot. I've heard many people take 5 or 6 hours to finish such a marathon. Professor Jiang, do you really have that kind of stamina? Angelica was truly surprised how Jiang Yang quietly registered for a marathon without a word. Give it a try, it might just work. After all, there's no registration fee. Hearing him speak so calmly and effortlessly, the group gave him a thumbs up. Only you could do this. Indeed, a person of substantial strength is reflected in every aspect, not just possessing core competencies. But Professor Jiang, the results will be announced the day after tomorrow. Aren't you concerned about yours? The day after tomorrow? Has the notice been issued? Angelica nodded in agreement. It was the director who said so. Dean, let's talk after the competition. It should be fine. Professor Jiang? You must pass the exam. Professor Jiang has already arranged a celebration banquet for you. If you pass, we're having a dinner gathering the night after tomorrow. Dining together is such a rare occasion. So, Professor Jiang, don't let us down. A group of people joked around. Jiang Yang glanced at Bai Ji, who looked back at him and said, I did say I'd treat you to a meal if you got in, didn't I? But I thought it might be inappropriate for just the two of us to dine alone, so why don't we just make it a group gathering? What do you think? Jiang Yan gladly accepted. Of course. Jiang Yan's favorability plus 2%, current 55%. Generally speaking, if you score high enough on the written exam, the interview won't be a problem. Seeing Jiang Yang readily accept the proposal, Bai Shi smiled faintly. Good, the first step of the plan had succeeded, now it was her turn to perform. Sports Academy ran a half marathon this morning. With regional competitions just around the corner, Gao Langyan, who no longer harbored any worries about her performance, calmly performed her cool-down exercises. On the adjacent track, a figure swiftly swept past her before bolting straight toward the coach ahead, breaking the finish line. 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 8 seconds. Amy, not bad at all. The coach looked quite satisfied as he read the stopwatch's result. Amy responded with even greater excitement. Coach, really? Did I really break through the 39-point barrier? Have I reached the level of a master athlete? No way, coach. The smile on the coach's face was unmistakable. You've indeed crossed the 39-point milestone. Your progress is really noticeable. First-class athlete and master of sports are completely different standards. Hearing that she had reached the master of sports level, Amy's excitement was unmistakably clear in her eyes. Watching Gao Longyan jogging over slowly, Amy couldn't contain her excitement and eagerly told Gao Longyan, Cold goose, I've broken the 39-point barrier. Compared to Gao Longyan's score of 42 points, she was several minutes faster. She deliberately said such things to her, with an obvious implication. She simply wanted to see Gao Longyan's angry yet helpless expression. But when Gao Longyan heard this, she merely responded with a faint "Oh, congratulations." Gao Longyan's attitude didn't satisfy her at all. Amy shouted again immediately. Are you still going to compete with me for the sports event spot? Have you tasted any of them? Gao Longyan asked indifferently. What? Has the regional full marathon already taken place? I can see you still need to put in more effort. Don't end up falling behind me and then feeling sad and disappointed. Amy was visibly gritting her teeth. Let's hope you can outrun me when the time comes. Piece of cake. Piece of cake? Amy even doubted whether she'd lost her mind. How could anyone be so confident about surpassing her so easily? Arrogant, downright conceited. Gao Longyan floated past lightly, leaving behind only these words. With the 10% bonus from Sports Potential, even though she had just run a half marathon in the morning, her recovery speed was much faster than usual. Gao! Far in the distance, a group of boys spotted Gao Longyan running on the track and quickly hurried over to fawn over her. Miss Gao, running alone again? If you don't mind, how about running together? Gao Longyan shot them a glance. Unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar. Several had been persistently making their presence known to her this way for quite some time now. Feel free. The school track isn't my property. Run as long as you like. With that, she paid them no further attention. Run your own race. The blue-green hue above their heads, whether it was a C or a D, held absolutely no appeal for her. As for appeal, Teacher Zhang's SSS grade golden legend was where it was at. So bright, so rich. Once seen, never forgotten. Professor Jiang is truly outstanding in every aspect, handsome, kind-hearted, and physically fit. And what's more, he's wonderful, and so am I. Chapter 31, Oh, about to get dropped by an amateur. After a day off, before the match, Gao Longyan briefed him on some important precautions. When they officially arrived at the venue, it was an absolute sea of people, a dense mass stretching as far as the eye could see. There were also numerous volunteers, staff members, cameras, and drones buzzing back and forth overhead. The crowd queued up to collect their number tags and timing bracelets. Fortunately, Jiang Yang had heeded Gao Longyan's advice and arrived at the starting point early. Teacher Jiang. Gao Longyan spotted Jiang Yang in the crowd immediately upon arrival. It was almost too easy. There's only one sun in a crowd. At first glance, the crowd was a sea of green, interspersed with occasional blues, purples, or faint speckles of red. but all those colors paled in comparison to the SSS-level golden legend shimmering above Jiang Yang's head. So finding Jiang Yang is very easy. Professor Jiang, is this your number? That seems quite profound, Gao Lingyan said as she looked at the number tag on his body. What explanation? What explanation? Jiang Yang was puzzled, but looking at her expression and then at the number on his own body. Number 69. Gao Lingyan smiled and said to him, "Here, teacher, I've brought you a waist pack. Wear it around your waist. It contains some energy gel supplements. During a marathon, proper energy replenishment is absolutely essential." Jiang Yang took it over, a waist pack filled to the brim with sports nutrition gels. Jiang Yang strategy progress plus 1%, current 15%. Thank you. Gao Lingyan waved dismissively. Minor issue. Lingyan, I was just wondering where you disappeared to, so you went to fetch someone. Who's this handsome guy? Your boyfriend? Several more people approached, both men and women, and when they saw Jiang Yang, the expressions on those athlete types' faces shifted noticeably. Li Aimei knew Gao Lingyan was popular. She had no shortage of suitors. There are plenty of suitors within the academy, and even more outside of it, yet she shows no reaction to any of them. Turns out there's another handsome guy over here. She can tell at a glance whether someone is attractive or not. Even with a buzz cut, if he still looks strikingly handsome, then he's truly good-looking enough to inspire envy. What object? This is my teammate for the full marathon this time, Gao Lingyan said frankly. Teammate? The nearby sports students glanced at Jiang Yang and laughed. Lingyan, is this really your teammate? This is a full 42 kilometers marathon, not a 100-meter sprint. She really doesn't look like a long-distance runner, does she? These long-distance runners were all as thin as monkeys. It's normal for marathoners to be lean since prolonged aerobic exercise makes it hard to build muscle. Jiang Yang looks at the physique. He doesn't seem like a professional at all. But it must be said, this physique modeling, makes them feel envious. Just an amateur, running casually for fun. Jiang Yang said casually. Li Aimei quickly responded. Handsome, don't let Lingyan trick you. This is a full marathon, not a sprint. Every year, plenty of people vomit or even faint from running. Didn't Lingyan explain it clearly to you? Your physique likely won't let you finish the entire race. If Lingyan asks you to break wind for her, that would be completely setting you up for failure. Jiang Yang gave an acknowledging hum, nodded, said thanks for the heads up, and then fell silent. Seeing Jiang Yang ignore her suggestion, Li Aimei scoffed in disdain, while several long-distance running athletes nearby secretly vowed in their hearts. Just wait and see how we'll crush him later. Amateurs should stick to half marathons. What's with attempting a full marathon? Asking for trouble. Let's go over there, Gao Lingyan said. Jiang Yang nodded and asked, did you have some grudge with that person just now? Gao Lingyan thought for a moment. Probably. We're competing for spots in the National University Games. The coach said whoever runs faster in this competition will get the spot. Maybe. There might be some emotional factors too, like jealousy because I have a better figure and stole her boyfriend. But I don't even know who her boyfriend is. And what's more, my goal is to someday compete against the world's top long-distance runners. You can't outrun me. I couldn't care less. As for the physique issue, Gao Lingyan lowered her head to look at herself. I think it's fine, though it does stand out a bit. It's a bit troublesome, but I'd hate to get surgery to make them smaller. At this point, Gao Lingyan turned her head to glance at him below and smiled. Just like you, teacher. You can choose not to use it now, but you must have it ready, right? What could Jiang Yang say? She could only admit it made sense. Since you have performance requirements, how about I lead the draft for you? After all, I don't have any pressure about results. Gao Lingyan waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, being the windbreaker is exhausting, and you don't have any experience as one, you wouldn't know how to pace properly. Let me handle it. Look, professional horse racing. Gao Lingyan pointed in a direction, and Jiang Yang looked over, only to see a few extremely thin black men, professional runners who earned their living from marathon prize money. Jiang Yang didn't think that far ahead. He participated in the competition more to experience how much the dual effects of athletic potential and health would enhance his physical condition. Since he was an amateur, he had no competitive record and could only start at the very back of the group. The queue stretched a full kilometer, meaning he had to run an extra kilometer just to reach the starting line. Upon crossing the starting line, the scanning device on the gate registered his wristband to initiate timing, which continued until the finish line. Gao Lingyan stood beside him. Before them was a dense sea of heads. Gao Lingyan glanced back at him. Nervous? Jiang Yang shrugged. Not nervous, just running casually. Shall we keep the same pace as our previous half-marathon then? Sure. Jiang Yang agreed, now feeling nothing but immense physical strength coursing through his body. As the starter waved his flag, the sea of participants began moving slowly across the starting line, with the lead support vehicle advancing in sync. The regional marathon was being live-streamed in its entirety online. His students had known about Jiang Yang's participation in the regional marathon for quite some time. Watching the live stream online, the crowd is so dense you can't even tell who's who. There are way too many people. Where's Teacher Jiang anyway? Can you see anything here? I didn't see, there were too many people. If Professor Jiang weren't wearing underpants, I'm sure I'd spot him in an instant. You wish. If only he weren't wearing underpants. I guarantee by the time this marathon ends, we'll have countless new members joining the online well drilling crew, compared to the bewildered state of others. Mu Yuding spotted Jiang Yang at the end of the line at a glance, thanks to the tactful live camera operator who instantly picked out the handsome guy and beautiful girl from the crowd. Hey, it's Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang is so handsome. Great job, camera operator. Keep focusing on Teacher Jiang like this. Perfect. Drilling team, start working. Mu Yuding didn't even want to talk about those shallow people. Were they really satisfied just by seeing Teacher Jiang? So superficial. She couldn't even be bothered with them. Better close the bed curtains myself, and grab some tissue papers while I'm at it. Teacher Jiang, who's that girl in front of you? Mu Yuding narrowed her eyes, observing the girl running ahead of Jiang Yang, a tan spicy girl who seemed to have a great figure. But after a moment's thought, Mu Yuding decided she couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. The camera's live feed seems to have grown onto Jiang Yang's body, as if something is particularly holding her gaze. Anyway, forgot the beginning, forgot the middle, forgot the end. Digging a well. Open the pit. The 42 kilometers full marathon was truly the ultimate test of willpower and endurance. Jiang Yang followed behind, though Gao Langyan had deliberately slowed his pace, the speed remained formidable. Jiang Yang watched in real time as the main group was overtaken beside him. He couldn't tell how long they'd been running, but unexpectedly, there were hardly any people around anymore. These two aren't ordinary runners, are they? What's their background? Starting from the very back and making it to the lead pack, their average pace must be impressive. Look at their build, they don't seem like distance runners at all. Doesn't make sense, does it? Any runner who can reach the lead pack, even among amateurs, is undoubtedly a seasoned long-distance runner. Don't they all have lean builds and hollow cheeks? Yet they both appeared to be completely ordinary at first glance. But judging by their gait and breathing rhythm, they were clearly not ordinary people. Extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. Professor Jiang, how are you doing? Everything alright? Gao Lengyan turned her head to ask Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang exhaled and nodded. He didn't know how long they had been running, but he felt his stamina reserves were still plentiful. Gao Lengyan nodded and continued leading the run. Incredible, Gao Lengyan's group actually caught up. The group led by Li Amy, who had been jogging at their own steady pace ahead, were surprised to see Gao Lengyan and Jiang Yang suddenly catching up from behind. It was a shock, especially for Li Amy. What on earth? Looking back, it was indeed Gao Lengyan. What the hell? Didn't they choose their position last and start from the rear? It would probably take several minutes just to move from the back of the line to the starting point. But now Gao Lengyan had caught up with them. Didn't that mean they were already several minutes ahead by this point? How could they be this fast? Did they deliberately increase the pace to pressure us? Li Aini couldn't figure it out. Watching Gao Lengyan and her teammate continuously overtake other runners, Li Aini felt her composure beginning to fray. Normally, if everyone starts at the same time, positioning yourself becomes necessary. But if others overtake you later, blocking their path is pointless because they've already gained several minutes on you. Even if you cross the finish line simultaneously, they'd still be ahead of you. They must have increased their pace early on. Look, we're only halfway through. Don't worry, they'll burn out soon enough. The person beside me quickly added. Amy Lee nodded and quickly adjusted her breathing rhythm. Exactly, most likely so. Without a doubt, it wouldn't be long before they exhausted themselves, leaving aside Gao Lengyan. Just take the man behind her, for instance. Good looks in a man aren't worth much, and brute strength isn't either. Endurance is what truly matters. Speed alone doesn't guarantee victory. Persisting without faltering, that's the path to success. Run then, let's see how long you can last. Li Amy watched as Gao Lengyan and Jiang Yang passed by beside her, though she believed it wouldn't be long before she surpassed them again. But as Jiang Yang walked past, in that fleeting glance, she caught sight of something indescribable. Her eyes immediately widened, her breathing suddenly becoming erratic. The abrupt disruption of rhythm made every muscle in her body ache instantly. Watching Jiang Yang's retreating figure, a sudden realization struck her about Gao Lengyan's malicious intentions. No, that man. Boheo, these props are messing with my head. How utterly despicable. Amy Lee gritted her teeth. Jiang Yang had no clue about any competition props. He simply followed his own rhythm, watching those around him get left behind one by one. At the front of the pack, the professional racers and runners watched as Gao Lengyan and Jiang Yang overtook them with a sense of approval, falling in behind to let them break the wind. Such an amateur, rushing to grab a seat with only 2/3 of the journey left. Just see how you'll keep up from now on. That's what everyone initially thought. But as they continued following, something started feeling off. Why hasn't their pace slowed down yet? They seem to be getting faster. What's going on? I can barely keep up. Having someone break the wind ahead is certainly a good thing. But Lang Yan, who was already hitting her stride, now felt her entire body in better condition than ever before. Those behind wanting to enjoy the benefits of having a windbreaker, instead found they couldn't keep up with the pace. Oh no, looks like I'm about to get outrun by an amateur. Chapter 32, Teacher Jiang, you've made history. This won't do, I can't let them keep running like this. If this keeps up, the rhythm's going to be completely thrown off. Several professional runners glanced back, just one look was enough to convey the message. The lead pacemaker quickly accelerated, trying to get ahead and block the two runners' positions. The others followed closely behind Zhang Yang. Coach, those guys in black are trying to squeeze their way up. The lead team dominated most of the screen, and Mu Yuting, already in Madonna mode, watched the black racehorse in the frame attempting an outside overtake. Nervously yelling at the screen, Zhang Yang caught sight of the racehorse trying to squeeze in from the corner of her eye. Without hesitation, she edged outward slightly, firmly blocking the horse's position. Outside overtakes were never easy to begin with. Zhang Yang, tall and robust, firmly blocked the position. The rider alongside tried several times to overtake but failed, glaring at him in frustration. He reached out, attempting to shove Zhang Yang aside and force his way past. Watching the dark-clad figure commit such a blatant foul, the group of students streaming live were outraged. What a disgusting black thing. Can't win a race so you resort to fighting? Teacher, push him. Your core competitiveness is no worse than his. Bai Shi watched the live stream and felt a sliver of worry when that dark figure reached out. But the next moment, she saw Zhang Yang effortlessly shove him aside like an immovable wall. She let out a sigh of relief. This is simply asking for humiliation. With Zhang Yang's physique among these long-distance runners, it's practically a dimensional downgrade in terms of competition. Watching the incompetent marathon runner beside him glare in fury, Zhang Yang gave him a contemptuous glance. The aloof Yan leading the pack also noticed the situation behind her. After taking a sip of the energy gel she carried, she said to Zhang Yang, Professor Jiang, can we speed up? Let's drop them. Yan's eyes were brimming with competitive fire. This felt incredible. The sensation of running with her whole heart and soul, it was truly, utterly exhilarating. Zhang Yang agreed without hesitation. Of course, no problem. Gao Langyan was so excited that she sped up again, with Zhang Yang closely following behind. The riders nearby, seeing Zhang Yang give up his position, thought he had conceded. But soon they noticed his pace increasing even further with the others. A strong sense of astonishment rapidly spread through his heart. What's going on? They can still accelerate? What's wrong with these two? Isn't this a whole marathon? It's not a 5000 m race. Could it be the national team showing up? Would the national team even care about some amateur competition like this? Gao Langyan and Zhang Yang quickly left the others in the dust, gradually widening the gap between them and the rest of the runners. Li Amy and the others were still waiting for Gao Langyan and Zhang Yang to fall behind, but as the race neared its end, there was still no sign of them slowing down. What's going on? Where are they? Where have you been? Li Yaming was filled with anxiety when suddenly she recalled the 4 simple words Lang Yan had casually mentioned to her before. Piece of cake. Could it be? Are we really getting dropped? Li Amy didn't want to believe it, because there was simply no reason for this. Did these two take performance enhancers or something? How can their pace be so fast? That doesn't look like a marathon runner's physique at all. What about drag coefficient? Does aerodynamics not exist anymore? After running such a long distance, Zhang Yang now felt his breath burning hot too. His mind focused solely on the road beneath his feet, everything else forgotten. Teacher, almost there, just 2 kilometers to go. Gao Langyan turned her head briefly and said something quickly to him. Zhang Yang nodded, chewed 2 packs of energy gels, then glanced back. Unconsciously, those people behind had already fallen several hundred meters behind. Just by running around casually, you're going to win an award? It's strange, but incredibly satisfying. At the finish line of the marathon, a large number of volunteers, onlookers, and some media reporters were already waiting. Unfamiliar faces, none of whom mattered anymore. Incredible! Such a small regional citizen race actually has hidden talents. With these results, they're even about to break 2 hours and 25 minutes. Since when did we have athletes of this caliber in the country? That male runner is decent, his time is roughly at the national elite level. But that female runner? She's hitting international elite standards. Do you know them? Among the onlookers, there were inevitably some who truly understood marathons. Watching the two make their final sprint, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of surprise. It forced them to marvel. Mainly because these two simply didn't fit the physical characteristics of long-distance runners. Running this fast while battling air resistance, there was only one possible explanation. Strength makes bricks fly. Teacher, let's dash together. We're almost there. At the final moment of the sprint, Gao Langyan turned her head to speak to Zhang Yang. She knew she must have broken the record, but who was it that made her break it? She knew very well. Zhang Yang's SSS level attributes. gave her the opportunity to truly stand on the international stage someday. Who this glory came from, she knew very well. No problem, go all out straight away, Jiang Yang said. Gao Longyan looked at him, smiled, and deliberately slowed down to run side by side with Jiang Yang. It's fine, I've already achieved my goal. Let's cross the finish line together, then split the prize money for first and second place. Jiang Yang favorability progress plus 3%, current 18%. Jiang Yang smiled faintly and said no more, for in truth, he truly had no strength left to speak. A full marathon is so much more exhausting than a half. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the two crossed the finish line hand in hand. 2 hours 19 minutes and 14. 2 hours 19 minutes and 16. One after another, they appeared to cross the finish line simultaneously, but the machine had its own criteria for judgment. After completing the race, Jiang Yang was already gasping for breath, but Lang Yan, seeing her own time of 2 hours 20 minutes and 54, even had the energy to cheer and jump with Jiang Yang in exhilaration. Professor Jiang, I've set a new record. I broke the record. The girl's sweat mingled with a faint fragrance, but Jiang Yang was in no mood to notice. Ha, so I ran it in 2 hours 19 minutes? Did I just run ahead? Cao Longyan didn't care about this at all and said with a smile, Teacher, perhaps your brother helped out. Jiang Yang, then I really should thank it. Breaking the record pleased Longyan immensely. Just a tiny bit faster would have met the international athlete standard. Of course, civilian runs like this weren't officially recognized, but for her, it was already enough. When Amy Lee's group arrived at the finish line panting heavily, they saw Jiang Yang and Gao Longyan, who'd already been resting for over 10 minutes, now preparing to receive their awards. First place gets 200k, second place 100k, and third place only gets 50k. This can't be. 2 hours 20 minutes? How could she possibly run this fast? That's impossible. Amy Lee couldn't accept it at all. Even though she exceeded expectations by scoring 37 points in the race, it was still far behind the requirement of 20 meters. Didn't Gao Longyan just run a 43-minute time before? Why did it suddenly become so much faster? Cheating? This can't be. Doping. It must be doping. Li Aiming's loud shouting immediately drew attention from a nearby crowd, and she continued persistently with her accusations. She simply couldn't believe that Gao Longyan could suddenly run so much faster than her. The people around them thought Li Aiming was being foolish. Performance-enhancing drugs could explain sprinting. But this was a long-distance race, a full 42 kilometers marathon. Would someone really risk their life by taking stimulants just for a community run? It wasn't a question of whether it was worth it. This is ridiculous. Gao Longyan watched Li Amy's refusal to accept the outcome, speaking just as bluntly without sparing her dignity. If I can't outrun you, then I just can't. Don't drag doping into this. I told you, beating you is effortless for me. To you, I have just one thing to say. Rating, 3.0. Do some self-reflection. Trash. Practice more then. Your whining won't help. Amy Lee's face turned white with anger. Gao Longyan watched her reaction closely. You look quite unconvinced? Stepping forward with a slight smile, he said softly, Stimulants do indeed influence stimulants. Hearing this, Li Aiming froze momentarily before delight flashed across her features. Did she just explode herself? But before she could even scream, Gao Longyan had already anticipated her reaction. Don't scream just yet. When I said stimulant, I didn't mean that kind, I meant exciting chicken. What? Amy Lee wore a baffled expression. Longyan Gao gestured to Jiang Yang beside her. See that? He's chasing after me, and someone's got a gun pointed at my back. Shouldn't I pick up the pace a bit? If I run too slow, I'll get hit. Looks like I'll be stuck lying down for several days. With that, Gao Longyan happily went off to celebrate with Jiang Yang. The two earned a 300,000 yuan bonus, and after taxes, each got 120,000. Gao Longyan had initially wanted to split the calculations differently, but since Jiang Yan insisted, she decided not to drag it out. She decisively accepted. Winning 120,000 yuan from a single race put Jiang Yan in an excellent mood. Teacher, we split the 120,000 evenly, and truth be told, I actually got the better end of the deal. So here's what I'll do, let me make it up to you. How about I become your girlfriend? Gao Longyan said boldly. Jiang Yang was still immersed in the joy of earning money 1 second, then abruptly sobered up the next. I think it's best not to. Why? Am I not in good shape? Or is my face not pretty enough? Teacher Jiang, between you and me, I'm actually really flexible. And what's more, there's muscle. Jiang Yang remained unmoved. I'm a teacher. I know. So what? Another disgraceful apprentice, another traitor to their master. I swiftly diverted the topic. No more talking. The competition's over, let's leave it at that. I have something extremely important to attend to today. Go pack your things and head back to school. Gao Longyan pouted. Why wasn't this going the way she'd imagined? Shouldn't she have woken up exhausted in a hotel room tomorrow morning? A gunshot wound. Alright, then let's go back together, teacher. Sure. As long as there are no unexpected troubles, anything goes. She hailed a taxi straight back to school. Knowing Jiang Yang had matters to attend to, Gao Lingyan didn't press further. She just scheduled a morning run together for the next day, then waved and went off to find her coach. Jiang Yang was equally eager to find out his written exam score. Jiang Yang was caught right outside the office building by Su Yuyuan. The charm of this mature beauty could be felt even from a distance. "Professor Jiang, you've come just in time. Come to my office, I have something to discuss with you." Jiang Yang couldn't help but wonder how Su Yuyuan always managed to arrive at such perfect timing. Just kidding. Jiang Yang's head was glowing so brightly it looked like the sun. Su Yuyuan only needed to glance out the window to see that moving radiance. She knew he was coming back. "Dean, have the written exam results come out?" Su Yuyuan quickly responded in the affirmative. "Yes, so this matter is very important. Come in and I'll tell you." Upon entering the office, Su Yuyuan had him take a seat while she went to fetch water from the dispenser with a cup. Jiang Yang swore she hadn't meant to look, but when she bent over, her voluptuous curves did appear rather alluring. "Professor Jiang, you've made history at our university this time. Do you know your written exam score?" Su Yuyuan asked slowly. Jiang Yang shook his head. "Of course I don't know. How many points?" 271 points. 271? That high? Jiang Yang was also startled. He had estimated it would be higher than 260, but never expected it to be this high. This score was practically comparable to the top 3 scorers in the National College Entrance Examination, the top scholar, the second-place achiever, and the third-place scholar. "Yes, you've made history. Now I have every reason to formally grant you this official position. This position belongs to you, no one can take it away." Su Yuyuan straightened up, looked at him, and said with a faint smile curling her red lips. Chapter 33. Damn it, people's hearts are ruined. Revised edition. We knew Jiang Yang could test well. We just didn't expect him to test this well. 271 points. If such a transcript score were publicly disclosed without the school admitting the student, the backlash would be overwhelming. With this exam score, interviews become irrelevant. It's as simple a truth as some people going to great lengths, mastering various skills, honing their techniques, even physically enhancing themselves, just to reach a level that satisfies others, while some don't need to lift a finger at all. Standing right there, just one look at their face is enough to satisfy people. That's talent, that's skill. In ordinary circumstances, without external charm, it's like the written test outweighs the interview. The lower tier scenario is when the interview performance outweighs the written test. If both the interview and written test go exceptionally well, that's perfection. It's something ordinary people can't compare to, and Jiang Yang is precisely that kind of perfection. 271 points. Su Yuyuan thought about it, even she couldn't have achieved such results back in her day. What an impressive little one. With this thought, Su Yuyuan turned around and placed a cup on her desk. She held another cup in her hand. Casually walking over, she leaned against Jiang Yang's desk and said with admiring eyes, "Professor Jiang, you're truly remarkable, you kept your word. Actually, I should thank you, because you gave me all the reason I needed to say no." Su Yuyuan bent down to look into Jiang Yang's eyes, a faintly sweet fragrance wafting towards him. "Here's some water, warm, not too hot." Su Yuyuan handed him the water. Jiang Yang looked straight at it for 2 seconds before averting his gaze, barely reaching for the cup when it suddenly lost balance. What happened next felt utterly cliched to Jiang Yang, yet it unfolded exactly that way, undeniably real. The water he failed to catch. His pants got soaked. Then an apologetic wiping. Then came the dawning realization. As expected, by the time they realized it, it was already too late. They stared at each other in wide-eyed silence. Su Yuyuan's delicate face flushed crimson as she cleared her throat and stood up. Professor Jiang, you should handle this yourself. I actually said that from the very beginning." Jiang Yang masked his embarrassment, grabbing a tissue to wipe the water stains off his trousers himself. Luckily, it was just lukewarm water. Otherwise, my mistake would be too grave. It's alright, Director, shall I take my leave then?" "Yeah, okay." Su Yuyuan responded with her back still turned, letting out a long sigh of relief only after hearing the door close behind her. Everything is going according to plan. But, this little rascal was indeed lying to her. What Beiji mentioned was no mere rumor at all. It was clearly the truth. Recalling the scene from moments ago, Su Yuyuan flushed crimson, her long-calm heart pounding wildly once more. It feels really strange. Jiang Yang had been dealing with the water stain on his pants for quite some time. Fortunately, it was summer. It dried fast enough, all things considered. The moment he stepped back into the office, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted. "Welcome back, champion. Good heavens, champion. Like finishing a 42 kilometers marathon in just 2 hours wasn't enough, now you've scored 271 points? Are you actually defying the heavens? It goes without saying. Don't things usually balance out?" You gave all the nutrients to your brother, so why is your brain the one that stands out the most? I concede defeat. I'm impressed. Went to war with a gun and came back a marathon champion, casually took a test and became the regional top scorer, and even dominates at modeling too. This has us prostrating ourselves with 6 limbs? 6-limbed prostration? Isn't it supposed to be 5 limbs? See, you just don't get it, do you? Men naturally prostrate themselves with 6 limbs. I know about that. What I want to know is whether your 6th limb is outstanding enough to touch the ground? Can I just lie flat? Is that not good enough? Faced with colleagues' congratulations, Jiang Yang still greeted everyone individually. Having previously promised a celebratory gathering if he passed, tonight's dinner would serve as his response. His colleagues still wanted to seize the opportunity to ask Jiang Yang, how exactly did he achieve that perfect 22 MVP rating? How did he maintain such balanced development across all aspects? They were eager to learn. They didn't want to remain 3.0 rated slackers who only win by pure luck. Of course, don't misunderstand. Just asking for a friend. But watching his students come to the office in small groups to offer congratulations, he momentarily suppressed his urge to question. Top-tier stuff really hits different. Thank you all, thank you my dear students, thank you. Thank you. Jiang Yang was surrounded by students, their various small gifts piled high on the table until there was no more room left on the floor. Although it's inevitable there'd be quite a few rebellious students defying their teacher's authority, this moment still secretly delighted people, though it would have been even better if nobody took the opportunity to get handsy. She'd received wave after wave of students. Jiang Yang felt more exhausted than if she'd run a marathon, but the most demanding part was yet to come. Professor Jiang, who was that woman running the marathon with you today? The delicate little girl gazed at him with seemingly innocent wide eyes and asked. Jiang Yang looked at Tong Shangling before him, then glanced back at the idle Mu Yuding behind her, and immediately knew this was mostly Mu Yuding's instigation. That's word of mouth. Though not necessarily. After all, the girl before me isn't as simple as she appears on the surface. That's from the sports academy next door. We agreed to team up for the marathon. Is your relationship purely platonic? Of course. Just like us? There's nothing innocent about being like us. Well, it's purely a teacher-student relationship. Tong Shangling let out an understanding "Oh. What's this about hitting on students? Professor, congratulations. This is my gift for you." With delicately wrapped packaging, Tong Shangling handed over a small box that felt surprisingly heavy when Jiang Yang received it. What is this? Miss Shangling, may I open it? Okay. Tong Shangling nodded her head. Jiang Yang opened it and saw a wooden cartoon figure inside. But looking at this image, then at the little girl before her, Jiang Yang asked quietly, "Classmate Shangling, did you make this based on your own likeness?" Tong Shangling nodded. "It's very detailed." Tong Shangling intentionally emphasized the words "very detailed" while looking at the little cartoon figure. The material was wood, but the clothes were fabric, as if they could be changed. Thank you, Shangling, but can you promise your teacher that this gift you're giving is very positive and uplifting, right? Tong Shangling pondered for a moment. It is quite proper. I just wonder if you, teacher, would find it too positive energy. Don't worry, since you said so, Shangling, it must be very positive energy. I'll take it, thank you. Tong Shangling was thoroughly satisfied. Only then did Mu Yuding step forward and hand him a small box as well, though it was surprisingly light. Mu Yuding looked at him with a smile, revealing a cunning little canine tooth. Teacher, congratulations. This is my gift for you. Jiang Yang looked at the gift in his hand. It felt light in weight, yet somehow promised to carry heavy significance. May I open it? Of course. Mu Yuding whispered to him. Don't worry, teacher, I didn't sneak anything in, you can open it with confidence. Is that so? The more you say that, the more uneasy he becomes. Open the box and take a look. A bright red slip, but not banknotes. Instead, it's a voucher with several bold, customized characters printed on it. 24-hour unconditional usage pass. Effective date *****, expiration date, permanent. A small footnote below reads, after use, the issuer of this coupon can be unconditionally summoned to do anything within 24 hours. This coupon is reusable, can be reused after 24 hours of usage, with the issuer's consent. Sure enough, there were no hidden agendas. This is downright brazen. Jiang Yang looked at Mu Yuding standing before her. Mu Yuding grinned mischievously and whispered quietly, Teacher, feel free to relax, don't hold back just because I'm a delicate flower. Jiang Yang looked at her and pondered for a moment. You sure about this? Mu Yuding's face lit up with joy. Had their teacher finally opened up? Of course. Don't mention it. Jiang Yang smiled faintly, pinching the coupon between both hands with a glimmer of wisdom shining in her eyes. Very well, I command you then. Study hard and make progress every day for the next 24 hours. Hearing this, Mu Yuding's face was full of disappointment. Teacher, isn't your approach too weird? It's practically wasting resources. You haven't learned to cherish this hard-earned opportunity at all. Strange? I don't think I'm being lenient just because you're a delicate flower, am I? Studying is excruciatingly painful and utterly exhausting. If it's for the purpose of sleeping, that's another matter altogether. Zhang Yang said with a smile. Mu Yuding looked at him. Teacher, flowers require diligent watering with rain to grow strong and healthy. So, teacher, search your conscience. Have you diligently watered them with rain? It's the thought that counts. Zhang Yang replied, it's so strange. Clearly, every word that comes out of this girl's mouth seems perfectly normal, but why does he feel something slightly off when trying to understand her? Damn it. People's hearts have turned bad. Chapter 34, A Normal Celebration Banquet, Revised Edition. Alright, classmate Mu Yuding, is there anything else you'd like to say? Zhang Yang asked. Mu Yuding pouted. Yes, but I'm definitely not telling you right now. Some words, I can only whisper to you when I'm alone, just for your ears. Teacher, do you want to hear it? Zhang Yang firmly declined. I reckon this is probably not something very uplifting. Mu Yuding gave a disdainful snort and wagged her finger. Teacher, your heart isn't pure at all. Am I not a very innocent girl in your eyes? Could there possibly be an issue with me just repeating single-syllable words alone? Zhang Yang knew by her utterly matter-of-fact expression that this wasn't a question of whether his own heart was wicked. It was simply impossible for him to view her through a righteous lens. This was the classic case of the near vermilion. One gets stained red, near ink, one gets stained black. Never mind, teacher. You promised us, don't go back on your word. Mu Yuding emphasized. Although Tong Shangling didn't fully understand the meaning behind Mu Yuding's words, it didn't matter anymore, so she chimed in to emphasize the point as well. Teacher, don't break your promise. Zhang Yang promised he wouldn't break his promise, and only then did the two girls leave contentedly. Classmate Mu Yuding, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned those single-syllable repeated words to the teacher? Mu Yuding, huh? I meant, what's that monosyllabic repeated word? Tong Shangling followed up with another question. Mu Yuding looked at her, blinked, and answered. I already told you earlier. Exactly. Tong Shangling took 2 seconds to process it before suddenly understanding. No wonder it could only be said when they were alone together. Am I going to die? No? Aren't these supposed to be forbidden words? Damn it. That kid sure has some skills. He actually scored 271 points. Zhang Yang's results were visible, and Zhang Yuxian naturally saw his own score to 249 points. Normally speaking, this would already be a fairly good result, but compared to Zhang Yang's 271 points, it still fell far short. He was now truly relieved that he hadn't bet the 400,000 with Zhang Yang at the exam hall entrance. He had known right then that there was definitely some trickery involved. Sure enough. So now the question arises. 271 points. This is definitely a high score. Any civil service exam with this written test score would practically guarantee admission to the interview stage. Just don't jump up and hit the interviewer, and you'd be 100% certain to pass. What about my staffing allocation then? Su Yuan looked at Zhang Yuxian before her and said bluntly, what else can we do? We must accept reality. I know you really want that quota right now, but now we have a serious problem. Zhang Yang, you've seen his test scores, they're remarkably high. There's a very strong likelihood he'll be the top scorer in this regional examination. If the school doesn't admit him, we'll face an enormous public relations crisis. We can't not admit him. What would people outside think of us? The key point is that if he could score this well with us, it means he could do the same elsewhere. So rejecting him is out of the question. Su Yuan spoke quite bluntly. Zhang Yang had performed exceptionally well, and of course, she was delighted. Moreover, both the university and the department hold the same opinion, to admit him. What about me? What should I do? Zhang Yuxian asked with apparent displeasure. Su Yuan shot him a glance and said, I already told you before, didn't I? It's not that I won't arrange it, but it needs to be done with proper pacing and sequence. First comes assistance, then assignments. Do you remember what I told you last time? About me applying to the school to add a student affairs consultant position? The school has already approved it. You'll serve as this student advisor, with your main responsibilities being to assist students and teachers with miscellaneous tasks. The workload isn't heavy. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxian immediately responded with pleasant surprise. So, will this position solve my problem? Su Yuan shook her head. Of course not. The school will first sign an employment contract with you. An employment contract? So I'd just be a contract worker. If my only goal was to become a contract worker, why would I need to pay such a high price to ask? Zhang Yuxian appeared visibly agitated. Su Yuan remained consistently calm, her sharp phoenix eyes, delicate nose, red lips, and beauty mark giving her an alluring yet detached demeanor. You see, he's being impatient. You're in a hurry again. Didn't I mention it? It's not that we're not making arrangements, but this still needs to follow a proper process, right? This exam period is over, but there's another one in the second half of the year. Work in this position for 6 months first. Come back in 6 months to take the exam again. Now it's perfectly justified, isn't it? Su Yuen paused for a moment before continuing. See, in just 6 months, or even less, you could have exactly what you wish for. Isn't that acceptable to you? Zhang Yuxian immediately calmed down upon hearing this, locking eyes with Su Yuen. Half a year? Are you sure? Seeing he was tempted, Su Yuen nodded in agreement. Nature works that way. This is a special case after all. His scores were just too high, don't you think? Alright then. In that case, if he still refuses, it's his problem. It's only half a year anyway. Fine. Then half a year it is. Zhang Yuxian reluctantly agreed. Su Yuen nodded. Grasping his thoughts was as effortless as reaching into a bag to retrieve something. With just a few understated words, she had steadied him. Then it's settled, Zhang Yuxian. Don't forget, you're a PhD from overseas. Since you've agreed to this, perk up a bit. Don't let yourself down. Zhang Yu nodded first. But something about these words felt strangely off. With such exceptional exam scores, Zhang Yang's placement in the government establishment had practically become a foregone conclusion. Colleagues gathered for a meal, about a dozen of them in a large private room. The menu was passed around until, after exchanging glances, it finally landed in Zhang Yang's hands. Professor Jiang, you do the ordering. Me? Yes, Professor Jiang. This celebration is in your honor, so you should order whatever you like. Don't worry about our preferences. Just get whatever you enjoy the most. I see this menu as everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, swims in water, things that can move and things that can't. It's quite comprehensive. So Professor Jiang, feel free to order whatever you like. Let us ask Professor Jiang, do you usually have any particular preferences? Like oysters, chives, or perhaps animal offal, kidneys, that sort of thing? Zhang Yang shook her head. No, I usually don't eat anything with strong, irritating smells. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances and silently noted this down mentally, so they avoid foods with strong smells? What else? Anything more? Do you use any unusual ingredients in your daily diet? Or have any particular lifestyle habits we should know about? Why does that sound a bit strange? Beside them, Angelica de Hurica could clearly hear the implication in those words. With a faint smile, she leaned close to Zhang Yang's ear and whispered something. Hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately understood. Was this something he could possibly explain clearly? Superstition, it's pure superstition. Seeing the curious expressions on everyone's faces. Mutton, beef, walnuts, ginger, black beans, longan, lychee, shrimp. Hearing Zhang Yang list these, everyone's eyes lit up as they hurriedly noted them down in their little notebooks. Are these useful? How would Zhang Yang know? She'd heard they might be useful. Anyway, that's what he'd said, though he wouldn't have any use for them himself. Maybe, they probably have some use. He truly wouldn't know whether it had any therapeutic effect or not. I'll have my husband try it when we get back, see if it works. Maybe there'll be some effect after all. Regardless of gender, his colleagues seemed to hold his words in rather high regard, almost treating them as gospel. This left Zhang Yang somewhat puzzled. Is this what they call word-of-mouth fame? Forget it, I'll just order. Baiji naturally took the menu and said. Zhang Yang felt this was just right. After Baiji swiftly placed their order, the dishes arrived shortly after, along with some wine. Want a drink? At adult gatherings, this stuff seems absolutely indispensable. The clinking of glasses is commonplace, and the alcohol content isn't particularly high either. But one glance at Baiji beside me. The scene from last time at the izakaya still feels vividly present. Though nothing particularly troublesome happened, it was at least slightly bothersome. But as she watched Baiji drinking beside her, Zhang Yang still whispered a reminder. Teacher Bai, if you can't handle alcohol well, don't drink too much. Baiji looked at him with a faint smile. Don't worry, Professor Jiang, you absolutely can't outdrink me. If it weren't for having seen it last time, he might have believed it. The meal lasted over an hour, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed throughout. Sharing some interesting stories during the conversation made it enjoyable. As the dinner party concluded, it was about time for everyone to head back. Seeing that everyone had eaten their fill, Zhang Yang signaled to the waiter for the bill, while Baiji reached out a hand to stop him, her face slightly flushed as she spoke. Professor Jiang, have you forgotten what I said earlier, that once you got accepted, this meal would be on me? Alright, pass me the bill, I'll cover it. Baiji leaned close to him, turning slightly to speak to the waiter. Pressed against him, Zhang Yang could catch the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her. Teacher Bai, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to pay? Zhang Yang asked. Baiji turned her head to look at him. She narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, It's okay, I'm quite wealthy now. Let me tell you a little secret, I've hit quite a few small lottery wins these past few days. Nothing huge, of course, but hey, it's all pure profit. Baiji whispered in his ear. Really? That lucky? Watching Baiji's hand waver as she scanned the code to pay, It seemed like she was barely managing to complete the transaction. Jiang Yang asked, Professor Bai, are you a bit drunk? Drunk, am I? As Bai Ji looked at him with dazed eyes, Jiang Yang became even more certain. Seems like I'm drunk. Really? Then I must truly be drunk. No sooner had Bai Ji finished speaking than her body went limp. Crash. Professor Bai? Professor Bai? Jiang Yang shook her twice in surprise, but Bai Ji just mumbled a few incoherent words in a drowsy, disoriented state. Wait, did she shut down? So fast? Just logged off like that? Jiang Yang was quite surprised. A group of colleagues glanced at them and exchanged knowing smiles. Professor Jiang, it seems Professor Bai is already drunk. Could you trouble yourself to see him home? By the way, Teacher Jiang, you don't know where Teacher Bai lives, do you? Let me tell you, she must have her keys in her bag. Sorry to trouble you with this. We'll head off first. See you. The colleagues glanced at them with knowing smiles, silently handing Bai Ji over to him before all leaving. Only Jiang Yang remained, looking down at the unconscious Bai Ji in his arms. After a moment's thought, fine, after all, Bai Ji had footed today's hefty restaurant bill worth several thousand. Chapter 35, whether it's pure or not, that's another matter. Professor Bai? Professor Bai? Having confirmed that Bai Ji had lost her mobility, Jiang Yang had no choice but to carry her out just like before. The scene felt strangely familiar, with one notable difference. Today I found out Bai Ji's home address. I hailed a taxi. Jiang Yang thought this was actually a relatively tough gig, setting aside the octopus-like clinging that started the moment they got in the car and the skull-popping strain from redistributing well over 100 pounds of deadweight, not to mention having to walk slightly hunched over. All in all, it was actually a beautiful thing. So comfortable, so warm. Listening to Bai Ji murmur by his ear as she clung to his back, Jiang Yang took a deep breath and surveyed the residential compound where Bai Ji lived. This was his first time coming to this place, and everything felt entirely unfamiliar. Finding the room took some time, but it didn't affect reaching the final destination. Open the door, turn on the light. Bright illumination reveals the room's layout. The house doesn't seem particularly large, but it's noticeably more spacious than where he lives. It's cleaned meticulously, very orderly, exuding the petty bourgeois flair of urban white-collar workers. Jiang Yang was still surveying the room's arrangement when suddenly the sound of a closing door came from behind. A crisp click sounded. Turning back, he saw the door had shut. What's going on? Why is the door closed? Though he didn't think much of it. After a quick glance around, he headed straight for the bedroom, laying Bai Ji on the bed. Back at the hotel, someone had helped out. Here, though, forget it. Professor Bai, I'm heading out now. Jiang Yang took off Bai Ji's shoes, tucked her in, and said he was about to leave. Whatever happened next was no longer his concern. He tidied up and got ready to head out. Reaching out to pull the door open, it didn't budge. Fingerprint verification failed. Something's wrong, this doesn't feel right. Fingerprint lock? Why is it bolted from the inside? Bringing over the keys to manually unlock the door, he stared at the smooth metal panel. Not even a mosquito could pass through. How's he supposed to get out? Jiang Yang examined the fingerprint lock closely, preparing to study the trick to opening it carefully. Fingerprint verification failed. Fingerprint verification failed. Fingerprint verification failed. Mechanical door lock engaged. Please verify fingerprint with password to unlock. A row of numbers appeared on the bare panel. Jiang Yang looked utterly bewildered, or didn't he? What is this? An 8-door underscore lock? No keyhole was one thing, but why was there also an autolock feature triggered by verification errors? But considering that Bai Ji lived alone as a woman, such vigilance was understandable, which then raised the question, how was he going to get out? Jiang Yang intended to ask Bai Ji. Upon arriving at the bedroom, where was the person on the bed? Upon closer inspection, they were lying under the bed instead. At your grown age? Why can't you sleep properly? Teacher Bai, how do I unlock your door's passcode? After carrying Bai Ji back to bed, Jiang Yang tried to obtain the passcode for Bai Ji's home. Just kidding, how could anyone wake someone pretending to be asleep? She had spent a long time preparing for today's plan. Escape? Not a chance. Seeing Jiang Yang shout a few words in her ear before his footsteps gradually faded away as he went to examine the door lock, Bai Ji opened her eyes and decisively tossed the cumbersome clothes aside. Then he pulled the same trick again. By the time Jiang Yang gave up on that stubborn lock and came back again, what unfolds before the eyes is a scene only the upright and courageous adults can perceive. So here lies the question Jiang Yang asks himself, am I indeed such an upright and courageous adult? Not only upright but also brave. Seeing such a scene is only natural. So, darling, are you? Can you see it? Professor Bai? Professor Bai? So hot. Professor Jiang, what did you give me to eat? It's so hot. Angelica, she called out groggily. What about eating something? Wasn't it just tonight's dinner? What's wrong with the dinner? Or was there an issue with the alcohol? Professor Bai, don't worry about that for now. What's the password to your front door? Jiang Yang asked, Beginning to sweat a little, this was no longer a simple issue. He also wanted to ask what exactly had been added to the air. He was feeling incredibly hot too. But soon, he couldn't feel much of the heat anymore. Oh no! Something's wrong. Pretending to sleep, Bai Ji was startled too, almost jolting awake. In ancient times, there was Lu Bang slaying the white serpent in his dream. Now there's Bai Ji slaying the white serpent in hers. But dreams aren't real. The white serpent was real, but it wasn't slain. It was captured alive. Damn, this seems much harder than anticipated. Bai Ji inevitably harbored dreams of being a heroic swordsman upholding justice and righting wrongs. Yet for this young swordswoman who just descended the mountain, it appeared her first step towards fame had gone terribly wrong right from the start. At this moment, Bai Ji finally understood. The greatest difficulty in strategizing against Jiang Yang, this SSS level target, wasn't her mentality. Rather, it was her condition. The novice vigilante was thoroughly intimidated. Although wanting to charge for content, but when it really comes to collecting fees, I realize I don't have a wallet with that much money. Besides, do they make snake-catching nets this big? A deadlock is silent heartbeats. Jiang Yang felt yesterday's sleep was quite agonizing, filled with a desperate desire to escape that remained unfulfilled. Those caught in another's grasp always find themselves constrained at every turn as sleep comes uneasy, and turning over becomes impossible. Alright, enough about the downsides. What are the benefits? The benefit is that the drawbacks aren't really that bad after all. Early in the morning, Jiang Yang explained to the confused and perplexed Bai Ji what had happened the previous night. Bai Ji gave an in response, her face clearly flushing with obvious embarrassment. So last night, I got drunk, and then Professor Jiang brought me home, and suddenly the door lock got jammed so you couldn't leave. Since there was nowhere else to sleep, you ended up sleeping on the couch, right? Jiang Yang nodded. Well, that's roughly what happened. Did he not mention that last night he was actually forced to hold her while sleeping until 6 a.m. before he could move to the couch? Of course, at first it was forced. Later, I forget. I only remember it was fragrant and soft. Oh, I see. The two of them tacitly agreed not to dig deeper into yesterday's events. The young, inexperienced female knight had overestimated herself. When it came time to take action, she realized it wasn't as simple as she'd imagined. Then yesterday, she found herself stuck between a rock and a hard place. Things stayed at a standstill until, eventually, she fell asleep. Anyway, the beginning was forgotten, the middle was forgotten, and in the end, she slept peacefully and comfortably, utterly at ease. Silence. Both of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. Jiang Yang, aren't you hungry? Should I make you breakfast? You have that amusement park date today. Bai Ji was the first to break the awkward silence. Jiang Yang nodded her head in agreement. Alright then. With a gentle smile, Bai Ji stood up and headed into the kitchen. She began preparing breakfast with practiced ease, while Jiang Yan watched her busy figure through the glass door. Feels good. Jiang Yan favorability progress plus 10%. Current walkthrough progress, 65%, intimate level, special attribute luck, plus 60% boost. Sensing the numerical changes above Jiang Yang's head, the intimacy level had already reached its peak, and the luck bonus had soared to 60%. Seems like even without the 60% luck bonus, she still felt genuinely happy inside. Lie down and win count plus 1, luck boost 60%. Term refresh, musical mastery. Jiang Yang was no longer surprised. With so many instances of getting a 3.0 rating, whether it was woof woof or not didn't matter anymore. Breakfast is here. Come on, Jiang Yang, try the breakfast I made today. It might be simple, but I promise it'll be delicious. The fragrant scallion oil noodles were placed before him. The aroma was indeed irresistible at first whiff. Go ahead and eat. Bai Shi handed him the chopsticks and picked up a bowl herself, sitting across from him. Given this situation, even if the food wasn't good, one should still say it's delicious, but in this case, it truly was. Jiang Yang certainly wouldn't hold back her praise. If it's good, eat more, Bai Shi said. After dinner, Jiang Yan brushed his teeth with the new toothbrush Bai Ji had unpacked and prepared to go to his appointment. The two girls had sent him numerous messages. Bye, see you tomorrow. Bai Ji waved through the glass with a smile, watching Jiang Yan's car gradually disappear from view, letting out a contented sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Although the plan deviated somewhat from what she had imagined, the end result turned out fine. Where did the plan deviate, you ask? The answer is, it didn't. Jiang Yang is seriously terrifying. No wonder last time when February 2nd was mentioned, he only looked slightly surprised but didn't explain anything. Turns out it was all true. White Peony carefully recalled the sensations from last night. She felt that even if there might be some data inaccuracies, it should be about the same, give or take. After all, none of these were creatures a fledgling heroine like her could easily subdue. It seems that in matters like this, there's no peaceful resolution without mutual consent. Relying solely on last night's approach won't work, but it's alright. He may be a tough nut to crack, though his heart's quite soft after all. What a lovely fellow. That's not it. Teacher, you're late. In the subway station, two slender young women stood with distinct styles, yet visibly sharing some fashion similarities in their outfits. They looked quite stunning. The eager glances from people around made that abundantly clear. Too lazy to write descriptions of appearances and clothing. In short, one is fashionably charming, the other delicately adorable. Whether it's good-looking or not is a matter of feeling, in short. Very good. Am I late? Looks like I'm right on time to me? Zhang Yang glanced at his watch and said. Mu Yuding snorted through her nose, hopping forward as she declared matter-of-factly. Every second waiting for you, teacher, feels so endlessly long. Zhang Yang smiled. How long exactly? Mu Yuding's eyes swept over her with a measuring glance before revealing her canine smile. Zhang Yang immediately knew what she was going to say. Alright, I know what you're going to say, I get it. Let's go. Since it's not a workday today, I bet Rat World Amusement Park will be packed. Tong Shangling stepped forward and rummaged through her bag. It's okay, Teach. I've got 3 super VIP passes here, no waiting in line, unlimited play all day. Oh, that's awesome. Nice one, Xiangling. Mu Yuding swiftly grabbed it to take a look, and sure enough, it was true. She hugged Tong Shangling and rubbed her cheek against hers. Then, let's go. I'll take the left. You take the right. Without hesitation, Mu Yuding jumped to Zhang Yang's left side and grabbed one of his arms. Was my opinion even considered? Zhang Yang inquired. Mu Yuding thought for a moment. Seems so. Alright then, I'll ask. Xiao Jiang, do you agree with my arrangement? If you agree, just nod your head. Zhang Yang's face darkened as she reached out and gave her a light knock on the head. Who exactly are you asking? Mu Yuding held her forehead. Of course, it's your most rational brain. Garlic bird, just pretend you didn't understand. Teacher, is that okay? Tong Shangling gazed at him with wide eyes and asked innocently. There was really no way to refuse. Whether it was innocent or not, that was another matter. Chapter 36, Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Why choose to take the subway? Gazing at the overcrowded subway station, Zhang Yang voiced the question. Mu Yuding glanced at Tong Shangling beside her and pointed at her in response. I don't know. It was Shangling who told us to meet at the subway station. Tong Shangling promptly explained. Because the area around Mouse World Amusement Park is bound to have traffic jams, I thought taking the subway directly might be faster, but I didn't expect there'd be so many people. Zhang Yang nodded. People, there really are so many of them. Zhang Yang glanced at the surrounding crowd, then at the 2 young girls flanking her left and right. Admittedly, the gazes of those around seemed filled with a certain kind of envy. But on the subway, all beings are equal. Whether you can secure a tiny space depends entirely on your own abilities. Watching the subway slowly pull into the station, Zhang Yang seized the opportunity and quickly led the 2 girls inside, squeezing into what could truly be called a real subway train. Body pressed against body, but just enough space remained to breathe. While subway overcrowding is truly miserable for commuters, even packed trains aren't entirely devoid of amusement. Perhaps such distraction didn't exist before, but for Tong Shangling, things were different now. It must be there by now. Tong Shangling had recently received numerous reports about special events triggered exclusively under specific circumstances. These scenarios include but are not limited to moving vehicles, the dining table of a blended family, the school sports equipment storage room, or the classroom where bullying takes place. Anyway, a story can happen anywhere, don't let the setting limit your imagination. Of course, imagination alone can't convey just how extraordinary it feels, but when applied to practice, it's a whole different story. A crowded subway. Tong Shangling glanced at Zhang Yang standing behind her, then at Mu Yuding standing idly by their side. After only a brief hesitation, she made up her mind. Oh, I'm sorry, teacher. It was a bit too crowded up front. It's okay. I'm sorry, teacher. I lost my balance. It's okay. Zhang Yang felt something was odd. Though subway rides inevitably get crowded, it wasn't particularly bumpy today. Why was this young girl having trouble keeping her balance? Perhaps she's physically frail. Thinking this, Zhang Yang reached out a steadying hand. Here we go. Tong Shangling seemed to have already become the film's heroine, completely immersing herself in the character's emotions. Indeed, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. How true that proves. The cinematic visuals. No matter how you look at it, what I mostly felt was envy. However, no matter how outstanding an actor's performance in a movie might be, they can never truly make the audience experience the emotions personally. The only way to truly empathize is to participate yourself, to first-hand experience that extraordinary sensation. Teacher. Zhang Yang idly scrolled through his phone. The rare weekend was admittedly a bit crowded, but still bearable. The air was thick with complex scents, and while it looked packed, things weren't actually that bad. Before he knew it, the subway had arrived at the station. The onboard announcement system crackled to life. Zhang Yang reminded them. The bus has arrived at the station. It's time to get off. Oh dear professor. Tong Shangling suddenly called out in a soft, weak voice before collapsing limply against him. What's wrong, classmate Shangling? Are you feeling unwell? Leaning against him, Tong Shangling turned her large, watery eyes to gaze at him, her cheeks flushed crimson. Teacher, what's wrong? Jiang Yang asked. Tong Shangling was momentarily stunned by the look of genuine concern on his face. He seemed completely unaware. No way? Why does Professor Jiang seem completely indifferent? Is this the reaction a male lead should have? Then if the person acting with her just now wasn't Jiang Yan, who was it standing behind her earlier? Tong Shangling bit her lip, looking utterly bewildered. Mu Yuding suddenly stepped forward from the side, wrapping an arm around Tong Shangling as she said to Jiang Yang, "Don't worry, Teacher Jiang, Xianling's fine. She's just struggling to adjust to some things, so her legs got a little weak from standing, right?" Mu Yuding hugged Tong Shangling affectionately and said, "Xianling," came the child's cry. She had already been pulled out of the subway by Mu Yuding, whose gaze held a glimmer of something inexplicable as she looked at her. She whispered secretly into her ear, "Classmate Shangling, my guess was indeed correct. They say you may know a person's face but not their heart. This girl may look proper and obedient, but what she's really like deep down, that's anybody's guess. Student Shangling, you're quite bold, aren't you? This is the subway. So, doesn't it feel particularly peculiar?" Hearing Mu Yuding's words, Tong Shangling looked at her in astonishment, then at the hand she had deliberately extended. She understood in an instant. Just now, was that you? Who else could it be? Classmate Shangling, that was incredibly bold of you. Are you really that eager to recreate scenes from movies? So that's why you chose to take the subway. So your intentions were malign after all. Tong Shangling flushed scarlet, overcome by that peculiar sensation of being caught red-handed, and hastily denied it. And no, that's not. I didn't mean anything like that. Mu Yuding snorted. Your mouth says no, but your body's being quite honest. Tong Shangling never expected the person standing behind her just now to actually be Mu Yuding. How did her imagined male and female leads suddenly turn into female leads with each other? Jiang Yang came out and saw the two young girls whispering to each other. You look a bit strange. What's wrong? You too. Xiangling, are you okay? Mu Yuding answered for Tong Shangling first. Don't worry, Professor Jiang, Shangling will do just fine, right? Even if there is a problem, it should just be mild dehydration, right? Just replenish some fluids and it'll be fine. What do you think? Tong Shangling nodded with a reddened face. Teacher, I'm okay. Dehydration? Jiang Yang didn't think the girl looked particularly dehydrated, but just to be safe, he bought 2 bottles of water for them to replenish their fluids. Miss Shangling, do you feel like you've regained your hydration now? Mu Yuding deliberately leaned close to Tong Shangling as she asked. Tong Shangling knew she was being teased on purpose and turned red without speaking. Alright, let's go in. Jiang Yang called out from the side. Just as he had imagined, so many people. At a glance, all he could see was a sea of heads, nothing else. Sunday, opening day at the newly launched Mouseman amusement park, with discounted admission. The debuff is practically stacked to the max. The place was packed to the brim. Most people here were either families or couples, and the queue had already formed a long line. But when those 3 super VIP tickets were presented, the staff immediately escorted them past the crowd through the exclusive VIP entrance. The envy on everyone's faces was unmistakable. Shangling, your season pass is really great. We actually got in without queuing at all. Days without queues are truly comfortable indeed. Mu Yuding called out. Jiang Yang surveyed the surroundings, where the amusement park's iconic rides were immediately visible, the Ferris wheel, and the enormous, winding roller coaster track roaring overhead. It gives off an eerie illusion of being dead without realizing it. He rarely visited amusement parks. The real question was what the 2 girls wanted to play right now. What do you 2 want to try first? I'm fine with anything, but the real question is, can you handle the more thrilling rides, Xianling? Tong Shangling turned back and nodded earnestly. Yes, I can. Mu Yuding said meaningfully from the side. Don't worry, Teacher Jiang. Don't underestimate classmate Shangling. Things like roller coasters and drop towers might sound thrilling, but they're just child's play for her. Even with truly thrilling water park attractions, classmate Shangling isn't the slightest bit afraid, right? Tong Shangling blushed furiously at the remarks. Alright, teacher, we've decided to start with the most thrilling rides first. Classmate Shangling, what do you think? Do you agree? Jiang Yang didn't really care either way. His main concern was Tong Shangling's physical condition. Tong Shangling glanced at Jiang Yang beside her. She nodded and said, I'm totally fine. Was the amusement park actually fun? Maybe there were fun things to do, but was playing on the rides really why she came here? Of course not. The most entertaining attraction in the entire amusement park is right by your side. So here's the question. How does one play this game? It's simple, just make yourself appear delicate and vulnerable. That way, you can thoroughly touch a man's heart. It's said that men have little resistance towards pretty and delicate girls, Just like how it's portrayed in wholesome movies. Frail girls always leave plenty of openings for opportunistic advances, then get seized and exploited by villains. Works every time. So, she just needed to follow the scenes depicted in the movie, quietly creating the perfect opportunity for Teacher Jiang. It should work out fine, right? Tong Shangling answered with enough conviction, but Mu Yuding had been observing her closely for quite some time today. Teacher Jiang, wait for us, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Xiangling, let's go together. Just as Tong Shangling was deep in thought, Mu Yuding suddenly called out beside her and promptly pulled her away without explanation, leaving Tong Shangling confused about what was happening. Mu Yuding cornered her in a restroom stall and asked directly, Xiangling, tell me, what's your plan? Plan? What plan? Tong Shangling asked in confusion. Mu Yuding chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Classmate Xiangling, you still want to keep things from me now? Do you really think that's possible? I could tell ages ago, the way you feel about Professor Jiang. You've got ulterior motives. As our teacher's student, I sternly condemn such rebellious behavior against one's mentor. So, just be honest, what's your plan? Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Tong Shangling froze for a moment as she stared into Mu Yuding's stern face, which held an air of unwavering righteousness. Then she hesitated before speaking. Student Mu Yuding, you should be the most rebellious disciple against your master, shouldn't you? Chapter 37, Secretly Executing a Grand Plan. Mu Yuding said indifferently, whether I'm a disrespectful disciple who opposes my master isn't important, because isn't that obvious? So I don't think it matters. The key point is, Shangling, I think your current mindset is quite dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Did you know, classmate Shangling? Mu Yuding said with great seriousness. Tong Shangling gazed at Mu Yuding, pondered for a moment, then asked, danger? Why would it be dangerous? Isn't this just a normal thing? Surely, student Mu Yuding, you too harbor special thoughts about Teacher Jiang? Mu Yuding crossed her arms and said, if I have dangerous thoughts, that's only natural and justified, I was born this way. But Shangling, aren't you supposed to be the model of an obedient girl? How did things end up like this? Mu Yuding was of course referring to what had just happened on the subway. Tong Shangling flushed slightly, but still replied earnestly, then was then, now is now. Besides, the good girl image is just your stereotype, it was never the real me. I knew that when I met Teacher Jiang. I don't want to be a good girl anymore. Hearing this, Mu Yuding gave a soft oh and narrowed her eyes. Is that so? So you mean to say you really like Teacher Jiang, right? Tong Shangling nodded, and Mu Yuding asked again. I need to ask this clearly, do you like Teacher Jiang or little Teacher Jiang? Oh, I should say Professor Jiang. Tong Shangling's face flushed red. I like them all. You didn't hesitate at all. No, is that not allowed? Mu Yuding said calmly. It's only human nature. Classmate Mu Yuding, would you strongly oppose it? Tong Shangling asked, though it was a rather unnecessary question, as if her disagreement would stop her from pursuing Teacher Jiang. Still, she liked to think she wasn't quite that shameless. Whenever she looked at Mu Yuding, she couldn't help but feel that peculiar mix of admiration and awkwardness unique to a junior facing their senior. The principle of first come first served still held considerable importance in her view. Mu Yuding glanced at her with a faint smile before speaking earnestly. It's simple, tell me your plan. I might actually consider it. Really? Yuding Mu said with an enticing smile. Of course, Shangling, our friendship is perfectly pure, right? Looking into Mu Cheng's sincere eyes, Tong Shangling thought for a moment and agreed. Alright then, I'll tell you. Mu Yuding immediately leaned in attentively to listen. Listening to Tong Shangling's plan, her eyes lit up as she nodded repeatedly. Oh, so that's how it works? You can actually play it this way? Doesn't that feel just perfect? After hearing Tong Shangling's plan, Mu Yuding was generally satisfied, but still felt there were some minor flaws. Classmate Shangling, I think there's just one small flaw in your plan. What is it? Tong Shangling asked. It's simple. Although your hints are already very strong, I still think you're not being proactive enough. In this world, no man can resist the active affection of a beautiful girl with a great figure. So, you should be more direct. Direct? How much more direct? It's simple, you just need to do it this way. Mu Yuding whispered quietly in Tong Shangling's ear. Outside, Jiang Yang sneezed, feeling a bit odd. What's going on? Why did I suddenly sneeze? Jiang Yang was puzzled, but seeing the two girls walking hand in hand out of the restroom, faces blooming with smiles, Mu Yuding's expression carried a mischievous, almost impish grin. Beside her, Tong Shangling's simple, innocent smile held a touch of shyness and eager anticipation. Wait a sec? Jiang Yang suddenly felt a chill. Teacher, come on, let's go have fun together. Oh okay. In reality, as one of China's top-tier amusement parks, Mouse People's Playland offers quite a variety of attractions. There are plenty of thrilling and exciting rides, along with numerous dual-player games suitable for couples or families, as well as abundant parent-child activities for family outings. Woohoo! Teacher, this is so exciting. So much fun. This speed is incredible, woohoo. Ah ha ha ha. Teacher, I'm scared. On the roller coaster, Mu Yuting and Tong Shangling sat on either side, their completely different personalities eliciting completely different screams. Jiang Yang didn't feel much about it, mainly because the girl's hair was flying wildly in the wind, constantly hitting their faces and making it impossible to keep their eyes open. Jiang Yang glanced to the side, where Mu Yuting was shouting excitedly. The roller coaster's extreme speed thrilled her. Beside them, Tong Shangling had her eyes tightly shut, her hands continuously reaching out seeking comfort, fumbling around. Jiang Yang extended her hand, wanting to offer the little girl some reassurance, letting her clutch onto her grip so she could relax a little. Good news. He grasped for comfort. The bad news was, both his hands remained empty. Jiang Yang suddenly felt a pressing need for comfort. Facing a scene strangely reminiscent of last night, that same sense of helplessness, he longed to prise open the little girl's hands and offer her some warmth from his palms. But it seemed she was far too tense now. So there's nothing we can do about the situation now. So much fun. The teacher is seriously hilarious. I want to play teacher forever. Mu Yuting shouted excitedly. Jiang Yang couldn't keep her eyes open from getting poked by the hair as she yelled back in response. As long as you're having fun. Suddenly, Mu Yuting stopped her excited shouting, turned her head, and smoothed the strands of hair by her ears, though the wind kept tousling them relentlessly. The mischievous face in the wind often appeared whimsical, like a little enchantress. But pretty is pretty. Mu Yuting looked at him. Her large eyes curved into crescents as she squinted and laughed at him. Teacher, you promised me yourself. Let me play for my whole life. Jiang Yang was stunned. Ha, wait a second, did you just shout those sentences without any commas in between? Isn't the theme of those phrases supposed to be amusement parks? Watching Jiang Yang's dumbfounded expression, Mu Yuting burst into laughter before cheerfully whooping along with the roller coaster's continued descent. Roller coaster, so much fun. Jiang Yang couldn't quite put that feeling into words anyway. Watching the mischievous little girl next door gave him a peculiar sensation. Of course, it would be even better if the little girl beside me wasn't so nervous. Leverage turned into a handle. Being a man is so hard. The roller coaster slowly came to a stop, and Jiang Yang let out a sigh of relief. Shangling, the roller coaster has stopped. You shouldn't be nervous now, right? Jiang Yang asked. Tong Shangling looked at him and said nothing, simply opening her arms to hug him. She buried her head in his chest, not uttering a word. Teacher, I'm scared. He simply couldn't refuse. Faced with this delicate and adorable young girl before him, both emotionally and logically, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. Mu Yuting stood nearby with her arms crossed, pouting her lips as she deliberately spoke in a faux jealous tone. Teacher this, teacher that, how sweet you two look. Jiang Yang gestured that both his hands were occupied. See clearly, I'm just offering some normal comfort at the appropriate time, and I think it's quite necessary. Mainly, I can't move right now. You can't move? Mu Yuting narrowed her eyes and stepped forward to ask. Can't move or don't want to? Must be pretty comfortable being held by a beautiful and adorable girl, right? Looks like Professor doesn't want to move at all now? Jiang Yang signaled that both his hands were being tightly held by the young girl, making it clear this wasn't a matter of whether he wanted to move or not. I really can't move. Really? Did Mu Yuting move closer? She continued skeptically. Really, I can't move at all. Jiang Yang affirmed. Mu Yuting moved closer and closer, seeing that he genuinely couldn't move, suddenly grew cheerful. Ha ha ha, teacher, you can't move. I'll just, mwah mwah mwah. Without giving him a chance to speak, Mu Yuting grabbed him and planted a barrage of kisses on his face, the rapid pecks falling like raindrops. Before Jiang Yang could react or resist, she had already accomplished her mission and danced out of his reach in 2 quick steps. He glanced at Mu Yuting grinning cheekily at him from a distance, then at Tong Shangling who was clinging to him for comfort. Tong Shangling had already recovered. She looked at Mu Yuting beside her, then released her hold on Jiang Yang. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang, for getting you kissed. Let me make it up to you. With that, she stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek. Ha! Wait a minute. Why does Jiang Yang feel something's off about this situation? And look at those people standing dumbfounded in line next to her. Wait, what's going on with you guys? Jiang Yang asked. Mu Yuting said matter-of-factly. I like you, so there shouldn't be any problem with a kiss, right? I was just apologizing. Tong Shangling also meekly added. That sounds very reasonable. But, come on, teacher, don't worry about these little details. Let's keep playing. And teacher, don't forget what you told me on the roller coaster just now, okay? You said you'd let me play for a lifetime. Rebellious disciple. Hee hee, I don't mind at all. Alright, let's keep playing. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Mu Yuting dragged him to the next attraction. In a spot where Jiang Yang couldn't see, Mu Yuting and Tong Shangling exchanged a knowing glance. They silently gave each other a thumbs up. Well played. Keep up the good work. I want to play this. Mu Yuting pointed at the crazy pendulum and said. If you want to play this, you'd better go by yourself. Shangling probably can't handle it. Jiang Yang said that the roller coaster had already made her so nervous, let alone this soul extractor. But I think Shangling could do it. You think it doesn't matter, but what's important is whether classmate Shangling agrees, and she definitely won't. Jiang Yang had just finished speaking. Tong Shangling tugged at his sleeve and said timidly, I can do it, teacher. As long as I'm holding your hand, I won't be scared. Jiang Yang wanted to say, are you sure the hand you were holding just now was mine? P.S. Only 2 chapters updated today. While the word count is still relatively low, I'll be revising the earlier plot involving Dean Zhaokong, removing that character and replacing them with a female character. My apologies if this causes any inconvenience for all you dear readers. Chapter 38, 9 plus 1 equals foolproof. Previous content has been revised. Looking at Mu Yuding, then casting a glance at Tong Shangling beside her. Excellent, excellent. This exceeds all expectations, beyond any doubt. You two did this on purpose, didn't you? What do you mean on purpose? Teacher, I don't understand what you're saying. Mu Yuding looked puzzled as Jiang Yang turned to Tong Shangling and asked, Shangling, tell me honestly, did you and Mu Yuding plot this from the start? All that talk about being scared was just an act, wasn't it? Tong Shangling shook her head, her eyes revealing an innocent gaze. No, teacher. I'm really scared. As she spoke, a look of fear appeared in her eyes. The weightless feeling on a roller coaster is truly terrifying. It feels like I'm about to fall from a building. I'm genuinely scared, teacher. I'm not lying to you. Tong Shangling asserted firmly. Scared? You still want to play? Tong Shangling nodded in agreement. Yeah, if you're not scared, wouldn't that take the fun out of it? She genuinely wasn't lying. Her fear was real, just not of the roller coaster itself, but rather the handlebars on it. As the saying goes, the more afraid you are, the more you want to play. Alright, teacher, stop dawdling. Let's go play now, we can talk about this sluggishness tonight. Let's go. Without another word, Mu Yuding pulled him along toward the next attraction. Classmate Shangling, you should think carefully, these rides will be extremely intense. There's still time to back out if you regret it now. Tong Shangling stared at the towering drop tower that seemed to pierce the clouds. Just the sight of it was enough to make one's legs go weak, but that didn't matter anymore. It was merely a drop tower, after all. There is nothing to fear. The truly terrifying thing was right beside them all along. All those thrilling rides in the amusement park were essentially just one colossal desensitization training session. Go for it, Tong Shangling. If you can't even conquer this level of simple fear and excitement, you'll never have the courage to face the real challenges ahead. Complete enough desensitization training. You can do it. Once you get past the initial hurdle, it'll be so much fun. Tong Shangling clenched her fists, silently cheering herself on in her heart, then fixed Jiang Yang with a resolute gaze as if staring at the ultimate final boss. A rookie female adventurer. After all, one must endure countless hardships before ultimately defeating the great Demon King. Don't worry, I'll do my best, no problem. Looking at Tong Shangling's determined gaze, Jiang Yang found it somewhat peculiar, though he certainly admired her steadfastness. He patted her head and spoke. Alright, Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 2%, current 35%. Teacher, why haven't I gotten any praise even though I'm never scared? I want your praise, too big praise. Mu Yuding stepped forward, pouting as she tugged at his arm and swayed back and forth. Teacher, pet me too. Pet me please. Mu Yuding pouted coquettishly as she nuzzled her head forward. Jiang Yang remained unmoved. Say you're wrong. You're wrong. Mu Yuding said obediently, then raised her head and spoke very magnanimously. But it's okay, I forgive you. I'm telling you to say, I was wrong. Jiang Yang couldn't muster a smile as she watched Mu Yuding emphasize her words once more. What exactly was I wrong about? Mu Yuding asked. Teacher, if you say I'm wrong, you should at least give me a reason. Otherwise, how can I admit my mistake when I don't even know what I did wrong? It'll turn you into an M. Jiang Yang simply couldn't comprehend the way this little girl's mind worked. Regarding your crimes, we couldn't list them all even given 3 days and nights. Then let's count together for 3 days and 3 nights. Mu Yuding declared as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Jiang Yang gritted her teeth and took a deep breath to calm her racing thoughts. Alright, I won't bother mentioning all your deceptions or this betraying your master nonsense, I'm used to it by now. Your biggest problem is that mind of yours, could you maybe try being a little more positive? That's not my problem. Mu Yuding immediately retorted. My reputation has been impeccable both in class and across the college, alright? Humph. Everyone knows Mu Yuding is both beautiful and kind-hearted. So why is it only you, Professor, who thinks my reputation is lacking? This proves the issue doesn't lie with me, but with you, Professor. As the saying goes, one takes on the color of one's company. I believe you carry within you the root cause that corrupts people. So, teacher, let me find the root that can turn hearts evil for you, and then let me keep it for you. I promise. I'll definitely keep this root that can make people go bad in the safest place possible. What do you say? Teacher, do you agree? Mu Yuting's eyes shone with intense peculiarity. Zhang Yang no longer wished to speak with this little girl who only knew how to unsettle people. Alright, classmate Shangling, let's go play elsewhere. Okay. Tong Shangling obediently agreed. Seeing Zhang Yang and Tong Shangling about to leave, Mu Yuting became anxious and quickly hopped over to hug Zhang Yang. Alright, teacher, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Teacher, please forgive me. The persistent little girl was as stubborn as ever. Zhang Yang wasn't truly angry, indeed, it was impossible for him to stay angry with her. In a way, what he needed to do now was correct this girl's rather unhealthy mindset. Mental health is true health. Alright then, tell me yourself, will you behave more properly from now on? Be healthier? More positive? Mu Yuting nodded repeatedly. Yes, absolutely, I promise. For real? As real as gold. Alright then, I'll trust you this time. Mu Yuting nodded repeatedly, then looked at Zhang Yang with hopeful eyes as she asked, Teacher, pat me. Zhang Yang still couldn't refuse and tenderly patted her little head. Zhang Yan's favorability progress plus 1%, current, 40%. When she's quiet, this girl is actually quite adorable, though that's another story when she's not. Alright, go have fun now. Zhang Yan said. To be honest, this was no easy feat, a true test of both body and mind. But perhaps his upbringing played its part, for by late afternoon, Mu Yuting had indeed grown quiet. After playing all day, the two little girls seemed exhausted. Watching them contentedly eating and drinking, Zhang Yang also let out a long sigh. It was more exhausting than running a marathon, yet the girls were still full of energy. How strange is that? Until boarding the car, the two little girls still appeared full of energy, but as soon as they got in, they began yawning continuously. Mu Yuting gazed at the lights outside the window. Take another look at Zhang Yang beside me. I yawned and casually wrapped my arm around half of Zhang Yang's body. Teacher, I'm sleepy. I really want to go to bed. Classmate Mu Yuting, how can you even think of sleeping at a time like this? And could you please not hug me so tightly? Can't. Mu Yuting murmured groggily. Teacher, I'm so sleepy too. Tong Shangling rubbed her eyes as she spoke, then curled up like a kitten as well. The two girls, one on each side, seemed to have their batteries removed, completely motionless now. Zhang Yang had no choice but to pull himself together and focus on the road ahead. He hailed a self-driving car and watched as the steering wheel autonomously turned left and right on the asphalt. It was impossible not to perk up under these circumstances. Fortunately, though this driverless ride-hailing vehicle moved somewhat hesitantly, it ultimately reached the destination without incident. Alright, you two, are you finally awake now? Are we there already? Mu Yuting rubbed her eyes as she looked at the school gate outside. Okay, hurry back to sleep now. You have classes tomorrow, understand? Got it, teacher. Of course, Tong Shangling replied obediently, her large eyes looking slightly bashful as she spoke. I just slept so well. I think so too. Mu Yuting agreed. Teacher, you smell so nice. How about this, teacher? Why don't both of us come sleep at your place? You'll definitely sleep very well. What do you think, Xianling? Tong Shangling clasped her small hands together, feeling somewhat nervous and shy, yet her eyes still betrayed a hint of anticipation. I'm fine with whatever. What do you think, teacher? Mu Yuting asked expectantly. Zhang Yang replied by mercilessly pinching her cheeks and pulling them outward. Now, this instant, right away, go back to your dorm and sleep. Understood? Well, alright, teacher, stop pinching me. We'll go back to sleep like good children. Better be. Now, turn around and walk straight ahead. Zhang Yang commanded the two young girls. Mu Yuting rubbed her cheeks, then turned and walked off with Tong Shangling. Zhang Yang watched as the two little girls disappeared through the school gates. Only then did she feel reassured enough to return home. No sooner had they stepped through the school gates than the two girls eagerly began chattering. Well, how was it? How was it? Just listen to me, and I promise you'll be happy? Tong Shangling nodded repeatedly. Yuting, you're really amazing. Mu Yuting snorted smugly, looking rather pleased with herself. That is. A 30% intelligence boost was no joke. She had long realized that accomplishing the objective of winning over Teacher Jiang would be extremely difficult with just her own efforts. From her observations, Teacher Jiang showed much higher tolerance towards Tong Shangling. Although she didn't know the reason, that wasn't important. What mattered was that she could absolutely cooperate with Tong Shangling. Twin swords united as one. Unstoppable in battle. Don't worry, Xiangling, just follow my lead and everything will be fine. From now on, we'll stand united as one front, alright? Tong Shangling nodded her head. Alright, classmate Yuting. So, will our group have a name? A name? Mu Yuting thought for a moment. Let's call it 9-1. 9 plus 1 equals 10. It means absolute certainty. Tong Shangling nodded her head with half understanding. Absolutely foolproof. Chapter 39, The Heavenly Stable Keeper was never Sun Wukong. Monday Academy. Zhang Yang had just arrived at school ready for work when he spotted a familiar figure, Zhang Yuxian. The moment he saw Zhang Yuxian, Zhang naturally noticed him too. However, his expression was visibly sour, and without saying a word, he strode straight into the adjacent office. Seems he's pretty upset about me taking his position, but whose fault is that? If you're no good, practice more. Teacher Jiang. A voice called from behind, followed by the soft touch of delicate hands on his face. When he turned around, Bai Ji was standing there, pressing the back of her hand against his cheek. After what happened that night, the two had grown much closer. Bai Ji withdrew her hand and remarked calmly, "Have we seen this person before? I heard she's the new student affairs consultant arranged by the school, though apparently, she signed an employment contract with the college." Student affairs advisor? Zhang Yang smiled knowingly, recalling the backup plan the dean had mentioned to him earlier. Even if he didn't pass the exam, they would resolve his official staffing status within the year. Wasn't that newly created position he applied for precisely the student affairs advisor role? Though the dean had explicitly promised him more than just contractual employment. Professor Jiang, shall we go for breakfast? All right. Zhang Yang agreed. In the neighboring office, facing the newly appointed student affairs consultant, a group of people asked curiously, "Teacher Zhang, as for this consultant role of yours, what kind of work do you usually do at the college?" Generally speaking, student affairs are mainly handled by counselors, right? As an advisor, what kind of tasks do you usually assist counselors with? Zhang Yuxian didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked up and asked, "Are you mocking me, student affairs advisor?" If it weren't for that hiccup in between, why the hell would he be doing some bullshit student affairs advisor job? Especially when he damn well knows he's only on contract with the school. And they had the nerve to ask him that? What the hell is that supposed to mean? If it weren't for the academy's promise to make him permanent within 6 months at most, would he really go through so much trouble just for a contract worker position? Being sarcastic? I'm just asking about your job responsibilities, is that a problem too? Someone nearby asked in surprise, looking at Zhang Yuxian's sour expression and wondering what exactly he had to be so proud about. Don't mind him, don't you know this position in the academy was originally meant for him? Another person whispered to him in a low voice. Was it pre-arranged? That's how it was supposed to be. The person who spoke earlier wore an expression laced with mockery. No wonder he's got such a sour face. It must have cost him dearly to set up that cushy position at the academy, yet he never dreamed teacher Jiang next door would pull off an insane 271-point score. Should someone snatch that rigged job right under his nose? But honestly, our neighbor teacher Jiang is far more deserving of that promotion. Have you seen how popular she is? Image, poise, competence, she's got it all. The key is having an exceptionally strong core competitiveness. Earning this position through true capability, that's what makes a real role model. That's right. Zhang Yang's reputation was undoubtedly illustrious throughout the entire department, even the whole university. Being handsome might earn someone fame, but being both handsome and genuinely talented? It's hard not to become famous. Zhang Yuxian wasn't deaf. He could vaguely hear the content of their conversation, and when he caught the name Zhang Yang, damn it, he knew they were definitely using him as a comparison. If not for that guy, he should have rightfully secured that damn establishment position by now, instead of being stuck as this contract worker, then had to endure a crowd of people sneering and mocking, even if it was just half a year's time. Originally, he wouldn't even have needed to wait half a year. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuxian forced himself to calm down first. Failing the civil service exam was indeed unexpected, but this didn't mean everything was ruined. After all, he was a PhD graduate from overseas. Though he might not fully grasp the intricacies of local social etiquette, his capabilities were undeniable. Civil service exams just weren't his forte. But that doesn't change the fact that he's a hidden dragon. The position of student affairs advisor was indeed a sinecure. As for how to prove his capabilities, he hadn't quite figured that out yet. But gold will shine wherever it is placed. Rather than becoming an artifact like the paper from the state of Lu. Professor Jiang, Dean Su asked you to come over. Your documents have arrived and need your signature. A colleague returning from the dean's office brought a message to Zhang Yang, who responded with an acknowledgement and said he'd go immediately. Professor Jiang, why has the dean been calling you over so frequently lately? This is just about signing a contract. Normally, wouldn't the academic affairs office staff handle it? Bai Ji looked at him, pressed her lips together, and spoke with subtle meaning in her tone. This? Probably because my written exam scores were exceptionally high, so it might be the academy showing special consideration for me. Zhang Yang said. Bai Ji smiled faintly. That makes sense. Then you go ahead first. Okay. Standing outside Su Yuan's office, Zhang Yang intended to mentally prepare herself. Although she knew entering meant good news, the mere thought of Dean Su made her feel overwhelmed. An exquisitely mature beauty. Her experience level was far too formidable. Professor Jiang, I know you've arrived. Come in. Su Yuan's voice came from inside. Jiang Yang was surprised she hadn't made any noise, yet Su had detected her presence. Pushing the door open, she entered the familiar space, where Su Yuan, still dressed in her signature white shirt and trousers, adjusted her glasses with the same familiar gesture. Looking at him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her crimson lips. Looking at him calmly, I asked with a serene expression, "Come in if you're here already. What are you scared of? Do you really think I'd eat you? If I really wanted to, it wouldn't be you, my dear brother." Ha! Jiang Yang didn't understand at first. Of course not, I was just thinking about something. Su Yuan smiled faintly and nodded for him to sit down, then took several contracts from her drawer and placed them before him. Take a look. After signing, you'll no longer be a contract worker. Jiang Yang had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Without hesitation, he immediately sat down and began reviewing the documents on the table. Su Yuan wasn't in any hurry either, simply watching as he quickly flipped through the pages. You read so fast. Can you understand it? Su Yuan asked a question, and Jiang Yang glanced up at her before nodding in response. Of course. 30% intelligence boost brought him considerable benefits, especially in information processing capabilities. Zhang Yuxian, did you see it? Yes, I saw it. Su Yuan nodded slowly and said calmly. He's currently on an employment contract with the school, and the matter of becoming a permanent employee won't be addressed until the second half of the year, provided, of course, he can patiently stick around at the institute for that long. If he can't muster even that little bit of patience, then it's got nothing to do with me. If he ever bullies you in any way, let me know anytime. Su Yuan looked at him with a faint smile, the aura of maturity utterly unconcealable. Jiang Yang raised her head and flashed a carefree, self-assured smile. It doesn't matter. I don't care about him at all. Hearing this, Su Yuan placed both hands on the desk, resting her chin on them as she looked at him. Agreed. After reading the contract, Jiang Yang swiftly signed her name and stamped her fingerprint. Absolutely certain there are no issues? No issues. Su Yuan took the document back and glanced at it. Alright, just sign it and we're good. Good luck at the teacher-student sports meet tomorrow. Before leaving, Su Yuan added one more sentence. Jiang Yang nodded in response. I'll do my best. Watching Jiang Yang leave, Su Yuan gazed contentedly at the signed document on the table. Muma contract selling oneself. Perfect. These students here? Who are you all waiting for? Having steadied his emotions, Zhang Yuxian noticed several female students sitting on the corridor benches outside the adjacent office as he stepped out. Looks like they're waiting for someone. Already college students, the girls were all quite fashionable and well-dressed, looking stylish and pretty. Sitting there, it was hard not to take a second glance. Zhang Yuxian adjusted his glasses and stepped forward to ask. The girls looked at Zhang Yuxian with some confusion on their faces. Teacher, who are you? Oh, I'm the newly appointed student affairs advisor at the college, specializing in student matters. You can come to me for anything related to campus life or academics. My surname is Zhang. Hello, Teacher Zhang. We're waiting for Teacher Zhang here. Teacher Zhang? Zhang Yang? Zhang Yuxian frowned as he asked. Are you students from his class? Oh no, we're from the neighboring art college. We heard Professor Zhang is good at solving student issues, so we came to see. But it seems Professor Zhang isn't here. Do you know where Professor Zhang went, teacher? Alright, they were indeed from the art college. However, they weren't here seeking help for student problems, but to learn how to live. I heard there's a counselor at the School of Business who's not only handsome with a great figure, but also possesses exceptional core competencies, specializing in resolving students' psychological issues. As a result, he's attracted crowds of students from across campus who come to pay homage. In any other scenario, of course, demons wouldn't want to be beaten to death by Sun Wukong, but in this particular scene, there are plenty of demons who'd wish for Sun Wukong to send them to the Western Paradise. Each one an expert at taking a beating. Art school students? No wonder they're dressed so stylishly and beautifully, but the moment Zhang Yuxian realized they were here looking for Jiang Yang, his attitude changed immediately. Go back to your own place. This is the School of Business. What are you art school students doing here? Professor Jiang has plenty of work to keep him busy. Besides, if you really have any student-related issues, shouldn't I, as the student affairs consultant, be the more qualified person to handle them? You? The girls exchanged glances and gave him a once-over. Even if they couldn't find the great sage equal to heaven, shouldn't the replacement at least be a Sun Wukong? At the very worst, the six-eared macaque would do. Now we get the horse warden? Even with that suit on. But a stable officer is still just a stable officer without the compliant golden hoop rod. Can you really call yourself Sun Wukong? Well, we won't trouble you any further, teacher. If Teacher Zhang isn't here, then we'll head back first. The girls stood up, ready to leave. Chapter 40, What position makes you dream like this? Previous plot revised. They had just risen to depart. Suddenly, they bumped into Jiang Yang returning from the dean's office. At the sight of him, the three girls' eyes lit up. The famous theory of appreciating beauty states that if you spot a beautiful woman, you must first look at her eyes. If her eyes aren't looking at you, then you can openly admire her legs without reservation. The same principle applies perfectly in this situation. If Jiang Yang wasn't looking at their eyes, they could naturally let their gaze drift downward to appreciate her legs. Unfortunately though, Jiang Yang's usual dressing style has always been quite loose-fitting, so nothing noteworthy could be discerned from her outward appearance. Professor Jiang. Jiang Yang found himself blocked by 3 girls. Just one glance told him he'd never seen them before, which naturally raised the question. And you are? Hello Professor Jiang. We're art school students, one spoke up nervously. We heard you're exceptionally good at helping students with their, psychological issues. So we came specifically to ask for your guidance. Solving psychological problems? Who? Me? Jiang Yang had no idea when she'd gained such a reputation, nor when her fame had spread beyond the academy walls. Classmates, I think you might have the wrong person. I'm actually not skilled at solving anyone's psychological issues. Besides, logically speaking, shouldn't you consult your own teachers if you have problems? But Teacher Jiang, it was your students who said you're really good at solving psychological problems. They said just standing there, Teacher Jiang, all their troubles would flow away like water. So, Teacher Jiang, you must be amazing, right? No need to be modest now. That's right, Teacher Jiang, we came here specially to see you. The girls chirped and cooed like a flock of songbirds. Jiang Yang harbored no illusions that these young ladies had any proper academic questions. Times had changed, especially since he'd realized they'd gotten their information through his own students. He understood. This was definitely not about anything scholarly. This point is perfectly exemplified by Mu Yuting. Jiang Yang was searching for a tactful way to decline when Zhang Yuxian, standing nearby, watched helplessly as several female students who had previously ignored him suddenly wagged invisible little tails in front of Jiang Yang. Could the phrase modeling really carry that much weight? It was one thing for Jiang Yang to enjoy popularity within the academy, but who knew he could attract so many girls outside of it as well? He couldn't help but speak with displeasure. Professor Jiang, this is the consequence of your usual neglect regarding conduct issues. Just look at this, what kind of behavior is this? Students from other departments have come to complain. Do you think this situation is appropriate for someone in your position? Since you're students from other colleges, why don't you stay in your own instead of coming here? How improper. Upon hearing this, several girls turned to look at Zhang Yuxian with expressions of disdain. TCH. What does this have to do with conduct issues? Isn't it only natural for students to seek help from their teachers when they have problems? We were merely pointing out how you, this teacher here, kept emphasizing that you're some kind of consultant specializing in student issues, telling us to come to you for solutions. So that's what this is all about? Does it upset you that we're not turning to you but instead going to Teacher Jiang? Are you jealous that Professor Jiang is better looking than you? Zhang Yuxian instantly flared up at those words. Nonsense. Still dawdling instead of leaving? Do you want me to go to your department and have a serious conversation about how you loaf around and disrespect your professors? TCH. Getting desperate now. The girls rolled their eyes in unison. Jiang Yang looked at them and spread her hands helplessly. See, on one hand, I can't help you. On the other hand, even if I had the ability and wanted to help, I'd be powerless to do so. So you should head back first. Hearing this, the girls comforted him with great thoughtfulness. It's all right, Professor Jiang. We understand. After all, you're so outstanding that it's normal for others to be jealous, especially since you're truly exceptional. Then we won't disturb you any further, to avoid giving people something to gossip about. Bye. Okay, see you. Jiang Yang waved her hand, watching the girls patter away. Jiang Yang turned around and looked at Zhang Yuxian before him, whose face was clearly flushed with anger. She smiled faintly. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. If you hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have known how to turn down those girls' requests. After all, I'm no psychological expert. I wouldn't know how to handle students' issues like this. Besides, those girls didn't mean what they said just now. Their intentions were honest, right? They came seeking solutions to some psychological issues. So, Teacher Jiang, there's absolutely no need for you to be angry with them, right? Zhang Yuxian clenched his teeth tightly. Damn it, adding insult to injury, huh? This is simply adding insult to injury. Jiang Yang smiled faintly before walking into the office without another glance. Watching Jiang Yang disappear from view, Zhang Yuxian remained angry but wasn't foolish. Indeed, within this school, Jiang Yang enjoyed phenomenal romantic luck, so much so it aroused envy and jealousy. But in this world, what good fortune lasts forever unchanged? Don't let me catch you slipping, or else. He was absolutely certain that catching Jiang Yang's slip-ups would be incredibly easy. One only needed to think about it to know. Surrounded by so many women, not making mistakes would be downright impossible. Just let him catch a single mistake. He guarantees he can plunge Jiang Yang into an eternal abyss of ruin. Just you wait. Jiang Yang had already grown accustomed to having several girls sitting around him during meals every day. There was simply no way to control it. If you can't control it, just accept it calmly, such a simple truth. Bai Ji sat nearby with effortless grace, listening to the two young girls chatter away. Mu Yuding was mainly the one speaking. This outgoing girl always had endless topics to discuss. Setting aside how she often made people's hearts flutter, her personality was actually quite endearing. As for that seemingly well-behaved little girl, appearances can be deceiving. She'd long said that bluntly charging ahead was useless. Like her, motionless as a statue when at rest, swift as a fleeing hare when in action. A little girl is still a little girl after all. Your rank is still a bit low. Lost in thought, she noticed some rice grains at the corner of Jiang Yang's lips. She naturally picked up a tissue and wiped them off before continuing with her meal. It felt as if what had just happened was the most ordinary thing in the world. Tong Shengling and Mu Yuding, the two young girls, froze for a moment as they stared at Bai Ji. Before the two girls could say anything, a voice filled with pleasant surprise rang out. "Ha, Professor Jiang?" A voice so familiar, one she'd recognize anywhere. Jiang Yang turned around to see the tan spicy beauty approaching with a tray of food. Hot tan chick. Mu Yuding narrowed her eyes. The teacher had come looking for them outside. Seems pretty tall too, and with a great figure to boot, even has abs? Though her skin had a wheatish complexion from frequent exercise, it actually looked quite attractive. She knew this girl. Hadn't they seen each other during the marathon before? "Hello, mind if I sit here?" Bai Ji glanced at Gao Langyan with a faint smile but didn't refuse. Mu Yuding nodded, while Tong Shangling remained silent. "Another girl to join us, will she help share the fire?" "No problem, take a seat," Jiang Yang said. Gao Langyan didn't beat around the bush either, sitting down directly and glancing left and right. "Professor Jiang, all the ladies around you are so beautiful?" With just that simple remark, Mu Yuding snorted while wrinkling her nose. That they are. If I weren't attractive, how could I possibly sit with the professor?" Gao Langyan acknowledged with a slight O. Looking at the three pretty girls on either side, spotting Jiang Yang in the cafeteria was easy, just follow the brightest spot. She simply hadn't expected Jiang Yang to be surrounded by so many beautiful girls. Gao Langyan paused to think. Jiang Yang was asked, "Professor Jiang, are all these your girlfriends?" A simple question made the girls simultaneously curl their lips into smiles, but almost immediately they chorused in unison. "Not yet." "Ha, not yet?" Gao Langyan looked somewhat puzzled. Not far away, someone who had been secretly observing this scene clenched their teeth tightly. "Another one? What kind of position do you have to be in, to dream something like this? Bloody hell." Chapter 41, seems to have matched with suitable teammates, but it doesn't matter. That's it. Keep philandering then. The more you philander, the more it pleases me. Once I get concrete evidence of your misconduct, I'll make sure you're expelled from this academy. Even if the dean tries to protect you, there can only be one consequence for shielding your behavior. That means even you yourself won't escape unscathed. In a way, Zheng Yuxian was quite pleased with this guy. Being a playboy was one thing, but he actually didn't even bother to hide it from others. What a complete idiot. Just as Zheng Yuxian was intently observing, a voice suddenly came from the side. "What are you doing?" Zheng Yuxian was startled and turned his head abruptly, only to realize that a man had somehow appeared beside him out of nowhere. Still unfamiliar with most people in the institute, Zheng Yuxian calmly lowered his phone while keeping an eye on the man beside him. "Nothing, just having a meal. Is there a problem?" "Me? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Let me introduce myself. Zheng Yuxian, the new student affairs consultant." Zheng Yuxian took the initiative to introduce himself. Student affairs consultant? Zhao Zijian, associate professor. At first, Zheng Yuxian couldn't quite place it, but the moment he heard the name Zhao Zijian, it all came rushing back to him. It is said that there are irreconcilable differences with Jiang Yang. Zheng Yuxian suddenly felt like he might have found an ally. After a moment of thought, he tentatively asked, "Professor Zhao is a young achiever. Running into each other at the cafeteria at this hour must be fate. I've only been at this institute for a few days, so I'm still unfamiliar with many things. But look, Professor Zhao, Professor Zheng over there. They say he's quite the prominent figure at this college. I'd say so too. Just grabbing a meal surrounded by beautiful students and teachers, what's not to envy? I am, after all, new here. So, Professor Zhao, let me ask you a question. Has Teacher Zheng's situation always been like this? Wouldn't making such a big fuss be a bit too conspicuous? It really makes one feel a bit envious, doesn't it? Right?" Zheng Yuxian pretended not to know, making indirect inquiries, though in truth, he really wasn't very informed about Zhao Zijian's affairs. At these words, Zhao Zijian's expression remained blank, just glanced at him, then asked, "Is it envy? Or jealousy?" Zheng Yuxian was taken aback, glanced at him and then replied, "There's certainly some envy, and a bit of jealousy too. Even hatred would be normal, wouldn't it? After all, there are plenty of staff members in the academy, and many teachers are still single. How is Teacher Jiang the only one so popular? How could we not be jealous?" But envy and jealousy are one thing. I just hope teacher Zhang can stay true to himself with so many pretty girls around. If he steps even slightly out of line, he shouldn't think about regretting it later. Professor Zhao, don't you agree? Zhang Yuxian asked with a smile directed at Zhao Zijian. Normally speaking, if Zhao Zijian were still a man, wouldn't anger be the natural reaction when the person he's pursuing gets snatched away by someone else? Just as expected, Zhao Zijian's gaze revealed an unmistakable displeasure. I heard, Consultant Zhang, you seem to have some conflicts with Professor Zhang, don't you? Because he took the quota that was originally meant for you. Zhang Yuxian couldn't muster a smile. This was undoubtedly humiliating, but as he looked at Zhao Zijian, he didn't dwell on it too much. That's how it is. So, I'll just say it straight. Since we're both dissatisfied, why don't we work together? Zhang Yuxian stopped hiding his intentions and cut straight to the point. Zhao Zijian asked, cooperate on what? Don't play dumb. Don't you have even the slightest dissatisfaction with Professor Zhang? Zhao Zijian smiled faintly, then lifted his head moments later and asked, what's your plan? Zhang Yuxian knew upon hearing these words that he was already more than halfway to success. It's a simple plan. We don't need to do much, just wait for him to make his own mistake. That's all there is to it. I refuse to believe he won't slip up with so many women around. The moment he does, I'm confident I can get him kicked out of school. Zhao Zijian agreed upon hearing this. Alright, but I insist that if you obtain substantial evidence against him, you share it with me immediately. Likewise, I'll do the same if I find anything. Zhang Yuxian agreed without hesitation. Agreed. Zhao Zijian nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward the table where Jiang Yang was eating, one man surrounded by 4 beautiful women of different styles, including a teacher he had pursued for a long time. Watching Jiang Yang's table, with several lovely girls chattering around him, how enviable it must have looked to be sandwiched among them. His anger was justified. After all, the person he had pursued for so long had, through that incident, caused his reputation within the academy to practically collapse in disgrace. His reputation was gone, and so was the one he had pursued. Heart like dead ashes. Anger, discontent, hatred, desire. All kinds of emotions spread through his heart. Of course, this was just his imagination. He had thought these emotions would flood his heart, but after returning home and lying in bed, his heart was unexpectedly calm like never before. It was as if a weight had been lifted, willing and ready, accepting defeat with grace. All his reason was telling him the same thing. You lost, deservedly so, utterly and completely defeated. It's rather strange. If Jiang Yang had defeated him with something else, wealth, status, talent, he might have felt unwilling to accept it. But when it comes to competing on core strengths, he lost. Go home. No matter how precisely you measure with a ruler, it's pointless. The gap is just too vast. The thought of Bai Ji and Jiang Yang's relationship had already grown so deep, he couldn't summon the will to fight anymore, and strangely, he even felt a bizarre sense of anticipation. He simply stared at the markings on the ruler. In his mind, he imagined scenes of Jiang Yang and Bai Ji together. Could it be a faint sensation of passion? When he first noticed this change, it startled him so much that he even wondered if his mind was playing tricks on him. But upon closer reflection, isn't this perfectly normal? After all, it's human nature to idolize the strong, so there couldn't possibly be anything wrong with my mental state, right? This is completely normal behavior. Having cleared this up in his mind, Zhao Zijian let out a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Compared to competing fiercely with someone you can't defeat no matter how hard you try, he found that watching the daily lives of Jiang Yang and Bai Ji also seemed to bring a kind of joy. Yes, this is a completely normal hobby. A perfectly normal emotion. Zhao Zijian initially thought nothing of it until he noticed a suspicious-looking man watching Jiang Yang and their group in the cafeteria. This left him feeling rather irritated. He approached to gather more information. Turned out to be the new student affairs advisor? A lousy temp worker. It wouldn't be anything noteworthy, except he seems to hold quite a grudge against Jiang Yang, doesn't he? Oh, interesting. If we're looking for ways to expel Jiang Yang from school, here's the question. Say we let you succeed in driving Jiang Yang out of school. Then what would he have left to look at? I'm done eating. Wanna go to the bathroom? Zhao Zijian put down his tray and asked. Zhang Yuxian didn't overthink it. This was perfectly normal. Between them, it signaled their relationship had progressed to a somewhat closer stage. Sure. Zhao Zijian smiled subtly. Using the restroom wasn't his real purpose at all. While pretending to go, he stole a sidelong glance at Zhang Yuxian. A single glance was enough to make him snort derisively under his breath. Pathetic. So bad. Even he couldn't compare. Sure enough, it's with that damn temp worker again. How dare someone with that level of skill even think of competing with Jiang Yang? 1 hit from others equals 100 of yours. Professor Zhao, could you share some insider college matters with me? Preferably about Professor Jiang. It might give us an advantage for our next moves. Zhang Yuxian asked him after washing his hands and returning. Well, I actually don't know much about it, but I've heard Professor Jiang doesn't have the best reputation among certain male students. There will be a school-wide sports meet for all teachers and students tomorrow. You could try asking the students in their class for information. Using your title as Student Affairs Advisor would be perfect, Zhao Zijian commented. Zhang Yuxian nodded thoughtfully, yet something about Zhao Zijian's attitude struck him as, perhaps a tad colder than before. An illusion? Chapter 42. This was a sports meet to behold legends. Admittedly, Zhang Yang truly admired the little girl's social skills. When Lang Yan first arrived with her icy demeanor, several of the girls had been somewhat guarded. Yet after just one shared meal, the young girls were already chatting with lively enthusiasm. Upon hearing Lang Yan's lofty goal to become a world-class long-distance runner competing for her country, such a noble aspiration immediately drew gasps of amazement from the two younger girls. Impressive, impressive. So Lang Yan, your ambitions reach so high? I wouldn't say they're that lofty. Anyway, I'll work even harder for this goal, and I'm absolutely confident now that I'll reach that highest international stage. Wonderful. Mu Yuding bit her chopsticks and said, by comparison, my dream seems rather simple, though I think it's quite challenging in its own way. What dream? Mu Yuding replied with a smile. It's quite simple, really. Just work hard to win over a particularly stubborn target before graduation, use my wits to lure him into the bonds of matrimony, and then gradually tame him. After that, things become much easier. To sum it up in just one sentence, live each day to the fullest, then have a bunch of kids to tie him down tightly, so he can't go anywhere. Living the same 3-point routine every day. It's just taking care of children and the endless back and forth. Sounds like very ordinary things, right? But let me tell you, this is an extremely difficult task to accomplish, let alone the question of how to subdue it. What truly matters is the day-after-day living. Whether one can endure it. That's what really counts. Finding a glimmer of simple joy in the monotonous routine of daily life is incredibly difficult. Just think about how many people in this world have fallen victim to dull, tedious, and insipid lives. Why is that? The answer is that no one can endure that endless cycle of repetition day after day. You're right, aren't you? Mu Yuding looked at Lang Yan and asked. Lang Yan's mind felt like it made perfect sense, yet somehow didn't at all. The monotonous daily routine could indeed drive one mad, but why did she get the feeling Mu Yuding meant something entirely different? Classmate Mu Yuding, are you asking how to find joy in the mundane routines of life? Mu Yuding nodded and said, yeah, otherwise? Gao Langyan uttered an oh, deep in thought, and furrowed her brows. But I still don't quite understand? So Miss Mu Yuding, you already have the solution to this problem? Of course, didn't I just say so? Mu Yuding replied. Gao Langyan questioned. Did I say anything? Yes, you did. What was it? Gao Langyan asked before Mu Yuding could answer, as Zhang Yang abruptly cut her off. Mu Yuding's earlier remarks weren't just laying her cards on the table, they were downright brazen. Zhang Yang couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted her. Classmate Mu Yuding, do you remember what you promised me yesterday at the amusement park? Mu Yuding nodded. I remember. I said I would promise the teacher you'd be a positive influence. Then tell me yourself, were those words you just spoke positive and uplifting? Mu Yuding pondered for a moment. Just okay, I guess. But teacher, shouldn't this be the least of your concerns? After all, I only promised to behave positively around you. I was talking to classmate Gao Langyan just now. Any problems? Zhang Yang. Professor Jiang, I think what Mu Yuding said was quite adorable, and honestly, I didn't hear anything unusual about it. I find it quite uplifting. All I see is an ordinary girl making relentless efforts to cope with the monotonous daily grind. Why would you think it's not uplifting, Teacher Jiang? Bai Ji blinked her eyes and asked him. Zhang Yang looked at Bai Ji. Words rose to his lips but remained unspoken. Mu Yuding giggled at the sight. Oh, I get it now. It's you, teacher, who's lacking positivity. I knew there was nothing wrong with what I said. How could it possibly not be positive? Gao Langyan also nodded and said, Teacher Jiang, I didn't really notice anything wrong. Tong Shangling blinked her eyes. Teacher, I want to become the kind of person Mu Yuding described, someone who finds joy in hardship amidst the monotonous routine of daily life. Alright, now this is just perfect. As 4 pairs of innocent eyes stared at him in unison, Zhang Yang felt utterly ruined, corrupted even by these young women. There are the genuinely naive, those who feign innocence, and those who are anything but. Human hearts have truly become utterly distorted. Zhang Yang stopped talking and obediently focused on eating. He knew very well the 3 women could already create a drama too intense to handle, let alone 4. Can't handle it, simply can't handle it. After hurriedly finishing his meal, he returned to his office to patiently slave away like an ox destined for labor. The school-wide sports meet is approaching. Although such a school-wide sports meet holds little prestige, for young students eager to earn credits, even a certificate that adds just a fraction of a credit point still matters. That's still a piece of meat, especially for those students who struggle to excel in academic abilities or special talents. A sports meet is absolutely necessary. Beyond earning academic credits, what's more important is that this will be a grand social event. Jiang Yang wasn't really overthinking it anyway, he'd already planned exactly how to spend his competition prize money. Though the teacher division's total prize pool was 200,000 yuan, with so many events to split it between, even if he won first place in the long-distance race, his share would only be about 2,000 yuan. Still, not bad at all. That could cover a whole month's living expenses. 1200 m middle distance race. Are you sure you've got the right information? That Professor Jiang from the business school will participate in the 1,200-meter race for the faculty group, right? No mistake, no mistake. This news came straight from the business school, absolutely legit. Great. What wonderful news. I've been absolutely fascinated by this teacher for so long. His legendary status is all over the business school. Handsome, cool, skilled in combat, gentle and considerate in nature, and excels at making bento boxes. The epitome of a perfect man. What a pity that I'm not from the business school, missing the chance to see that legend in person. But now it's perfect, tomorrow will be an excellent opportunity, with plenty of time for us to observe the legend up close. Yeah, I heard someone from our art school already went to see that teacher Jiang. Really? What did they say about it? Not sure. I heard they went straight back to their dorm and locked the door as soon as they returned. The next day, all their bed sheets and blankets were washed and hung out to dry. Oh, now that's quite the compliment. In the dormitory, a group of girls from the art school were chatting enthusiastically, with only one topic, paying tribute to the legendary great sage equal of heaven. For sports events like these, female participation is relatively lower, so most girls tend to just watch the spectacle. In past years, such events naturally didn't warrant their enthusiastic discussions. But this year was different. If it weren't for the exaggerated rumors from the business school spreading like wildfire, tales so fantastical they claimed teacher Jiang had once patched up a hole in the sky when it collapsed, and that it was also teacher Jiang who caused Mount Buzhou to collapse when the water god crashed into it. Nor was it Great Yu who tamed the floods, it was him. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. After a few rounds of gossip and with Jiang Yang's photos and videos of him handling student affairs actually circulating on the campus intranet, things got blown out of proportion. His popularity naturally skyrocketed. Hey Qingqing, wanna join us tomorrow to see what the fuss is about? Let's check out if this legendary Professor Jiang is really as incredible as the business school rumors say? I heard a ton of people are going to watch, come with us. Several girls suddenly turned to the girl sitting on a chair by the lower bunk, headphones hanging around her neck, and asked. Hearing this, Shinjiqing responded with a sentence. You guys go ahead, I won't be joining. I still have some rehearsal matters to take care of. Are you really not going? This is such a rare opportunity. If you miss this chance, it won't be easy to see it again later. The school is so big, with tens of thousands of students. That teacher is seriously handsome. No matter. I'm not interested in that, Shinjiqing said. Her roommates dropped the matter. Fine, if Jiqing doesn't want to go, whatever. It's not like we could actually do anything with that teacher anyway, we'd just be gawking from the sidelines. I heard that teacher is always surrounded by several pretty girls. They say they're all department-level beauties, and there's even a stunningly beautiful female teacher among them. Is that so? Then it seems we're just here to make up the numbers. But that's only natural. Handsome guys always have people chasing after them, especially when he's drop-dead gorgeous. Just like Jiqing, she's got handsome guys lining up for her too. So jealous. Right, Qingqing? Shinjiqing was intently focused on the musical score on her computer and merely responded with a non-committal upon hearing this. I just feel so annoyed. Her roommates all rolled their eyes in unison. See, what do you call this? The unattainable always stirs desire, while the favored take love for granted. As the golden flower of the art academy, having many admirers is only natural, they could never compare anyway. Don't even mention golden flowers. Not even silver or bronze flowers qualify. If we're truly to speak of flowers, then it can only be the vigorously growing little yellow blossoms. Early in the morning, Jiang Yang, having just finished his morning run, was handed a bag by the aloof Gao Longyan. What's this? Jiang Yang looked at Gao Longyan and asked. The clearly visible tan lines on the dark-skinned spicy girl looked scorching hot. Sports gear, Gao Longyan said. I bought it especially for you, and I've already washed it. You can just change into it right away. Ha! Jiang Yang opened the bag in surprise to take a look. Damn, turns out it was the scabbard. For me? Longyan, what made you think of buying this for me? Gao Longyan stood with her hands on her hips. Well, I just figured what you'd buy probably wouldn't be professional enough. After all, this sports equipment is pretty important for you, to avoid some problems. So I bought it for you. There's a sports meet today, take it back and wear it. Jiang Yang gave an understanding oh. Is my current workout gear not professional enough? Gao Longyan nodded firmly. How could she admit she'd been distracted by the swaying for the whole journey? Alright, thank you then, classmate Longyan. Gao Longyan shook her head slightly to indicate it was nothing. Jiang Yang conquest progress plus 2%, current 20%. By the way, Professor Jiang, have you ever considered becoming a professional long-distance runner? Gao Lengyan inquired. Professional? I mean, that kind of athlete who's professionally skilled but doesn't treat it as a main career. The kind who can compete in provincial, national, or even world-class competitions? Would that work? Absolutely. I think with your potential, teacher, you could totally compete at national level or even higher. Really? Of course. Is this competition mandatory? Of course not. Also, teacher, the competition I participated in last time was actually a certified Class C event, eligible for registering for a public certificate. With this certificate, you can participate in internationally or domestically recognized regular competitions. Achieving results will qualify you to apply for certification. Then progress step by step. As long as you achieve results, even as an amateur, you can stand on the international stage. Gao Lengyan said with great anticipation, feeling slightly nervous about whether Jiang Yang would be interested in these opportunities. But Jiang Yang merely contemplated that, athletic potential, entry. Well, might as well run since there's nothing to lose, and there's prize money too. He replied casually. Sure thing. Gao Lengyan was overjoyed and hooked her arms around his neck, shouting excitedly. Then it's settled, teacher. If there's a competition, I really will call you, you know. Jiang Yang smiled faintly. Then call me, by all means. Gao Lengyan's face flushed red, as if she'd thought of something. She responded with an affirmative. I'll definitely call. Then I'll take my leave first. Alright, go for it, Professor. I'll come cheer for you after my run. Okay. Jiang Yang waved and stepped ahead to leave. Gao Lengyan let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 43, Teacher, we're here to escort you. Teacher Jiang, have you changed your clothes? If it's difficult to change, you can just call me, and I'll come in to help you. Baiji shouted from outside the school storage room. A moment later, Jiang Yang pushed the door open. Thank you, but I think I'm still capable of handling this matter. Baiji smiled faintly. Looking at Jiang Yang in his tracksuit outfit, there was no helping it, the autoscan hadn't been turned off. Ahem, Professor Bai. Hearing Jiang Yang's cough, Baiji finally looked up, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Sorry about that, I was just too curious. Well, that's human nature. Jiang Yang said. Similar scenes played out like this every day, and he had grown accustomed to it. Then, Professor Jiang, could you satisfy my curiosity a bit? Baiji's cheeks faintly flushed as she gazed at him with glistening eyes and asked. Don't worry, Professor Jiang. I promise I'll just look and won't lay a finger on anything. Unless, of course, you insist, then I might reconsider. Well, Professor Bai, I still have a competition to prepare for. Let's talk about this another time, really. I should get going now. Jiang Yang rubbed his nose and hurried away. Baiji watched Jiang Yang's retreating figure, lost in thought. Would they talk about it later? But Jiang Yang's reaction was really adorable, Baiji thought as she turned to leave, only to suddenly notice another bag still lying inside the storage room. Ha! Baiji suddenly remembered, after Jiang Yang changed clothes earlier, it seemed she forgot to take the discarded outfit back with her. Which meant, right now, in that bag, lay Jiang Yang's freshly removed garments. Original scent. Baiji glanced quickly to both sides and hurried inside to take the clothes away. Professor Jiang? Are you getting ready to compete? Jiang Yang had just gone downstairs when she ran into Su Yuan, who was with several other faculty leaders. Su Yuan, who already appeared youthful yet mature, looked even more charming. Even with simple attire, she could easily leave younger folks utterly smitten. Yeah, I'm going to a competition. Su Yuan nodded, sizing up Jiang Yang from head to toe. No wonder it attracts so many teachers and students. What great physique, and there seems to be something particularly outstanding. Huh? You should go compete. Good luck. Alright, I'll go ahead then. Su Yuan watched Jiang Yang dash away. Professor Jiang is truly a talented young achiever. With outstanding work capabilities and being beloved by students, she will surely ascend to greater heights in time. A faculty administrator nearby remarked. Su Yuan adjusted her glasses. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, with a hint of something unusual gleaming in her eyes. Rather than reaching for the heights, what I truly wish for young people is to remain true to their core, to work diligently, to delve deep into the foundations. As long as they persevere day after day, there's nothing they cannot achieve. The hospital administrators nearby nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Yes, the director makes a good point. That's right, that's right. Su Yuan thought the same. Hard work will pay off, true talent will eventually shine. It should shine, right? After all, he managed to glow. The school track and field stadium was now packed to capacity. With student union volunteers maintaining order, it was only natural for so many to attend the school sports meet. But the sudden appearance of so many people was anything but normal. So many beautiful senior and junior female classmates. Yeah, that one's pretty, and that one's pretty too. And that one over there, her figure is just incredible. Absolutely, absolutely. Feels like the air is even getting sweeter. The boys who had never seen such a grand spectacle were dazzled by the sudden appearance of so many pretty girls around them. Weren't there far fewer people here just moments ago? At this very moment, the place had suddenly become crowded. But in a way, this was what you might call a happy problem. The competing students, somewhat flattered by the attention, seemed pumped up as if on stimulants, sprinting faster than ever before, and some passionately tore off their shirts after crossing the finish line. Show your charm. Hope to attract more attention. What time is it now? Why are still students competing? What about the faculty division? Has it started? It looks like there are several more student track and field events before the faculty division. But logically, those teachers or staff members should be arriving soon to prepare, right? Where is everyone? Where's that Jiang? Teacher Jiang? I didn't see it. At this very moment, Jiang Yang found himself blocked at the periphery of the athletic field, never expecting such a massive crowd. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of bobbing heads and almost impenetrable human tide. How do I get in? Jiang Yang was just wondering. A sudden shout came from behind. Teacher! Teacher Jiang turned around and saw 3 girls and a group of students heading this way. Mu Yuting saw him and waved. Jiang Yang was just wondering when they had already arrived in front of him, watching as a group of girls and students surrounded him completely. What are you all here for? Protect the emperor at all costs. MHM. Tong Shangling nodded incessantly. Teacher, we're here to protect you. Without us, you wouldn't even make it onto the track field today. Why? Jiang Yang was utterly bewildered. Could I have become some sort of wanted criminal or something? Yes, teacher, you've become a wanted rooster. Tong Shangling nodded and whispered softly into Jiang Yang's ear. Teacher, you've become quite famous at school now, let me tell you. The news about you participating in the competition had already spread throughout the college the moment you signed up. And before the competition, practically the whole school knew you were competing. So right now, there are many people from different departments who came specifically to see you. So if they find out you're here, you definitely won't even make it onto the track field. Jiang Yang listened with complete bewilderment. Am I some kind of famous person? Mu Yuting replied with certainty. Extremely famous. Jiang Yang's head was buzzing. What? When did he become famous all of a sudden? Is it a good reputation? Mu Yuting answered without hesitation with certainty. A great reputation. A very, very good reputation. Jiang Yang fell silent for a moment. Oh no. If Mu Yuting said it was a good reputation, then it could only mean this reputation was absolutely not the kind of good reputation he had imagined. Don't worry, Professor Jiang. It looks like you've been properly wearing the gear I gave you, so no big deal. Go for it. Gao Lingyan had just finished her race and felt relieved seeing Jiang Yang indeed wearing the gear she gifted. Let's go, teacher. We'll escort you in. Jiang Yang sighed. At this point, there was no other choice. Wasn't this just a regular school sports meet? Why had it turned into such a grandiose affair? But soon he understood why such fanfare was necessary. Someone suddenly shouted something about Big Jiang, and instantly Jiang Yang felt all eyes in the vicinity converge upon him, each gleaming like a flashbulb's burst. From 1 to 10, 10 to 100, like a stone cast suddenly into still waters. Who's there? Has Jiang Yang arrived yet? Where is it? Where is it? I see it. Oh, he's really handsome. Honestly, he's much better looking in person than in photos or videos. Never mind that now. Quick, look. We all want to know, is it as exaggerated as what their business school claimed? You can't see a thing with so many people crammed in here. It's a total crush. See, teacher? Didn't I tell you how dangerous this was? Right? Without us protecting you, you wouldn't even make it to the track field. Jiang Yan watched as she clung to her own arm, her hands mischievously taking advantage of the chaos. Can't you just behave yourself? Then he turned his gaze to Tong Shangling on the other side. You too. Tong Shangling's cheeks turned pink as she glanced up at him, then lowered her head again. She shyly withdrew her hand. Mu Yuting called out as if it were only natural. Of course we bodyguards have to charge interest. When has there ever been a free lunch in this world? Nevertheless, she quite obediently withdrew her hand, narrowed her eyes, and whispered in his ear. Teacher, isn't this especially exciting? No. TSK, saying one thing while meaning another. Mu Yuting blinked and said. The track and field stadium was packed with a sea of people, as if it were some Olympic event. The stands were completely filled, with no shortage of stylish and beautiful young women among the crowd. He's so handsome, really. He really is. It's just too far away from here. This spot isn't great, it's a bit hard to see clearly. I can't see clearly either, but it's fine, he'll definitely come running over soon. Then we'll be able to see clearly. They listened as a group of students around them fixed their gazes on Jiang Yang preparing on the running track. Amidst the surrounding noisy chatter, their words were peppered with such brazen and suggestive remarks that just hearing them could make one blush. Is college life really better than high school life? You sure know a lot. Zhang Yuxian glanced at the crowded surroundings. TCH, quite popular indeed. Chapter 44, Dare to Ruin My Plans? Watch me expose your true colors. A perfectly good school, a place for teaching and nurturing, just look what it's become. They've turned what should have been a proper sports meet into some kind of individual hero worship. Absolutely disgraceful. Zhang Yuxian cleared his throat softly, glanced around at the surrounding people, then deliberately made sure his words would be audible to those nearby. Zhang Yu was certain those around him had heard what he said, as some students clearly turned their heads to glance at him. However, they merely took a brief look before turning their gaze back toward the center of the athletic field without saying a word. Seems like I didn't pick the right spot. He didn't believe Jiang Yang could possibly gain the entire school's admiration. After all, this was a track and field event. There were other competitors apart from him. Surely some teachers, staff members, and supporters must be backing others, right? Also, don't those guys feel even the slightest bit annoyed? We're all hormonal creatures. Zhang Yuxian quietly changed positions without a word, pulling out his phone to record the scene. The more fervent the cheers were now, the more likely this moment would become the final straw that breaks the camel's back in the future. Especially listen, what kind of things are these students shouting? Vulgar. Zhang Yuxian loathed it deeply. Teacher, you seem quite popular? I noticed so many students around seem to be cheering for you. On the track, a lean male teacher standing nearby glanced at him and said. Jiang Yang looked at the dense crowd of observing students around him, noticing many unfamiliar girls among them. He spread open his hands. Truth be told, I don't want to either. The teachers and staff in the same competition gritted their teeth. Bragging, are we? Fine, fine. Excellent. On your marks. Get set. Bang. As the starting pistol fired, everyone dashed out like they were on stimulants. The 400-meter track required 3 full laps. Jiang Yang didn't particularly care, watching as the crowd beside him poured on a sprinting pace right from the start. Go, Professor Jiang. Go, teacher. Hurry up and run. The deafening cheers were almost piercing. With so many young ladies present, the sound was naturally higher pitched. Hearing the cheers for Jiang Yang, the teachers picked up their pace even faster. Jiang Yang shook her head, steadied her focus, and kept running at her own rhythm. The wind blowing against my face felt noticeably cooler. Oh, it's running. It's really running. I can see it, the shape of the wind. I saw it too. The wind is so strong. Really? Oh, the wind originally had no form, but now, isn't its shape right there? Running so fast. The teachers and staff nearby watched Jiang Yang go from leading the pack to leaving everyone in the dust, and they began to grow somewhat anxious. How did this guy run so fast? Doesn't he realize that men going too fast is really terrible? Teacher runs so fast. Mu Yuding gasped in astonishment as she watched Jiang Yang already leaving the competitors half a lap behind on the running track. Wow, so fast. Tong Shangling nodded repeatedly in agreement. Only Gao Langyan on the side gave a haughty snort as expected and declared proudly. That's right, that's right. This is the result of training alongside me. Participating in a school sports day is overkill for someone like him. Teacher Jiang even promised to join me in more long-distance races in the future. The 2 girls nearby immediately looked at Gao Langyan with changed expressions upon hearing this. Ha! Noticing the girls' intense stares, Gao Langyan panicked and quickly added. Professor Zhang volunteered for this. I didn't force him at all. Mu Yuding let out a soft snort. Whether you forced him or not, I don't know. I just think you're being foolish. Stupid? Where am I stupid? Gao Langyan widened her eyes in confusion and asked. Mu Yuding crossed her arms and said. Long-distance running means you'll expend immense physical energy on it every day, especially when competitions are approaching. Then let me ask you, if you expend enormous energy on exercise every day, how much would be left for other things? Only when a person has excess energy will they entertain all sorts of miscellaneous thoughts. As the saying goes, full bellies breed idle lusts. Now here's the question. If long-term running drains your energy, do you still have other ideas? Cao Lengyan heard this. That does seem to be the case. But, this shouldn't be a big problem, right? Mu Yuding said gloomily. It probably won't affect us much anyway. You just need to focus on running, while we have way more to think about. You made the teacher devote most of his energy to long-distance running. Then of course we'll make sure he spends what's left on us. Ha, what do you mean? Mu Yuding glanced at her. Playing dumb or really doesn't get it? Doing a facial mask. A facial mask? Gao Langyan grew even more perplexed. She never used face masks. To be honest, she didn't even use cosmetics, occasionally nothing more than lip balm. The teacher knows how to make face masks too? Mu Yuding gave her a faint smile. If the teacher has ample energy, they can even do a face mask. A face mask? Beside them, the obedient Tong Shangling seemed lost in thought, as if she actually understood what Mu Yuding meant by face mask. Gao Langyan was starting to regret this, though she didn't quite understand what Mu Yuding was saying. But according to the principle of seesaw balance, frequent long-distance running might indeed be unfavorable. So what should she do now? She couldn't very well, while running. Wait, actually, maybe that could work? Just as Gao Lingyan frowned in deep thought, Zhang Yang had already crossed the finish line with an overwhelming lead. Oh, that's amazing, Professor Zhang. Awesome. Yeah, absolutely awesome. Really, so, awesome. Teacher, are you feeling tired? Here, have some water. Teacher, wipe your sweat. Alright, this is only 1200 m, just the beginning really, I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Watching the girls bustling around, some bringing water, others wiping sweat, what need was there for such a grand fuss over him? What an exaggeration. Look at those teachers behind us, several of them are doubled over from running, gasping for breath, and hardly anyone even notices. But here he is, not even flushed or out of breath, with a whole crowd fussing over him. What's with students and teachers these days? Teachers don't act like teachers, and students don't behave like students. Exactly. It's utterly disgraceful. If this continues, the entire school's moral atmosphere will be corrupted. Zhang Yuxian suddenly overheard these discontented murmurs from the crowd. His expression brightened as he glanced sideways, spotting a short-haired man in the crowd who was glaring at Zhang Yan's direction with deeply furrowed brows, his face contorted in obvious displeasure. Zhang Yuxian calmly surveyed his surroundings. The students showed little reaction upon hearing these remarks. Indeed, this is truly unbecoming. What was meant to be a place for nurturing and educating has deteriorated into this state. It's truly disgraceful. I heard this teacher is always like this, maintaining ambiguous relationships with students. Hearing Zhang Yuxian's words, the man from earlier looked over, finding agreement from someone else. He nodded with even greater conviction as he spoke. Yeah, who knows what's gotten into people these days? What else can be done? To be honest, what do students even understand? The real problem lies with that teacher, it's far too serious. His character is flawed. Hearing this, the man immediately became intrigued and asked, how do you know his character is no good? We're from the same college, don't you think I'd know what he's like? Then tell me, what exactly is he like around campus? Zhang Yuxian noticed everyone around focusing their attention on them. Shaking his head, he smiled faintly. Him? Zhang Yuxian closed his eyes, poised to speak eloquently. Suddenly, it felt like someone had kicked the back of my knee, sending a sharp pain shooting through. Tisk. Zhang Yuxian took a deep breath and turned around with an angry glare, only to see a sea of innocent faces packed together in the crowd. Zhang Yuxian tried to locate the person who had kicked him, but it was impossible to find. Why'd you stop talking? You were just saying there's something wrong with his conduct, weren't you? The person next to him urged impatiently. Zhang Yuxian gave a faint smile. Just as he was about to speak again, his other knee was ruthlessly kicked, sending such a sharp pain through him that he grimaced and nearly lost his balance. Who's there? Furious, Zhang Yuxian turned around and shouted. Behind him stood a group of students, staring at him with bewildered eyes. What's going on here? Weren't they just fine moments ago? Why did he suddenly start shouting? If you don't want to talk, or don't know, you can perfectly well say nothing. Telling half and leaving out half. Who are you trying to tease? The person next to him said displeasedly. Zhang Yuxian's smile was stiff as suppressed fury flickered in his eyes while scrutinizing the group behind him, trying to identify who had just kicked him. He said awkwardly, it's not that I refuse to speak, it just seems someone won't let me. Who's stopping you from speaking? The mouth is on your own face, who could possibly be preventing you? Zhang Yuxian found himself in a dilemma with no easy way out. Yeah, what's the situation? What if there's really a problem? If you don't speak up, aren't you actually aiding tyranny? Exactly. Maybe you're just saying nonsense out of jealousy? My guess is probably yes. Jealousy? Rumors? Need I even concern myself with jealousy or rumors? Fine, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. Zhang Yuxian could endure no longer. Provoked beyond measure, he was just about to speak. Someone suddenly shoved from behind. Who is it? Stop pushing me. Zhang Yuxian was caught off guard. Someone took advantage of the chaos to kick him hard in the waist. F***CK. Before Zhang Yuxian could even finish his words, he was suddenly kicked to the ground with tremendous force, landing with a loud smack. It was as if it had been a signal. Seeing Zhang Yuxian fall to the ground, the crowded group immediately regained its sense of order. Zhang Yuxian was nearly mad with rage. He scrambled to his feet, glaring at the clueless and innocent crowd, and roared furiously, "Get out of the way! All of you, fucking move! Move aside!" Seeing Zhang Yuxian furious enough to chew someone alive, the crowd hastily cleared a path to let him pass. "Hey, are you still going to talk or not?" the man shouted from behind. Zhang Yuxian wished he could go up and slap him a couple of times. He actually left. Zijian. Seems to me he doesn't have much courage, does he? The man who just spoke turned to Zhao Zijian beside him and said. Zhao Zijian gave a light chuckle. Typical. A stinking contract worker like him only has this much guts. Watching Zhao Zijian's retreating figure, a faint smile curled in my heart. Screw up my plans? Let me show you what real consequences look like. Chapter 45, Strategy Data System. In the piano room on the other side of the school, the symphony orchestra rehearsing for the school sports meet closing ceremony. Dozens of musicians gazed solemnly at their sheet music, precisely controlling the rhythm in sync with the conductor's movements on stage. The girl standing on the conductor's podium wore a properly formal women's suit, her poised and rational demeanor complemented by the sleek conductor's attire that made her seem like a lotus blossom in full bloom, admirable from afar but unapproachable. Her cool expression and sharp gaze unconsciously made the musicians tense up wherever her eyes landed. Without exception, symphony conductors are extraordinarily gifted individuals, though they may appear to be merely waving a baton casually around. But they control the tempo of the entire orchestra, not only understanding all the instruments, but also relying on their ears to detect the slightest errors amidst the intricate symphony and pinpoint them with precision. A great conductor can create a flawless feast for the ears. The musicians in the audience couldn't take their eyes off Shin Jiqing on stage, mesmerized by her composed and elegant demeanor. The grand symphony was utterly impeccable. As the final beat concluded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, immediately followed by a burst of enthusiastic applause. Bravo, flawless. That rhythm was absolutely perfect. Maestro Shun, your conducting skills have improved remarkably, the musicians praised. Yet Shin Jiqing, unmentioned in their compliments, appeared delighted. Gazing at the symphony orchestra of fewer than 30 before him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Has it already burned out? Have we reached the limit? Shin Jiqing's eyes were filled with regret. A 30-member symphony orchestra might sound substantial, but to a true conductor, who aspires to make their mark, leading orchestras of 50 or 60, even 100 musicians isn't out of the realm of possibility. To aspire to conduct a symphony orchestra of dozens, even hundreds of musicians? But her current ability? She's still far from ready. That concludes today's rehearsal. You're all free to go now. Just remember not to be late for the official performance tomorrow, Shin Jiqing said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shin Jiqing also hummed in acknowledgement while packing up to leave, as the closing ceremony performance for tomorrow's school sports meet was still quite important. Most conductors maintain a permanent performance troupe, then rely on continuous performances to expand their reputation within the circle. You can later be invited to perform at grand theaters and concert halls, go on tours. It's quite similar to a star's path to fame. She has a club at school with members who are all students from the same campus, and they started doing commercial performances long ago. This performance will invite not only the school but also many alumni to attend, with a chance to gain recognition. All members of her club share a passion for music, hoping to fulfill their dreams while also making a living. It's not easy. As the club's conductor, all she can do is correct their shortcomings and improve the quality of the performance. But now, she felt she had reached her limit. The pressure feels overwhelming. Shin Jiqing sighed softly, her pale lotus seed paste-like face adorned with a few strands of dark hair as she lightly bit her lips and glanced around. A peculiar sensation began flooding through her body. At this time, most people should have gone to the track field to watch the sports meet, right? There probably aren't many around here, are there? Shin Jiqing looked toward the nearby teaching building. This should be class time right now. With this thought in mind, his feet unconsciously carried him toward the restroom. On the other side, Jiang Yang, who had just finished the competition and finally squeezed through the tightly packed crowd, let out a long sigh of relief, while Mu Yuting chuckled smugly. Teacher, you should thank this young lady for her wisdom. Good thing I was smart enough to bring a sun hat today. Otherwise, getting away unscathed wouldn't have been so easy. Yes, you're the cleverest. Here's your sun hat back. Jiang Yang returned the sun hat to her. Alright, you all can go back now. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yang said to Mu Yuting, Tong Shangling, and Long Yan. Teacher, aren't you coming to eat with us? Tong Shangling asked. You go ahead. I won't be joining you for lunch today. Why, teacher? Don't tell me you've got another affair? Mu Yuting squinted her eyes and leaned in to ask. What affair? Jiang Yang pinched her nose in mock annoyance. This is called maintaining propriety. Can't you see that just one sports meet today has already made me numerous enemies? I believe it's absolutely necessary for me to keep my distance from you all, understand? Jiang Yang said solemnly. Mu Yuting blinked her eyes. Negative distance, huh? Jiang Yang had no choice but to reach out again, pinching the little girl's cheeks and pulling them. It's positive distance. At least let me lay low for a while, got it? Fine, then tell me your home address, and I'll come find you tonight. Ha, well then, I'm going too. Tong Shangling caught the key point and immediately raised her hand, calling out obediently. No, now, hurry up and go eat, understood? Right now, immediately. Turn left. Mu Yuting pouted her little mouth. Be good. Jiang Yang patted her little head, and Mu Yuting immediately behaved. Alright then, let's go, Shangling, and you too, Long Yan. Teacher. Tong Shangling stood still, just lifting her head to gaze at him with hopeful eyes. Alright, Jiang Yang reached out again and ruffled her hair. Go on. Now satisfied, Tong Shangling beamed. Gao Lingyan stood by without understanding a thing, especially about that negative distance nonsense. However, the parts about going to his place and eating, those she definitely caught. Watching the two girls each receive a pat on the head as a gesture of affection. Gao Lengyan couldn't understand the point of this at all, so she simply waved her hand dismissively. Teacher, we'll be going first. By the way, teacher, where are you going? I'm going to the bathroom. Cold and aloof, came the unconscious reply. They serve food in toilets now? You're so dense. What else would I go to the bathroom for? Gao Lengyan ran her fingers through her hair and smiled somewhat sheepishly. Alright, I'm off now. Jiang Yang also waved. Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 2%. Current 42%/37%/22%. All three girls noticed the increase in their respective strategy data. Alright, let's go grab something to eat too. At this moment, Jiang Yang had one and only one urgent need to use the restroom, but considering the track field area's facilities were undoubtedly overcrowded right now, so Jiang Yang deliberately chose an empty classroom building during class hours. Seeing the spotless, deserted restroom, she breathed a sigh of relief. The quiet surroundings brought her utmost ease. Free from all constraints. Now there was only pure comfort. Why do I hear strange noises? Jiang Yang suddenly felt something odd. Glancing at the adjacent cubicles, weren't they all green? That meant they were unoccupied. But the strange noise seemed to be growing more distinct. Could it be a rat? Lost in thought, Jiang Yang approached and tentatively knocked on the door. Is anyone there? A stranger sound suddenly came from inside, as if startled. Wait a moment? Something doesn't seem right. This sound, why does it not seem like a rat at all? In that instant, familiar plotlines flashed through Jiang Yang's mind. Brainstorming. Got it. Looking at that door, pushing it open would clearly reveal the content everyone loves to see. But he knew he shouldn't disturb at this moment, quietly and slowly leaving, pretending to know nothing. This is the greatest respect. Kind to everyone. Jiang Yang planned to slip away quietly. Just as she reached the bathroom door, still not preparing to wash her hands, she saw an exceptionally pretty girl emerge from inside. Her figure was graceful as a slender reed, with eyebrows like willow leaves and eyes resembling crescents. Seeing Jiang Yang, the girl clearly froze for a moment. But it lasted only 0.2 seconds before she calmly walked over, squeezed some hand soap onto her palms, and turned on the faucet, as if nothing had happened. As if she hadn't just emerged from the men's restroom. Washed his hands. Left. Appeared composed. If one ignored the faint blush on her cheeks. Studying really is torture, isn't it? Jiang Yang shook his hands. He didn't see anything wrong with what that pretty girl had done. In his view, as long as it didn't harm anyone else's interests, how one chose to entertain themselves was perfectly normal and reasonable. The pressure from studying is still too overwhelming. Think about how many people in this society are driven to extremes because of excessive pressure. This is a reasonable way to relieve stress. There's nothing to despise. Let's go eat. Jiang Yang didn't pay any attention to such trivial matters. But while maintaining a cold, rational facade in front of others, pretending nothing had happened, the moment she stepped out of the restroom, her face visibly flushed crimson at an observable pace. Even her ears burned hot with embarrassment. Shin Jiqing covered her face as an intense sense of shame wildly surged through her mind. They must have seen it, right? They definitely saw it, didn't they? I've definitely been discovered. Thinking about the man she had just bumped into at the restroom door, his surprised expression, it suddenly made her recall a certain saying. Mom, I really want to live on Mars. Society is dead. But, it should be fine, right? He doesn't know me, and I don't know him either. Definitely no problem. But, damn it, there's a performance tomorrow. Shin Jiqing grew increasingly distressed the more she thought about it, utterly regretting why she had to go to that restroom. Alright, Shin Jiqing, calm down, calm down. Don't lose your composure. Slapped my cheeks to calm myself down. Strategy data system activated. A sudden voice echoed in my mind. Ha? What was that? As if whispered right beside her ear, Shin Jiqing froze momentarily and looked around, but saw nothing. An auditory hallucination? Shin Jiqing wondered to herself. Several students walked towards me, their heads encircled by green squares just like NPCs in a video game. Name ***. Special attribute, friendship, D. Special attribute description, when the bond reaches 100%, you will gain full friendship support from the attribute holder, unlocking the special effect, mixed emotions. Side effects, time, energy, money, health, connections, potential -30%. Negative effect, twice the effort for half the results. Name ***. Ha? What is this? Shin Jiqing blinked her eyes. Was she seeing things? But she watched as they walked right past her. The green frame followed her like a shadow. Why could she see these things the moment she stepped out of the bathroom? Was this some hallucination from fright? Or, because of that, but probably not, right? So, what is this? Chapter 46 Teacher Jiang, I want to visit your home. Thanks for the gifts, everyone. Ha, where are my clothes? Where did they go? Jiang Yang frowned as he pondered this question in the storage room. Based on his memory, his clothes should definitely be in this storage room, but now here lies the problem. Where are the clothes? Did Teacher Bai take them for me? Jiang Yang thought it highly probable. Teacher Jiang, what are you doing here? A sudden voice came from beside her. Jiang Yang glanced over to see that mature, peony-like woman, Su Yuyuan. Su Yuyuan smiled faintly at him, the beauty mark at the corner of her lips. Jiang Yang thought it looked more like a fox mole, especially when her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly with that smile, making her appear utterly enchanting. Director, oh, I was looking for something here, but I think Teacher Bai must have taken it back for me. Oh, I see. Su Yuyuan slowly moved her steps, walking over to look at him and speak. Principal, is there something you need? Su Yuyuan raised an eyebrow and said, no, I just heard you came in first place, so I wanted to congratulate you. And as the dean, surely there's no issue with me taking a casual stroll, right? On the contrary, Professor Jiang, I think your condition seems quite strange. Me? What's strange about my condition? Jiang Yang looked herself up and down. Su Yuyuan narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, isn't it strange? I feel like whenever you see me, you seem to deliberately avoid me. Or rather, I should call it fear, right? Am I, Su Yuyuan, looking like some kind of weird person to you? Or do you really think I'd eat people? Professor Jiang, tell me, why is this? Are you afraid of me? Watching the approaching dean step closer, that distinctive fragrance unique to mature beauties, light yet paradoxically heady, lingered in the air. Jiang Yang cleared her throat lightly. Of course I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Well, I'm just not afraid, that's all. It's true, when it comes to fear, Jiang Yang genuinely feels there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, what does he really have to worry about right now? Quite the bold one. I wonder if that boldness holds up though. Su Yuyuan nodded meaningfully as she spoke. Jiang Yang stared at the dean before him. Dean, aren't you standing a bit too close? If someone sees us like this, it might not look very appropriate, don't you think? Jiang Yang remarked to Su Yuyuan, who stood merely 2 steps away, a dangerously intimate distance. As everyone knows, the transmission of sense is fundamentally the diffusion of molecules, and molecules are composed of atoms. Atoms are the absolute entities that constitute the human body. This naturally includes DNA as well. The process of pregnancy, at its core, is the exchange and combination of DNA, or on an even more microscopic level, the exchange and bonding of atoms. Thus, scent transmission equals pregnancy. So keeping your distance is correct, because kissing can lead to pregnancy, and even breathing can too. Beetroot. Su Yuyuan smiled slightly, watching Jiang Yang's cautious demeanor, and took another step closer. How could there be someone here? As soon as Su Yuyuan finished speaking, Jiang Yang's sharp hearing caught the sound from the distant staircase. Someone was coming down, their footsteps urgent. The mere thought that his newly secured permanent position might be compromised just because someone witnessed him having an unusual relationship with the dean filled him with dread. Public opinion could turn against him in an instant. Even the purest relationship can't withstand the rumor mill once 3 people spread falsehoods. Considering this storage room at the dead-end corner had no space allowing him to sprint 100 meters and create proper distance within such a short time, plus there was no way to explain the situation quickly. Why was he alone with the charming and mature headmistress Su Yuyuan, especially considering his already notorious reputation at school? He decisively grabbed Su Yuyuan's hand, pulled her into the storage room, wedged the door shut with his shoe, then slowly closed it. He breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yuyuan hadn't even processed what was happening yet, was abruptly pulled inside and instinctively shouted, Jiang Yang, you. Then she saw Jiang Yang making a shushing gesture while pointing toward the door. Su Yuyuan took a deep breath. Why is it called a storage room? The answer, of course, is that it's very small. 1 person standing feels spacious, 2 people standing feels crowded. Footsteps grew louder outside. Jiang Yang frowned suddenly upon hearing a familiar voice. Where is everybody? Didn't I see the dean and Jiang Yang have both returned? Where did this go? Zhang Yuxian? Jiang Yang recognized the voice instantly. What did he want with me? Jiang Yang was doubtful, but it was probably nothing good. Lately, the dean has been coming here frequently, and that Jiang Yang is always with him every single time. Could it be that even the dean has fallen for that guy's tricks? Zhang Yuxian frowned, muttering to himself, deep in thought. Today, instead of getting any damn information about the sports meet, he ended up getting kicked a few times. He had no clue where things had gone wrong. But honestly, if the dean gets involved with that Jiang Yang too, can't say it's bad, more like absolutely perfect. Just don't let him catch you. Though you've got to admit, that guy sure eats well. A gorgeous lecturer, the campus belle, plus a stunning female dean, is this some kind of novel plot? Zhang Yuxian should count himself lucky that most of what he said came from the heart and wasn't overheard, as Jiang Yang signaled with her eyes. See, Dean. This is the consequence of not keeping your distance. Su Yuan hadn't expected Zhang Yuxian to start spinning tales so quickly, though it wasn't entirely undeserved after all, she did have ill intentions. But, what's this guy saying about being tricked by Zhang Yan? Does she really look that weak? If anything, she's the one who'd trick him. What nonsense about him tricking her. But now, in this cluttered storage room, the scent of male hormones hangs unmistakably in the air. Fresh from the competition without time to change, his clothes having mysteriously disappeared, his well-defined muscles are clearly visible. What did this guy put in the air? It feels so hot. Normally, in such a confined space with just two people, certain pay-per-view scenarios should unfold, right? But in reality, absolutely nothing happened. Hearing no more movement outside, the person must have left. Zhang Yang finally opened the door and looked out. Sure enough, not a soul remained. Excellent, we're safe now. See, I told you, Dean. In situations like these, the slightest carelessness can easily give rise to baseless rumors. So it's better to maintain some distance. Su Yuan stepped out, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her face still slightly flushed. Well then, Dean, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Zhang Yang finished speaking and walked away first. Su Yuan watched Zhang Yang's retreating figure, slowly letting out a breath before the blush on her face finally subsided. That guy, just flirts and leaves? Could it be that I really don't have any charm left at all? Su Yuan looked at herself. I should still be acceptable, right? That little brat doesn't even have the slightest intention of saluting? Su Yuan was thinking. Zhang Yang affection progress plus 3%, current 23%. Looks like you're not completely without charm after all. Watching the affection progress rise, Su Yuan smirked slightly. What an interesting little fellow. Licking her crimson lips with evident amusement. But then I recalled what Zhang Yuxian had just said inside. Some people really seem utterly uninteresting. Zhang Yang ran all the way back to the office in one breath. To be honest, the dean's expression earlier was truly something to behold. No wonder there are so many chow thieves in this world. All one can say is, this chow thief has excellent taste. Teacher Bai, have you seen my clothes? Zhang Yang asked Bai Ji. Bai Ji looked at Zhang Yang. Clothes? Oh, they're with me. I noticed you left them in the storage room, so I brought them over for you. Oh, thank you. Give it to me, I'll change in the restroom. Oh, okay. Bai Ji handed the clothes to him, and Zhang Yang even wondered if he had glimpsed a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Watching Zhang Yang leave, Angelica sighed. Truth be told, that outfit had such a rich fragrance, it was so soothing to smell, and would have made for excellent seasoning too. But now the clothes had already been taken back. Angelica thought about that night, though nothing happened, simply lying down and sleeping together was so comforting, so nostalgic now. No, Bai Ji, we must find a way to sleep with Professor Zhang again. No, twice, 10 times, never mind, let's do it once first. After Zhang Yang returned, Bai Ji looked at him and asked without hesitation. Professor Zhang, could you let me sleep? Could I visit your place tonight? Zhang Yang, huh? Is that alright? Professor Zhang, I feel like we've known each other for quite some time now. There were several times when I got drunk, and you were always the one who helped me. So I was wondering, would it be alright if I visited your home? Oh, this matter? Zhang Yang thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Sure thing, but I'm pretty mediocre at cooking, so maybe we should have dinner out? It's alright, I can cook. How about this, Professor Zhang, let's go to the market together later to buy some groceries, then head to your place to cook. Let's give it a try, suggested Bai Ji. Alright. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. It wasn't a big issue anyway. Seeing Zhang Yang agree so decisively, Bai Ji let out a sigh of relief. Great! The first step is already complete. Chapter 47 The Appearance of Prey, The Identity of the Hunter. Yang, can I ask you about someone? The more she thought about it, the more something felt off. Unable to shake her unease, Shinjiqing ultimately decided to gather some information. Her heart simply couldn't settle. She was certain the boy had noticed something wrong, and she had heard his voice from outside as well, even though it was muffled by a door and mixed with other people's voices. This is indeed very thrilling. But in the end, problems arose from all that playing. Discovered. So embarrassing. Looking for info on someone? Who? Hearing Shinjiqing was asking about someone, the roommate inquired in surprise. Boy or girl? A guy. Oh, a man. When her roommates heard Shinjiqing asking them about a guy, they all pricked up their ears. This was really unusual? Spill it, who's the guy you're asking about? Don't worry, whatever I know, I'll tell you everything without holding back. And of course, even if it's something I don't know, I'll definitely help you find out. Exactly. We can help too. The other roommates also enthusiastically volunteered one after another. Alright then. I was just, asking out of curiosity. Shinjiqing felt a bit embarrassed as she looked at her roommate's sparkling eyes, but she mustered up the courage to speak. I think he must be one of the competitors in today's sports meet. Because I saw him wearing a sportswear set, white top with black shorts, tall, quite good looking, and most importantly, his hair was cut very short. Short hair? I don't know much about guys' hairstyles, but it definitely looked very short. Did you guys know? Shin Jiqing asked. The roommates exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on Shin Jiqing. One of them pulled out her phone, scrolled for a moment, then shoved a photo right in front of her face. Are you talking about this one? Looking at the photo on the phone, Shin Jiqing was taken aback for a moment. Huh? Is he famous? The roommates all exclaimed in unison. Far beyond just famous? He's practically legendary at this point. The whole school's buzzing with stories about him. There must have been at least 800 girls, if not 1,000, watching his track meet today. He topped the girls' vote for best partner material in the school's internal chats by a massive landslide, like leagues ahead of second place. Best partner material? Shin Jiqing fell into thoughtful silence. Then who is he? It's that Jiang Ba we told you about yesterday, Jiang Yang from the business school, teacher Jiang. To be precise, he's a university counselor. Shin Jiqing remembered now and looked at each of them. Is that him? The one you guys kept moaning about at night, calling out that really amazing. That person? Their faces flushed red upon hearing this. So what if they'd been found out? It wasn't such a big deal anyway, it's not like they were the only ones doing naughty things. That's right, exactly like that. By the way, Jiqing, where did you see him? None of us spotted him, or was it just a glimpse from the athletics field? Their business schoolgirls are so possessive, absolutely unwilling to share. Yeah, way too possessive. The roommates were filled with righteous indignation. But we still managed to find some good stuff. But, him? Sure, he's handsome, but how could he possibly be ranked first as the best partner? Shin Jiqing asked. They smiled faintly. Of course, it's because he has overwhelming strength. Is he very wealthy? Of course not. Money, fame, status, those are just external things, really. True strength lies within oneself. Let me show you what the shape of the wind looks like. Her roommate pulled out another photo and handed it to her. It was a photo of Jiang Yang in mid-run. The taut lines of his muscles were clearly visible, his eyes bright and sharp, but the shape of the wind? Her gaze immediately caught it. As she ran, her clothes clung tightly to her skin. So noticeable. See it? Isn't it incredibly powerful? The roommates' eyes lit up as they asked. Just thinking about it feels absolutely incredible. And he's handsome too, and tall. The business schoolgirls say he's also really gentle. I think it'd be better if he were a bit rougher. Ha! You certainly have quite the imagination. Aren't you afraid your jaw might dislocate? Afraid of what? If it's for the sake of photos, why fear getting hurt? Come on now, what are you two talking about? Shin Jiqing cut them off mid-conversation. Though she didn't quite understand what they were discussing, their glances and expressions absolutely confirmed it was nothing wholesome. Her roommates looked at her and laughed. Jiqing, it's a necessary part of life, alright. You'll understand someday. But speaking of which, what made you suddenly curious about Professor Zhang's affairs? Shin Jiqing said casually. Nothing, just curious, asking casually. You're really just asking casually? Of course. Shin Jiqing then stopped participating in their conversation. The topic had gotten a bit too intense. Jiang Yang? Anyway, just thinking about that incident made her face burn with embarrassment. It had been such a huge blunder. Why had she never been caught before? And yet, this time, she was discovered right away? Damn it! But on second thought, he probably wouldn't just go around telling others about what happened to me, right? Even though I did make those strange noises. But he didn't actually see anything, did he? It should be okay? The pressure is overwhelming. After work, changing into simple everyday clothes and then going grocery shopping together to pick out fresh ingredients, this kind of romantic scenario was exactly what Bai Ji had been looking forward to for a long time. Because it felt so warm and cozy. The supermarket. Angelica seemed lost in thought. Jiang Yang wasn't particularly knowledgeable about ingredient selection, mainly because he wasn't the one cooking today. Jiang Yang turned to see Bai Ji holding her face with an odd expression, completely lost in thought, so she called out, "Teacher Bai?" Bai Ji snapped out of her daze. "Were you thinking about something?" Angelica shook her head. "Nothing really. Just the supermarket, nothing more. Let's keep shopping for groceries. Teacher Jiang, is there any dish you'd like to eat? If so, we can buy the ingredients now and make it for you when we get back." "Me? I'm not picky, I'll eat anything." "Anything goes?" Bai Ji nodded and continued selecting some ingredients. What to eat wasn't actually that important, what mattered was what would happen after the meal. It didn't take long for both of them to finish choosing the ingredients, carrying bags of various sizes on their way back. This was Bai Ji's first time visiting Jiang Yang's place. It was quite close to the school. The neighborhood had a mid-century vibe. Taking the elevator to the 6th floor, they stopped at Unit 612. Bai Ji memorized the address meticulously. Now that she knew where Jiang Yang lived, she could visit often. Stepping through the door, the layout of the house was immediately revealed. It wasn't very large, but it was clean and tasteful with excellent natural lighting. A large sliding window offered a direct view of the community park. This place looks like it could unlock some interesting storylines. Then came the standard living room setup, TV and sofa routine scenarios. The bedroom? Quite clean. Though the room isn't very spacious, the bed appears enormous. Yes, it's definitely a very large bed. It looks quite convenient. The wardrobe is also very spacious. It's not like I can't unlock the story here. Thinking about such cramped spaces, she suddenly remembered something. She found the bathroom and opened it to see a narrow area divided by a glass sliding door separating the shower from the rest, with a sink on one side and the toilet on the other. A squat toilet? There's nothing wrong with squat toilets. But when it comes to acting out scenarios, a Western-style toilet might be better, though come to think of it, could squatting work too? The kitchen is definitely worth discussing too. But as the saying goes, beds are inferior to sofas, sofas inferior to toilets, toilets inferior to kitchens, kitchens inferior to going out inferior to floor-to-ceiling windows, floor-to-ceiling windows inferior to stairwells, stairwells inferior to community parks inferior to main roads inferior to main roads with surveillance cameras? In short, yet to be developed. Professor Bai, what are you doing? Watching Baiji appear to be searching for something, she smoothed the hair by her ears. Oh it's nothing, I was just looking around. You can sit over there, I'll make dinner. Let me help you. Alright. Angelica had become quite adept at cooking by now, while Jian Yang mainly assisted as an sous chef. Delicately prepared and delicious dishes were arranged on the table. 2 simple bowls of rice with 2 pairs of chopsticks. Jian Yang couldn't help but sigh. It truly did feel more heartwarming with an extra woman at home. What should have been a simple meal ended up lasting nearly an hour. Baiji intentionally ate more slowly. Watching the clock pass 10 o'clock, she finally relaxed and put down her chopsticks, saying, Professor Jiang, may I borrow your bathroom? The cooking fumes have left my clothes quite pungent. Sure, Jiang Yang replied. Baiji nodded and stepped into the bathroom. She glanced at the showerhead, then at her own clothes. Without a second thought, she began undressing, then using the showerhead to spray vigorously. Jiang Yang was tidying up the mess in the kitchen. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the bathroom. He quickly put down what he was holding and shouted at the bathroom door. Teacher Bai, are you okay? A moment later, Baiji pushed open the door, revealing half of her flushed face. Jiang Yang glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze. All he saw was a patch of white, nothing else. Teacher Jiang, it's ruined, all my clothes are soaked. All of them? All of them. I've got nothing to wear now, what should I do? Jiang Yang was silent for a moment before asking. Well, would you like to wear mine for now? Alright, I guess that's all we can do for now. Professor Jiang, could you help me put these clothes in the washing machine? They're already soaking wet anyway. Oh, sure, hand them over then. Jiang Yang agreed, watching Baiji extend a fair, delicate hand to pass him a pile of soaked clothes. Looking at the equipment in his hands, Jiang Yang cleared his throat lightly. Teacher Bai, should this go in the washing machine too? Sorry, I forgot. Give it to me, I'll wash it myself. Oh, okay. Jiang Yang handed the core equipment back to her. Then I put the other clothes into the washing machine, feeling the lingering fragrance all over my hands. Jiang Yang wasn't sure what clothes would suit Baiji best, since anything of hers would look oversized. So she handed her a shirt and a pair of loose trousers. Professor Bai, your clothes. Oh, alright, thank you. Baiji took the clothes, her face flushing as she closed the door. Looking at the garments in her hands, she couldn't help but bring them close to her nose and take a deep breath. What a comforting scent. Though only a faint trace of laundry detergent lingered, the thought that these had been worn by Jiang Yang inevitably brought that burning blush to her cheeks. Jiang Yang, currently waiting outside, couldn't help feeling somewhat awkward too. This is bad, things seem to be taking a rather intimate turn. A lone man and woman alone in a room together. Isn't white Angelica good enough? She's perfect, fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs. If only dinner weren't already finished. Listening to the splashing water from the shower, he probably could have wolfed down 3 more bowls of rice. Professor Jiang. The sound of water in the bathroom abruptly ceased, and moments later, a lotus emerging from clear water-like figure appeared in sight. Looking at Baiji wearing his clothes, though the shirt and trousers seemed slightly too big, on her they oddly appeared innocently seductive. Fresh from the shower, her fair skin carried a hint of rosy flush, delicate as if it could be bruised by a mere touch. Professor Jiang. What should I do? All my clothes are soaked. I can't go home now. Can I stay over at your place for the night? Well, I suppose you can, but there's only one bed. Jiang Yang was about to say he'd sleep on the couch when Baiji spoke up first. No problem at all. I sleep very properly. I promise I won't lay a finger on you, so you really don't need to worry. Shouldn't he be the one saying this? That's not what I meant. I was trying to say. It's okay, Professor Jiang, I believe you. You're a gentleman, aren't you? Are you a gentleman? Looking at Bai Ji's unwavering gaze, Zhang Yang spoke. I can actually sleep on the sofa. Without room for refusal, Bai Ji said firmly. No, I'm the guest in your house. It wouldn't make sense for the host to sleep on the sofa. If anyone should sleep there, it should be me. If you don't take the bed, then I'll sleep on the couch. Then, that works too. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and agreed. Bai Ji blinked her eyes. Huh? This wasn't quite how she imagined it would be. But it didn't matter. As long as she could stay here, she'd completed the second step. Now, with just a little clever maneuvering, she could finish the task. Bai Ji obediently agreed and settled down to sleep peacefully on the sofa. Zhang Yang brought her a blanket and a pillow. So, Teacher Bai, I'll sleep first? Zhang Yang asked, looking at Bai Ji lying on the sofa. Bai Ji nodded, watching as Zhang Yang was about to close the door, and quickly spoke up. Professor Jiang, could you please leave the door open? I might feel a little scared at night. Zhang Yang thought about it and agreed a young woman might naturally feel afraid when sleeping in an unfamiliar place, although he certainly wouldn't take advantage of someone in such a vulnerable situation, especially under the current social circumstances. Those who refuse without paying the bride price may face legal action. Those who refuse after receiving the betrothal gifts will be sued. Those unwilling due to insufficient bride price can be sued. Even those unwilling after marriage can be sued. In short, every time Zhang Yang's mind wandered, she would remind herself, 3 to 10 years imprisonment, or over 10 years for severe cases. Truth be told, many criminal charges are actually acceptable, compared to carrying the stigma of coercion for life. Crimes like murder and arson seem preferable. It seemed much more acceptable now. Alright then, good night? Good night. Bai Ji nodded and watched as Zhang Yang gently closed the door behind him, disappearing into the bedroom. As the room lights dimmed, Bai Ji curled her lips into a faint smile. The meticulous hunter had finally infiltrated the final moment disguised as prey. This one's in the bag. Chapter 48, Teaching Requires Encouragement and Love. The night was deep and quiet. Zhang Yang was sleeping soundly when suddenly she heard a loud bang outside. Startled, she sat bolt upright, only to see a shadowy figure standing at the doorway the next moment. Pitiful. You don't judge pitifulness by sight. It was a feeling. Professor Bai? Zhang Yang called out. Bai Ji responded with a meek before climbing onto the bed, looking aggrieved. The couch is too small, I fell on the floor. Understandable. I've seen it before. Last time at her place, she fell off too. Then I'll sleep on the sofa. Zhang Yang spoke, and Bai Ji pinned him down without a word. It's alright, this is just fine. Let's sleep together, you take the outside so I don't fall off. And the living room is so chilly, I'm scared being alone. Then, okay then. Zhang Yang didn't think too much about it and slept on the outside, watching Bai Ji crawl under the blankets, mumble how warm it was, and then fall silent. Fine, he didn't think too much about it either, and peacefully went to sleep. But soon enough, he realized something was wrong. One thing must be said, Bai Ji truly doesn't sleep peacefully at all. In my groggy state, I felt as if being entangled by an octopus, and when fully awake, I nearly suffocated. I hurriedly pushed Bai Ji's arm away. Teacher Bai? Teacher Bai? What's wrong? Bai Ji asked groggily. Could you move over a bit? Zhang Yang asked, trying to shift her, but Bai Ji just clung tighter instead. Her voice was soft as she murmured. Yang, stop teasing me, I'm so sleepy, holding you feels so nice. You should hold me too. Hearing this form of address, Zhang Yang froze momentarily. Yang? Who? Me? Hug. Listening to Bai Ji's drowsy baby voice cooing and begging, squirming restlessly, the repeated pleas gradually turning into a whimpering sob. Yang hug. Oh no, this feels too adorable. Zhang Yang didn't know what state of mind she was in, but her brain switched battlefields. She turned around and embraced the squirming Bai Ji in one smooth motion. Just like that time at her home. Holding her felt fragrant and soft. Feeling absolutely wonderful, Bai Ji in my arms instantly settled down. This probably isn't illegal, right? Zhang Yang favorability progress plus 3%, current 68%, intimate level. Men are so easy to handle, just a little trick was enough to make her fall right into my pocket. A bit of coquetry and she immediately surrendered her defenses. Though appearing to be fast asleep, Bai Ji's lips curled into a triumphant smirk, yet being held like this while sleeping truly felt incredibly comfortable. It's so warm and comforting. And the smell is so delightful too. It feels really good. Bai Ji nestled contentedly deeper into the embrace, greedily inhaling Zhang Yang's scent. Oh no, it's just like a sleeping pill. I felt like I was about to be hypnotized instantly. Consciousness quickly disconnected. Sleeping was truly comfortable, and holding someone while sleeping was even more so. If only we could ignore the awkwardness upon waking up in the morning, it'd be perfect. Staring wide-eyed at each other, Zhang Yan woke up. Normally this wouldn't be an issue, as long as he awoke early enough to pretend nothing had happened and thus avoid the awkwardness of full consciousness. Professor Bai, you're awake? I'm awake. So, did you sleep well? Angelica gave a sweet smile. Slept really well Yang Yang. Hearing this nickname, Jiang Yang immediately recalled it was the exact same address used last night. Wait a minute, Professor Bai, last night? Was that on purpose? Angelica laughed softly, wrapping both arms around his neck. This isn't called deliberate, it's called all's fair in war. To be honest with you, I've been planning for this day for quite some time. The opportunities one created during our last 2 drinking sessions were already glaringly obvious. You actually didn't take the bait at all, so I had no choice but to make the first move myself. That girl Muyuting, she's smart alright, but when it comes to this kind of thing, she's still too inexperienced. 100 basic attacks every day can't compare to unleashing your ultimate move once. While they were still stuck in their Maka-Paka phase, I'd already successfully slept with you. You tell me, am I amazing? Watching Baiji lying in his own bed with that look of seeking praise, Jiang Yang couldn't help but smile helplessly. Very amazing. So Teacher Bai, what's your aim here? Baiji gazed at him, eyes curved with amusement as she planted a kiss on his lips. Need you ask? Of course I'm lusting after your body. Her eyes met Baiji's, bright as stars, tender as water. Yang Yang, tell me something, why did you stay so indifferent both those times when I made myself perfectly clear? Could it be, do I really hold no charm for you at all? Jiang Yang shook his head. Not for me. Quite fascinating. I'm simply afraid of going to jail, that's all. You know how those things spread like wildfire online these days, right? Angelica couldn't help but giggle when she heard this. What a fool. Seeing Jiang Yang's gaze drifting upwards, Angelica asked him, why aren't you looking at me? You're not wearing any clothes. Without clothes, dare not look? No, it's just that when you stare at me, I feel pressured. Baiji rolled her eyes at him, scoffed, and then closed her eyes while shifting part of the quilt aside. Jiang Yang finally felt much more at ease. Does it look nice? Yes, very nice. Besides just looking, don't you want your palm to feel a bit more fulfilled? Really? Sure. How does it feel? The real thing is definitely better than fiction or imagination could ever create. Couldn't you describe it more accurately? What exactly does it feel like? Sorry, I want to keep this to myself. I don't want others to know how it feels. Angelica opened her eyes and laughed at him. Are you angry? Me? I feel quite happy right now, don't I? Baiji said with a squinting smile. I wasn't talking about you being angry. I'm sorry, whether it gets angry or not isn't something I can control. It has anger issues and flares up easily. It's okay. Good kids aren't made through beatings, but through loving guidance. When they make mistakes, comforting them gently with kind words, patting their heads, or giving them kisses works much better than just hitting them. If it doesn't behave, I'll help you discipline it. Jiang Yang's favorability progress plus 5%, current 73%. Baiji emerged from the bathroom wearing only his oversized white shirt, with soft long hair evenly spread behind his back, padding barefoot into the kitchen. Professor Jiang, what would you like for breakfast? Shall I just whip up something simple? Angelica called from the kitchen. Jiang Yang agreed but didn't get up to help, content to simply appreciate the scene. The main battle now was for control over his brain's command center, just who would claim dominance over the heights of intelligence? This is a very important matter. Angelica de Hureka. She is an exceptionally outstanding teacher. Exceptional in the field of education. Eating a meal isn't easy, but at the dining table, that intimate bond clearly grows deeper. Teacher Bai, your clothes have all dried. Okay, put it over there. Oh. Jiang Yang acknowledged and watched as Baiji carried the clothes into the bedroom, changing without any hesitation. Professor Jiang, I really like this shirt of yours. Can you give this to me? Sure, if you want to wear it, help yourself. Jiang Yang agreed, thinking that although the shirt looked oversized, when worn on Baiji, it actually gave off a very fashionable vibe. One good turn deserves another, I'll give you mine as a gift. Baiji hung his shirt in the wardrobe for him and winked at him. Everything was ready. Let's go, Professor Jiang, time for work. Baiji naturally linked arms with him as she said this. Jiang Yang smiled faintly, shrugged, closed the door, and set off for work together. On the way, Baiji quietly said to him, Professor Jiang, that unruly student of yours is really quite challenging to teach, but it's alright. Teaching was never an easy task to begin with. To soothe its bad temper requires long-term companionship and encouragement. So, Professor Jiang, if it doesn't listen and you can't handle it, you can always come find me. Anytime, anywhere. Likewise, if I ever have any disobedient students, I'll have to trouble you for help. And remember, our relationship must stay a secret. Don't tell anyone, especially those girls. I love this sneaky feeling. Be a good girl, now. I'll go first, you follow behind. Baiji stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek. Then she quickly walked ahead of him. By the time Jiang Yang reached the office, Baiji had already been sitting there for a while. When their eyes met, they exchanged an unspoken understanding through their gazes. Then they each went back to their own tasks. Professor, why did you call me here? Is there something important? Early in the morning, Mu Yuting received Jiang Yang's message and came over eagerly asking, There's good news, Jiang Yang said. Good news? Mu Yuting blinked, but her gaze quickly shifted to Bai Ji nearby, drawn to the clothes she was wearing as she asked, Teacher Bai, where did you buy those clothes? Startled by the question, Bai Ji looked into Mu Yuting's eyes, her heart skipping a beat. Had her secret relationship been exposed so soon? Is there a problem? Not at all, I just think it looks really nice. Oh, this was just something randomly bought online. Randomly bought? Mu Yuting gave an acknowledging oh, then turned to look at Jiang Yang and spoke. What good news is there? Jiang Yang finally spoke. Your rural assistance marketing competition proposal has passed the school's review and successfully advanced to the provincial elimination round. You can now conduct small-scale trials of the proposal. Oh, really? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuting didn't show any surprise. Instead, she calmly replied, everything is under control. Jiang Yang found her expression amusing. If one ignored her forced composure, her big eyes were practically screaming, praise me now. You've performed excellently. The competition judges gave your proposal very high evaluations. Next, you'll have a 3,000 yuan marketing fund for layout preparations. I'll take you to the venue tomorrow to get ready for this elimination round. Mu Yuting cheerfully flashed an OK sign. No problem. I'm ready. But teacher, I've already made it to the knockout rounds. Shouldn't I get some kind of reward? Mu Yuting lowered her voice and asked, looking at him. Chapter 49. Teacher, I want my reward. Reward? No reward, student Mu Yuting. You're competing for yourself, not for me. I know. But teacher, you're our team's advisor. Doesn't teacher advising literally mean to stir things up? So for our team to go further, rewards are only natural, right? Teacher, we want rewards. Mu Yuting swayed his hand back and forth like a kitten tugging at its owner. Miss Mu Yuting, do you realize this is the office? Your behavior is highly inappropriate. Jiang Yang calmly withdrew his hand without showing any emotion. Mu Yuting remained silent, simply pouting at him while attempting to sway his decision with her gaze. Jiang Yang remained unmoved. No reward means no reward. That's final. Mu Yuting snorted and leaned in to whisper in his ear. Teacher, if you don't give me a reward, I'll secretly record videos of you while you're sleeping. You must take naps sometimes, right? Don't blame me when I make you look ridiculous then. Jiang Yang chuckled softly. Go ahead, be my guest. And surely you don't think your intimidating tactics are actually effective? Mu Yuting chuckled, pulled out her phone, turned on the recording function, and pointed it at Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang stared straight into the camera lens without showing even the slightest trace of fear. What kind of pathetic attempt is this? Is this a threat? Facing the camera with composure, Mu Yuting watched his unruffled demeanor and made just one gesture, extending her left hand, forming a fist, then repeatedly bending and straightening her index finger. Jiang Yang froze for a moment before understanding. You rascal. Jiang Yang grabbed her hand. All right, I surrender to you, you little imp. Don't you have even a shred of positivity in that head of yours? Fine, what do you want as a reward? Just so you know up front, no big rewards, and small ones aren't worth giving. It's very simple, teacher. Let me give you a kiss. Mu Yuting whispered into his ear. Jiang Yang looked at her thoughtfully. This girl had stolen kisses more than once when he wasn't paying attention, so he was somewhat surprised to hear this request. That's it? That's simple? Mu Yuting nodded. Of course, it's that simple. Where to kiss? Definitely not the mouth. But it's on the head. Feel better now? It feels completely normal? But the more normal it seems, the more abnormal it becomes. What's that all about? However, teacher, I'd like to postpone redeeming this reward until tomorrow. Alright then, I'll grant you that request. Mu Yuting was thoroughly satisfied. Teacher, I'm off now, don't miss me too much. Mu Yuting skipped away happily. Bai Ji watched her departing figure, lost in thought. On the other side, after thinking it over all night, Shen Jiqing decided to go find Jiang Yang for a clear explanation. She had searched through loads of information. Students from the business school all said, that teacher Jiang is a very gentle person, well-traveled and knowledgeable, and extremely good at keeping secrets. It said people have confided in him about even more unbelievable things. So, there shouldn't be any problem. Yet she still didn't feel completely reassured. She decided to go ask him herself. Xingqing, someone's confessing to you downstairs again. Shen Jiqing had just finished washing up and was drying her hair with a towel. Hearing her roommate's words, her face showed not a ripple of emotion. Who is it? The roommate peered out the window at a tall, well-built young man holding a large bouquet of flowers, waiting downstairs. Who else could it be? Wei Liang, of course. Still head over heels, isn't he? This must be the 13th time this month. Mind you, he's also a tall, rich, and handsome catch. And they say he's extremely wealthy too. Yet he hasn't given up despite being rejected so many times. Truly, there's a reason why the rich stay rich. Another roommate chimed in from the side. Yeah, normally, if someone tall, rich, and handsome pursued me, I would have agreed long ago. But now, Jiqing might already have someone else in mind. Oh, Several roommates looked at Shin Jiqing, clearly referring to last night's incident. Breaking form, Shin Jiqing had actually asked them about a person, and it was about that Professor Jiang. Jiqing, if you have feelings for that Professor Jiang, I think you might face some competition. Several department beauties from the business school have been spotted having good rapport with him. There's also a gorgeous female teacher he's on excellent terms with. And there's also a hot chick with an amazing body at the sports academy. So, the competition is pretty intense. Shin Jiqing looked at them. I'm not interested in that teacher Jiang, just like I'm not interested in the person downstairs. There are only two words in my mind right now, and that is, music. Yes, our musical genius. So where are you headed now? Let's go out for a walk. Okay, Shin Jiqing said simply, then headed downstairs. Pretty girls are never short of suitors, though most of them are secret admirers. Without exception, only those with genuine ability and confidence dare to confess their feelings. Wei Liang held the bouquet of flowers. Despite many failures, he felt no regret over them. Simply put, the pursuit of wealth and making money are essentially the same thing. As long as it remains unclaimed, shameless persistence can achieve an 80% success rate, or even higher. He saw Shin Jiqing emerging from the dormitory building. A faint smile appeared on Wei Liang's face as he stepped forward with a grin. Jiqing, this bouquet is for you. Relax, Jiqing. Giving you this bouquet doesn't mean you have to accept anything from me. I simply thought this particular arrangement suited you. Of course, if you find an entire bouquet too troublesome, then, would just this single flower be alright? Wei Liang plucked one flower from the bouquet and handed it to Shin Jiqing. During this time, there was a constant flow of people coming and going. The onlookers, who had initially gathered to stir up excitement, now watched with indifference as if it had become routine. Bystanders would only feel envious that a tall, rich, and handsome man wasn't pursuing them with such relentless persistence. Shin Jiqing glanced at the bouquet of flowers before her, uttered only a polite "mm," then walked around them. Even though she noticed the purple frame above Wei Liang's head. Special attribute, wealth, fame, B. With 100% completion of the guide, receive a 100% bonus to wealth and fame, obtaining the floating titles rolling in wealth and rising to prominence. Side effects, health, energy minus 40%, added negative effects crushing stress, gain here, lose there. Jiqing, Wei Liang shouted. Shin Jiqing remained unmoved, leaving only her back turned to him. What a unique woman. But individuality is a good thing, otherwise, he would have found it too easy to win over women before. A challenge makes the success all the more rewarding. There wasn't the slightest displeasure in Wei Liang's gaze, on the contrary, his enthusiasm burned even brighter. Chapter 50, If you won't listen, teacher will have to punish you a little. Excuse me, which floor is teacher Jiang Yang's office on? Professor Jiang? Third floor, room 302 is Professor Zhang's office. Oh, okay, thanks. Watching the girl's figure walk past him with such composure, she was like a lilac flower blooming. Just a tad cold, the young man stood staring absently. Looking for Professor Jiang again? Who's that? She looks really beautiful, especially her demeanor, it's just amazing. You don't know her? She's from the Arts Academy. She performs at almost every major school event every year. She's got loads of suitors. What's her name then? Forgot. Then why make such a big deal out of it? Isn't that completely normal? She's so beautiful, one glance and I knew she's definitely the kind of person I'd never have a chance with. Remembering her face is enough, what's the point of remembering her name too? As if remembering both her appearance and name would somehow make anything happen between us. What do you think? That makes sense. Good pilots all stick firmly to one flight path. Staring at the office building just steps away, Shin Jiqing suddenly felt nervous. Rumors were one thing, but reality was another. The thought of having to ask about such an awkward matter already made Shin Jiqing feel the pressure mounting. Standing at the foot of the office building, unable to move forward, especially when reaching the third floor, just steps away from room 302, the pressure grew heavier. Shin Jiqing had intended to go in, but upon hearing footsteps and voices from inside the office, like a guilty thief, they hastily retreated into the restroom. The restroom was a reliably safe respawn point. By the time Shin Jiqing realized what was happening, she was already in a restroom stall, a quiet, empty space that served as a rare sanctuary for solitude. No one to disturb her. A place to release stress. Yet, this haven held more vulnerability than imagined. Doing naughty things in here, separated only by a door with gaps, teetering between safety and peril. This back and forth sense of contradiction. Utterly fascinating. Especially when leaving the door slightly ajar. People outside could easily push the door open and discover the wrongdoing inside. Silence. Jiang Yang glanced at his watch, then looked at the toilet again, certain he hadn't hallucinated or imagined it. So here's the question. Why did the same event refresh under completely different circumstances? The partially closed booth door. Strange sounds. The song unique to the DJ, the only difference being this wasn't the late-night DJ. But, how to put it. Yesterday the DJ's refreshed location was on the opposite side of campus. Why did I respawn in a toilet stall of the administration building today? Is this some kind of rule-based horror? Jiang Yang originally intended to leave. Just like yesterday, mutual non-interference would be the most polite approach, but as soon as she took a step to leave, she couldn't ignore those conspicuously audible sounds. Jiang Yang thought this wasn't appropriate either, though he personally understood that everyone in this world had their own peculiar hobbies after witnessing it firsthand, but others might not be so understanding, so Jiang Yang hesitated for a moment, yet still decided to remind her. He gave a light cough, then went to the bathroom by himself. Jiang Yang thought this was a kind of reminder, but after making some noise, strangely, the noises only grew louder. Wasn't the meaning of my cough to signal the red light countdown that one should stop? Isn't this just reminding you that the light is about to turn green? Is it that the brakes just won't work? Jiang Yang didn't say a word. Silently, she walked out and stood guard at the door. There she pondered a question, gazing at the campus before her. Indeed, that saying holds true, a university is half a society in itself. If it were a school, such a situation would be quite unusual, but if it were society, it would be all too common. After waiting about 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of movement came from behind. Jiang Yang turned to look. There stood both a familiar plotline and its equally familiar protagonist, staring wide-eyed at each other. Shin Jiqing was somewhat stunned. Looking at Jiang Yang standing outside, Shin Jiqing had imagined various possible scenarios for their meeting, what to say and how to say it, but never expected to encounter him again right outside the restroom door. Shin Jiqing fell silent for a moment, then turned to glance at the restroom sign behind him. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. Jiang Yang waved her hand. No, this isn't your fault. It's a problem with how the school designed the restrooms, because the social concept of men on the left, women on the right is deeply ingrained in people's minds. Normally, restrooms should be designed this way, but the restrooms in our school just happen to be designed with men on the right and women on the left, so it's not that you entered the wrong restroom, the designer got it backwards. Well, so, if you don't mind, could we have a little chat, student? Jiang Yang asked. Although it was quite different from what he had imagined, Shin Jiqing still nodded somewhat sheepishly, caught by the same person twice now. Finding a place where we can chat alone without interruption, yet still be visible to others, is actually quite easy. Sitting in the small courtyard by the administration building, gazing at Shin Jiqing before her, Jiang Yan remained silent for a moment before asking, "Excuse me, you don't seem to be from our faculty, do you?" "No, I'm majoring in composition and conducting at the Art Academy. What should I call you?" Shin Jiqing. "Student Shin, you wouldn't want the people around you or the school to find out about your secret, would you? I've already seen you twice now." Jiang Yang suddenly spoke. Shin Jiqing froze for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yang with a somewhat nervous expression. Such familiar words. Of course I don't want to. What do you want to do? What are you doing? Jiang Yang said seriously. Although I'm not a teacher from your school, adhering to the principle of fairness and accountability toward all students, you wouldn't want your secrets exposed, right? But given the current situation, it seems I, as the teacher, have no choice but to properly educate you. Teach me? Shin Jiqing's heart pounded wildly as she stared warily at Jiang Yang, her hands involuntarily clenching. Was this the same sort of teaching those Japs practiced? So this kind of thing was actually happening to her? She knew it. Being extra careful had been the right call. Though Jiang Yang looked refined and respectable, this proved appearances could be deceiving. You know a person's face but not their heart. You have no proof, Shin Jiqing retorted. Jiang Yang really felt that this girl had a certain, indescribable quality about her, not very bright in any case. If he actually had evidence, wouldn't that be disastrous? How can we obtain evidence? Of course by recording with a phone. But if I record with my phone, wouldn't that constitute what's called unauthorized filming, or violating privacy laws? Is this really something that requires evidence? I don't think you realize how obvious the commotion you made was. Any ordinary person could tell what was happening just by listening for a moment. You should be glad it's me you met. If it were someone else, this situation could have turned really ugly. You wouldn't want to end up with no place left for you at school because of this, would you? Jiang Yan spoke sternly. In Shin Jiqing's ears, she didn't reply, just fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Yan while taking a deep breath. Is that a threat? Jiang Yang nodded. Of course it's a threat. Shin Jiqing hadn't expected Jiang Yang to admit it so directly. What kind of response was this? Or had Jiang Yang secretly recorded enough content without his knowledge? Otherwise, there's no way he could be this blunt about it. Looking at Jiang Yang's serious expression, but his seriousness seemed more like an act. Behind that face, there were clearly other intentions hidden. I admit I miscalculated. I didn't expect to run into you twice in a row like this, but that doesn't mean I can be bossed around at will. What do you want to do? Shin Jiqing asked nervously. Dominate? Jiang Yang felt like he and this little girl were on completely different pages, but that didn't matter anymore. He had to give her something to remember. Otherwise she'd never learn her lesson. Caught once, and now a second time, what audacity. Before they stuck to less crowded places, but now they dare come somewhere like this? Thankfully it was him both times. If it had been someone with ill intentions, wouldn't that young girl's life have been ruined? Jiang Yang smiled faintly. Of course I'll make you do something. And what's more, it was extremely excessive. Shen Jiqing clenched her teeth as she stared at him, already steeled in her heart for all manner of threats. She had anticipated various scenarios, but she absolutely would not yield. Absolutely not. Jiang Yang watched her, speaking word by word. I command you. After returning, write a self-criticism of no less than 3,000 words by hand. Hand it to me by this time the day after tomorrow at the latest. Otherwise, you can wait for your complete disgrace. Shen Jiqing was listening nervously and rejected without hesitation, almost without thinking. It can't be. It's impossible for me. Wait a minute. What did you say? A letter of self-criticism? Shen Jiqing felt his CPU was about to overheat. Was this some kind of riddle? Interesting. But why does it feel different from what I imagined? Jiang Yang looked at her with a strained smile. That's right, a 3,000-word handwritten self-criticism. Since you refuse to learn from your mistakes, I'll have to punish you properly myself. As a teacher, I've seen plenty of unconventional behavior. I can understand whatever games you students play, but a bad student like you who doesn't care at all about their reputation, that's a first for me. Others at least keep it quiet, sneaking around and hiding. Don't you think you're being a bit too brazen about it? In a crowded place is one thing, but deliberately seeking out the opposite direction restroom, leaving the door open, and getting even more excited when hearing someone approach, that's another. Tell me yourself, is this behavior acceptable? Speak up. Look into my eyes. Tell me, classmate, tell me, why? Jiang Yang sternly reprimanded, leaving Shen Jiqing utterly speechless, or rather, his CPU had already crashed the moment Jiang Yang mentioned the 3,000-word handwritten self-criticism. Now facing Jiang Yang's scolding, she simply kept her head bowed meekly. After all, she genuinely had no idea how to explain herself. Teacher, I don't oppose you having your own unique ways to relieve stress, but this absolutely must not come at the cost of your future. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a way to decompress, it'd just be called foolish. Got it? Seeing Jiang Yang's stern expression and merciless reprimand, Shen Jiqing didn't dare utter a single word in response. Noticing this, Jiang Yang's attitude softened somewhat. Alright, about this matter, as long as you behave and properly write the 3,000-word self-criticism essay, I can guarantee no one will ever find out about your little incident. The teacher has seen it all, and the reason you weren't called out twice is because it's not a big deal, but repeated offenses become serious matters. If you don't behave, the teacher can't make any guarantees. Understood? Shen Jiqing nodded slightly. Alright, is there anything else? Shen Jiqing shook her head. No. If not, then go back. Don't forget the punishment I gave you, understood? Nothing more to say, I'll be going now. Jiang Yang stood up, having already noticed several students glancing their way. Considering his current reputation at the academy, he still believed it would be better not to interact too much with any young women. Jiang Yang rose and left. Shen Jiqing watched his retreating figure, lost in thought, seeing only the dazzling golden light. Name, Jiang Yang. Special attribute, musical omnipotence, SSS tier. Chapter 51, A Life Lost? A Real Human Life. Jiang Yang and Shen Jiqing's conversation wasn't deliberately hidden from anyone in the first place. To those who saw them sitting together but didn't recognize them, it just seemed surprising, yet somehow fitting at the same time. Every day, countless pretty girls try to get Professor Zhang's attention, what's one more? But, doesn't that female student next to Professor Jian look familiar? Isn't she from the College of Arts? A certain Jiqing, I think, the supposedly unattainable flower on the high peak of the music department. She appears in quite a few school performances, doesn't she? I'm not surprised to see a pretty girl around Professor Jiang, but something seems a bit off about this situation. Professor Jiang and that student both look rather strange, almost like a teacher scolding a student. They're having a serious talk, aren't they? Could it be that he got rejected because his love confession failed? It seems like there's no other possibility besides this one. Otherwise, why would a student from the Art Institute come to our School of Business and Management? This is already crossing school boundaries. Even if there were other matters, it wouldn't have anything to do with Professor Jiang, so, there's really no other explanation except matters of the heart. Professor Jiang truly lives up to being the model Dalmatian man, unshaken even when faced with beauty. Great! Others would only think Jiang Yang is a real man. But as Shen Jiqing walked back to the dormitory, he was still pondering Jiang Yang's SSS-rated melodic mastery attribute. With a 100% completion rate, it boosted musical comprehension, creativity, and execution by 100%. An SSS-grade attribute with absolutely no side effects. This was the first SSS-grade side effect-free attribute she had seen since inexplicably obtaining this system yesterday. All other times it had been either C or D, with only that admirer being a B. Side effect-free attribute? Shin Jiqing felt something was odd, but that teacher was so domineering she had originally thought Jiang Yang would make her do something strange, but in the end, he just made her write a 3,000-word self-reflection. But the thought of a 3,000-word handwritten self-criticism made the task seem nearly impossible. So domineering, but right now, she seems like a good teacher. Jiang Yang also believed so, she was definitely a good teacher. Though a counselor isn't technically a teacher, she could at least count as half of one. Saving the damsel in distress, such unhealthy trends ought to be firmly curbed, shouldn't they? It shouldn't just be superficial, right? Did another good deed, wonderful. Jiang Yang was utterly satisfied. Professor Jiang, you seem to be in high spirits? A voice came from beside her. Jiang Yang was already quite accustomed to where this voice originated. It had the buzzing persistence of a housefly in summer, the kind that simply can't be eradicated no matter what. Glancing at Zhang Yuxian beside him, he couldn't be bothered to say a word. Professor Jiang, that student just now clearly doesn't seem to be from our faculty though. The girl is pretty alright, but you know what they say. Beauty is but skin deep. Professor Jiang, you'd better be careful. If anything goes wrong, it won't do your career any favors. Jiang Yang glanced at him and simply asked one question. Teacher Zhang, with less than half a year left, aren't you planning to prepare for the civil service examination? Zhang Yuxian gritted his teeth at the mere mention of civil service position. Damn it, if it weren't for that Jiang Yang, he would have already secured this government position by now. But no matter. Zhang Yuxian endured it for now. There's no need for Teacher Jiang to worry about my official position, it'll come in due time. Teacher Jiang should pay more attention to their own position. Wouldn't it be truly heartbreaking if such a hard-earned position were lost due to carelessness? Jiang Yang chuckled lightly and shrugged indifferently. Sad? If I lose this government job, I'll just live off my partner. Actually, I hope Professor Zhang doesn't get fired before even securing that government position. Jiang Yang had barely finished speaking when Bai Ji, hearing the commotion, emerged from the office behind him. Upon catching the conversation, she eagerly chimed in. Professor Jiang, are you planning to resign and become a kept man? If you're open to it, maybe consider me? I'm fairly well off, and if I work hard enough, I should be able to support you decently. What do you think, Professor Jiang? Zhang Yuxian could hardly breathe steadily upon hearing this. Their coordinated antics were clearly performed deliberately for his benefit. Jiang Yang's charm truly inspired envy. Just because he had a few extra centimeters, everyone treated him like he was the Monkey King? There are plenty of attractive but useless people in this world. Compatibility is what truly matters. Do bigger numbers always guarantee better results? Zhang Yuxian was brooding unhappily over this thought. Suddenly, noises erupted from the office behind him. Holy shit, this is really gonna kill me. The other people in the office all jumped in fright, looking at the startled colleague and asking, making such a scene, what are you doing? You scared the hell out of us. The colleague's face had turned pale from fright, hurriedly clutching their phone as they shouted, my students are about to get me into a life and death situation, how could I not be frantic? Everyone froze in shock, and when they processed his words, their hearts skipped a beat. Watching his hurried silhouette, they all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. No way, they've actually gotten involved with a matter of life and death? But seeing his panicked demeanor, they all felt this couldn't possibly be a lie. Outside, Jiang Yang and Bai Ji also heard his urgent shouts. They had barely stepped out to ask a couple of questions when they saw him rushing downstairs in haste. Bai Ji and Jiang Yang exchanged glances. If this really involved loss of human life, it wouldn't be just a minor incident anymore. But what could have caused it? Let's go check it out. All right. Bai Ji agreed decisively. Seeing this, other colleagues in the office also followed one after another, and Zhang Yuxian didn't hesitate to join them either. The student dormitory was in complete chaos, with a crowd of students blocking the road and lobby in front of the building, and the stairwells packed just as tightly. The dorm supervisor was nowhere to be found. A large group of students noisily chattered away, their faces all clearly showing the gleeful anticipation of juicy gossip. The crowd buzzed with excitement until Jiang Yang and Bai Ji rushed over and carefully listened to the details of what had happened. Oh no, someone had actually died. But it wasn't who died. But it was a genuine case of taking a life. A student actually gave birth to a child in the dormitory. Once it became clear this wasn't the kind of life initially imagined, the colleague in charge of those classes let out a long sigh of relief. He seemed to see his official position flicker before his eyes and realized lives had been lost. His legs went weak with fear. Now he understood what it truly meant when people said lives had been lost. Instantly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a matter of life and death, whether to live or not had already become utterly trivial. Today's students are really something, having children even during their university years. Angelica was genuinely shocked to hear that a student had given birth in the dormitory. Such incidents had mostly been something she'd only read about in the news before. To be honest, such news isn't uncommon at all, yet when actually faced with it, one can't help feeling deeply shocked. Bai Ji turned to Jiang Yang beside her and asked, "It's pretty amazing, isn't it?" Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. Such things are quite common, really. As long as they don't involve any underage issues, any way you look at it is reasonable. So by that logic, I'm the one dragging everyone down? People younger than me already have kids, while I'm seeing the tools for childbirth for the first time. Am I really that useless? Bai Ji looked at him and asked. Zhang Yang shook his head and said, no. Why? Because I'm just as worthless. Bai Ji's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she smiled faintly. Really? Teacher Jiang, is this your first time too? It sounds so unbelievable to me. With your qualities, surely there must be many girls who like you, right? There probably are. But, I'm a good student. Angelica smiled slightly, her smile sweet as honey. I'm a good student too. But Professor Jiang, I think I'm quite lucky. How so? Jiang Yang asked. Because the very first time, I happened upon how to chicken chop. Bai Ji replied to him with a smile. Jiang Yang, thank you for the compliment. Considering this was a student giving birth in their dormitory, Jiang Yang and Bai Ji didn't dwell on it too much. They trusted their colleague would be able to handle such a matter. The urgent task now is to get the mother and daughter to the hospital as soon as possible. As for questions like who the child's father is, those will have to wait until after they're admitted. Let the respective families sort out their own disputes. Let's go back. As long as the student is alright, the rest are personal matters. Jiang Yang said. Angelica nodded, and the two turned to leave. Zhang Yuxian, who had followed them, heard that it was merely a case of a student giving birth in the dormitory, not the issue he had suspected, and felt a slight twinge of disappointment. If it's that kind of major issue, then this student advisor of his could come in handy, but unfortunately things didn't go as he'd hoped, so naturally he wasn't of any use after all. Professor Jiang, Professor Bai, you're both here too? Just as they were about to leave, Su Yuan and several college administrators also came. Although student dormitory childbirth was more of a personal matter, since it occurred on campus, they felt obliged to check the situation. Dean Su, Director Han. The crowd called out, and Su Yuan nodded while surveying the chaotic scene. Let's have the students leave first, so we don't delay the ambulance when it arrives. What's the situation inside? Teacher Zhang has already gone in, and hasn't come out yet. Su Yuan nodded and prepared to go inside to take a look. Dean, I'll go along as well. As a student affairs counselor, I do have some experience in addressing students' psychological issues. Maybe it could come in handy. Zhang Yuxian volunteered first. Su Yuan glanced at him, then at Jiang Yang standing nearby, and nodded. Alright, you can come along. Professor Jiang, Professor Bai, and the other teachers, please take care of maintaining order among the students for now. Understood. Everyone complied, watching as Su Yuan and her group entered the student dormitory. Alright, students, disperse now. Let's give them some space, please. Jiang Yang and the other teachers stepped in to maintain order, urging the surrounding students to leave. Soon after, an ambulance arrived at the scene. Medical staff rushed upstairs with a stretcher and, before long, emerged carrying a child. Things seemed to be proceeding normally. However, Jiang Yang and Bai Ji waited below for a long time without seeing the adults come down. Has something gone wrong? At this point, students are very prone to psychological issues. No matter how you put it, these things still sound somewhat shameful. She definitely won't be able to accept it, Bai Ji said with a frown. Jiang Yang was also worrying about this problem. Possibly, but with Zhang Yuxian there, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he's a PhD who studied abroad. Bai Ji shot him a glance. Professor Jiang, trustworthiness isn't something determined by academic credentials or experience alone, she said. Just like those students of yours. All of them flock to you. Not just because your son Liukong, trust is a feeling. Jiang Yang fell into thoughtful silence at these words. Is that so? A crowd of people waited anxiously outside, but as the grown-ups still hadn't come down after a long while, some couldn't help but whisper among themselves, wondering if something had gone wrong. Until Jiang Yang's phone suddenly rang. As soon as she answered, she heard Su Yuan's voice on the other end, carrying a sense of urgency as she said, Teacher Jiang, come upstairs and do some psychological counseling for this student. Me? Jiang Yang wanted to say she wasn't any psychological expert, but Su Yuan had already hung up the phone. What did the dean say? Bai Shi asked. The dean asked me to go up and provide some psychological support to the students. Bai Shi said. It's about time. Teacher Jiang, let's go up. Jiang Yang, is this appropriate? But there was no time to consider further, he rushed upstairs. Chapter 52, I'm no psychology master. By the time the two reached the upper floor, a crowd was already gathered in the hallway. A faint scent of blood hung in the air as Jiang Yang and Bai Ji arrived. Su Yuan waved them over. Dean, what's the situation now? Su Yuan looked at him and sighed before speaking. The student's mental state isn't good. On one hand, she's physically weak, the child was born premature, only about 8 months, which has also harmed her own health. On the other hand, she's uncooperative and just keeps crying. Teacher Zhang is inside doing psychological counseling with the student, but no effect has been observed so far. The medical staff suggested sending her to the hospital as soon as possible. This state makes her highly susceptible to postpartum hemorrhage and other issues due to emotional instability. It could become dangerous by then. Doesn't teacher Zhang have some experience in psychological therapy? That's true, but it's not really relevant to whether it's useful or not. At least from what we can see now, it doesn't seem to be much use. Zhang Yang nodded and glanced at the people around him. At the edge of the crowd stood a few frightened girls. Are you her roommates? Zhang Yang asked. The girls nodded. Alright, come with me for a moment. I need to understand the situation better. Zhang Yang stepped aside with a few girls to inquire about the general situation. Having a baby certainly isn't something that happens by one party alone, especially for young girls in the prime of their youth. Pregnancy is absolutely not something they would willingly choose, unless there was something more valuable to them than bearing a child. But if it had been consensual, they shouldn't appear so despondent right now, unless they'd been deceived. When questioned about the matter, their roommates knew nothing either. According to school regulations, sophomore students could apply for off-campus accommodation, but that was before today. She had been living outside for over half a year, then for some unknown reason, she applied for dormitory accommodation and moved back in again. Because she usually wore loose clothing, and since they weren't particularly close, no one had paid any attention to her condition. Until I came back from class today and found the door was locked from the inside, my key card wouldn't open it. At first, I didn't know what was happening, until the dorm supervisor came with a master key to unlock it. Then I saw that she had given birth in the dorm room, the bed soaked in blood. The incident left a traumatic impression on a few of the girls. Those girls are still shaken by what happened and say they no longer want to stay in the dorm. As for what they usually thought of her, the key phrase is simply extravagant spending. Teacher, do you think it's possible she might have been involved with some wealthy sugar daddy off campus, then got deceived, which led to her becoming like this now? A female student asked. Zhang Yang furrowed her brows. It's not impossible, and in fact, the likelihood is quite high. Sometimes when you think about it, he deals with so many issues involving both male and female students. The problems with male students are more extreme but easier to resolve, often straightforward black and white decisions. Either they face disciplinary action, get expelled, or even end up in jail if the situation is severe. The solutions are simple. With male students, if nothing happens, there's no issue, but when something does happen, it's always a major problem. But overall, the probability is low. Most are just moody mopers who aren't really involved in anything serious. The issues with female students, on the other hand, revolve around emotions and romance. Usually, the situations themselves aren't as severe, but they're much more complicated to handle and they occur far more frequently. Alright, thank you. I'm sure your teacher will have no problem approving your request for a leave of absence to rest. If you feel psychologically affected, go talk to your counselor and dorm supervisor after returning to apply for a room change. Your instructor and dorm supervisor will definitely understand. With that, Zhang Yang turned away. Having grasped the situation and formed a general idea, it was time to solve the problem. How was it? Got everything figured out? Su Yuan asked as she saw him return. Zhang Yang nodded. I suppose I have some understanding now. Good. Then go in and soothe that student. I'll have Zhang Yu come out first, Su Yuan said directly. Zhang Yang nodded. He could only promise to do his best. In the room, Zhang Yuxian was doing his utmost to persuade a pale-faced girl lying in bed. Moving from the table to the bed proved difficult, as the uncooperative girl made it challenging to bring her down from the bed. Ignoring Zhang Yuxian's words, she could only helplessly continue shedding tears. Zhang Yuxian talked until he was practically out of breath, and by now, he likely understood what the girl's problem was. But since she simply wouldn't listen, his frustration grew beyond mere helplessness. Teacher Zhang, please come out. Su Yuan's voice called from outside. Zhang Yuxian froze at these words, staring at Su Yuan. But Dean, I'll soon be. Come out. Su Yuan simply looked at him, her tone neutral yet her gaze brooking no argument. Zhang Yuxian looked into Su Yuan's eyes but still held back. Alright, but who can solve this problem now? Su Yuan didn't speak, but Zhang Yuxian saw it. Zhang Yang. Professor Zhang, this matter is extremely difficult to handle. Can you handle it? Zhang Yuxian kindly reminded him. If the situation is tough to handle, can't I just handle the person causing the situation? If persuasion doesn't work, can't I just carry her down directly? Zhang Yang fired back. Zhang Yuxian gritted his teeth. He really wasn't as strong as Zhang Yang. He immediately said to those beside him, all of you go out first. Leave the door ajar, don't close it completely. Zhang Yang glanced around the dormitory, complete mess. Instead of immediately commenting, she studied the girl for a moment. Quite a looker, clearly someone who maintained herself regularly. Her complexion was quite pale. I don't really know much about your situation. I don't have any advice for you right now. That child didn't just appear in your belly for no reason, nor did it grow without making any commotion. Whatever you were thinking before, I imagine that doesn't matter now. You're crying, which means your plans have failed. With that, Jiang Yang let out a slight sigh and paused to think before speaking. Just now outside, I roughly speculated about several possible scenarios regarding your current situation, though I'm no psychology expert. But making a few guesses wouldn't hurt. First possibility, you dated someone irresponsible and broke who abandoned you. Second, you're dating a wealthy partner but without official recognition. He deceived you, or you mistakenly believed having a child could tie him down, only to underestimate his heartless nature. Third, you were coerced, he threatened you into keeping this child. If it's the first scenario, I recommend reporting directly to the police and pressing charges. Whether it succeeds or not doesn't matter, because what you need right now is closure. If it's the second or third scenario, I still advise immediately contacting the police. With matters like these, there's never been a situation that couldn't be resolved by filing one police report. At this point, Jiang Yang deliberately paused and remained silent, watching for the reaction of the girl lying on the bed. Sure enough, when she heard Jiang Yang intentionally skip the second point without mentioning it, her tears stopped abruptly. She turned her head to look at him with reddened eyes, but when she noticed Jiang Yang suddenly glancing her way, she pretended as if she knew nothing. Then she turned her head away again. Jiang Yang acted as if he hadn't noticed, merely taking a step closer and saying, "If it's the second possibility, you should have foreseen this day long ago. Don't talk about regrets now. Shouldn't you be figuring out how to get money right now? Lying here, even if you die, not a single penny will be spent on you. Except for the coffin. Oh, and there's hell money and burial garments too.